Vespera Quinlan, the wise evening star. The tenderness steeped in love letters. The solitary genius amidst suffering. A genius, a madman, precariously balanced by reason, a Ravenclaw student. The Ministry of Magic has recently received a multitude of reports, causing Fudge considerable distress due to the owl delivering the letters. At last, several years later, he no longer needs to collect letters. He has stepped down and has unwittingly acquired a one-way ticket to Azkaban. By Merlin's giant tooth lizard egg. The Daily Prophecy has dedicated a whole section to publish the reports. Riddle, right now, come and kill me. Crouch, I only require you as my master. Zabini, she has always known what is true. Harry, I thought we were friends. Percy, I have feelings for her. Draco, lilac, a bouquet of lilacs. Chapter 1. The Woo Orphanage. London in the 20th century remains perpetually shrouded in rain. On a splendid sunny day, Quinlan was delivered to the orphanage's doorstep by a kind passerby. That night, the stars shone brightly, a rare sight in London. Vespera, there will be no moon tonight, the headmistress remarked, passing by a child climbing onto the roof while holding a stack of donated blankets. Vespera, true to her name, is a constellation yearning for the moon. The moon has always been there. I just need to wait for the wind, and it will be in my sight, Vespera Quinlan recounted calmly. The headmistress had grown accustomed to this peculiar yet delightful child. Aside from her fixation on the moon, Vespera was genuinely admirable. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Very well, you will uphold our agreement today, won't you?" "Indeed, Madam Headmistress. Before the clock chimes its 25th toll, I shall return to my room quietly. I trust that upon returning to your room tonight, you shall have a restful sleep," the headmistress said mysteriously, her tone noticeably lifted. Vespera shifted her gaze to her warmly lit face. "Thank you." The headmistress, clutching the blankets, hummed a nursery rhyme as she departed. The sun from a week ago was splendid, and the donated blankets had basked in sunlight, resting in the wooden wardrobe until now. Sunlight, aged wood. Vespera tilted her head back, gazing at the moon's habitual place. It was a soothing sensation. The clock struck the 24th time punctually, and the factory's smoke continued its nocturnal vigil. Vespera silently counted down the seconds. According to tradition, she could afford to wait a little longer, and then, precisely as the bell tolled for the 25th time, she would cover herself with the quilt. If only the butterfly on the other side of the earth would flap its wings, the tornado in London would whisk away the clouds above, allowing her to glimpse the moon. Perhaps, having heard the prayers of the stars, a butterfly took flight, and the moon favored the determined traveler. "It is the owl that flaps its wings," she murmured to herself, "not a butterfly. It carries an envelope." Before Vespera could revel in the sliver of moonlight, the messenger, weary from its long journey, came to an abrupt halt, colliding into her embrace. The envelope fell into her palm, crafted from thick parchment, its recipient's address inscribed in emerald green ink, reading the Wu Family Orphanage. The seal bore a shield-shaped emblem, with a capital H encircled by 4 creatures. A serpent, an eagle, a lion, and a canine? Mustelity? Vespera could not quite discern. "Is this for me?" The owl nodded with an uncanny human-like understanding. Vespera opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Ms. Quinlan, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We shall await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. As the 25th bell tolled, Vespera, being a child of her word, carefully restored the envelope and placed it neatly within the folds of her ample garment. She deftly descended the rope ladder to the ground, traversing the straight corridors and winding staircases. Quietly shedding her outer garments, she lay upon the small bed by the window, marked with the name Vespera Quinlan, pressing the letter beneath her pillow. The comforting scent of the familiar quilt enveloped her, providing a sense of tranquility. Doom! The new day had already elapsed an hour. After 8 hours had passed, Quinlan and 12 other children would be seated on the benches in the dining hall, awaiting their meal. Today's breakfast remained unchanged: 2 boiled potatoes, 1 egg, a slice of bacon, and 2 pieces of bread. Each morning, Vespera expressed her gratitude to the nameless benefactors and the kind soul who had brought her to the Wu family orphanage. After breakfast, the children would clean together. Lena approached quietly, whispering to Vespera, "Pella, I have decided to leave." She was a year younger than Vespera, adorably resembling a doll in a shop window. A duke wishes to find a companion for his daughter, providing food and lodging. "I have been chosen." "Companion?" Vespera recalled the man with the tall hat, his face dark as the bottom of a kitchen pot. She had delivered a letter to the duke's maid and heard he was a loving father, though rarely home. "I am a bit frightened." The duke appears quite intimidating. "Do not worry. You will not spend much time with him. His daughter is a lovely child." Fear is natural. The unknown may bring confusion, but choices guide us towards certain uncertainties. Lena repeatedly polished the same window, and Vespera took her hand, guiding her to a different spot to continue cleaning. "Bela, how do you know these things?" Vespera bent down to wash the cloth, casually rinsing Lena's as well. "I happened to pass by his house yesterday and caught sight of it." She handed the freshly washed cloth to Lena. "You know, that duke's carriage is quite recognizable." I seem to be less afraid now. The group of over a dozen worked swiftly, and today, the Wu family orphanage remained as clean and tidy as ever. Vespera was summoned to the headmaster's office, and the companion who delivered the message claimed the headmaster was quite upset. She felt perplexed. She had returned to her room promptly to sleep the previous night, behaved well at breakfast, and had even cleaned up after Lena. "Vespera Quinlan, explain yourself. What is the meaning of this?" A letter written in pencil lay on the headmaster's desk. "I apologize for that letter. You actually stated you have no money. Where's your money? You clearly have so much. How can you say you have no money for school?" Headmaster Isha was nearly driven to madness by the situation before her. Did she intend to spend her life gazing at the moon from the orphanage roof? "Madam Headmaster, I truly have no money. You have spent 5 or 6 years helping clean the streets, delivering letters and goods. Where's the money?" Mrs. Isha was horrified. This child lived in the orphanage, her clothing entirely reliant on donations, and she had never seen her purchase anything extravagant. "Where had that money gone? Have been stolen? Did something bad happen to you?" she pressed. "I donated all my money to the church for repairs." "What?" Mrs. Isha's exclamation echoed throughout the orphanage, leading everyone to believe Pella was in grave trouble today. Why would a child donate so much money to the church? Does Jesus reside on the moon? As she spoke, she seized a wooden stick from her desk and marched toward Vespera. Vespera did not resist, allowing herself to be grasped by the shoulder. Today, that ridiculous church will be turned upside down for daring to deceive our orphanage. "Come, you will accompany me." Upon hearing this, Vespera slipped away from Isha's grasp like an eel. "Madam Headmaster, I did it willingly. Please listen to me. He has you so willingly. I have to coax you to sleep early." Isha's fury intensified as she disregarded Vespera and marched toward the church. "Zoe, today I shall strip away your hypocritical facade." The companions chattered excitedly, flocking around. "Wow, the headmaster's head is steaming. Did you see that?" Bela, is these what you call de lions hoar from China. It's incredible. The director is truly remarkable. Is human skin as easily peeled as potato skin? As the eldest in the orphanage, Vespera Quinlan began to elucidate to the little ones one by one. After a while, Lena returned to her senses, feeling somewhat anxious. "Pella, aren't you going to rush over and take a look?" "It's all right. They won't come to blows." Vespera dismissed the last child and summoned the owl from the roof, carefully placing the letter into its grasp. Observing Lena's lingering concern, she continued, "The church is currently in a period of prayer. Lady Isabel would not rush into that situation. Everyone knows Father Zoe's character. Once Lady Isabel calms down, she will naturally recall this and will not hastily resort to peeling him. With our slender arms and short legs, we cannot catch up to her. Speaking further would only exacerbate the situation." Vespera gently stroked the owl's head, signaling it to take flight. "Why would the director be upset knowing we paid? We volunteered to cover our tuition. Since Pella arrived at the orphanage, they have consistently studied at the church. In this world, there is never anything truly free. Everything is marked with a price, both overtly and subtly. Knowledge is no exception. The priest is exceptionally kind and reluctant to accept their tuition fees. Thus, they send the money to the church under another pretext. This is also their way of ensuring they owe nothing to the world, as lonely as they may be. Pella turned to Lena, beaming a radiant smile. The director merely believes we have been deceived. Do not worry. The priest will clarify things for her. We have guests coming to the orphanage today, do we not? After Vespera had changed 9 tablecloths, polished 36 wine glasses, arranged 36 sets of cutlery, and peeled her 157th potato, Director Isabel returned with a flushed face. Upon seeing Pella peeling potatoes, she cleared her throat twice and said seriously, "You are to come to my office this evening." Today, the orphanage received numerous visitors, including government officials handling funding, charitable individuals, and prospective adopters, keeping them busy until the sky darkened. After dinner, she knocked on the door of the director's office. "Come in," Isabel said, holding a fountain pen, slightly bowing her head as she sat at her desk, responding to each visitor with letters. The soft, warm yellow light coated the dark blue pen with a glossy sheen. Vespera quietly sat in the chair beside her. Her thoughts drifted into emptiness. The director harbored her own ideals, a clarity she had possessed since the day she entered the orphanage. By now, Pella had become the eldest child within the orphanage, still unwavering in her belief. 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 32 seconds later, the pen cap was sealed by its owner, and the deep blue pen tapped against the desk. Director Isabel had a fondness for that pen, having used it since before the Quinlans arrived at the orphanage. "Miss Vespera Quinlan, both Father Zoe and I believe you should attend school. I never give up on any child, and neither should you. Zoe believes that repairing the church is the responsibility of the government and the wealthy, whereas imparting knowledge to ignorant children is within his capacity as a priest. You, along with the other children, have tuition fees saved for you by him. For 6 years, the tuition Vespera paid was neatly stored in brown paper, forming a substantial stack. After traversing time and transit, it reached her hands once more, once again embodying the significance of pursuing education. But I've already sent away the rejection letter," she murmured. The kerosene lamp flickered erratically due to a faulty connection. The director's wife picked up the rod to strike, saying, "I believe you are due for a beating today." Bang! Something collided with the window. Chapter 2 Greetings, Harry. Once again, the weary messenger owl arrived, its exhaustion palpable. "Dear Miss Quinlan, please rest assured regarding the tuition fees. The school will provide certain subsidies, and the teacher who accompanies you will adeptly manage all matters related to your enrollment. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Vespera perused the letter twice before handing it to Isa. My polite refusal having been gently dismissed, I felt a renewed sense of hope. "Madam Dean, are you familiar with Hogwarts? What kind of institution might it be?" "I am uncertain. I hope it offers accommodations and meals, just as we do." Isa turned the letter over repeatedly at the table, engrossed in its contents. Having read it countless times, Vespera was shooed outside to gaze at the moon, along with the messenger owl. When Albus Dumbledore arrived at the Wooten orphanage, Vespera was absent, and it was Isa, the headmistress, who welcomed him. They conversed for an extended period within the office, a pot of hot tea cooling and warming repeatedly. After many years, the old man returned to the orphanage. Time and individuals had transformed everything here. Stepping out of the office, a throng of children, their heads resembling turnips, surrounded the white-bearded gentleman, chattering incessantly. From them, Dumbledore learned of Vespera's whereabouts and generously shared his favorite sweets with the children. Vespera, meanwhile, busied herself earning money. Ghostwriting letters was quite a lucrative endeavor for her. The majority of her writings were love letters. "Quinlan, are you acquainted with Borges? I must include that line in my love letter. I offer you the desolate streets, the despairing sunset, the moon over the wilds. I gift you the sorrow of a person who gazes longingly at the solitary moon. What do you think, Quinlan? Or perhaps you've heard of Mr. Pushkin?" That line, the poetry of renowned authors, certainly resonates, evoking deep emotions within the heart. The stableman boldly professes his affection for the lady in the bakery. The moon hangs above the coach, the street before the bakery eternally crowded, and London is devoid of the sunset's afterglow. Vespera was a sought-after ghostwriter. It was often difficult for people to imagine how a child from an orphanage could craft such moving letters. With the pen bestowed upon her by the headmistress, she inscribed elegant, flowing script in black ink upon the brown parchment. "Dear Fanny, Borges states that to love someone is to give her. As I traverse the desolate roads by the light of the moon, I timidly knock upon your door, yearning for the aroma of freshly baked bread. And thus I present you with a bloom of the wild roses from the dusky twilight. Tomorrow, the milk shall still arrive punctually at your window. Good morning, Fanny." Fanny's cheeks flushed crimson as she pressed her hands to her face, leaving smudged flower fingerprints. The pink rose, well preserved by its owner, still bore the morning's mist, which was forwarded to her beloved through Quinlan. Para, you read splendidly. Dachi is truly delightful. Would you care for a piece of bread? Beautiful lady. Could I trouble you for a slice of freshly baked bread? Dumbledore appeared in the bakery, discreetly observing Vespera beside him. Certainly, certainly. Please hold on a moment, sir. Vespera met his gaze with a faint, polite smile. The elderly gentleman wore a pointed hat, and his ancient robe trailed the ground. With a beard and hair reminiscent of Santa Claus, the old and the young, each clutching their respective bread, walked along the same path. Quinlan inquired with curiosity. Is he a professor from Hogwarts? It is the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Good afternoon, headmaster. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the deliciousness of Fanny's bread as he took his first bite. Butter, wheat, honey. In the cramped, dilapidated pub, Dumbledore guided Quinlan through the throng. Butterbeer was placed upon the bar or tables, nearly everyone holding a mug. Vespera felt at ease, though the surroundings remained chaotic. She had grown accustomed to the streets of London after several years. She had already conceived her first complaint letter in this magical world. In London, she had penned dozens of such letters, though they bore little fruit. Miss Quinlan, would you care for a mug of butterbeer? Dumbledore observed her interest in the beverage. No, thank you. Ah, very well. Dumbledore led her past the bar to a small courtyard enclosed by 4 walls. This is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Proceed 3 blocks up. Then 2 blocks over. Do you remember? Dumbledore tapped lightly on the wall 3 times. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Miss Quinlan. We shall first exchange some currency. The little elves of Diagon Alley were numerous, toiling tirelessly for meager wages. Vespera believed they were the favored laborers of London's capitalists. The bank tellers at Gringotts were elderly, well-suited goblins. 6 years of savings, 57 galleons. Aside from a wand and school uniform, Vespera deemed second-hand items sufficient. Of course, a pet could not be second-hand, thus, she spent 10 galleons to acquire a long-tailed owl named Pelling. When Vespera took the wand from Ollivander and gave it a gentle wave, a misty haze filled the shop. Enchanting and disorienting. Yes, yes, this is it, made of beech wood, with a dragon heartstring, 13 3/4 inches long. 7 galleons, she paid with delight. Madame Malkin's robe shop was quite popular. Vespera had barely stood there for long when several patrons entered and exited. Upon seeing Vespera, Madame Malkin expressed surprise and warmly welcomed her onto the platform for measurements. Dear, your purple eyes are truly enchanting. Quinlan was taken aback internally but maintained a calm demeanor, offering a polite thank you. Once the robe was tailored, Vespera stood at the entrance with her newly purchased long-tailed owl, Pelling, while Dumbledore joined her, bearing the textbooks and cauldron. Headmaster, what color do you perceive my eyes to be? Vespera inquired on their way back to the orphanage. Dumbledore's gaze shimmered behind his glasses. Miss Quinlan, I see purple. After a pause, he continued, ordinary people would likely perceive them as black. Miss Quinlan, your eyes have been enchanted. It appears so. One of your parents must have possessed magic. Perhaps. The weather in London that August was quite pleasant, and Vespera glimpsed the moon nearly every night. She had read her first-year textbooks repeatedly, 4 or 5 times. She continued to assist others in writing love letters. Fanny and Dachi had married, and their final love letter was read aloud by the priest at their wedding. Consequently, more individuals sought her services, and her fees increased. She did not abandon her work of cleaning the streets. She welcomed the extra income. The school uniform had cost her a considerable sum of galleons, leaving her quite impoverished. Impoverished indeed, she would say outwardly, but cleanliness is a hallmark of urban civilization, though the London government did not comprehend this. By the time of the last moonrise in August, Vespera had packed her belongings. Headmistress Isa had secured sponsorship for the tuition fees. Despite Hogwarts being an unknown institution to them, those individuals generously contributed 100 due to Vespera's talent. On a cool morning in September, during new student registration, Vespera arrived at King's Cross Station, accompanied by her luggage and the owl Pelling. The owl had gained weight, having feasted daily on the rats the other children brought him from the streets. The street's overseer bestowed upon him an honorary badge for his exceptional mouse-catching abilities, which now adorns the honor wall of the Wu orphanage. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are you also headed to Hogwarts? You appear to have the same configuration, luggage, an owl, and traveling alone. A boy indeed. May I inquire what you need? Vespera's gaze shifted from his emerald eyes to the elegant white owl perched nearby. A snowy owl, quite stunning. Her long-tailed owl is even more magnificent. I'm struggling to locate the platform. Could you assist me? My name is Harry Potter. In fact, Harry had been searching for some time and had even inquired with the platform staff, yet to no avail. Certainly. Vespera Quinlan, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Splendid, thank you. You may call me Harry. Vespera was well aware of the platform's location. Headmaster Dumbledore was a responsible guide for the new students. Platform 9 and 3/4. Situated between platforms 9 and 10, divided evenly by 4 pillars. A large family appeared at their destination, their chestnut locks strikingly eye-catching. The twin brothers collided with the 3rd pillar while pushing their luggage. "Come on, Harry, the platform is over there." A resounding whistle echoed as a steam-spewing black and red locomotive came into view for the 2 children. The red sign above the archway boldly proclaimed 9. Chapter 3. Enrollment. They gathered their belongings, presented their tickets, and traversed the corridor. Fortuitously, they found an empty compartment. "Wow, Vespera, you're remarkable. How did you locate the platform?" "By diligently studying mathematics and observing people's movements." Vespera placed her luggage on the overhead rack and opened the birdcage, allowing Perlin to stand obediently in their compartment. "You could certainly do the same. It's not a difficult task," Vespera remarked, seating herself across from Harry. "If your glasses are in good condition, I could assist you in mending them." "Of course. Thank you immensely. They're as good as new." The results were quite impressive. Vespera wouldn't divulge to Harry that it was her first time performing magic, hoping this charm would ensure his glasses remained intact longer. "Excuse me, may I join you? I truly cannot find an empty compartment. Please, I beg you." The red-haired boy's eyes brimmed with apology and pleading. Vespera and Harry exchanged glances before simultaneously replying, "Certainly. Merlin S. Trousers, I'm ever so grateful. My name is Ron Weasley. Vespera Quinlan. Harry Potter. Harry Potter." Ron's expression was quite animated, revealing his astonishment at encountering the boy who lived. Realizing he had perhaps overreacted, Ron awkwardly settled next to Harry, striving to adopt a more composed tone. "Are you truly that boy who survived?" Harry Potter offered a shy smile, lifting a hand to sweep aside his fringe. "If you're referring to the Harry Potter with that mark, then yes, that would be me." Vespera cradled Perlin, stroking the soft feathers, observing the 2 boys as they exchanged dialogue reminiscent of a scripted performance. The expressions of children today are indeed diverse. "So, does that lightning bolt signify that he was struck by lightning and lived to tell the tale?" After a moment, Ron finally calmed his racing heart, realizing there was another person in the compartment. "Apologies, I was overly excited." His gaze inadvertently met Vespera's. "Your eyes are truly captivating. Akin to amethysts in a display window." "Ah, I'm sorry." With her lustrous, raven hair cascading in waves and her deep violet eyes, every feature of hers was distinct. Ron could swear by Merlin that she was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. "It's quite all right. It's a natural reaction. After all, it's rare to survive a lightning strike." She too felt exhilarated. Vespera's warm smile only deepened Ron's shyness, prompting him to find some conversation. "You just cast a spell, didn't you?" "Yes, Ron. Vespera is truly impressive. She helped me fix my glasses." Distracted by Ron, Harry almost forgot to express his gratitude for Vespera's kindness. "Excuse me, may I interrupt? Have you seen a toad? Neville has lost his." The 3 children shook their heads in unison, while the girl with chestnut curls momentarily appeared crestfallen at the negative response. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope our time at Hogwarts is delightful." With that, she knocked on the next compartment door, apologizing. The scenic views en route to Hogwarts were breathtaking, with Perlin and Pella gazing intently out the window. Harry had splurged on numerous snacks, while Vespera savored a taste of monetary indulgence. The 3 children eventually dozed off after satisfying their appetites. As they neared the station, Hermione passed by their compartment, reminding them to don their wizarding robes. Vespera rummaged through her belongings for her luggage and owl, later being informed by a house elf that her belongings had already been transported to the school. Due to a slight delay, she missed the opportunity to share a boat with familiar faces. A towering giant beckoned her aboard, where 2 boys were already seated. Their garments bore name tags. Theodore Knott, Blaise Zabini. Both boys exchanged glances of astonishment, but refrained from initiating conversation. A serene atmosphere enveloped the boat, with the 3 individuals finding solace in their own company. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Vespera found herself last in line, following Zabini and Knott. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Oh. The reason she was last was due to inadvertently stepping on Mr. Malfoy's heel, causing his illustrious golden locks to gather dirt. He had then taken a moment to berate her for interrupting his historic encounter with the Chosen One, Harry Potter, a mere 11-year-old, stricken with adolescent melodrama, a condition beyond remedy. Lost in thought, Vespera heard her name called by the professor at the podium, Vespera Quinlan. Approaching, Vespera fixated on the hat. "What seems to be the matter, Miss Quinlan?" Professor McGonagall inquired, puzzled. "This hat appears a tad soiled. I'm rather reluctant to place it upon my head." "It's nothing, Madam Professor." Wise and perceptive, diligent and eager for knowledge. "Oh, concealing some secrets from me? I see. Waiting for the moonlight. Listening for the wind, Ravenclaw." The feast in the great hall was bounteous, featuring roast chicken, steak, sausages, pork chops, and lamb chops. Vespera's assessment was, it paled in comparison to the bland potatoes served at the orphanage. How could anyone produce such unpalatable food? Surely, the heavens must be avenged. She resolved to write to the headmaster and the Ministry of Magic about it tomorrow. No, she would pen the letter tonight. At the tower's peak, behind the eagle-shaped bronze knocker, lay the Ravenclaw common room. However, they could not gain entry. The password was incorrect. The customary head girl, accompanied by upperclassmen, began to spread out blankets, preparing to sleep on the floor at the entrance. What question can you only answer with yes? The repeatedly thwarted eagles had already covered themselves with blankets, lying on the ground. Sleeping was the same anywhere. When someone asked how to pronounce why yes, the password was finally deemed correct. The password is correct. The little eagles cheered, as today was a long-awaited day with actual beds. As Vespera hastened to her dormitory, she took her seat at the desk and began to write. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I beg your pardon for my actions. I wish to report the Hogwarts dining hall's insidious intent to diminish my appetite, ultimately leading to my demise. This is a slow act of murder. It is difficult to fathom the genius capable of producing such despairing fare. Dear Minister of Magic, Mr. Fudge, I hope this letter finds you well. Should it cause any disturbance, I sincerely apologize. I wish to address the dietary health of young wizards and the issue of food wastage. With pairing absent, Vespera had no choice but to place the letter into an envelope addressed to him, intending to seek him out in the greenhouses the following day. The number of Ravenclaw students was relatively small, and Vespera shared a two-person dormitory with her roommate, Catherine Palmer, who had just returned from the washroom. Vespera, have you finished writing? Yes, I am about to freshen up now. Upon her return, Vespera found Catherine still awake, seemingly waiting for her. Is something the matter? You're quite impressive, you guessed the password correctly. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Vespera climbed into bed, curling up beneath the covers, gazing out at the moonlit sky. I recently read a riddle book from England. If you'd like, I can ask Paring to lend it to you. Really? Thank you. I would love to see it. No need for thanks. Make sure to rest well, as we have classes tomorrow. This was Vespera's first time sleeping under the moonlight, and she felt a pang of homesickness. Within 2 minutes, the only sounds in the dormitory were the rhythmic breaths of the two girls. Youth is a blessing. One can simply fall asleep. The first class of the Ravenclaw first years was herbology with Professor Sprout. At the Ravenclaw table, Vespera consumed a bowl of porridge and 2 slices of jam-covered bread. Hello, Vespera. A second-year student, Autumn Zhang, sat beside her. Hello, Autumn Zhang. Autumn was beautiful, her familiar Asian features evoking a sense of long-lost warmth. Can you cook? The second-year student paused, then smiled apologetically. I'm afraid not, Vespera. However, my father is quite skilled. He runs a successful Eastern restaurant in Chinatown. Vespera imagined the flavors of Chinese cuisine as she took another sip of her porridge. I'm feeling a bit full. The Ollery in the West Tower was a pleasant spot for sending letters and digesting food. The morning Ollery was rather empty, and Paring seemed to be enjoying his time there. After a moment of affectionate interaction with 2 small owls, Vespera handed her letter to him. Smart little one. Remember to deliver the nearby ones first. Off you go. What does your letter say? A green and white bow tie, the Slytherin crest. Chapter 4, the first class of the term. A charming smile graced the boy's lips, his eyes still reflecting traces of fatigue. Vespera recognized him. He appeared somewhat agitated. The boy accompanying her was Blaise Zabini. Secret. If possible, I would prefer to remain an anonymous informant. Zabini chuckled, his striking features illuminated by the sunlight. So, who did you send it to? To Professor Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic. Oh, how intimidating. It seems this is indeed a secret. Why didn't you send your letter in the Great Hall? Quinlan inquired. The bustling Ollery there was quite a sight. Thinking the conversation had reached its conclusion, Zabini laughed lightly. Perhaps, like you, I came to send a letter. Your robe pocket is a bit shallow. The envelope is sticking out. At this, Zabini instinctively glanced at his outer robe pocket. Cunning little owl, I had it tucked in my trousers. So, you're here to collect a letter as well. Shall we walk together? We cannot afford to be late for our first class. As Vespera stepped out of the Ollery, she noticed that Zabini had not followed. Perhaps you prefer to walk alone? No, I wish to accompany you. I'm not familiar with the way. Vespera timed their arrival perfectly, just as they entered the greenhouse. Professor Sprout announced the commencement of class. Draco disdainfully remarked on their timing, declaring that he, a Malfoy, had arrived early while they were dawdling. Zabini, why are you with her? I ran into her on the way. All right, quiet down, children. Today we shall learn about the white ash plant. The white ash possesses potent healing properties and can directly aid in the healing of superficial wounds. However, it is more commonly used to produce white ash essence. Put away your quills and bring your trowels. We are going to fertilize the white ash. Mooncalf dung can help magical plants grow rapidly, and before you are the seeds of the white ash. Get to work, children. The silvery dung piled together emitted no odor. Vespera adeptly applied the fertilizer, and the white ash seedlings quickly broke through the soil. Excellent, Miss Quinlan. Your application of fertilizer was remarkably precise. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Though compost promotes plant growth, more is not always better. Obviously, Miss Parkinson, your white ash has been scorched. Well done, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin earns 3 points. Draco beamed with pride, having secured 3 points for Slytherin. That clumsy Quinlan had surprisingly garnered 5 points for Ravenclaw, outshining him. How infuriating. I must secure first place next class. The 120 minutes of class passed delightfully, and Vespera felt quite content with her Hogwarts experience. All meals and accommodations were provided, aside from the somewhat costly supplies needed at the beginning of the term. If only the food in the kitchen were tastier. During lunch, Vespera's classmates dined heartily, while she found the beef too tender, bleeding profusely with each forkful. The pork chop was rich with sauce, almost overwhelming her senses. Perhaps I should indulge in a few more potato wedges. The fried cod is passable. Up until the afternoon flying class, Vespera remained in the 5th floor library. Though she wished to return to her dormitory, today's password was particularly challenging, and she failed to answer correctly. I hope someone can solve it tonight. Hey, Vespera. It was Hermione. Hello, Hermione. This morning, Ron and Harry were late for the first class and were caught by Professor McGonagall. It was quite unfortunate. Madame Pants's piercing gaze swept over their faces, reminding them to maintain silence within the library. The flying class was an exhilarating experience, while the broomsticks appeared sleek. They were magically elevated just enough to provide comfort. Having expended so much energy during the flying lesson, Vespera dozed off while reading in the library, ultimately missing dinner. Hogwarts enforced a curfew at 9 o'clock, as stated by Professor Dumbledore during the opening feast, prohibiting students from wandering at night. However, the staircase back to the Ravenclaw dormitory seemed to have vanished, forcing Vespera to wander between the 4th and 5th floors in search of her way back. Curfew had already arrived. Good evening, Prefect Weasley. The person approaching was Percy Ignatius Weasley, the 5th-year prefect of Gryffindor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he spotted her, his yellow lantern illuminating her face. You're the first-year Ravenclaw student. I remember you. I'm Vespera Quinlan, a rare and beautiful name, the Evening Star of Wisdom. I apologize, Prefect Weasley. I seem to be lost. Could you direct me back to the Ravenclaw Tower? I shall escort you. It would have sufficed to simply call Hilliard or to inform her of the staircase's location. Percy subtly glanced at the person beside him, a petite figure perfectly fitting into the crook of his arm. Indeed, it was quite natural for a 5th year to oversee a 1st year. At the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room lay a multitude of sleeping bags, each enveloping a small eagle. Tonight, they were sleeping on the floor. Would she be able to sleep well? Thank you, Head Boy Weasley. I've arrived, farewell. All right, goodbye. Percy departed with an air of nonchalance, still with areas yet to patrol, hoping to avoid encountering any Gryffindor students. Vespera found it difficult to sleep. The absence of the moon left her stomach growling. After tossing and turning, she resolved to venture to the kitchen. After all, one is not made of iron, but food certainly is as solid as steel. Donning her cloak's hood, she tiptoed away. Oh, look what we have here, a nocturnal little eagle. A small eagle sent home by Percy, with her chestnut hair and strikingly similar features. George and Fred squatted on either side, surrounding her. Vespera tightened the brim of her hood, attempting to hide beneath it. Found you, can't see me. Vespera Quinlan. George read from the name tag on her attire. I'm not. Vespera revealed her face, unperturbed, with a graceful demeanor. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Well then, this is not Miss Vespera Quinlan of Ravenclaw. Where might you be headed? To the kitchen. Ah, not Miss Vespera Quinlan of Ravenclaw. Do you know the way to the kitchen? You do. Indeed, we do. Vespera's gaze remained calm as she regarded the two. Well, thank you, Weasley brothers. George remarked. A charming little eagle. Fred added. The little eagle with violet eyes. The house elves in the kitchen were busy preparing breakfast for the following day, and the trio's presence went unnoticed. Many students frequented this place daily. Not Miss Vespera Quinlan of Ravenclaw. What would you like to eat? The Weasleys inquired in unison. How about black pepper beef over rice? Fred and George exchanged astonished looks. They had never heard of it before. We want that too. Vespera approached a house elf washing the countertop. Hello, may I use the kitchen tools and ingredients? Dear Miss Quinlan, it would be my honor to answer your question. You may certainly use the kitchen's items, but for the safety of the little witch, I can assist you in cooking. Thank you, Dolly. I can manage myself. You may supervise my safety, rest assured. With a fierce flame, she heated the oil, sliced marinated beef into strips, added bell peppers, mushrooms, minced garlic, and black pepper sauce. While adding the ingredients, she asked, Do you have any allergies? The astonished Weasleys shook their heads vigorously like jumping beans. Soon, a rich aroma of pepper wafted throughout the kitchen, drawing the house elves to gather around Quinlan's stove. Finally, golden, al dente pasta was topped with a generous helping of black pepper beef. A feast for the senses. A splendid dinner. The crafty Ravenclaw girl. The house elves had followed recipes for years and had never encountered such an innovative method. It was simply irresistible. Let us eat, Weasley brothers. Vespera carried her dinner to a table and chair conjured by Dolly, relishing her meal. George and Fred sat beside her, eagerly devouring their portions, showering her with countless compliments. Hogwarts' kitchen was indeed well stocked, brimming with spices and seasonings. As Vespera savored the familiar dish, her spirits lifted considerably. Miss Quinlan, may I ask if the house elves may include this dish in Hogwarts' recipe book? Dolly, a mix of anticipation and guilt on her face, tugged at her bat-like ears. Such a delectable dish, its recipe must remain a secret. Dolly felt rather mischievous, coveting the little witch's secret. Of course, Vespera replied. I would also like to see that Hogwarts recipe book. May I take a look at it first? Dolly's deep violet eyes mirrored Vespera's, sparkling with brightness. Certainly. Miss Quinlan may peruse the recipe book. After enjoying their meal, Fred and George positioned themselves on either side of Quinlan. Is this the Hogwarts recipe book? Faced with the bewilderment of the little witches, Dolly affirmed, yes. Thin. It is indeed quite thin. Chapter 5. Young man, read more. Vespera excelled in her potions class, earning even Professor Snape, who typically displayed a frosty demeanor towards students from other houses, to award Ravenclaw several points. Professor Snape took a particular liking to this non-troll student. Miss Quinlan, unexpectedly well done. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Consequently, Vespera was penalized for leaving her seat with her left buttock first, and was sent to Professor Snape's office to tidy up potion ingredients. Oh, Merlin's great steel teeth. Why does Professor Snape treat you this way when you did everything correctly? Her roommate, Catherine, exclaimed, the clatter of cutlery against plates producing a harsh sound. Perhaps it is precisely because you did everything too correctly. Catherine questioned, what logic is that? Must one be punished for doing right? Palmer. It is rude to speak while eating, a decorum befitting a noble lady. Snape floated past the two. Catherine jumped, the morsel in her mouth nearly choking her. Snape frowned and cast a spell on her. Thank you, Professor. Once he was out of earshot, Catherine leaned closer to Vespera, that detestable bat. He startled me with his sudden appearance. Vespera remained silent, observing Professor Snape's billowing black robes and his unkempt half-long hair, lost in thought. He did bear quite the resemblance. So, why would a potion genius not invest in a bottle of shampoo? After lunch, a flock of owls swooped into the great hall, delivering eagerly awaited packages to the students. Perlin dutifully returned with replies from Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. Dear Miss Quinlan, thank you very much for your suggestion. However, I believe the whimsical thoughts of a young witch cannot persuade a minister of magic to heed the musings of a child from the Muggle world. The implication of read and acknowledged was clear. As expected, Vespera had not held any hope. Her second letter was already prepared, and Perlin would deliver it to the Ministry of Magic that very evening. Professor Dumbledore, however, was exceedingly agreeable. He expressed in his letter that as long as it could persuade the house elves to amend the recipe book, he had no objections. Vespera had already charmed the kitchen's house elves with her culinary skills over the past few nights, though she could still have objections. There is no such thing as a free recipe, especially one from a pauper. 5 galleons for a dish. She was practically a philanthropist. She handed 2 pre-written responses to Perlin and rewarded him with some steak from the dining table, and the owl happily set off to deliver the letters. Catherine shared some snacks sent from home with her. Perlin, will you return to the dormitory later? No, I'll be staying in the library for a while. As she departed from the auditorium, she passed by Harry and Ron, overhearing their conversation about the burglary at Gringotts, with Harry cryptically speculating that the coveted treasures might be concealed within Hogwarts. She listened intently, as their voices carried through the corridor. Suddenly, George appeared, draping an arm around Vespera's shoulders and leaning close to her ear. Fred swiftly joined on the other side, urging her to share what she had heard. Clever little eagle. Due to several late-night snacks, the two had been particularly clingy of late. Did you not hear it as well? The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances. Did you hear that? George. Did you catch it, Fred? Oh, it seems we all missed it. 2 charmingly similar smiles beamed at her. However, Vespera chose to ignore them, preparing to walk past. It was futile to reason with those pretending to be oblivious. George, Fred, do not bully the younger students. George, do not bully the younger students. Fred, do not bully the younger students. Percy, infuriated by his brothers, felt a flush of embarrassment creeping up his neck. Are you all right, Quinlan? Percy said we were bullying you. Say something. Vespera sighed softly, bemused by their unexpected antics. Weasley Prefect, they are not bullying me. That's good to hear. Percy paused momentarily. Where are you heading? Allow me to escort you. No need, the library is quite close. Thank you, Weasley Prefect. Very well then. As Vespera ascended the staircase, her figure vanished from sight. No,
I used it. Weasley prefect, she had said. All right then. The teasing tone was stifled under Percy's piercing gaze. Fred and George exchanged disappointed glances before bumping Percy playfully. She calls you Weasley. We have so many Weasleys in our family. Is it you, George? Or perhaps you, Fred? Maybe it's our lovely brother, Ron. The twins chimed in unison. There is only one prefect in the Weasley family. Leaving that remark hanging, Percy turned to depart. The twins, once laughing, fell silent, clearly bested in this exchange. He is the prefect. What does that make us? Weasley upperclassmen. It seemed that the little eagle always referred to them this way. Do you think she can distinguish who we are, George? George, do not ask me by your own name. The handsome Weasley upperclassman pondered for a moment. Yes. We should inquire with her. They froze in place. Ha ha. Goyle, Crabbe, look at his foolish demeanor. Malfoy's lackeys had barely begun to chuckle when Neville jumped. His comical antics abruptly ceased. Immobulus. As the spell broke, Neville cast a grateful glance towards the source of the incantation and hurriedly left. Malfoy, frustrated by the disruption, glared around, searching for the culprit. You again? Ravenclaw mudblood. His lackeys flanked him like a formidable wall. How dare you oppose the illustrious Malfoy? The blond boy raised his chin, only to realize this, and step back to meet her gaze directly. Vespera remained silent, quietly appraising the trio, lost in her thoughts. The atmosphere grew tense, the Malfoys appearing as mere jesters in her presence. You filthy mudblood, didn't you hear me speaking? The previously bustling corridor fell silent, and then began to murmur again. Vespera surveyed the crowd before locking her gaze on Malfoy, as he raised his wand in anger. She spoke. I am a mudblood. And what are you? Purebloods? Or perhaps, in another light, products of inbreeding? Genetic defects? Deformed offspring? A profound silence enveloped the area. What are you saying? Do you not comprehend? Vespera frowned, then added in a matter-of-fact tone, to put it simply. Children born of closely related parents are more prone to illness. Lower intelligence, Down syndrome, abnormal gonadal development, infant deformities, Goyle and Crabbe's symptoms are quite evident. As for you. Chapter 6. Informing his father. Malfoy appeared taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with her assertions. Well, your appearance is decent, and your intellect seems adequate, normal development. Your parents must not be. Upon hearing this, Malfoy exhaled in relief, only to be consumed by rage and embarrassment. Where did you concoct such lies? Pure-blood wizards are the best. What's wrong? Vespera's sudden proximity left him flustered. Facing her violet eyes, his gaze flickered uneasily. You certainly possess a fair degree of intelligence. But it is evident that you are exceedingly naive, to the point of foolishness. The corridor remained enveloped in a heavy silence as the crowd contemplated her comments on pure-blood genetic defects. Wizards are humans, too, flowing with crimson blood. With that, Vespera produced a small knife from her robes. The blade glided from his cheek to his neck, prompting gasps from those around her. What are you trying to prove? Status? Wealth? Yet this is undeniably a world of magic. As long as one possesses enough powerful spells, they transcend money and class. The sharp edge pierced the skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Are you not also relieved that your parents' bloodline is not so closely entwined? Were you just comparing the individuals from your memories to the symptoms I mentioned? How many fit the criteria? 1, 2, 10, or perhaps more? Malfoy found himself recalling her words. Mr. Malfoy treats you well, does he not? Yes. So he has nurtured a naive fool. Then? Mr. Malfoy, read more books. Most people in this school ought to. Vespera calmly wiped the blood from the knife onto Draco's robes, stowing it away before sidestepping the trio. Mr. Malfoy, it is better to come to this realization on your own than to be forced into awareness by others. For the Hogwarts corridor, perhaps. It had never witnessed a day so filled with silent crowds. As Quinlan departed, the onlooking young witches and wizards also slipped away quietly. Even the portraits on the walls vanished without a sound. Thus, only Draco and his companions remained. Draco, shall we return to the dormitory for snacks? Goyle inquired. His eyes clear, perhaps a mark of blissful ignorance. Observing him, Draco felt a sense of confusion wash over him, murmuring to himself, pure blood, perhaps. What then did he stand for? What did his father uphold? What did his grandfather insist upon? What are you saying, Draco? Crabbe asked with concern. I said, I must tell my father. How dare she call me Draco without my consent? The events in the corridor quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, akin to the sultry winds of summer. Ostensibly, no one publicly supported Vespera's remarks, yet behind closed doors, the Muggle Studies classroom brimmed with students. And books on Muggles were being borrowed at an alarming rate from the library. Owls flitted in and out of the Great Hall, delivering urgent missives. The students attending class shared an unspoken understanding, as the young wizards were fervently curious whether Muggles and wizards were, physiologically, as Quirrell had suggested. The Pure-Blood Society of Slytherin was quite displeased with this notion, surrounding Quirrell to chastise him. Yet, there were always those covertly hindering their attempts to confront her. The library was a frequent haunt of Vespera, where the young wizards often observed her quietly engrossed in her books from her secluded corner. Sometimes she was perusing a history of Hogwarts, at other times forgotten ancient magic and spells, or raising dragons for amusement and profit. Madame Pants held a favorable view of this student, quiet and obedient. Other students would quietly settle around Vespera, each absorbed in their studies, occasionally casting meaningful glances in her direction. She appeared utterly unaffected. Vespera, along with Harry and his friends, concealed their faces behind their books and softly called out to her. Upon receiving her glance, they presented her with a note they had written. "Do you know about the Necronomicon?" After a moment of contemplation, she inscribed on the parchment. The third shelf from the left, fourth column, major discoveries in modern magic, studies in contemporary sorcery, and some old history books in the 13th row, 17th column. I recall seeing them there, but I cannot remember precisely. You may wish to inspect them yourselves. After acknowledging their gratitude, and sensing it was nearing mealtime, Vespera tidied her space and departed with the borrowed A History of Magic. As she traversed a corner, she abruptly halted and turned, purposefully striding in a specific direction. Those trailing behind made no effort to conceal themselves, patiently awaiting her approach. "Theodore Knott, do you have something to say? You have been following me for several days." The tall, slender youth appeared somewhat frail. "Is what you said true? The genetic defects from inbreeding? You could actively seek verification. Isn't it lonely to walk alone?" "Alone?" Vespera seemed to mock, a bitter laugh escaping her lips as she shook the book in her arms. "How could I be alone when I have a book with me? Each step I take is a part of history." Vespera's brilliance was evident to all the professors. Even the cantankerous Snape had praised her in front of Dumbledore. However, the headmaster wore a grave expression. The portraits in the headmaster's office were in an uproar, lamenting the emergence of a formidable Ravenclaw, with a background akin to that individual. She was well liked by both students and faculty, appearing even more poised, detached, and devoid of desire. The mead was served. Vespera was invited. The headmaster indeed had a penchant for sweet treats. Even the password was sweet. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, conjuring a comfortable chair. "Please, have a seat, Miss Quirrell." "Good evening, Headmaster." This marked their first encounter since the commencement of the school year. "Did the kitchen's meals suit your taste?" Dumbledore placed a wizard hat cupcake before her. "Quite well," she replied, having received 50 galleons, while the house elves had prepared 10 dishes. "What do you think of life at Hogwarts?" Vespera tasted the cake, finding it delightful. "It's rather novel." "Oh, do share your thoughts." "In my year, 60% are illiterate, severely lacking even the most basic reading and spelling skills. Bullying occurs at least 10 times daily across all grades and houses. The school enforces a strict hierarchy based on blood status, with 70% of noble children hoping to improve or maintain their family circumstances through marriage. In a sense, the foundation of education here is lacking. Moreover, teachers, to some extent, subtly encourage an atmosphere of rivalry among students. Dumbledore, usually relaxed, now scrutinized the child with increasingly sharp eyes. "Is someone orchestrating a grand farce, I wonder?" "Headmaster, who do you consider the protagonist of this drama? Harry Potter?" "Indeed, this place does elicit curiosity. Advanced magic, fragile bodies, antiquated ideologies, and an underage savior." Chapter 7, The Troll. It was difficult for the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, to fathom that such words emerged from a student. "First year, 11 years old. Miss Quirrell, it sounds as though you are more than 11. Dumbledore even questioned whether she had been subjected to the soul-sucking curse. Yet, clarity shone in the girl's eyes. "Clearly, I am 11. The arrival of an owl interrupted their conversation. Dumbledore, visibly concerned about the contents of the letter, furrowed his brow. "I apologize, Miss Quirrell, but you may leave now. Our discussion must conclude for today." Vespera nodded in acquiescence, catching sight of the letter S address. It was from London. Exiting the headmaster's office, she soon spotted a distressed Hermione from afar. "Hermione? I'm sorry, Vespera. I didn't notice you. I feel as though I might cry." Vespera kindly placed her witch's hat atop Hermione's head. "The girls' restroom is currently empty. Let it out and compose yourself." The atmosphere of Halloween at Hogwarts was vibrant. The Great Hall was splendidly decorated, with jack-o'-lanterns hanging artistically from above and hundreds of bats flitting about. The new dishes introduced by Vespera were immensely popular among the young wizards, who relished their meals with joy. "Troll! Troll!" Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, prompting everyone to turn towards him. "A troll is in the underground classroom." The fright was palpable, and the chaos ensued. "Silence. Now, prefects, lead everyone back to the common room." Remembering that Hermione should still be in the girls' restroom, Vespera informed the prefect of her intention to step out. Hilliard hesitated, but ultimately permitted her to leave. After all, one can never restrain someone determined to depart. In case of unforeseen circumstances, Vespera hastened her steps. Indeed, Hermione remained in the girls' restroom, where muffled sobs could be heard. "Hermione? Upon hearing her name and the familiar voice, Hermione choked out, "Vespera? We must leave at once. Professor Quirrell has informed us that a troll is in the underground classroom." Regaining her composure, Hermione dared not jest with her safety, quickly drying her tears and opening the stall door. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The troll, meant to be in the underground classroom, unexpectedly burst into the second-floor girls' restroom. Clad in a brown vest, its massive gray-green body wielded a club the size of a person. It wreaked havoc upon the restroom's facilities. Vespera and Hermione fled amidst its chaotic rampage. Hermione, Vespera. Just then, Ron and Harry appeared, hurling shattered stones at the troll. While hardly effective, it successfully diverted the creature's attention. Harry climbed onto the troll's back, seizing its head and thrusting his wand into its nostrils. "Quick, we must do something. Any spell?" Hermione urged loudly. "Wingardium Leviosa." Ron managed to levitate the troll's club mid-air. "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll flailed helplessly in response to Vespera's incantation. "Stupefy." Vespera exhaled in relief, stowing her wand at her waist as she stepped over the fallen troll and helped Hermione up from beneath the sink. "There, it's handled." A wizard must always carry their wand. Hermione wholeheartedly agreed with her words. Ron, observing Harry's wand smeared with troll snot, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Goodness, Merlin, how on earth did you all end up here?" Professor McGonagall and Snape arrived belatedly. What could have transpired? 3/4 of the students present were from Gryffindor House. Hermione attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Quintran. "My apologies, Professor, but we are rather in the dark ourselves." "Is that so, Miss Quintran? Could you elaborate?" "Before dinner, I encountered Hermione, noticing her distressed demeanor, and advised her to take a moment in an unoccupied restroom to regain her composure. When Professor Quirrell appeared, I grew concerned that Hermione was still in the restroom, and thus went to inform her to return to the dormitory. In the midst of my explanation, I observed the subtle exchanges between Harry and Snape, and the troll, which was supposed to be in the dungeon, appeared alarmingly swiftly in the girls' restroom on the second floor. For safety's sake, Ron and I employed the levitation charm. Ultimately, I incapacitated the troll with a stunning spell. Professor McGonagall's heart raced as if she were aboard a runaway mine cart from Gringotts. Upon hearing that no one was injured, she finally relaxed. "Miss Quintran, next time, do advise individuals to return to the dormitory, and be sure to inform the professors first." "Of course, Professor. For your bravery, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw shall each receive 5 points." As the 4 of them made their way back to the dormitory, Hermione took hold of Quintran's hand only to release it moments later, her expression torn, words unspoken. "Quintran, thank you." "It's nothing, Hermione." "Yes, do not feel burdened by the weight of responsibility alone. Sometimes, merely stating the facts suffices." Harry and Ron whispered behind them, perhaps debating the matter as they quickened their pace to catch up with the 2 astute girls. "Professor Snape must be responsible for releasing the troll," Harry asserted. Ron hesitated, torn between conflicting thoughts. He felt Snape was not quite that sort of person. "What do you think?" Hermione pondered for a moment before concluding. "Someone wanted to create chaos using the troll to conduct something secretive." "The three-headed dog," the trio exclaimed in unison. Quintran slightly furrowed her brow. "Snape? Why?" While the other professors escorted students back to their dormitories, it was only Professor Snape who was absent. "Moreover, he has always been rather hostile towards me." The latter part of Harry's statement was laced with a sense of grievance as he looked into Quintran's eyes. Quintran, however, paid little heed to his grievances and was not swayed by the reasoning of the first part of his statement. Snape had vanished from the Great Hall only after Professor Quirrell had spoken, as a Hogwarts professor. His departure at such a time could be seen as either a protective measure or an act of thievery. What you say can only be speculation. Similarly, Professor Quirrell, who had misreported the troll's location, had a 50-50 chance of being either the orchestrator of the incident or merely panicking and miscommunicating the location. In Quintran's analysis, Harry and Ron began to recall the inconsistencies in Quirrell's words. They realized that Snape's disappearance coincided with Quirrell's lack of an alibi after he supposedly fainted. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, with Ron recalling Quirrell's timid demeanor in class. But Quirrell, he appears, rather cowardly. Indeed, a formidable potions master yet a feeble defense against the dark arts professor. Quintran halted before the staircase leading to their separate dormitories. However, what people choose to display is often merely the facade they wish others to see. It is not always the truth, is it? Thus, even the typically composed Quintran could assertively place a knife to Malfoy's throat, uttering words laden with hostility. According to the accounts of those present, that rational lunatic from Ravenclaw. As the staircase turned, Quintran vanished around the corner, leaving the remaining young witches and wizards to enter the Gryffindor common room. Quidditch, a sport that has captivated the wizarding world. Just days ago, Harry Potter had been appointed as the Seeker for Gryffindor, receiving a Nimbus 2000 broomstick as a gift. Quintran, however, felt little enthusiasm for the game. The pitch was so vast that one could only see dots flying chaotically in the sky, lacking any real excitement. Slytherin scored again, leaving the score tied at 20 points between Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Oh, Quintran, look!" Amidst the cacophony, her roommate, Catherine, exclaimed as she handed her a telescope. The first-year seeker from Gryffindor struggled to control his new broom, swaying perilously. Quintran noticed Hermione hastily vacating her seat. "Catherine, I need to use the restroom." Catherine, accustomed to her roommate's calm demeanor, merely nodded. It seemed that since the beginning of the term, Quintran had only experienced a significant emotional upheaval once, and the outcome had been quite horrifying. She shivered slightly at the recollection, then turned her focus back to the thrilling match. "Quintran, where are you going, Hermione?" "Snape is casting a spell. He wants Harry to fall," Hermione exclaimed in a flurry, her steps quickening. "I must help him." She moved swiftly, and Quintran had no choice but to follow closely, the two reaching the professor's seating area. "Incendio." Quintran grasped Hermione's arm. "Quintran, what are you doing?" "Silence, Granger." The command was absolute and left Hermione feeling breathless. There were not just one, but multiple incantations being uttered. "Focus, steady your heartbeat." "Did you hear that?" A voice above Hermione's head chanted, "Die, die." Her eyes widened as she nodded, her gaze questioning. "Who is it?" Remembering the individuals surrounding Snape's position, she realized it was Quirrell directly above them. A strong scent of garlic wafted through the air, and both girls exchanged knowing glances. "Incendio." The incantation was interrupted once more. Hermione looked at her questioningly. "Use this." After hearing the soft incantation whispered in her ear, Hermione stifled a silent laugh, grinning widely. The tension in the viewing area erupted into uproarious laughter, the source being the typically shy Professor Quirrell. "Ha ha, ha ha. It tickles, oh it tickles." His laughter echoed throughout the entire Quidditch pitch. Professors and students alike found themselves questioning Quirrell's sanity. Hermione and Quintran swiftly exited the scene. Chapter 8. The Mirror of Ariste. The Quidditch match concluded with Harry Potter catching the golden snitch. Although Harry and Ron found it hard to believe, the truth remained that Quirrell had indeed sought to kill him. Christmas approached swiftly. Hermione packed her belongings to return home, while Ron and Harry stayed at Hogwarts. Quintran penned yet another letter of complaint to Dumbledore, denouncing Quirrell's lack of ethics and subpar teaching quality, and also sent a letter to Cornelius Fudge at the Ministry of Magic. The holiday season kept her busy, as she busily arranged gifts for Hogwarts professors, friends from school, and family from the orphanage. This was no small expense. Quintran chose not to return to the orphanage for Christmas. She persuaded Professor Flitwick to grant her access to the restricted section of the library, determined to finish reading the books there before the end of the holiday. Thus, for the past few days, she had been bringing sandwiches from the kitchen, spending her days and nights in the restricted section. On the second night of Christmas, Quintran packed sandwiches, preparing to spend another night in the restricted section, when she caught sight of a severed arm carrying a lamp. Indeed, a severed arm. "Oh no, it's haunted," Quintran exclaimed. "Oh, it's you, Harry. What are you doing? Pretending to be a ghost? Or is it Halloween all over again? It doesn't seem very clever." Harry peeked out, offering a shy smile. "Oh, this is a Christmas gift I received, a cloak of invisibility." It was evident how fond he was of this gift. "I'm heading to the library. What about you?" Quintran took a bite of her sandwich, speaking as she walked. "Spending the night in the restricted section." "Oh, really?" he questioned, somewhat incredulous at her intention to spend the night there. However, Vespera had already ventured far away, and he could no longer inquire of her once more. The restricted section was devoid of light, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, evoking an atmosphere thick with prohibition. Vespera had neglected to bring a lantern, which proved inconvenient. Thus, she drew forth her wand and murmured, "Lumos." She expertly regulated the brightness and range, transforming her wand into a handy flashlight. The tomes on dark magic were notoriously unruly, howling upon the mere act of opening their covers. Typically, she would deliver a swift punch to silence them. After a few encounters, the books ceased their cacophony. However, the newcomers, Harry and his companions, were not so easily intimidated, and the library echoed with a rather unpleasant roar. The novice, evidently startled, knocked over an oil lamp, meowing in dismay. "Dear Loris, did you hear that?" "There are disobedient mice in the restricted section," came Filch's hoarse voice, prompting Harry to hurriedly conceal himself within his invisibility cloak. Vespera extinguished her wand and stealthily departed the restricted section, for although she possessed permission to read the forbidden books, she lacked the authorization for nocturnal escapades. "Good evening, Mrs. Loris," she greeted, as the feline squatted in the corridor at the library's exit, meowing softly. She produced some prepared fish treats, bribing the enforcement cat. Once it grasped the fish, it could no longer apprehend her. "Meow. All right. Vespera strolled leisurely down the corridor when she was abruptly pulled into a classroom. She discerned no one, likely Harry cloaked in invisibility. Harry? A head appeared, revealing a broad grin. It's me. Filch is in the corridor. And I've encountered Professors Snape and Quirrell. I feared you might be discovered. Vespera nodded in understanding, and the two began to survey the empty classroom. It was devoid of any furnishings, the mirror in the center resembling a baited fishhook. Since her arrival in the magical realm, Vespera had accumulated many things she refrained from doing, one being the avoidance of mirrors at dawn. Superstitious, indeed. Yet Harry did not share her sentiments, as he soon became entranced by the mirror, staring fixedly at it, utterly captivated. What are you looking at? Vespera furrowed her brow. She had advised against gazing into mirrors at night. Vespera, come see. My parents are inside. They are smiling at me. Are you bewitched? What nonsense are you uttering? As she approached, words inscribed upon the mirror became visible. Eri stra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi. It had to be read backward. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Vespera pondered this phrase, enchanted by the wondrous mirror. You know this is illusory. It reflects your innermost longings. Harry's expression dimmed. Yes, I know. They have long since passed. Then what do you see, Vespera? A secret. But what brings you to the restricted section? Vespera deftly redirected the conversation. Hermione mentioned there might be a book about Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section. Flamel? Did I not inform you previously where those books are? They are not found in the restricted section. We did not find them in the books. But there are some old tomes we have yet to finish. Harry scratched his head sheepishly. They may have been borrowed by other students. Let us return to the dormitory. Do not linger here. Harry cast a lingering glance back, but ultimately followed her out. 2 weeks of vacation could feel interminable. Enough for 2 first-year children to deepen their bond, albeit unilaterally for Harry. Vespera visited the restricted section nightly, her candlelight illuminating her reading. And each time she encountered Harry's outstretched arm, it was evident he was entranced by the world within the mirror, ensnared in his own emotions. Vespera, how wonderful it would be if they were still alive. Then the 3 of us could live happily together. And I would not have to reside in the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys. Vespera leaned quietly against the ornate stone column, her gaze transfixed upon the moon outside. The silvery light softly bathed the classroom, draping Harry and the mirror in a misty melancholy. You live in a cupboard? How dreadful. More pitiable than those in an orphanage, yet your parents have been gone for 12 years. Just then, Dumbledore appeared, having caught the tail end of Vespera's calm, yet cruel words. Harry, the mirror of Eriste reveals our heart's desires. Upon hearing the headmaster's voice, Harry appeared flustered, his green eyes darting behind the glass. The elder approached Harry, tenderly stroking the boy's hair. This mirror cannot bestow anything upon you, neither knowledge nor truth. My child, one must not live in dreams, nor allow aspirations to overshadow reality. You are aware that you have repeatedly violated school rules. I apologize, headmaster. The mirror is to be removed. I hope you cease your attempts to seek it out. All right, headmaster, I will. Harry departed in a subdued, sorrowful manner. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned and asked, what did you see within it, headmaster? Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Eriste, gazing deeply into it. Me? I see myself holding a thick pair of woolen socks. Harry failed to grasp the significance, sinking once more into his own emotions as he left. It was evident he had forgotten Vespera, who had been unceremoniously dragged along. Miss Quinlan, I believe it is time for you to return to the dormitory. Vespera withdrew her gaze from the moon, casting a meaningful glance at the elder before the mirror. Woolen socks? What did you see within it? Miss Quinlan, what do you desire? Nothing. Chapter 9, The Dinosaur Egg. She continued on her way, leaving that statement for Dumbledore to ponder the veracity of her words. The following night, the mirror of Eriste had already been removed, and Harry suffered a restless night filled with nightmares. Ron concurred with Dumbledore's counsel, acknowledging that the mirror had indeed cast a negative influence upon Harry. Thus, Harry ultimately relinquished his quest for the mirror. Vespera continued her nightly visits to the restricted section, diligently pursuing her reading agenda. Madame Loris was adept at catching nocturnal wanderers, so she enjoyed her fish treats each evening. After Christmas, Vespera and Harry encountered each other infrequently, given they did not share many classes. However, she often crossed paths with Nod in the library, who remained silent, seated quietly at Vespera's left, engrossed in his reading. Hella, have you ever seen a dragon? At their 8-person table, Vespera faced 3 rather excited Gryffindors. Ron occasionally cast wary glances at Nott to deter him from eavesdropping on their conversation. Thus, Quinlan kindly cast a confundus charm. I've never seen a living one. I've seen many in books, she replied, casually flipping through the pages of her book, seemingly uninterested in their contents. Hermione grasped her wrist, her voice low with suppressed excitement. This time, it's a living one. Will you come with us to see it? Ron's face was alight with anticipation. Vespera looked up to find 3 eager kittens fixated on her makeshift cat toy. Very well, let us go take a look. Wonderful. The kittens cheered. 10 o'clock at Hagrid's hut. The little kittens hurriedly departed. Ron, the kitten like Weasley, stumbled over his own feet, while the other 2 swiftly helped him up before Madame Pants could arrive. Not maintained his serene, bookish demeanor, but Vespera noticed he lingered too long on page 297. Hagrid's hut lay to the northwest of the castle, not far from the Forbidden Forest. The interior was warm, yet quite untidy. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, roasting a jet-black egg within. Hagrid proclaimed it to be a dinosaur. With a crunch, the clumsy giant reached in and extracted the egg, placing it on the table where it shattered. Out emerged a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, its body a deep black with spiky wings, a smooth-tailed, horned head, and orange-red eyes. A cough escaped it, reminiscent of a seasoned smoker, as it emitted smoke and then unleashed a burst of flame. Oh, Hagrid's beard was singed, yet the giant seemed unperturbed, even praising the creature. Harry and his friends marveled at the young, fire-breathing dragon. Did he name it? Norbert. He named it Norbert. No need for that, Vespera interjected, continuing. You should send him away. This contravenes school regulations. A name is an ineffable bond, one that Hagrid would be reluctant to sever. Vespera was acutely aware of this. I wish to keep him. He will be well behaved. Vespera ceased her protest, knowing better than to argue with a stubborn individual, for she too possessed that trait. The dragon had taken notice, so I shall take my leave. A week later, Norbert had grown at an alarming rate, and Hagrid could no longer contain him. Their modest abode was on the verge of being dismantled. Ultimately, they resolved to send Norbert away. The contact was Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, with the rendezvous set at the astronomy tower. As one of the witnesses to Norbert's birth, Vespera was naturally summoned to discuss the operation. However, she remarked that she had already suggested sending the dragon away, thus opting out of the plan and departing early. As she exited, a flash of gold caught her eye. She paused to gaze for a moment, but after about 10 seconds, she left as if nothing had occurred. Hagrid and the trio of students were enveloped in the sorrow of Norbert's departure until the sound of shattering pottery echoed from outside. It was Malfoy. He would certainly report them. I caught sight of his glaring blonde hair. We should leave. Norbert, you must listen to Hagrid. As they made their exit, Vespera encountered a hastily running Draco. Ouch! He collided with the book she was holding, peering through the mists to see the future, and the impact was no trifling matter. You, Draco muttered, clutching his forehead, upon realizing who it was, stammered out, Cursed Ravenclaw. Why are you carrying such a hefty book? It was you who was running too fast, without looking where you were going. Vespera assessed his injury, a reddened bruise that hadn't broken the skin. Reminded by her, Draco recalled his purpose, spat out a vague insult, and resumed his run. I can't be bothered to converse with a bookworm like you. Who are you looking for? Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape? Draco turned back, his anger evident as his hair gel failed to keep his style intact. You saw me. You tipped them off. Cursed. I did not. Calm down. If you continue running down the corridor, you will encounter Professor McGonagall. You better be telling the truth. If not, he furrowed his brow, unable to concoct a reason why it would be false. It is true. Let us hope so. He had wasted quite some time, so he dashed off to report. Halfway there, he returned with wide eyes, grabbing Vespera. You shall not alert them. Cursed, you almost tricked me. Just as Draco desired, he encountered Professor McGonagall, blabbering away with his complaints. When McGonagall cast a questioning glance at Vespera, Draco looked overprotectively, like a dog guarding its food. Vespera calmly nodded. At the castle entrance, Harry and his friends were caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall. Draco stood behind the professor, resembling a rooster that had just crowed. If one overlooked his hasty attempt to wipe sweat from his brow with his robe. This is my first encounter. There are 5 students not in bed. Professor McGonagall. They have hidden a dragon. They are heading to the astronomy tower to release it, Draco declared. Professor Snape appeared from nowhere, standing beside Vespera. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Harry. Under Professor McGonagall's scrutinizing gaze, Harry and his friends could not refute her. Gryffindor loses 50 points because of your actions. 50 each. She had intended to gloss over the dragon incident gently, but Draco persisted, repeating himself like a broken record, while Professor Snape observed from the sidelines. All were compelled to head to the astronomy tower. The dragon was gone. They merely encountered Hagrid carrying an empty crate. Draco attempted to speak again, but Hagrid silenced him. Mr. Malfoy. He was overly angered. Harry and his friends shot him victorious glances. Professor Snape deemed Draco too naive, far inferior to his father, which was why he was so easily outmaneuvered. Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin loses 20 points due to your nighttime escapade. At this juncture, Vespera prepared to slip away quietly like a specter. Oh, Miss Quinlan, I believe you ought not to be wandering the corridors at 1 in the morning. You will be confined to my office. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. All 5 of you will be subject to detention arranged by Filch. Professor McGonagall interrupted Snape's plans to recruit child labor, earning a discontented huff from the bat-like figure. Humph. Chapter 10, The Forbidden Forest. Filch harbored a profound disdain for students wandering at night, particularly for Vespera, who was cradling Mrs. Norris. Cursed, Mrs. Norris belongs to him. According to the rules, the punishment for students caught wandering at night was to be hung upside down by 1 foot with a rope from the ceiling. However, this time, a different approach was taken. He led the 5 students towards the Forbidden Forest, handing them off to Hagrid at the nearby entrance. Take care of your students in the Forbidden Forest. Mrs. Norris, we shall take our leave. The elegant 3-colored long-haired cat rubbed affectionately against Quinlan's arm, meowing, before nimbly leaping to the ground and following Filch away. For this, Quinlan received a significant eye roll from Filch. What? We are going to the Forbidden Forest. Students are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid ignored Malfoy's anger and fear, instead lifting a strand of silvery, viscous liquid from the ground. The Forbidden Forest is quite safe, Mr. Malfoy. This is unicorn blood. Many unicorns have been injured in the Forbidden Forest recently, and some have even died. However, the credibility of his words regarding safety was questionable, as he had separated the students from him. Hermione, Ron, you are in one group. Quinlan, Malfoy, and Harry are in another. I want Fong. Malfoy thought he had gained an advantage, strutting like a peacock. Hagrid distributed lanterns to everyone. It's fine. However, Fong is a timid creature. My father says carrying a lantern is a servant's job. If my father knew I was carrying a lantern for others, he would certainly scold me to death. Draco grumbled as he carried the lantern. Very well, then we shall take turns. Vespera proposed. The 2 boys nodded in agreement. The Forbidden Forest was ominously dark, the dense canopy blocking the moonlight, with strange calls echoing intermittently. Vespera held the lantern, squeezed between Harry and Draco, who were increasingly encroaching upon her space. She had to come to a halt. What is it? What is it? Both hands were suddenly gripped tightly, their heads swiveling back and forth, alert to their surroundings. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter, if you continue to crowd me like this, we will be unable to move. Oh, I'm sorry, Vespera. I'm a bit scared. Oh, even St. Potter is frightened. The bickering resumed, and Vespera closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. Silence, gentlemen. Woof. Fong walked ahead, turning back to mock the 3. Beneath the glimmer of the lanterns, 3 figures and a dog ventured into a small clearing, illuminated faintly by a touch of moonlight. A dark mass lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly writhing, revealing itself to be a pristine white unicorn. It was draining the creature's lifeblood. The 2 boys were paralyzed with terror at the sight, letting out an uncontrollable scream that startled the slumbering birds of the Forbidden Forest. Yaya bolted away in an instant. A barrage of spells flew forth, all resulting in petrification, leaving the creature slumped on the ground, mouth agape, and gasping. Vespera unleashed every incantation she had learned, yet all were in vain. The shadowy figure drew ever closer to the trio, rasping in a voice as ancient as decay. Harry Potter, I will kill you. I will kill you. You are the one who has thwarted my plans. Beads of cold sweat dotted the girl's forehead as she felt her temples pulsating. Draco and Harry instinctively supported her at the waist, an unusual silence enveloping them, though the tremors in their arms betrayed their fear. Vespera feared for their lives, hoping Yaya would hasten her flight. Otherwise, Hagrid would soon be tasked with collecting their remains. The sound of hooves echoed, tap tap tap. What creature roamed the woods? A centaur emerged from the dense foliage, a creature that was half horse and half man. With flowing red hair and beard, its equine form shimmered a deep chestnut beneath its waist, complemented by a long, crimson tail. It raised its front hooves, shielding the students, and retrieved an arrow from its quiver, aiming it at the blood-sucking monstrosity. Harry! Hagrid's voice resonated from a distance, as more figures approached, compelling the beast to retreat reluctantly. Students, you must leave this place, especially you, Harry Potter. The Forbidden Forest is perilous for you at this moment. What did you chase away? A monster. The slaughter of a unicorn is a heinous crime. Consuming its blood grants extended life, but at a grave cost. The centaur Firenze's gaze scanned the group of frail wizards, finally resting on Vespera at the center. To slay such a pure creature means, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you are doomed to a life of half-existence. Cursed for eternity. But who would choose to live thus? Do you not comprehend? Draco remained silent, finding the centaur unappealing. Vespera too held her tongue, unwilling to engage. Are you suggesting that it was Voldemort who killed the unicorn and drank its blood? Harry interjected, puzzled. Do you know what lies hidden at the school at this very moment, Mr. Potter? The Philosopher's Stone. Just days prior, Harry had discovered Nicholas Flamel's name on the back of a chocolate frog card. Hermione recalled a hefty old tome she had borrowed from the library before Christmas. from which they deduced that the secret concealed within the Chamber of Secrets was indeed the Philosopher's Stone possessed by Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid, along with Ron, Hermione, and Yaya, arrived tardily. Harry, by Merlin's twisted beard, I'm relieved you are unscathed. Greetings, Firenze. Harry Potter, I've delivered you safely here. You are now secure. Good fortune to you. The young wizards paired off to depart, and perhaps due to their shared ordeal, Draco and Harry appeared closer than before. In their hurried escape, Quinlan lagged slightly behind. What is your name, miss? Quinlan, Vespera Quinlan. Vespera halted, locking eyes with him. Firenze perceived a tranquil sea of purple within her soul. Your spirit is in torment. It resembles a silent abyss. The centaur furrowed his brow, the concern in his eyes genuine. Quinlan remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. Is that so? Who knows? Vespera, what are you whispering to this hideous centaur? The Forbidden Forest is dangerous. We must depart. Draco returned to pull her away, and Harry nodded in agreement. Firenze watched their retreating figures as Ronan emerged from the shadows. Wise evening star. Do you believe she can guide us out of the lost constellation? No one answered him. Centaurs were known for their divination and stargazing prophecies. Yet fate is always fraught with uncertainties, much like the arrival of the evening star. Chapter 11. Do you like me? Hagrid was suspended from his duties until the next school term. When Harry and his friends visited him, they learned that the denunciation came from Vespera. 2 letters, one regarding Norbert, the other concerning the punishment for the Forbidden Forest incident. A heavy weight pressed upon the hearts of the trio, an indescribable sensation. Hagrid was their friend, and so was Vespera. The suspension arrived swiftly and unexpectedly, prompting Vespera to be summoned to Dumbledore's office once more. The denunciation letter lay conspicuously on the desk, and as she entered, she witnessed Fawkes immolating itself on its perch, transforming into a pile of ash. Please, take a seat, Miss Quinlan. Let us converse. The contents of the letters were identical. Do you not possess 2 identical ones? Dumbledore's desk was perpetually adorned with an array of sugary confections. Quinlan selected one. Finding it quite sweet, Hagrid has been suspended. I am aware. I anticipated it. It was only a matter of time. He truly needs to amend his ways. This suspension will benefit him. Dumbledore faltered, for Vespera spoke the truth. Hagrid was merely reckless, a good-natured soul. And I will handle the situation. Are you making excuses for him? Vespera clearly struggled to comprehend why a man heralded as the greatest wizard of the 20th century would defend a flawed adult with such feeble justifications. Kindness? Who isn't kind? You will undoubtedly address it, but not as swiftly as the Ministry of Magic. The girl's face bore unmistakable skepticism. Headmaster, you are quite peculiar. You are willing to excuse a man for his faults, but consistently suspect a child. Vespera scrutinized his every expression, pressing him further. Why? My eye color? My mixed heritage? Or perhaps the orphanage? Dumbledore's facade concealed well, yet she detected a fleeting, subtle shift. It seemed to be the latter too. Miss Quinlan, I believe our discussion must conclude here. Someone awaits you outside. From the ashes, the reborn Fawkes pranced onto the desk, causing a ruckus. Very well, Headmaster. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. Upon opening the door, she found Draco pacing back and forth. Are you here to see the Headmaster? No. I came to find you, Quinlan. He appeared freshly groomed. A crisp scent of green apples wafting from him, his golden hair tousled and flowing. They walked side by side, Draco exuding an air of hesitance. Vespera had to remind him. If you have yet to gather your thoughts, you may wait until next time to speak. They had reached their parting point. Ravenclaw was in the high tower, while Slytherin lay beneath the Black Lake. You mentioned last time that I was naive. Since the Forbidden Forest incident, I have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the Dark Lord. For perhaps the first time, Draco's account was clumsy and disjointed. Calm down, Draco. Yes. I need to remain calm, composed. His mind was muddled, echoing Vespera's words. Thus, she could only offer him solace. Orchids are in bloom. A bouquet of lilacs filled his embrace. Their fragrance a delicate shade of lavender, rich yet understated, imbued with a clarity that resonated deeply. You ought to inform your father about the events in the Forbidden Forest. If the Dark Lord returns, the traitorous Malfoy family will not fare well. You are correct. Draco hung his head, his entire face buried in lilacs. As he murmured about the kinship you mentioned, thus I. Certainly not. You are simply overwhelmed by fear. Moreover, your parents share no significant blood relation, rendering the premise invalid. The Malfoys cannot be so frightened. His voice diminished to a whisper, nearly inaudible to Vespera. It matters not. Draco may do as he wishes. Go to sleep, he affirmed, cradling the flowers as he made his way back to the dormitory. Vespera, too, felt the weight of exhaustion. Having burned the midnight oil with her studies the previous night, she was in dire need of rest. Yet, scarcely had she ascended 2 steps, when someone gently tugged at her sleeve. What is it now? I am not him. Apologies, Zabini. I thought. You brought him flowers. You delivered flowers to him, Quinlan. The intoxicated figure, with flushed cheeks and half-closed eyelids, appeared to have indulged in far too much drink. Vespera was instantly wide awake. She reached out to lift his face, locking eyes with him intently. Zabini, you harbor feelings for me. To be candid, this affection was rather perplexing. Vespera did not consider herself an exceptionally charming individual. It baffled her that someone who had only crossed paths with her twice could develop such an inclination. In fact, they had conversed but once. Zabini gazed at her with an infatuation that drew his waist closer to her embrace. His fingertips delicately grasped the hem of her robe, leaving no creases behind. The drunkenness was irksome, even if the scent of alcohol on him was somewhat pleasant, and despite his handsome visage. You do not like me. I have no Christmas gift. Nor flowers. Please return to the dormitory, shall you? Zabini. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol had rendered him emotional, for tears cascaded silently down his cheeks. Zabini. Zabini. He remained Zabini. This was the first time she had encountered someone so prone to tears. The orphans she knew had long since ceased such displays. Vespera refrained from any gestures of consolation, remaining silent, perhaps even indifferent, as he clung to her robe and leaned against her shoulder. The tears soon soaked her cloak. Yet she was unconcerned. Her proficiency in charms ensured that a simple restoration spell would rectify any damage. What are you two doing, Quinlan? Zabini. A voice, laced with confusion, interrupted them. As curfew approached, Percy and Gemma, adhering to their customary patrol, stumbled upon this curious pair, the consummate romantic duo of Hogwarts, the eccentric genius of Ravenclaw. Good evening. Head boy Weasley, head girl Farley. As you can observe, he is not in the best condition. Might I trouble you to escort him back to the dormitory? Percy and Gemma exchanged a knowing glance, each taking one of the pair as they diverged at a fork in the path. Generally, Percy did not concern himself with students from Gryffindor, but Gemma, being from Slytherin, naturally took it upon herself to assist. As they approached the dormitory, Gemma released her grip on Zabini. Stop pretending, Zabini. Your clothes reek of alcohol. She is utterly ignoring you. Zabini straightened his posture, his eyes regaining clarity, entirely unlike his previous demeanor. Pure blood. He entered the dormitory unceremoniously, his expression frosty, yet he turned and transformed back into the charming Zabini. Senior, it is none of your concern. I have no desire to hear your superfluous words. Shouldn't you be on your way? There are many responsibilities as head girl, and you ought to return to your patrol. Gemma glared at his departing figure, muttering a curse under her breath, deeming him a foolish wretch. If not for his striking appearance, what would he have to offer? A family that profited from their allure, mere leeches. What a romantic prince. Who knows how many suitors his mother has bestowed upon him. His alcohol-laden cloak was carelessly discarded beneath the bed as Zabini contemplated the remaining half-bottle of liquor on the windowsill, pondering whether he should indulge directly next time. It was so transparent, she saw right through it. It was vexing. She wished to peel away that calm facade to glimpse the truth within. Chapter 12. The Philosopher's Stone. Are you and he a couple? Despite Percy's fervent desire for an answer, he lacked the standing to inquire. The Ravenclaw dormitory was situated in the farthest tower, yet Percy felt it was still rather close. Too close, in fact, for his comfort, as he arrived unprepared. Thank you. Head boy Weasley. I have arrived. Regarding the Christmas gift, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Percy often encountered her on her way to her destination before she had fully memorized the route. However, their exchanges were typically muted, with little conversation. Percy was genuinely elated upon receiving the gift, even if the Weasleys had all received the same. Yet, he was still thrilled to find a card inscribed with Percy Ignatius Weasley, head boy. Merry Christmas. It was handwritten. The deep blue ink, still bearing the scent of the ink. The script was elegant, much like her. No need for thanks. I am pleased that you like it. Good. Today, they had shared 4 sentences, 2 more than usual, which brought Percy great joy. Christmas, gift, I very much like. Good. What good is good, Percy? You are utterly hopeless. So hopeless. Like her, then act on it. You walk together every day and utter such trivial phrases. Shy Percy. Percy felt a burning sensation at the collar of his robes, maintaining a serious demeanor as he departed. At times, he truly loathed his siblings, especially now. As the final exams approached, the anxiety among the young wizards became increasingly palpable. Potions class, in particular, filled them with dread, for Professor Snape graded with an iron fist. Rumor had it that last year he awarded over 20 PS, a dozen TS, and DS. Recently, in Potions class, the young wizards were on edge, fearful of inciting Professor Snape's scathing remarks, lest they be maliciously graded with TS in their final exams. However, the more anxious they became, the more prone to errors they were. Mr. Potter, I presume you've once again neglected to bring your dull-witted head to class today. Ms. Granger. How many times must I remind you that speaking without permission is unacceptable? Mr. Longbottom, is your hand being shaken by a troll-esque club? It trembles incessantly. Bang. If you employ that foolish explosive talent of yours once more, consider your chances of passing the final exam gone, Mr. Finnegan. The atmosphere in Potions class was typically chaotic, particularly with the presence of the Gryffindors. Snape, weary beyond measure, sought assistance in the form of a diligent student worker. Quinlan, commence your duties for today. Snape's office was situated underground, mirroring his own somber demeanor. Quinlan was frequently summoned to organize ingredients here, at no cost to her. She did not need to clean cauldrons. Draco would handle that. Eventually, she acquired a position grading essays, which offered lucrative compensation. Initially, it had been 1 galleon for first-year assignments, but now she graded for the entire year, resulting in a salary increase. Grading first-year assignments was not overly challenging. According to Professor Snape's standards, 80% of submissions would receive a S or below. The higher-year assignments posed a greater challenge, occasionally presenting novel ideas that required her to experiment thoroughly for confirmation. Mandrake Root X1, Streelers X1, Troll Snot X1. When stirring for the 3.5 turn, add 3g of bay leaf powder to extend the invisibility duration. Professor, may I have a word? Snape lifted his gaze from the mountain of potion tomes and beheld only the left half of Quinlan's body. What is it? A circus performance? A senior student suggested that adding bay leaf powder to the invisibility potion could extend its duration, so I thought I would try it. This was not Quinlan's first foray into such endeavors. Snape sometimes found her difficult to comprehend. Despite her mastery of theoretical knowledge, she still insisted on concocting erroneous potions. From the initial outbursts of anger to the current state of calm, no one truly comprehends the trials he has endured. Ah, here comes Draco, the one who cleans the cauldron. Goodness, he has fainted. Severus Snape, with remarkable foresight, swiftly transformed the spot where he collapsed into a pillow, showcasing his adeptness. After finishing the grading, Vespera too returned to her original self. As Draco succumbed to slumber, Snape escorted him back to the dormitory. On their way back, a faint reprimand reached her ears. Merlin's flowered trousers. Ron, you've stepped on my foot again. It felt all too familiar. Indeed, upon turning around, she beheld 2 disembodied arms holding a lantern, floating in the air. Sometimes, Vespera pondered whether the 3 of them believed everyone else to be fools. Hermione, Ron. Harry, perhaps you ought to retract your hands. The target is quite evident. Vespera, how did you know it was us 3? The trio unveiled themselves from beneath their cloak, their faces alight with joy. If Vespera were to join them, their chances would surely increase. Wear this, and it's best to remain silent. Avoid revealing your hands. My eyes and ears are functioning quite well, she remarked, sporting a polite smile. The 3 across from her exchanged awkward chuckles. We are going to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell will make his move tonight, Harry stated seriously. Are you certain it is him? Indeed. I followed him with the cloak to uncover why he sought to kill me during the Quidditch match. Harry's eyes widened, and his face contorted in disgust. Do you know what lies behind that turban? A face devoid of a nose. He calls that faceless being his master, promising to bring him more unicorn blood to drink. Ugh, it seemed he recalled some rather unpleasant imagery. What about Professor Dumbledore? Has he informed him? Ron exclaimed indignantly. Hermione interjected that Dumbledore had gone to London, and Vespera contemplated this thoughtfully. Vespera, come with us. With you, our chances of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone are greatly enhanced. I am of little importance. You must hurry. If Professor Dumbledore is absent from the school, then Quirrell is likely to succeed soon. The first-year Gryffindor warriors, upon hearing this, dashed towards the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone. Observing their unguarded departure, Vespera, who had initially planned to seek out Professor Flitwick, altered her course and leisurely followed behind them. In the theater constructed by Dumbledore, no one would notice an inconsequential supporting character. If he intended for Harry and the others to act as mantises, she would play the role of the unsuspecting sparrow to join in the excitement. The challenges presented themselves with remarkable ease, as if each task were meticulously tailored for the trio. The 3-headed dog that succumbed to sleep upon hearing music, the devil's snare that recoiled from light, the flying keys to be captured on a broomstick, Wizard's chess, and the mirror of Ariste. Ron and Hermione found themselves stalled at Wizard's chess. After a few chaotic exchanges with Quirrell, Harry ultimately triumphed, yet collapsed in exhaustion. Vespera effortlessly retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's right pocket. It appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary 3-dimensional diamond. Hagrid emerged from the burning house, cradling Harry. By the time he arrived, Vespera had already returned to her dormitory to rest. The commotion surrounding Harry and his friends was substantial, as Gryffindor students boisterously celebrated the triumphs of their savior. After the final exams, the students would depart from the school, and the House Cup represented the culmination of the year's festivities. Upon returning from London, Dumbledore would announce the scores of each house during the banquet, with the highest scorer claiming victory in this year's House Cup. Gryffindor, 312 points. Hufflepuff, 350 points. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Ravenclaw, 426 points. Slytherin, 472 points. Slytherin celebrated. Chapter 13, The House Cup. The atmosphere at Ravenclaw was rather subdued, as Vespera had relayed a few remarks prior to the banquet, and the Eagles keenly observed Dumbledore on stage. These were statements regarding the elevation of heroes. The Great Hall was adorned in the emerald green emblematic of Slytherin, and Professor Snape bore an almost imperceptible smile. This marked Slytherin's 8th consecutive House Cup victory, which brought a jubilant stir among the little snakes. The Gryffindor students appeared downcast. Dear students, quiet down. I wish to commend some of the Gryffindor students. They have exemplified the courage, determination, and valor of Gryffindor. Miss Hermione Granger, your wisdom and bravery have earned Gryffindor 50 points. Mr. Ron Weasley, your valiant self-sacrifice in Wizard's Chess has garnered Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Mr. Harry Potter, your courageous duel with Quirrell ultimately safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, earning Gryffindor 60 points. The scene fell eerily quiet, with Slytherin remaining uncharacteristically silent. The scores equalized, and Gryffindor cast expectant glances towards Dumbledore. Perhaps they might accrue a bit more. Hufflepuff was taken aback by this sudden influx of points, seemingly relegating them to 4th place. Ravenclaw students were as statues, save for Quirrell, who calmly sipped her tea. The Eagle House students were no fools. Much of the time, they dwelled in their own realm of knowledge. They were studious and learned, with knowledge granting them a deeper understanding of matters. Thus, Quirrell spoke truthfully. The little Eagles each pondered in their hearts the reasoning behind Dumbledore's actions. Was this truly a case of idolizing the savior? Lastly, Mr. Neville Longbottom, you bravely stood up for your house's honor by preventing your classmates from violating school rules. I wish to award you 10 points for your courage. Who? Ah. The cheers from Gryffindor echoed in the hall, feeling solitary and abrupt. The bewildered Hufflepuffs joined in their celebration. The decorations of the hall instantaneously transformed to Gryffindor's colors, while the tables on either side fell into a haunting silence. I declare that this year's House Cup belongs to. The voice resonated powerfully. Wait, the crowd searched for the source of the voice, which belonged to Ravenclaw. I believe this score is inflated. The student who had just set down the cup was Vespera Quinlan. Is that so, Miss Quinlan? I believe that no score is excessive for defeating Quirrell and protecting the Philosopher's Stone, replied Dumbledore, as the Hogwarts students regarded him with various thoughts. Quinlan boldly articulated her thoughts, disregarding him. If you wish to award Gryffindor points, that is certainly acceptable. However, you ought to have done so earlier rather than now, without allowing anyone to react, abruptly granting them the House Cup. It was rare for students to question teachers at Hogwarts, and even more so to question the headmaster. Astute students grasped the underlying implications of her words. Slytherin scrutinized the lofty headmaster with a sense of entitlement. Most of their parents were governors of the school. The Gryffindor students glared with fiery eyes, wishing they could incinerate Quirrell a million times over. Ravenclaw stifled their usual mocking demeanor, tranquil as stars gazing upon a tower. Hufflepuff, after a brief stir, endeavored to eat, their eyes darting between the 3 houses and the teachers. Any house aspiring to claim the House Cup should compete from an equal footing. Quirrell was indifferent to the tempest her words might incite. She wished to speak. And so she did. Other students, adhering to the rules, were precluded from participating. The challenges within the chamber seemed meticulously tailored for the trio. Headmaster, are you encouraging students to flout the rules? Even if it were a special case, the peril of infiltrating Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone is ever present. What, I ask, are you professors doing? The professors present were momentarily taken aback, with Hagrid particularly flustered, causing him to drop his plate onto the floor. Miss Quinlan, your words carry weight. The headmaster replied, his tone dismissive, yet his gaze ensnared by the disapproving stares of the faculty. Confronted by her head of house's admonishing gaze, Quinlan pressed on, I am certainly capable of that, even if it means expulsion. After all, aside from its magic, this place is hardly a haven. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room. Miss Granger had cast a petrification spell on her Gryffindor classmates, leading the trio to breach the prohibition against entering the corridor at the end of the 4th floor. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor, hardly excessive. Is it, Professor McGonagall? McGonagall, who had participated in the establishment of the challenges, naturally wished for her house to triumph in the House Cup. Yet, as a professor of Hogwarts, she bore the responsibility of her duties. Indeed, she conceded, and with her agreement, the scores of the 2 houses began to equalize slowly. An absurd situation unfolded at Hogwarts, where a tie in the House Cup was imminent. A voice from Hufflepuff called out, so whose House Cup is it then? Historically, there has never been a tie. There hasn't been in the past, But today we break new ground, Quinlan declared, as the entire hall transformed, divided by the resurgence of Slytherin's green. The invisible elf, Dolly, flicked her little pinky, completing her task before vanishing. Announce the results, Headmaster Dumbledore, she urged. Under the gaze of the assembly, Dumbledore began. Then let us congratulate this year's House Cup victors, Gryffindor and Slytherin. The grand hall erupted in scattered cheers, mostly from the Hufflepuff students. As the feast concluded, only 2 or 3 days remained before returning home. During these fleeting days, Quinlan found herself subjected to various petty tactics. A frequently occupied spot in the library was claimed by a note stating occupied, yet no one arrived to sit there until sunset. Water suddenly gushed from an unknown direction, heading straight for her head. The corridors were bustling with students who inadvertently collided with her, employing harmless but annoying tactics. Until the moment when the owl, Palin, in the shed was clipped, rendering it flightless. Good evening, fat lady. Dragon dung. The password was correct. Gryffindor students gathered in the common room, where Percy was discussing matters to remember for the return home. Hearing the door open, some were perplexed. Didn't Tiwi take attendance before? Everyone should be here. He was the first to spot Vespera. Vespera, what brings you here, and how do you know our password? Harry and his friends were subjected to fierce glares from some students, suspecting them of betrayal. The trio was equally bewildered. Quinlan approached Percy, carrying an owl cage, and released Palin, gently stroking its feathers while a smile played on her lips. Who did this? Most people were left confused. I'll give you 3 chances. Step forward. In an instant, a wand flared with light, and a sofa beside a student exploded. 1. Chapter 14. Keep your mouth shut if I haven't called for you. 2. The painting on the wall was torn, and the woman within screamed as she fled. Percy stood nearby, torn between words. As a prefect, he should have intervened. Yet at that moment, he found himself unwilling. Other Gryffindor students were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with terror. A first year, casting a silent spell, almost instantaneously. 3. No one stepped forward to take responsibility. Vespera regarded the sorting hat with contempt, deeming it a farce. Did such individuals truly deserve the Gryffindor motto and spirit? Cowardly, unwilling to admit their faults, and lacking in accountability. She surveyed the crowd, observing faces marked by hatred, confusion, or fear. She approached the sofa's remnants. Confronting the student who had crumpled to the ground in terror, Ellen Reed's son. Was it? Speak. Was this your own desire, or were you acting under orders? Should it be the latter, I may let you off lightly. But if it's the former, everything you have done will be returned to you. Her birch wand glided across the boy's cheek, effortlessly lifting his chin. The palpable fear was unmistakable. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. So, it was the former. Vespera flicked her wrist, and the severed leg of the sofa transformed into a sharp, exquisite dagger. The older students, sensing her resolve, attempted to intervene, but found themselves silenced by a mere glance from Quinlan. I can't, but you all can? Don't think I'm unaware of what the rest of you have done. Keep your mouth shut if I haven't called for you. Reed's son now regretted provoking her. He was merely enraged earlier. That morning, he had gone to the owl shed to send a letter and coincidentally witnessed Palin's return. His anger stemmed from the belief that the House Cup rightfully belonged to Gryffindor, deserving of a single house, while Slytherin, with their dark wizards, were unworthy. Don't move. This knife is swift, Vespera warned, her demeanor unfaltering. Without blinking, she sliced open his robes with precision, revealing pale flesh beneath. A thin, nearly invisible line of blood began to seep from the incision. It won't hurt much, but it will be quite bothersome. Reed's son barely had time to gasp before another cut grazed his front. When Professor McGonagall arrived at the Gryffindor dormitory, Reed's son's clothing was in tatters. Aside from his face, every exposed inch of skin had been expertly lacerated. The amount of blood was minimal, yet sufficient to induce horror. The third-year Reed's son was utterly petrified, his expression vacant. Miss Quinlan, did you do this? McGonagall could hardly believe her eyes, even as Quinlan clutched the bloody dagger. Indeed, Professor. He clipped my owl's feathers, rendering it unable to fly. I merely returned the favor. Upon hearing this, McGonagall, rife with doubt, turned to Percy, the head boy, for confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from him, she felt a mixture of compassion and disappointment. To think such actions were committed by one of her Gryffindor students. I apologize, Miss Quinlan. It is my failure for not guiding them properly. I do hope your owl can still fly and that its feathers will grow back. However, was this response not rather extreme? He will recover, Professor, Quinlan replied, her smile unwavering. I haven't killed you, have I, Reed's son? Hearing her address him, he looked up, trembling uncontrollably at the thought that she might indeed take his life. With no response forthcoming, Quinlan's smile faded, her tone turning cold. Head boy, I am inquiring of you. Yes, Professor. This is what I deserve, he stammered, desperate and incoherent, his eyes darting wildly as he repeated those words. Restore it all to its original state. Under Quinlan's wand, the sofa, the painting, the wall, everything she had damaged was effortlessly restored, including the 2 garments she had shredded. See, it has all returned to normal. Quinlan resumed her previous demeanor, quiet and impassive, casting a fleeting glance at several individuals in the room. Gryffindor, valor and courage. I truly cannot fathom the reasoning of the Sorting Hat. A cohort of duplicitous, foolish, and contemptible individuals dares to aspire to greatness? Such characters wish to claim the House Cup? Were it not for the new students, based on ordinary evaluations, you would perpetually reside at the bottom. Some, unable to contain their impatience, contemplated drawing their wands, only to be restrained by their companions. Quinlan observed all of this with keen eyes. Past transgressions shall not be held against you. Moving forward, I trust that Senior Reedson has already provided you with an exemplary demonstration. A polite bow, Professor McGonagall. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words. The damage she had inflicted had been rectified. Moreover, she was not a student of Gryffindor. She could only caution, Miss Quinlan, should such behavior persist, you may face expulsion. It matters not, even if expelled. I shall fare well. Do not concern yourself, Professor McGonagall. There are countless schools in this world. Hogwarts is not irreplaceable. As she departed with her owl, Professor McGonagall's eyes brimmed with worry. Percy, please escort Reedson to the hospital wing. All students who engaged in the antics Miss Quinlan described stepped forward. No one moved, and her disappointment deepened. Do not make me repeat myself. The headmaster's fury was overwhelming, and one by one, students stepped forward, approximately 1/3 of whom were 3rd years. Headmaster, the House Cup, silence. All of you will be confined for 3 months following the start of term. At that moment, she acutely felt the magnitude of her pedagogical shortcomings. Dumbledore had arrived long ago, his invisibility cloak allowing him to observe this incident born from long-standing disparities in education since Quinlan entered. As so many students stepped forward, a multitude of fragmented memories flickered through the old man's mind. He finally resigned himself to the bitter truth. His educational endeavors had been a complete failure. Miss Quinlan. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. Apart from their initial encounter, their conversations had never been particularly amicable or smooth. Concealing and revealing, probing and testing. Miss Quinlan, you are aware that the Philosopher's Stone is perilous. The servant of the Dark Lord has been searching for it, and Nicholas Flamel requires it as well. That wizard who has lived for 665 years? After contemplation, Quinlan retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from the pocket of her robe, which she had sewn herself. Send me as well. I trust that the esteemed headmaster would not deny a diligent student's request. You, too, wish to pursue immortality? Dumbledore inquired uncertainly. Quinlan did not strike him as that type of person. Most of the time, she resembled a piece of wood, devoid of desires. No, I merely wish to observe those who seek immortality. Very well, I shall take you there in a week. The headmaster appeared to have much more to say, but Quinlan, uninterested in listening, expressed her gratitude and took her leave. Her belongings remained unpacked. The Hogwarts Express departed punctually the following day, with Quinlan walking through the carriages. Passing Gryffindor students recoiled from her, as if she were a serpent. Soon, students from other houses became aware of the events from the previous night. Fierce Miss Ravenclaw, have you found a seat? You may sit with us. There's an empty spot. Percy would be quite welcoming. Fred and I would be as well. Undeterred by being preempted, Zabini approached with grace. Good morning, Quinlan. There's also space in our compartment with Draco. Ah, the left door swung open from within. Hermione, gathering her courage, invited, Vespera, we have space here as well, if you would like. Chapter 15, The Wu Welfare Institute. Adhering to the principle of proximity. Quinlan thanked Zabini and George. Despite being turned down, Zabini smiled gracefully, his eyes casting a humorless glance as they traversed the carriage. Many others were also restlessly scheming. Not just them. Quite bothersome. George and Fred appeared to be in good spirits. Ron was also present in the compartment. The Weasley family had achieved a resounding victory. The 4 of them fell into a silence, unsure of what to say. Blame Vespera? Certainly not. Everything she said regarding the House Cup and the common room was correct. The 3 had indeed violated the rules and harmed Neville. Yet, in the end, they still secured the House Cup. As for Reedson, he had brought this upon himself. Harry believed that if someone had clipped Hedwig's feathers, he would react fiercely. Ultimately, it was Ron who broke the silence. Vespera, how do you plan to spend the holiday? Assisting Madam Headmistress Dora with sponsorship, I suppose. The headmistress? The 3 queried in unison, puzzled. Vespera explained, well, I reside at Wu Orphanage in London. It's likely the orphanage has undergone renovations recently. If you're inclined, you could come visit. A friendly sponsorship would be even better. The 3 had not anticipated that she lived in an orphanage, and they bowed their heads in guilt. Ron awkwardly smiled. wishing he could fill his mouth with Merlin's spit rag. I'm sorry. It's all right. I truly enjoy life at the orphanage. It is not an embarrassing matter. Many children are abandoned in London, and I consider myself fortunate. Harry felt even more sorrowful, as he, in a sense, was also an abandoned child, albeit passively. I'm serious. If you wish, you can come visit. Our orphanage has excellent conditions. I believe it's the best in London. I will definitely go. Me too. Me too. Then the four resumed their eating, drinking, and napping, as they had not slept well the previous night. Vespera had made several trips to the library to return and borrow books, while Hermione and the others were still shaken from last night's bloody incident. At the familiar King's Cross station in London, the young wizards bid farewell to one another as they rushed towards their parents. Vespera had many acquaintances, but even more unfamiliar faces. Yet they all came to bid her farewell, a scattering of about 30. Draco, not Zabini, the Weasleys, classmates from Ravenclaw, and even a few from Hufflepuff, along with some Gryffindors who secretly waved to her. After the commotion, only Harry and she remained, two unaccompanied children. Aren't you going home? Vespera asked as she pushed a pile of luggage. I'm not particularly keen on returning to the Dursleys. Oh, it was not the anticipated response, yet it seemed reasonable. Harry continued, May I come to your place? Vespera agreed, stating that the orphanage had many beds. Having Harry there would be no issue. Sure, but you should write a letter to your uncle first. Even if you don't want to, it's necessary. Shortly after, Hedwig took flight with the letter in her beak, and Perenelle enviously flapped her wings. The two children exited the station, hailed a taxi, and soon arrived at the orphanage. It's Para returning. A boy squatting at the gate spotted the taxi from afar and rushed to deliver the news. When she got out, a swarm of children rushed up to her, among them a few unfamiliar faces. Oh, you've finally returned. That train of yours was exceedingly slow. The food is almost cold, the headmistress remarked from behind, seemingly in complaint. Ladies and gentlemen, please assist your sister with her luggage. This young man is. He is my classmate, visiting during the holidays. Good day, Madam Headmistress. My name is Harry Potter. Harry was somewhat shy, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of envy. Welcome, Mr. Potter. The children each carried their own luggage, with 2 bags shared between every pair. Eagerly lifting their belongings as they chattered excitedly. Welcome, welcome. I've learned so much new knowledge at the church this year, one child exclaimed. I'll tell you all about it later. Harry, would you like some candy? And you too, Perla. The child was unfamiliar to Perla, who affectionately stroked the girl's hair, asking, Thank you. What is your name? Harry took the candy with a mix of surprise and trepidation. Tasha Ailey. During dinner, amidst the children's lively exchanges of facts, Vespera learned of the changes that had transpired at the orphanage during her absence. Thanks to the sponsorship from the Quinlan School, the orphanage's facilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. 2 months later, she ran for election and became the head of the Women and Children Protection Association in the area. The orphanage was now renamed the Wu Welfare Institute. After years of effort alongside Father Zoe, the government finally consented to a collaboration between the Welfare Institute and the church, allowing for fundraising to establish a school for eligible orphans. The tuition would be jointly covered by the church and surrounding welfare institutions, with the government recruiting teachers from various sectors. As Harry walked through the honor corridor of the Welfare Institute, he marveled at the transition from black and white photographs to vibrant color images, reflecting the joyful evolution of the orphanage from a place devoid of smiles to one filled with laughter. Amazing, Perlin. Though you cannot fly, you are a remarkable mouse catcher, he exclaimed. It was almost unimaginable to fathom the hardships endured along the way. The honor wall showcased the children's various achievements: bread-making contests, writing competitions, fashion design contests, and running races. Every participant, regardless of whether they won or not, had their contributions meticulously framed. Here, love was abundant. In truth, one could almost consider this a school in a certain sense. Harry felt a pang of envy. He truly understood why Vespera said it didn't matter if she left Hogwarts. A few days later, while playing in the mud behind the Welfare Institute with his newfound friends, Harry was surprised to see Dumbledore arrive to take Vespera away. Harry, Headmaster Dumbledore? Chapter 16, The Immortal. In a long-fallen kingdom, a poet once mused, 8 steeds traverse 30,000 miles each day. Why does King Mu not return? The desires for immortality, cherished by rulers in the distant East, seemed insatiable. Harry wished to remain at the Welfare Institute until school began, but he received a letter from Uncle Dursley demanding his immediate return. His wishes were thwarted. He was unsure where Vespera and Dumbledore had gone, but he thought he heard the use of a portkey, suggesting they had ventured far away. In the French Alps, nestled at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, rested a tranquil dwelling. Before it lay a vast field of flowers, meticulously tended by its owner. Sunlight cascaded generously upon the vibrant blossoms, far removed from the clamor of the world. Quinlan pondered what could possibly compel someone to seek immortality in such a serene place, devoid of worldly power, wealth, or status. Was it fear of death or lingering regrets? Good morning, old friend. Oh, Albus, you've come. The elder who opened the door was strikingly pale. Quinlan could hardly find a more precise description. From his hair and complexion to his attire, he resembled a statue, even his pupils a stark white. He appeared frail. Each step toward his office measured at 20 meters, accompanied by tremors. His skeletal fingers, akin to white-painted twigs, clutched the magical stone that promised him extended life. His grayish eyes sparkled with an unsettling, frenzied light. Somewhere, but it matters not. Nicholas, has your guest arrived? In walked an elderly lady with a braid reminiscent of a scorpion's tail, carrying a basket filled with freshly picked golden daisies. Her condition was equally poor. It seemed she had lost much of her sight. Nicholas hurried to her side, guiding her to a chair at the dining table and carefully pouring her a glass of water. Vespera surveyed Nicholas Flamel's office, where bookshelves soared from floor to ceiling. Cauldrons bubbled incessantly, and numerous manuscripts lay scattered about, their handwriting chaotic. Quinlan glanced at a page depicting the likeness of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing gold and granting immortality. She found herself absorbed in the exquisite theories of potion making while occasionally glancing at the elderly figures at the table. Although she could not hear their conversation, likely obscured by a confundus charm, the expressions on Nicholas and his wife's faces suggested the dialogue was far from smooth. When she finally resurfaced from her reverie regarding the elixir of life, the three elders were already partaking in their dinner. Though Madame Perronel's eyesight had waned, her hearing remained sharp. She noticed Quinlan's movements. The two elderly men relished their meal, completely ignoring her presence. Miss Quinlan, come join us for dinner, Perronel beckoned. As soon as she sat down, Nicholas Flamel inquired without lifting his gaze, how fares my elixir of immortality? The elder was evidently pleased with his remarkable creation, eagerly awaiting praise from a younger generation. The theory was sound, without flaw. Quinlan savored a piece of beef, tender and flavorful, a testament to Madame Perronel's culinary prowess. However, judging by your results, the effect is dismal. A failure, unworthy of the name elixir of immortality. Dumbledore was aware that Quinlan had made some startling remarks at Hogwarts. But seeing was believing. He regretted bringing her here, having previously convinced the Flamel couple to abandon the pursuit of the elixir. Now, he found it difficult to ensure that Nicholas would not reignite his ambition to research immortality due to Quinlan's words. And research demanded time. To Dumbledore's surprise, Nicholas did not dispute her claims, remaining silent for a lengthy moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, how could I consider myself immortal? I merely have yet to die. Dumbledore sensed the atmosphere around Nicholas brighten with this laughter. Simultaneously, he felt a premonition that his old friend was nearing the end of his journey. That night, atop the snow-covered mountains, the full moon hung high. Quinlan lay among the wildflowers and grasses outside, gazing up at the pristine crescent moon. You wish to see me? Nicholas had donned a thick cloak, his voice gravelly and worn by the passage of time. Quinlan remained silent, and the elder seemed unconcerned. Dumbledore said you longed to see me. Such a young age, and yet you desire immortality? What compels one to seek everlasting life? As the night deepened, the air grew heavy with moisture, and a gentle breeze swept through the mountainous base. Why, I can hardly recall. It has been so long. Perhaps it began with a desire for wealth, to amass great riches. Eventually, I simply wished to live longer, to spend more time with Perronel. The wind was mild but sufficient to stir the dense clouds, obscuring the moon. Quinlan's years of experience told her that rain was imminent, and the moon would soon vanish from sight. Let us depart. The elderly ought to retire early. She rose without a trace of reluctance, brushing off the grass and petals that clung to her. You, my dear child, embody the demeanor of an elderly soul. What is it? Do you not wish to live a little longer? Quinlan did not respond immediately. Instead, she spoke just before Nicole May closed the bedroom door. If it were within my power, I would choose death at once. Yet, she had already made that choice. The couple, having lived for over 6 centuries, opted to confront their inevitable demise with equanimity, perhaps on a seemingly ordinary day in the future, embraced by a sweet slumber. When the Grim Reaper would come to claim the sorcerer who had stolen time, the 3 elders planned to destroy the magical stone, thwarting the covetous desires of the mysterious individual and others. Quinlan, of course, was not deemed worthy to partake in such a significant endeavor. Yet she did not believe the magical stone would be destroyed at this moment. Even in frailty, there are those who cling to life. Mr. Nicomere was a great potion master. The world needed him to linger a little longer. Upon returning to the orphanage, she resumed her life there. The matron had purchased 2 bicycles and mailbags for the children's outings. With approximately 2 months of summer vacation remaining, Quinlan pedaled through the suburbs of London. As she rode more frequently, it seemed that one night she became lightheaded and glimpsed a fleeting vision of a flying bicycle. The green mailbag brimmed with heartfelt letters from lovers. The entire city of London was steeped in an atmosphere of love, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the dark-haired girl on the bicycle. Clean and beautiful, her ebony curls, swaying in the breeze, left behind a trace of sweet fragrance. Within the carefully sealed envelopes flowed words of affection in deep green ink. If one were willing, the voice akin to an ancient spring would tenderly convey its sentiments. Upon finishing the letters, the moment their gazes met, love transcended mountains and rivers. The London newspaper reported this news, interviewing couples who had married through letters, expressing their profound gratitude to Miss Quinlan. Upon learning of her background, they generously donated considerable sums to the orphanage. In recognition of Quinlan's contributions to marriage within the city, the London government awarded her a substantial grant. The issue of Quinlan's tuition for this year was thus perfectly resolved. The funds for the school jointly operated by the orphanage and the church were secured and would soon be put into operation. People from all walks of life, motivated by the newspaper and the government, eagerly participated in the establishment of the teaching staff. On a rainy day, an owl from Hogwarts delivered the notice of the new term. The following day, shrouded in drizzle, Quinlan raised her wand, summoned the night bus, and set off alone to Diagon Alley to purchase her second-year textbooks. "Look who we have here," exclaimed Miss Ravenclaw aboard the night bus. "Miss Quinlan. Wishing you a Merry Christmas, Percy. Aren't you going to greet her?" The Weasley twins nudged their older brother forward, maneuvering through the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley to bring him before Vespera. "Good morning, Quinlan," Vespera greeted. Percy, awkwardly nudged by his brothers, stumbled through his response. "Good morning, Head Boy Weasley." A flicker of joy crossed Quinlan's face at the absence of any objection to her calling Vespera by her name, though she still referred to him as Head Boy Weasley. The twins exchanged exasperated glances, compelled to assist their hapless brother who was solely focused on earning points. George jovially squeezed his brother's neck. "How formal. Head Boy Weasley always escorts you back to the dormitory." "Beautiful Miss Ravenclaw, clever Miss Quinlan," Fred chimed in, producing a rose from seemingly nowhere and presenting it to her. In unison, they declared. The vibrant rose transforms into a fluttering white dove. "Your Head Boy Weasley wishes you to call him Percy." "Well then, good morning, Head Boy Percy." "Good morning, Vespera." Percy mused, realizing that it was not only the dove that took flight, but also his heart. George, having fulfilled his brotherly duty, unceremoniously shoved Percy aside. "And what about us?" "Good morning, Weasley brothers," Quinlan replied. In this world, there are always those who care for a simple greeting. She had no qualms about saying it multiple times. After composing himself, Percy gently pushed aside his brothers. "Apologies, Vespera, they are merely playing around." "Did you come alone?" He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Vespera's parents. "It's all right, I understand." "Then join us. My brother Ron is also purchasing second-year textbooks. Do you have anything else to buy?" The two companions departed, engaging in light-hearted conversation as the twins remained behind, pondering her greeting. "Do you think she has moved on?" "I don't know. It seems, perhaps, she hasn't at all." The two boys hung their heads in disappointment. "We didn't sense anything." The leaky cauldron was bustling with excitement, as a renowned and dashing author hosted a book launch within. Coincidentally, the second-year textbook on dark magic was penned by that very author. Vespera and Percy waited in a long queue, finally purchasing their books just before being squished into oblivion. "Look who it is. The boy who lived, Harry Potter. You're a fan too, aren't you? Come over." Two remarkable wizards, both having faced life and death, were meeting on this momentous day, worthy of a photograph. Indeed, it was a day to remember, as Percy's father and Draco's parents became embroiled in a quarrel for reasons unknown, reportedly due to old grievances. Once again, it was September 1st. The Hogwarts Express would depart punctually from Platform 9 at King's Cross Station in London. Tasha had fallen ill, likely succumbing to a high fever just as dawn broke through the fog. The matron was absent from the orphanage, having attended a crucial meeting the day prior regarding the orphanage's future development. Quinlan, carrying a child half her height, navigated through the dimly lit streets to the hospital's emergency room. Fortunately, the attending physician was a familiar face, and she managed to cut the queue, ensuring Tasha received prompt treatment. The doctor revealed that Tasha had been in frail health, had Quinlan not discovered her condition or acted as swiftly. Or had another doctor been on duty, Tasha might have perished. The girl remained slumbering in her hospital chair until the first light of dawn broke her fever. "Sister Pela, you're awake. Once you finish your 4, I'll carry you home." "All right," Tasha cried, and Quinlan did not inquire as to why. People often needed to express their emotions through tears. A child so small struggled to bear the weight of parental abandonment. Upon returning to the orphanage, the ailing Tasha received all the attention. After a few words, Vespera departed, wheeling her luggage away. The last time Quinlan Lawn visited Diagon Alley, she had purchased growth potions for Perlin, who could now soar through the skies once more. Perlin, if all goes well, we should still be able to make it. However, a car had collided with the carriage, leading to a protracted dispute among the owners over whose fault it was. An unfortunate incident indeed. What a coincidence. You two are late as well. Standing at the station platform were two frantic young men, Harry and Ron. Vespera. It's hard to believe that a Ravenclaw student is also late. Even later than us. What should we do? If we cannot catch the Hogwarts Express, we shall not commence our studies this year. Harry was exceedingly anxious. The recent series of strange and unfortunate events had been overwhelming. It all began with the peculiar little elf's appearance, which had become a source of incessant annoyance. What to do? Ron lamented. If he were unable to begin the term due to tardiness, his gentle mother would undoubtedly flay him alive. Suddenly, Ron had a revelation. We could drive there. Drive? A blue Ford? Quinlan also connected the dots. How do you know? The Ravenclaw folk are truly frightening, knowing even the make and color of his family's car. Did he mention it? No, he did not. Oh dear, if anyone else witnesses him and George and Fred flying off to fetch Harry, they would surely face the ministry's wrath. His father could be reprimanded, or even dismissed. His mother would certainly have him fed to the goblins at the door. Please, do not speak of it. Yes, I saw it. That day I thought I was just seeing things from exhaustion. She mentioned that she had probably cycled about 80 kilometers that day. Just 80? How could she possibly be tired? Calm down. I reject your flying car plan. Quinlan released Perlin from the cage and retrieved paper and pen. I can see perfectly well delivering letters at midnight. The likelihood of being discovered in broad daylight is only greater. Harry nodded, while Ron vigorously shook his head in agreement. Yes, you are right. So what shall we do now? The Hogwarts Express has already departed. We shall not catch it. Quinlan flattened the paper on the ground and began to write. In no time, elegant cursive flowed gracefully across the page. She signed her name in the lower right corner and instructed, "Come, inscribe your names." The boys complied, and Quinlan produced an envelope to contain the letters. Duplicates. 6 copies, addressed appropriately. Done. Harry, release your Hedwig as well. Perlin, you will deliver these 3 letters to Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Caretaker Filch. Hedwig, you will take the remaining ones to Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Sprout. Remember, swift, very swift. The owls departed with the letters. All done. Quinlan gathered her belongings and picked up a discarded newspaper. Now, let us wait for someone to collect us. Skillfully, she reclined on the platform bench, covering her face, and fell asleep. Harry and Ron stared, astonished. How could she be so unperturbed? She fell asleep in an instant. However, they had exhausted their options, hoping that Hedwig and Perlin could fly faster than the express. Thus, they too picked up a newspaper and, beside Quinlan, seated themselves on the ground and drifted off to sleep. Boom, boom. Harry, did I hear Hagrid's voice? Harry groggily opened his eyes, blinded by the headlights of a motorcycle, feeling his vision deteriorate once more. It truly was Hagrid. Chapter 18. The Unsettling Campus Life. The new defense against the dark arts teacher is quite handsome, yet possesses little else of merit. Quinlan had never encountered such an irresponsible instructor, whose teaching quality was decidedly lacking. The pop quiz bore no relevance to dark magic. Instead, he inquired about the color of the woolen hat he wore during his escape from the Yule Ball. Who cares about the year his flying broom was manufactured during his flight from the trolls of the Forbidden Forest? She had assumed that the requirement to use his published works as textbooks was merely a sales tactic. Little did she know it was genuinely for instruction. Fortunately, she had narrated those tales as bedtime stories to the children at the orphanage several times. Thus she could manage the in-class assessment. Ah, help. Hee, run. Quinlan intercepted a hurried Draco as she passed a classroom. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Why are you all rushing out? Hey, Vespera. This was their first conversation since the beginning of term, and Draco appeared quite pleased, though he himself was unsure of the reason for his joy. The new defense against the dark arts teacher. What was his name again? Gilderoy Lockhart, Crabbe chimed in. Yes, that's him. It is unfathomable that he released a horde of unruly Cornish pixies in class. Such a useless individual as a teacher, he would write to his father, urging the Board of Governors to dismiss him. He looked at Lockhart with evident disdain, then turned to Goyle, grinning. By the way, it was hilarious. Did you two see? That long bottom was hung from the chandelier by 2 pixies. Ha. Hey, where are you going? Draco grasped Quinlan's wrist, blinking in confusion and shaking his head inexplicably. Didn't you have no classes this morning? Quinlan turned, her gaze sweeping from head to toe, then locked eyes with him. How do you know I have no classes this morning? Ha. Goyle's girlfriend mentioned it, right, Vincent? He awkwardly sought a ridiculous excuse. Well, I'm going to check if Professor Lockhart is inside. I must take my leave. Following his earlier faux pas, Draco dared not detain her any longer. His father was right. The more one spoke, the more one aired. Oh, by the way, your natural blonde hair is quite beautiful without gel. Draco was taken aback. Though he desired her attention, such a compliment was rather blunt. She said I was beautiful. Did you all hear that? The robust Vincent and Goyle exchanged knowing glances. No, she said your hair was beautiful. Yes, Draco, you misheard. I heard it too. And since when did I have a girlfriend? Draco furrowed his brow, filled with skepticism. Really? I wasn't aware you all had such keen hearing. He raised his hand, entranced as he touched his hair by his ear. Isn't his hair his own? Quinlan had never praised another's hair. Clearly, she was complimenting herself. He must write to his mother immediately. So, it turns out one can be praised for not using hair gel. By the way, Haven T told her I made the Slytherin Quidditch team. The classroom was quite chaotic. Hermione had immobilized all the pixies in midair, while the three of them and the teacher lowered Neville back to the ground. Woe is me, why am I so unfortunate? The Mandrakes are my fault. The Cornish pixies are my fault, too. Don't be disheartened, Neville. Perhaps today is unlucky, but tomorrow will be better. Harry and the others consoled him. While Professor Lockhart appeared somewhat awkward, Quinlan did not linger. She merely came to take a look and snap a photo for evidence. The camera was borrowed from a first-year Gryffindor student, apparently named Colin. This photograph would accompany the report, and by dinner at the latest, it would be resting on the desk of the Ministry of Magic. Frankly, the campus life at Hogwarts is exceedingly tumultuous. At times, Quinlan felt as if she were not attending school, but rather auditioning for some sort of adventure preparatory selection. Hello, are you Vespera Quinlan from Ravenclaw? Dark brown hair, gray-brown eyes, dressed in Hufflepuff robes, like the sun in winter or the warmth of dry pine burning in the hearth. The aroma of soft wheat bread wafting from the kitchen. My apologies, I am Cedric Diggory, a fourth-year Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout mentioned that you achieved top marks last term, and I would like to invite you to join the study club. Not far behind him, a multitude of small badgers and eagles were discreetly concealed. Quinlan glanced over, quickly retreating behind a pillar or flower bed. My apologies, Senior Diggory, but I am not considering joining the club at this time. Perhaps Cedric's expression of disappointment was too palpable. Quinlan did not express her refusal as definitively. However, I spend most of my time in the library, so if you require any assistance, feel free to find me there. The two exchanged polite smiles before Quinlan turned to leave. A cluster of mischievous little badgers and eagles rushed forth. So, Cedric, were you successful? Wow, her eyes are truly captivating, a mesmerizing shade of purple. She must have seen me, right? Right? It's us. Oh, you two look so good together, especially when you gaze into each other's eyes. It feels as if the air around you turns pink. Did you succeed, Senior Diggory? A first-year eagle blinked expectantly, while the other club members fell silent, awaiting the outcome. Cedric finally found the opportunity to interject, though his expression carried a hint of resignation. She declined. Oh, Merlin S. Purple, tattered stockings. How could this happen? Even Cedric has failed. Goodness, I joined the study club solely after casting a glance at Senior Diggory. Quinlan is truly remarkable. I adore her even more. Could it be that Cedric didn't wash his face today, diminishing his radiance? Mused a third-year Hufflepuff, stroking his chin like Sherlock Holmes. I did wash my face today. Wait, no, that's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with whether I washed or not. I did wash my face. Or did I? Cedric found himself grasping for excuses as he hurriedly excused himself. Professor Sprout is looking for me. I must be off. Huh, didn't the professor just finish class? What does she want with you? Helra, wait for me. It was her roommate, Catherine, who was holding two red banners adorned with golden letters spelling out Gryffindor. Where are you off to? Come watch the Gryffindor Quidditch practice with me. Oh dear roommate, you spend your days shuttling between the library, classrooms, dining hall, and dormitory. Striving for top grades, it's exhausting. Quinlan had little interest in the match, yet found herself intrigued by Catherine's banners. Is this a support banner? Wow, you know about this. I specially ordered it from the Muggle world at a high price. Catherine beamed with pride. I spent a full 10 galleons on it. What? 10 galleons? Just for this one? Yes, just for this one. I am the only one in all of Hogwarts to have it. Ha ha ha. I shall dazzle the entire school. That Gryffindor captain will surely come asking where I bought it. 10 galleons for one. That's more economical than having Professor Snape grade essays. For now, Catherine was the sole owner, presenting a golden opportunity, an undeniable business venture. Catherine, would you like to earn some money? Quinlan grasped Catherine's hand, pulling it toward their chests. A lot of money. A lot. Catherine's sudden excitement left her momentarily speechless. Quinlan was rarely so animated. Yes, a great deal. What must I do? Catherine inquired, recalling her father's adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. You invest the money. Quinlan elaborated on how to profit from the banners. And Catherine's happiness grew with each explanation, envisioning herself nestled within a pile of galleons. All right, I'll invest 30 galleons. With funds secured, Quinlan bid her farewell to seek assistance. She soon found the two Weasley brothers confined in Filch's office. Want to make some money? George and Fred appeared to have anticipated her arrival. Oh, clever Ravenclaw, miss. We have been waiting for you. If one were to overlook their fidgeting hands as they tidied Filch's bookshelf, accompanied by the watchful eye of Mrs. Norris, they appeared quite conspiratorial. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Of course we'll do it. Who would refuse the allure of profit? The process of crafting the banners was remarkably simple. 4 colors of fabric, inscribed with the names of each house. Will this truly work? George nearly clipped his brother's finger with the scissors. Hey, George, focus. The craftsmanship, while uncomplicated, exuded elegance. Rest assured, people will buy them. Quinlan dipped a mop into the ink, deftly mimicking calligraphy upon the banner. George and Fred were optimistic about this entrepreneurial endeavor, knowing that in business, quality is paramount, while marketing provides the nourishment. They envisioned their future toy shop thriving on such principles, high quality. All right, let us get to work. My 8- and 9-year-old siblings could finish faster than you two. Within a few exchanges, Quinlan had completed the lettering on the fabric they had cut. Once we finish the banners, we must also create these glow sticks. Sure thing, Miss Ruthless Ravenclaw boss. The Weasleys saluted her. Quinlan felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that what she fed them was not necessarily delectable sustenance. The trio toiled diligently, soon producing over 5,000 pieces of support merchandise. The center of the room of requirement was piled high with colorful mounds. Merlin's purple lace panties. Fred, my hands are done for, George lamented, lifting his hands swollen like a roasted pig's trotters. Fred grinned slyly. Oh, my dear brother George, I am still quite capable. My beloved brother. I was merely jesting. I am still very much operational. As Quinlan entered, she overheard the brothers proclaiming their prowess. How capable are you? Oh, not capable anymore. They instantly recalled the previous night's exhausting endeavor. Enough banter. Let us move these out. It's time to reap the rewards. Fully aware they were students and not beasts of burden, she had brought along a small cart. Upon seeing the cart, the brothers' eyes sparkled, and they jumped up in applause. Fantastic. Kind-hearted Quinlan boss. Come one, come all. Step right up and behold the exclusive Hogwarts Quidditch support banners. Want your team to shine the brightest on the field? Wish to catch the attention of your admired players in the crowd? Yearn to cheer for your house with fervor and conquer the audience? Purchase your exclusive support banner and dazzling glow sticks to become the center of attention. You won't regret it. Only 10 galleons, not 9. George vigorously waved a red glow stick. Is it 8 galleons? No. Fred brandished a banner belonging to Gryffindor, roaring, Gryffindor. Is it 7 galleons? No. 1 banner, 2 glow sticks, only 1 galleon. Just 1 galleon. Catherine, along with her friends, rushed toward the sound of the sales pitch. What? Only 1 galleon? I just spent 10 galleons in the Muggle world yesterday. This is absurdly cheap. I'll take 10 Ravenclaw banners. Catherine handed Quinlan 10 galleons in front of the crowd. In a discreet, playful manner, she winked at her. George and Fred instantly exchanged their merchandise for Ravenclaw items. Let us congratulate the esteemed Miss Catherine Palmer for contributing 10 points to Ravenclaw House. With a flourish of his wand, Quinlan conjured a burst of blue fireworks above the stall, and amidst the dazzling display, the words Ravenclaw, victory, emerged triumphantly. This sale promised that the house with the most points would be awarded the coveted trophy, presented by none other than the greatest white wizard of this century, Headmaster Dumbledore. In the upcoming semester, Ravenclaw, with its soaring eagles, would dominate the skies. Who could rival their prowess? George and Fred, quick to catch the excitement, began to chant, Ravenclaw, victory. The crowd, upon hearing of the headmaster's trophy, surged forward eagerly, clamoring, give me one, give me one. Gryffindor is the true champion, give me 10. The commotion attracted 2 teams preparing to head to the Quidditch training grounds nearby. Draco, no matter how much money you have, even if you all switch to Nimbus 2000s, you still can't defeat Gryffindor, Ron retorted, unable to tolerate his arrogant demeanor, thinking, what's the big deal about a bit of money? St. Potter, I am wealthy. I have riches, my father is wealthy, and my grandfather was wealthy too, Draco boasted. Just then, Hermione stepped forward, poised to point out that he had bought his way onto the Quidditch team, but was quickly swept away by a throng of badgers clamoring for Quinlan's stall. Vespera? George? Fred? What are you doing? Hermione inquired. Huh. Hermione, what did you say? All right, you want 4, right? Hufflepuff gets 4 points. The trio was too engrossed in their work to hear her, busy promoting Cedric, declaring, support Cedric, get his banner, let him become more captivating than his handsome face. Quinlan deftly handled transactions, even adjusting the point rankings as he went. Gryffindor was currently in the lead. Limited quantity, today only, today only. What? Gryffindor first. I, Malfoy, will not stand for this, he exclaimed. How many are left? I want them all. A hush fell, the weight of wealth silencing dissent. Quinlan beamed a radiant, charming smile, personally parting the crowd to usher Draco to the front of the stall. Handsome young Malfoy, there are only 2,000 sets remaining. Are you sure you want them all? I guarantee that purchasing these will make Slytherin the star of this year's support. We will transform these 2,000 sets into Slytherin style. During the Quidditch matches, we will distribute them to rally for Slytherin's victory. George and Fred quickly donned Slytherin attire, chanting, Slytherin, reigning supreme, commanding the winds. Victory! Victory! Draco, of course, could not resist. Yes, I want them all. Wait, I want the rest too. I'll pay double. Harry, rushing from a distance, adjusted his glasses and stretched out his arm. What? Double? A gasp rippled through the crowd, and the Weasley twins immediately donned Gryffindor banners, unleashing a roar. Gryffindor. Quinlan, however, was not keen on allowing such an occurrence. Apologies, Mr. Potter. You have arrived too late. The remainder has already been purchased by Slytherin's Malfoy. For those who did not manage to buy, fret not. Same time next year, we shall be here again. Let us witness the birth of the next support cup. Though George and Fred were somewhat disheartened by the lost double galleons, they dutifully reverted to Slytherin merchandise. This sale concludes here. Let us congratulate Draco Malfoy. Congratulations to the inaugural support cup winner. The skies over Hogwarts erupted in a display of green fireworks, resplendent and breathtaking. Slytherin. Chapter 20. The Chamber. Before the entire school, Draco basked in the limelight, his immense wealth shining brightly. Quinlan's business flourished spectacularly. Young wizards eagerly anticipated next year's Quidditch matches, with some already placing deposits. Keenly aware of the market trends, after deducting the initial investment costs, the four of them netted a profit of 5,432 galleons. Merlin's gold mine. This is simply too much, Quinlan exclaimed. Thank you, Pella. This was the first time Catherine had earned her first pot of gold through her unique insight, amounting to 1,000 galleons. I must say, Ravenclaw owner, you are a commercial genius. The Weasley family has never had this much money. Between them, they had amassed 2,000 galleons. What incredible wealth. Quinlan pocketed her share of 1,000, reserving the rest as startup capital for next year. The collaboration of the four concluded successfully this year. Dear Headmaster, I find myself compelled to write to you once more. The infrastructure and administrative management of Hogwarts are truly concerning. Why has the second-floor girls' restroom, destroyed by a troll last year, still not been repaired? Do you know the agony of having to go to another floor to relieve oneself during class? Do you understand the struggle of searching for a restroom while trying to study in the library? I hope you can address this matter promptly, or I may have to inform Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic. I am sure he would be delighted to send someone for repairs. The female students who have attended classes on the second floor are truly suffering. With no restroom on the second floor, the stairs to the third are perpetually chaotic and unfindable. The Weasley brothers' nighttime escapade in the flying car had indeed been discovered by the Ministry. Just as Quinlan had foreseen, she had seen it, and surely others had as well. The Daily Prophet reported on the incident, which Quinlan noticed after lunch. She sensed that the Weasley children would soon face severe reprimands from their parents. As expected, during dinner, an urgent, deep red, ornate letter arrived courtesy of the Weasley owl. Ron, you should open it. I've heard if you don't, something dreadful might happen, Neville warned, cradling his crystal ball. Taking a deep breath, Ron cautiously unfolded the letter, fearing Neville's ominous words might come true. Yet the magical letter roared, transforming into a massive, toothy maw. His mother, Molly Weasley, thundered across the hall. How dare you, Ron? And you too, George, Fred, taking your brother out for a midnight joyride in your father's flying car. Do you realize your father is currently under scrutiny from the Ministry? Thank goodness not many witnessed it that night. Otherwise, I would have skinned all three of you alive. Having just chastised her sons, Mrs. Weasley instantly shifted to a sweet, indulgent tone. Oh, dear Ginny, how are you faring at school? Do tell your mother if you need anything. In the end, that terrifying maw devoured the letter, reducing it to fragments. The hall erupted in laughter, while only Ron and the embarrassed Ginny hung their heads in shame. Nearly headless Nick seized the moment to announce his intention to host a Death Day party, inviting Harry and the others to attend. However, Harry was not seated at the Gryffindor table. According to Hermione, he was in detention for muddying the Hogwarts floor after Quidditch practice, caught by Filch. Poor Harry. As Quinlan returned to the dormitory from the library, she overheard voices and encountered them just after their Death Day party. Although the scene was somewhat gruesome. Vespera? What are you doing here? The ground is covered in a puddle, reflecting walls stained with deep crimson blood. A hook holding a lamp displayed a completely stiff, ginger-colored creature. Hermione leaned closer to see clearly. Madame Loris? How could this happen? Quinlan nodded impassively. Yes, Mrs. Loris. Is she dead? No, she lives, but is petrified. How did you come to this site? After the memorial dinner, one should have taken the stairs over there. Her demeanor was unnaturally calm. entirely inconsistent with that of a perpetrator caught in the act. Harry and his companions also found it hard to believe that Quinlan could commit such an act. Harry exclaimed that he had heard strange noises. "Ah, there are spiders, so many spiders." Hermione, unable to tolerate his cowardice, pulled him behind her. "Be quiet, Ron. The spiders are not important right now." "Yes, I heard the strange noises, which is why I followed them here. I heard them earlier in Professor Lockhart's office too." Harry was uncertain whether Quinlan would believe him since he had asked Professor Lockhart and Hermione, and they both claimed not to have heard anything. Quinlan brushed past the spiders, her gaze returning from the vanished window ledge. What had the voice said? It seemed to whisper, "Kill you? Kill you? Mrs. Loris. My Mrs. Loris." Drawn by Ron's shout, Filch rushed to the side of the petrified cat, howling in anguish. Trembling, he untangled the tail wrapped around the lampstand, fearfully cradling his precious possession in his arms. "It was you. It must have been you. Mrs. Loris discovered your misdeeds, and you cruelly murdered her. You demons." The professors arrived with the students just in time to hear Filch's accusations. The young wizards were horrified by the scene before them. With the bravest daring to read the blood-written words on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air." "Quinlan, Mrs. Loris loved you so much, yet you still killed her. You heartless demon." Filch's furrowed face displayed boundless hatred. "Indeed, you are just like a demon, born from the filthy orphanage of the Woos." Dumbledore, unable to intervene in time, could not fathom how Filch had come to know of these events. "Forever, forever a sinner." Bang! The sound of flesh colliding with the wall echoed. Mrs. Loris floated in the air, while Filch slumped down from 3 meters away, like a puddle of mud. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Sinner, sinner. The turn of events was too sudden. No one anticipated that the seemingly indifferent Quinlan would take action so swiftly and decisively. Dumbledore immediately instructed the prefects to escort the terrified students away, intervening just as Quinlan prepared to strike again. Quinlan. Realizing she could not hit him, Quinlan lowered her wand, her expression inscrutable. "If you do not wish to use that mouth, I can ensure it remains forever silent." Her cold voice sent certain Gryffindor students fleeing faster, as if pursued by a ghost. "I see you have aged, your mind has dulled, and your eyesight has failed. I could easily take it all away." It was a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 21. Ravenclaw loses significant points. "Miss Quinlan." Dumbledore interrupted her, his lips tightening, his gaze darkening. All the professors were present, and she still dared to threaten and intimidate Filch, committing such a grievous act. "Ravenclaw loses 30 points for your brutality and rudeness. You are to serve 3 months of detention." Quinlan nodded, silently accepting her fate. She understood the consequences of such actions in this setting. She had no objections to Dumbledore's decision. There are always costs to be paid for the indulgence of violence. In fact, she believed she should have been expelled from Hogwarts after the end of the last term. Rumors spread like catkins in April, carried by a gentle spring breeze throughout Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall recounted the history of the Slytherin chamber during class. Slytherin believed that only the purest blood wizards were worthy of studying in his house. Only his heir could open the chamber. A monster lay hidden within, and when the chamber opened, the creature would emerge to eliminate all non-pure blood wizards in the school. Merlin's black-hearted socks. This is simply terrifying. Was Quinlan truly Slytherin's heir? Had she opened the chamber? The young wizards who had witnessed her merciless nature speculated. "Malfoy, what are you throwing at me?" Draco retrieved his discarded quill with a summoning charm, holding his head high, his golden hair swaying. "Foolish Gryffindors. Quinlan is just a muggle born. How could she possibly be the heir of our founder Slytherin?" Hermione nodded in agreement. Although she found Draco insufferable, his words were currently quite favorable to Quinlan. Seizing the opportunity to dispel doubts about Vespera, she added, "Exactly. Besides, Quinlan dislikes purebloods. If she wanted to kill someone, she would certainly target pureblood wizards first." Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. "What are you talking about? How could she dislike purebloods?" Hermione was perplexed as to what had provoked Draco, who seemed ready to leap up and confront her. Zabini and Nott stepped in on either side to restrain Malfoy, preventing him from striking Hermione. The considerate Zabini even covered his mouth with a clean handkerchief. "Sorry, the bell has rung. We should be going." The two dragged Draco back to the dormitory, followed closely by Goyle and Crabbe. Once the door to the common room closed, Draco finally broke free from their grasp, pouting, "No way, that Gryffindor muggle must be nuts. And that insufferable St. Potter and his red-haired sidekick, what are they nodding about? Quinlan dislikes pure blood wizards. She sent me flowers and called me handsome. How could she not like me?" Zabini and Nott had their own thoughts and certainly would not echo Goyle's sentiments. They exchanged knowing glances and quietly returned to their dormitory before Draco realized it. "Wait, where is everyone? Who allowed you to drag me away? Who allowed you to cover my mouth?" "Huh, us." Goyle and Crabbe, just entering, felt wronged, quickly shaking their heads and pointing towards Zabini and Nott. As all his anger dissipated, Draco let out a frustrated shout and stormed back to his dormitory. This is intolerable. I have had enough. I am a Malfoy. A Malfoy. Quinlan felt that her life had not changed much. After all, few had approached her before. Now, everyone avoided her even more, which provided her with a sense of peace. The Quidditch match proceeded as scheduled, the lively atmosphere dispelling some of the panic brought by the Chamber of Secrets. According to their prior agreement, the entire spectator area on Quidditch Day was draped in Slytherin's green. Banners, flags, glow sticks, and headgear created an impressive display worth 2,000 galleons. The other three colors struggled for survival in a small corner. Even the seats in the stands had been painted green, although she had not intended to sit there. The moment Quinlan stood, the young wizards, like students in the presence of their headmaster, obediently took their seats, indulging in the thought of simply sitting down. One could hardly expect the cushions to rally in support of Slytherin. Yet, those cushions, seemingly imbued with some arcane force, resonated with exuberance. Slytherin. Victory is ours. Anyone daring to sit upon such a vocal seat would lose their nerve, and naturally, the spirit to cheer for other teams dissipated. George and Fred, standing atop the platform, braving the predatory gazes of Gryffindor, waved their flags enthusiastically, chanting, Slytherin, Slytherin. With 1,000 galleons tucked away, they shrugged off the piercing stares. Curse it. Next year, we shall claim the top spot in cheerleading. The Weasley twins, upon hearing the fervent shouts, redoubled their efforts. Let them be envious. Let them return next year to spend their gold here. The outlook for Slytherin appeared exceptionally bright, with Draco basking in the cheers like a peacock displaying its plumage. Before Harry, a tense standoff ensued. He turned to witness the fervent support from the stands, eager to flaunt his status as a cheerleading star to the impoverished Potter. Suddenly, the golden snitch appeared boldly before him. Within mere inches, he raised a hand and seized it. The despondency on Harry's face was no pretense. He had clearly spotted it before Draco. Cunning Potter had been unmasked by the astute Malfoy. Just as Draco was about to let out a genuine laugh, calamity struck. Potter, are you out of your mind? The broomstick began to violently convulse, flinging Harry off and crashing him into Draco. A collective gasp echoed from the spectators. What on earth is wrong with that wretched broom? Draco exclaimed, discomfort evident in his expression, for the broom was hardly substantial. That insufferable saint, Potter, couldn't spare a few extra galleons for a better broom? Just look at the Nimbus 2000 his father bought for him. As the tumultuous scene unfolded, the audience was thrown into chaos with the two boys' fall. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, accompanied by Hagrid, were the first to rush onto the field, both having sustained grievous injuries. One had a fractured left arm, while the other bore a broken right. Let me help, let me help. I once healed my leg with a healing spell while battling a Yeti in Tibet. Professor Lockhart approached with a hurried yet graceful stride, resembling a golden flower in bloom. Unwilling to accept any refusal, he brandished his wand and uttered a spell. Blinding light enveloped Harry, relieving him of pain. What had begun as a mere broken arm now bore no bones, reduced to a limp mass of flesh. Harry, your arm has gone soft. Ron supported his brother, his expression on the verge of tears. Harry, however, was beyond sight. He had lost consciousness. The sight of the inept professor had so startled Draco that he sprang to his feet, clutching his right hand and dashing toward his father. He raised the golden snitch, presenting it to Lucius Malfoy. Father, look. Lucius beamed with pride, but before he could utter a word of praise, his son fainted. Amid the ensuing chaos, Madame Hooch declared Slytherin the victors of the Quidditch match. The abrupt turn of events led to a brief cheer before professors commanded everyone to vacate the Quidditch pitch. Where are you going, Pella? Catherine inquired, concerned for the suddenly departing Vespera, for the Quidditch grounds were perilous. Worry not, I am off to catch a mouse. Chapter 22, The Acromantula. The stealthy little mouse scurried quickly, and Quinlan lost track of it in the Forbidden Forest. Nevertheless, she unexpectedly acquired the corpse of an acromantula, only to be pursued by its siblings to the very edge of Centaur territory. In the dusky depths of the Forbidden Forest, the boundaries between the woodland clans blurred. Yet the centaurs understood the stakes at hand. Armed with bows, they aimed at the encroaching intruders, the arrows tipped with gleaming, sharp beast bone. The acromantula descended from the towering pines, its body a deep, dark hue, shrouded in thick black hairs, shimmering with emerald glimmers under the faint sunlight. Beneath its two large black eyes, 6 smaller ones circled, with legs extending outward, spanning nearly 15 feet. Their anger was palpable, the countless pincers producing a clear, audible click. Forenza, hand her over. She stole our food. A somewhat pallid-eyed acromantula stepped forward. Quinlan placed the massive spider's corpse she had dragged along before Forenza, appearing unfazed as if she had not been the one fleeing, drawing curious glances from the other centaurs. Forenza, upon inspecting the lifeless body and finding no evident wounds. Explained to the acromantula, she merely collected this. The response was met with disbelief, prompting several spiders nearby to spit venom in furious protest. The viscous black liquid, highly corrosive, began to emit thick green smoke upon contact with any object. That is our food. 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 The centaurs, outnumbered by the acromantula, found themselves on the brink of battle. I can provide it for you. Forenza halted the order to shoot, an expression of puzzlement crossing his features. Give it to us. Give it to us. The acromantula chorused. Their hunger momentarily quelled. However, the prolonged pause left the acromantula uncertain of her intentions. Hand over your eyes. The unfortunate target was the older acromantula with ashen eyes. Before the words had fully left her lips, the centaurs had knocked their bows, ready to release arrows that would pierce the skulls of the front row should any movement occur. Agreed. The acquiescence bore no semblance of human sympathy. The surrounding acromantula's eyes glowed brighter, a sprinkling of green light. Driven mad with hunger, they surged forward, devouring their kin who had resigned themselves to fate. After a brief feast, another acromantula approached, lifting its 8 eyes, tossing them onto the ground before Quinlan. Fulfill your promise, human. Upon her agreement, Forenza kicked the corpse toward her and lifted her onto his back. As the acromantulas reveled, the centaurs surrounded Forenza, vanishing deeper into the forbidden forest. Miss Quinlan, you ought not to venture into the forbidden forest. It is perilous here. Ronan positioned himself slightly behind Forenza, offering her a burlap sack. She retrieved 16 eyeballs from her robe, placing them into the sack. Indeed, I had to procure the other one as well. For capturing? Other centaurs perked their ears at their conversation. Who? A mouse. Forenza halted, frowning. Miss Quinlan, there are no mice in the forbidden forest. They have all been consumed by those acromantulas. She clarified that this mouse was not the same as that mouse. It was merely a clandestine moniker. I wonder what will become of Aragog after his offspring devoured him, one remarked, lamenting their ravenous nature, akin to a pack of gluttons, solely carnivorous. A named acromantula? Who is this Aragog? Quinlan recalled a giant who had recently resumed his position. He is the very first acromantula that Hagrid brought, residing at the edge of the forbidden forest. One centaur, agitated, splashed water with its hooves, sending mud flying. He is indeed a kind-hearted soul. Even finding a mate for that solitary creature. Quinlan smiled without emotion. That is certainly a feat Hagrid would accomplish. With such a large frame, his intellect may not have kept pace with his nourishment. I shall not venture deeper. Please return me to Hogwarts. The quarry I sought has not yet been captured. All the centaurs halted, silent, awaiting Forenza's command. In truth, they had been stationed at the border long before today, awaiting the arrival of Quinlan. Despite encountering the 8-eyed giant spider, they were fortunate to have received news of the person they were to wait for. They were merely 200 meters from their dwelling. I suggested that as darkness had fallen, it was time for me to return. Quinlan dismounted from her horse, landing gracefully before Felon, standing a few paces away to meet his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Felon whistled sharply. From the shadows emerged a gaunt creature, bearing a dragon-like head and a pair of large, dark wings sprouting from its shoulder blades. Was it a nightmare? Quinlan recalled reading about it in her textbook on fantastic beasts. Indeed, Miss Quinlan, the nightmare shall transport you to your desired destination. As you have mentioned, it is now dark, and you should return. Without further ado, Quinlan mounted the creature's back. The bat-like wings unfurled and took to the skies. Had prophecy not foretold her arrival? Felon paid no heed to Ronan's remarks, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Quinlan had departed. The stars that should have illuminated the night sky remained conspicuously absent. I await our next encounter. The curfew hour was fast approaching. Quinlan encountered Cedric from Hufflepuff at the kitchen door. Good evening, Diggory. The proximity of the dormitory to the kitchen was indeed convenient for meals. Good evening, Quinlan. Are you here for a late-night snack as well? Cedric noted her soiled outer robe and the thin white shirt beneath. He removed his own coat and extended it towards her, if you don't mind. The sound of clanging metal echoed in the air. A corner of a hasty robe was whisked away by a gust of wind. Thank you, but no, I am still quite warm. What would you like to eat? Cedric, now clad in his previous attire, naturally led Quinlan towards the kitchen. Esteemed Miss Quinlan, how may Dolly assist you? Miss Quinlan, it's been quite some time since your last visit. Come, sample the British dishes that Sasa has recently learned. Eat mine, eat mine. The orderly kitchen came to a halt upon her arrival. A throng of exuberant house elves clamored for Quinlan to taste their culinary creations, while those unable to squeeze and resorted to banging against the walls and tugging at their ears. It is all my fault. My cooking was inadequate. Oh no. Screaming, tugging at ears. Miss Quinlan said not to bang against the walls. It is my disobedience, my fault. The raucous noises of self-punishment from the house elves had become a familiar sight to Quinlan. She had done her utmost. The best solution was to await the conclusion of their wall-banging antics, and then perform a perfect healing charm to facilitate their next collision. Gracefully maneuvering through the chaotic sea of house elves, she prepared a sandwich at the stove to quell her hunger, offering a portion to Cedric as well. Summoning Dolly. Quinlan leaned closer to whisper, "Dolly, follow me later at school." "What? Someone is." "Rest assured, esteemed Miss Quinlan, Dolly will manage it well." As curfew approached, Quinlan and Cedric parted ways at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Approximately 15 minutes later, the door to the Ravenclaw lounge swung open once more. On the second floor of Hogwarts, in the corridor leading to the infirmary, a mouse had been captured. "Who is it?" "Damn Dolly, curse Dolly. Why help others capture poor Dobby?" "Dobby merely wishes for Harry Potter to leave this place. There is a great conspiracy hidden within Hogwarts." Quinlan emerged from the shadows. Igniting her lantern, the flickering flame danced in her violet eyes, allowing Dobby to clearly discern her features as he frantically clutched his ears and screamed. "Ah, you again. You again," the clever Miss Ravenclaw who thwarted Dobby's plans at the train station. Dolly, listening, felt a throbbing headache, and without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap. "Silence. Miss Quinlan has said that during curfew, one must remain quiet." After delivering the blow, she maintained an innocent wide-eyed gaze at Quinlan, blinking in surprise. With a fierce demeanor, she seemed to question her own actions, startling Quinlan. "Ahem." Suppressing a smile, Quinlan responded, "A great conspiracy? Pray do tell." Chapter 23, Medusa. Dobby cannot say, Dobby cannot say. Dobby is already a bad house elf. He cannot betray his master again. His clothing, resembling a grayish-green pillowcase, was anxiously crumpled by his twig-like hands. Quinlan inquired, "Who is your master?" Dobby appeared frightened, his tennis ball-like eyes reflecting terror, yet he spoke with utmost reverence. "It is the great Lord Malfoy." Dobby truly cannot say more. Dobby is a bad house elf, having betrayed the Malfoy family that provided him shelter. The great Harry Potter has even been injured because of Dobby. Dobby is truly bad. Truly bad. The house elf was nearly overwhelmed by agitation and guilt. He had betrayed his master, yet failed to protect Harry Potter from all dangers. His already battered body was now accruing new scars in the corridors of Hogwarts. Quinlan frowned at the sight. The commotion he caused was too great to avoid drawing attention. "Dolly, take him away." Dolly snapped her fingers, and with Dobby, they vanished. Quinlan remained, pondering Dobby's words. The Malfoy family? She recalled reports in the Daily Prophet regarding the Ministry's recent searches for illegal dark artifacts. She speculated that the grand conspiracy Dobby spoke of was likely related to that. Faced with the recent searches, the Malfoy family must be selling or discarding any illicit items. If a significant conspiracy were to unfold within Hogwarts that endangered Harry, it would imply that certain forbidden items had found their way into the school. What could they be? There had been few significant events at school recently, save for the incident with Mrs. Norris. Wait, the air, petrification. I heard some voices speaking of killing you. I came to investigate the sounds. Had she not been present at the scene of Mrs. Norris's petrification that night, the one most likely targeted and identified by Filch would have been Harry. Ah! A sharp scream echoed from the corridor, not loud but accompanied by the click of a camera. Quinlan illuminated her wand and followed the sound of the scream. On the ground lay a boy, his face frozen in terror, his arms and fingers still posed, as if taking a photograph. The camera had fallen to the ground. As she picked it up, a familiar, gentle voice reached her ears. "Quinlan, Cedric said he was escorting you back to the dormitory. What are you doing here?" "Vespera, is that you?" It was the patrolling Hufflepuff and Gryffindor prefects. "What is going on?" "Colin." Percy stepped forward to assess the situation. First-year Colin had been petrified, just like Mrs. Norris, with Vespera also present. There was no time for further contemplation. This was the second petrification incident at the school, and the girl he fancied was always at the scene. "Truman, go report to the professors and the headmaster. I will remain here." "And her?" Truman had heard the Weasley twins teasing Percy earlier. He feared that his colleague and friend would be perplexed by the girl before him, who had rendered Furchie incapacitated and was now lying in bed, suspected to be the heir of Slytherin, due to her nocturnal wanderings. Ravenclaw had incurred a deduction of 2 points. Percy, with a furrowed brow, kept his worried gaze fixed on Quinlan, urging, "You should return to the dormitory immediately." Truman hesitated, struggling for words. Accepting Percy's goodwill, Quinlan nodded, preparing to depart. "Wait, leave the camera behind. It is meant for the professors." Percy hoped that the camera might capture something useful, clearing Vespera of the suspicion of being the petrifying assailant. After the girl left the crime scene, Truman finally voiced his thoughts. "Brother, she merely passed by during her night stroll. She arrived at the scene before us." "Fine," Quinlan conceded, as Percy's quick certainty left little room for further discussion. "You should notify the professors. In Greek mythology, there exists a Gorgon named Medusa, whose deadly gaze turns anyone who meets her eyes to stone. Yet, That is but a myth. Even in this magical realm, one would not encounter a being of divine caliber. As Quinlan made her way back to the dormitory, the moonlight illuminated the corridor, casting fleeting shadows of trivial things. Spiders? It seemed Percy's brother had spotted them recently. Spiders. They are my greatest fear. Why are there so many here? Insects, as the creatures most attuned to the earth, had inhabited the venerable edifice of Hogwarts for countless years, yet such a mass migration was a rarity. Something must be endangering their existence. Surely, it could not be Medusa. Could it? Suddenly, she was jolted by a painful collision. The culprit fled swiftly, cloaked, leaving Quinlan unable to discern their face. The figure appeared to be a first or second-year student. At her feet, she kicked something, a diary? Was it dropped by the one who bumped into her? Expecting to find a name, Quinlan opened it, only to discover it blank. I am Tom Riddle, from Wool's Orphanage. Without warning, a series of letters abruptly appeared on the page. Quinlan's deep purple eyes grew murky in the shadows of the moonlight. I need more ink. She closed the diary, her expression betraying no sign of the bizarre occurrence. The peculiar diary was carelessly tossed out of the third-floor corridor window. After all, it was not hers. She merely found it, and then discarded it. The name Tom Riddle was indeed familiar to her. She had seen it in past registries of the orphanage. She had glimpsed his photograph, a brooding boy. By now, he must be in his 60s or 70s. The collision had reminded her of the book The Serpent Spawn she had read in the restricted section. It described a serpent with lethal abilities akin to Medusa's, a dark magical creature born from the eggs of toads, capable of growing immensely and living for centuries, armed with venomous fangs and eyes as terrifying as Medusa's. Most crucially, it was the natural enemy of spiders, aligning with the biological phenomena occurring on site. However, one who gazed upon a basilisk should meet immediate death. Quinlan stood at the entrance of the common room. The eagle-shaped bronze knocker posed a question. If you knew that the price of knowing all truths was the loss of all questions, would you be willing to pay that price? Why? No, she replied. If I were to lose my questions, the truth would hold no significance for me. An intriguing response. Inside the common room, Catherine was already fast asleep, and the moon hung high above Ravenclaw's tower. Quinlan moved quietly, washed up briefly, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Her sleep was restless. Her complexion appeared even more pallid under the moonlight, her forehead beaded with perspiration, and her usually serene brows knitted in concern. Her breaths were at times rapid and at others shallow, until the first light of dawn began to creep across the horizon. Suddenly awakening, she found herself staring at the ceiling of the common room. Touching her forehead, she realized she was drenched in cold sweat. Water, the camera. They did not look directly. Chapter 24. I like you very much. Children, put on your earmuffs. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. Professor Sprout kindly provided earmuffs for everyone. The piercing cries of baby mandrakes could easily render any child present unconscious. Following the incident with Mr. Longbottom fainting, the young wizards now ensured to check their earmuffs before undertaking Professor Sprout's task. Quinlan found herself the subject of increasing scrutiny. Another student had been petrified, just as the Slytherins had ominously anticipated. A muggle. During breakfast, the Hufflepuff students in Ravenclaw's class received a warning from their head of house. Quinlan of Ravenclaw is highly suspicious. She was present at the scene of Colin's petrification last night. When Headmaster Dumbledore opened the camera that Colin was supposed to have used to capture evidence in the infirmary, a plume of tarry black smoke erupted. Consequently, more people believed that Quinlan, the first to access the camera, had tampered with it to eliminate the evidence. Almost all Hufflepuffs kept a considerable distance from her, occasionally casting meaningful and fearful glances as if to say, it could be us next. A Ravenclaw student stood before her, somewhat shielding her from the prying eyes of others. The lesson unfolded in a subtly eerie atmosphere. Hey, Vespera. Someone softly called her from around the corner. It was Harry, whose arm had healed. Are you all right? Not bad. They entered a spacious washroom that appeared long and used, dust settling in various corners. Has this washroom seen no visitors? Of course, not with Moaning Myrtle's wails. A familiar voice chimed playfully. Quinlan, unfamiliar with the name, inquired of Hermione. Who is that? No sooner had she spoken than a chilling breeze swept through. Water splashed from a broken toilet, and soon a ghost in an old-school uniform, thick glasses perched on her nose, materialized. Yes, I'm the unfortunate soul. Moaning Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, forever trapped in this damp, dark place. Ron crouched beside a bubbling cauldron, and Myrtle swooped past him, causing him to cover his ears in fright. Ghosts are truly terrifying, especially a weeping one. What is this? Quinlan approached, fanning the air with her right hand, catching a faint scent. Polyjuice potion? Ron's jaw dropped in astonishment at her keen nose. By Merlin's polka dot skirt, is that a dog-ass nose you possess? Impressive. Quinlan smiled, taking his compliment in stride. What do you need this for? We plan to use it to infiltrate the Slytherin common room. Malfoy seemed quite certain that he knows something. Then you can clear your name, Vespera. The three of them exchanged excited glances, eager for her approval. Thank you. However, I don't think Draco knows anything. The Gryffindors momentarily deflated, yet quickly regained their spirits, speculating that perhaps Malfoy had gleaned information from his father. Hermione stirred the cauldron clockwise 3 times, noting, "But we still lack a few ingredients. We are preparing to procure a few supplies sanctioned by Professor Snape for our potion class." Ron exhibited a modicum of trepidation towards such a thrilling escapade, yet he was predominantly filled with an eager excitement. However, a single remark from Quinlan extinguished the budding enthusiasm of the trio. As you are aware, this contravenes the school rules. It is worth noting that despite their safeguarding of the Philosopher's Stone in the previous academic year, they have since faced discontent from certain students. Some overly bold students would torment them within the confines of the rules, followed by a nonchalant remark of, "We Haven T breached any regulations, unlike you." The recollection of these unpleasant experiences ignited a surge of anger within Harry, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. Once again, they were on the brink of violating the rules, and while everyone recognized the folly of it, they felt utterly powerless. Quinlan suggested, "You could simply approach Professor Snape for the supplies directly. He would never refuse a diligent student." "What? That greasy bat?" Ron grimaced at the thought, recalling the essay due after today's class that he had yet to complete. Hermione, conversely, found this proposition feasible, as it would spare them from breaching the rules. Harry, however, felt a twinge of resistance within. Although it was not Professor Snape who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone last year, and he even withstood Quirrell's attacks during the Quidditch match to protect himself, Snape always seemed to have it in for him, occasionally casting peculiar glances in his direction. Quinlan surveyed the lavatory when a frenzied moaning Myrtle suddenly darted in front of her, scrutinizing her closely before muttering to herself ominously and departing. "Let us go? It's time for lunch." The 4 companions exited Myrtle's lavatory, finding the great hall already abuzz with children eagerly awaiting their meals. The peculiar assembly drew curious glances. The boy who lived and the heir of Slytherin. Amidst the crowd, a beautiful girl with auburn hair approached them, halting before Quinlan. "Ginny, what do you wish to do?" Ron's furrowed brow and furiously knitted eyebrows betrayed his confusion. He had no idea his sister was still in contact with Vespera. "Vespera Quinlan, I am quite fond of you. This is a gift for you." The hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers after a brief 3 seconds of silence. The Gryffindor students rose to applaud the brave first year who boldly declared her affections, creating a lively atmosphere. Harry's heart was shaken. To be honest, during the months he spent at Ron's house this year, the lovely Ginny had left a profound impression on him. Had he already suffered a heartbreak? Or was it Vespera, who stood no chance? Firstly, he was not a girl. In the hall, intoxicated by the atmosphere, perhaps only Quinlan, closest to Ginny, sensed her peculiar demeanor. Her gaze was vacant, staring blankly at the ground, reminiscent of a camera that had lost its focus. Her expression was rigid, devoid of any bashfulness or lively emotion typically associated with such gestures. With a mechanical bow of 90 degrees, her outstretched arms resembled a meticulously orchestrated marionette. The gift she spoke of was a diary, the very one Quinlan had discarded in the corridor, the self-introduction of Tom Riddle. Quinlan accepted it, raising a perfectly crafted smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth, her eyes devoid of any mirth. "Thank you, I truly appreciate the gift." The moment she held the diary, Ginny Weasley robotically returned to her seat, as if obeying a command. "By Merlin's beard. In all my life, I've never heard Ginny express affection for anyone," Ron remarked, giving Quinlan a thumbs up as he led the more sorrowful Harry towards the Gryffindor table. Hermione patted her shoulder meaningfully. "Don't worry, I have no objections." The words exchanged were merely a whisper to Quinlan's ears. At this moment, Ginny was what mattered most. It was painfully evident. She had been placed under the Imperius curse. Chapter 25, Tom Riddle. "Vespera, can I truly do this?" Harry anxiously twisted his fingers, replaying every gaze Professor Snape had cast upon him and every word he had uttered. "You certainly can." Quinlan clutched the diary that had found its way to her in the Great Hall. The two conferred outside Professor Snape's office, deliberating on how to approach the topic of purchasing ingredients. "But Professor Snape despises me. Perhaps it would be better for Hermione to do it, as her grades are exemplary." Quinlan halted his retreating sentiments. "Harry, do you know how many reasons there are for one person to dislike another?" "Roughly 2. Emotion and interest," she answered her own question. Harry pondered. "Do you think Professor Snape dislikes me out of interest?" "What interest?" He could not fathom any conflict of interest with Professor Snape. Prior to attending Hogwarts, he had never even encountered the stern teacher. "No, I lean more towards emotion." Years of writing love letters had honed her instincts, leading her to believe that Professor Snape was undoubtedly an infatuated soul. "Harry, what year did your mother enroll at Hogwarts?" 1971. "My father was in the same year as her in Gryffindor." Harry could not discern the relevance to Professor Snape. Yet, Quinlan seemed to have unearthed a clue. Professor Snape had also commenced his studies that same year. Is it possible that he had feelings for your mother? No, that cannot be. The boy shook his head, unwilling to accept her deduction. Are you certain he gazes at you consistently? His expression grew distant, eyes behind the glasses clouded with confusion. I don't know. I can sense his gaze every time he looks at me. He never averts his eyes when I meet his gaze. At the start of the first year, during our first meal in the Great Hall, Quinlan detected a subtle similarity in his narrative. Her conclusion required but one final question. You share your mother's striking green eyes. Harry appeared to falter under her inquiry, a shiver coursing through him. Yes. Then perhaps this clarifies everything. His disdain for you could stem from your father, while simultaneously, he protects you because of your mother. He sees the person he cherishes through your eyes. Human emotions are often uncontrollable. The manifestations of love and hate are clear reflections of affection. Quinlan was uncertain why Professor Snape harbored feelings for that green-eyed girl, or why his affection endured for over 20 years. Yet, there are indeed those who live on with remnants of love. If Professor Snape's affection remained within his heart and was never expressed to the girl, then this would be a victory without applause. Harry found it difficult to accept this possibility and fled in a panic. Quinlan, however, composedly entered the office. Good evening. Professor Snape. You are 1 minute late, Miss Quinlan. I hope future Ravenclaw students will manage to be more punctual. The teacher, engrossed in his cauldrons brewing various potions, did not lift his head. His dark hair appeared as though it had just emerged from a vat of olive oil. Quinlan settled at her small desk, ready to complete her 10 galleons worth of work with her quill. After revising 2 papers, she paused, the ink from her quill dripping onto the parchment, leaving small, pea-sized stains. Memories of George and Fred surfaced, recalling their dreams of a future business empire in the room of requirement, where they mentioned a businessman who monopolized the shampoo industry in the magical world. His surname was Potter. Coughing, Quinlan was startled by her own inexplicable association and choked on her saliva. Miss Quinlan, I trust you will take care of your health. In light of my 10 galleons worth of remuneration, she replied awkwardly. Professor Snape was likely preoccupied with his potion-making endeavors, neglecting to wash his hair in the process. Though she rationalized this, Quinlan resolved to gift her sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted boss a set of Muggle hair care products this Christmas. The diary Ginny had given her returned to the dormitory with her after completing her assignments. Catherine had gone to a club activity and had yet to return. In a generous act, Quinlan poured an entire bottle of the lowest quality ink onto the page. He needed ink, so let him have his fill. The same handwriting, nearly identical to before, appeared on the parchment. Hello, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, and like you, I hail from the Wolves Orphanage. Vespera Quinlan. No one would be pleased to have their name mentioned by something so peculiar. Quinlan ignored his self-indulgent monologue, not even casting him a glance. She was preoccupied with reporting to Dumbledore about someone in the school casting the soul-sucking curse on first-year students. Naturally, she would also send a copy to the Ministry of Magic. She had heard that Ginny's father worked at the ministry, and she hoped his position was high. Are you writing a letter? How intriguing. Is it to the Ministry of Magic? The boy's voice was deep and melodious, imbued with a languid charm. Quinlan turned at the sound, her posture upright and elegant, each inch revealing a carefully crafted grace. His handsome, yet pallid features exuded an ethereal coldness. The deep black of his eyes and hair complemented each other, and his movements displayed a maturity and confidence beyond his years. Hello, I am Tom Riddle, Vespera Quinlan. Based on our respective arrivals at the orphanage, you could be considered my sister. The girl addressed did not exhibit any emotion, far from the surprise Riddle anticipated. She scrutinized him as one would a mere commodity, surveying his entire being. Soon, their gazes met. If you are the one from the orphanage, then you must be 70 or 80 by now. What a charade. Her even tone ruthlessly tore apart his delicate facade, and for a fleeting moment, Riddle's eyes darkened, though his expression remained as smooth as jade. Is that so? Then, my dear granddaughter, could you not be a tad kinder to your grandfather? Quinlan had encountered many shameless individuals, and she had seen her fair share of those with troubled minds. Riddle's pretense was transparent to her, if he wished to act. She was curious how long this translucent being could maintain the charade. You are from the orphanage, while I am from the welfare home. We are not family. Even our headmaster is different. Her disdainful glance and scornful tone fueled Riddle's growing fury. If you have nowhere to vent your madness, then be gone. Do not attempt to be familiar with me. If I discarded you once, I can do so a second and a third time. Chapter 26, The Pest. Why is there no doorknob on this door? A muffled voice from the hallway repeatedly knocked, revealing Catherine's inebriated state. The students who returned with her bid her farewell, and Catherine responded vaguely. Riddle, seemingly unfazed by Quinlan's harsh words, approached her innocently and squatted before her. His handsome face was veiled in a delicate, porcelain-like glow under the moonlight, his voice soft and low. Quinlan, do not treat me this way, we are the same. He gazed up at her profile, as if imprinting her visage in his memory. His translucent fingertips brushed against nothingness, and he managed to display a charmingly innocent smile just before Catherine entered, dissipating like mist in the moonlight. Quinlan caught the last words he mouthed. See you tomorrow, Quinlan. Riddle's pure smile and gentle demeanor sent a chill through her heart. In his dark eyes lay an unmistakable malice and provocation. Fool, who shares your sentiments? Hella, are you talking to someone? A dazed Catherine, still reeling from her club's drinking escapade, vaguely heard someone speaking to her roommate. However, the alcohol clouded her mind, and after asking, she stumbled and spun around 3 times, shedding her outer garment before collapsing onto her bed. On the writing desk by the window lay 2 letters, disrupted by Riddle, that remained unfinished. Quinlan wiped her hands clean of non-existent smudges with a cloth. Amidst Catherine's thunderous snoring, Quinlan completed her task, even kindly assisting her roommate with her evening routine. Winter returned to Hogwarts, the snowy night tainted with a hint of ash. As dawn approached, Quinlan stepped out of the castle, treading on the still thin layer of snow, taking her notebook to prevent Catherine from falling under Riddle's spell. Good morning, Quinlan. So early, what do you plan to do? He appeared more vibrant than the previous night, more solid. Taking advantage of their secluded surroundings, he hovered around Quinlan, making a ruckus. This is the direction of the Forbidden Forest. What are you doing there? For decades, Hogwarts remained unchanged, mundane. As they neared Quinlan's destination, a man's distinct and resonant cries echoed from the open slope, accompanied by the crowing of roosters. A stone cottage came into view, surrounded by a makeshift chicken coop. The cries originated from a large figure squatting inside that coop. Recognizing Hagrid's form, Riddle's expression turned contemptuous as he grasped Quinlan's wrist, returning his focus to the diary. Quinlan furrowed her brow. Something felt amiss. The tangible sensation of being touched that had been absent the night before was now growing more pronounced, Riddle's ethereal form becoming increasingly solid at an alarming rate. My poor darling, who could have killed you all? I must inform Dumbledore, my beloved roosters are perishing. Fortunately, Hagrid's residence was remote. Otherwise, his booming sobs would have roused the entire school prematurely. Hagrid, immersed in grief over the loss of 2 more roosters, the giant did not hear her call. So Quinlan repeated his name. Hagrid. Who is calling me? Hagrid rose, scanning his surroundings, but finding no one. Quinlan offered a mechanical yet friendly smile. I am here. Down here, Hagrid. Ah, it is you, Miss Quinlan from Ravenclaw, who had me suspended. I have not done anything wrong. My little chicks are dying. She cast a casual glance at the plump chickens, all grown to her knee height. Are these chicks? How many have you lost? The massive Hagrid lifted his rough hand, delicately wiping tears from his hair. 2 today, and 6 from last month. Speaking of this caused him greater sorrow, tears streaming into his bushy beard. Are you leaving just like that? Please, stop reporting me. I don't wish to be suspended any longer. Quinlan waved her hand dismissively, and Hagrid, uncertain of her meaning, presumed it indicated that she would not escalate the matter to Dumbledore. In truth, Hagrid felt he should be the one to report something today. After all, who had killed his chicken? Suddenly, a piercing wail shattered the tranquility, startling a flock of returning crows. Quinlan, taken aback, quickened her pace. The snow outside had thickened considerably, nearly reaching the girl's calves. Her outer robe was dampened by the melting snowflakes, clinging to her form. The boots she wore, having returned from the snow, left a trail of water stains along the corridor. Where have you been? Quinlan turned to find Zabini casually leaning against the wall. He held a lantern in one hand and a Slytherin scarf in the other. Zabini, why should I tell you? Zabini approached her nonchalantly, only to notice that her hands were already turning a shade of red from the cold. He yearned to take her hand to examine it closely, but she evaded him. I know even if you do not speak. Yes, I know too, even without your words. You have a knack for following me, just like last time. Quinlan pondered what he had witnessed. Had he seen Riddle? Indeed, I am quite adept at that. What were you doing near the Forbidden Forest? Her hair and clothing were dry, save for the heavy coat she wore over her nightgown. He must have only seen her leaving the castle. Why should I tell you? Quinlan reiterated. Zabini found himself at a loss for words, but her indifferent repetition seemed to press him further. Because I wish to know, because I like you, because I care about you. Having suddenly revealed his feelings, he raised a hand to his forehead in frustration and set down the lantern. Apologies. I became a bit overly emotional. You feel quite cold. Let me wrap the scarf around you. Quinlan took a step back, once again rejecting his gesture, retrieving her beach wand from her bag. I'll be fine as I am. This is sufficient. Zabini's hand, holding the scarf, froze in midair, his expression one of disappointment. Why not? With his head bowed, his features obscured, when he finally looked up, his face was streaked with tears, droplets poised to fall from his chin. You accepted that Hufflepuff's clothing last time. Why not my scarf? I like you, I truly do. The boy stood vulnerably before her, once more openly confessing his affection. Yet she remained unmoved. Quinlan was not one to disregard another's feelings. Having witnessed countless lovers in London, she understood the trials and solitude of love. But only when the feelings were sincere. All right, once you're done crying, let us return to the dormitory. I'll escort you. Zabini, still sobbing quietly, remained frozen in place as Quinlan picked up the lantern and walked several meters ahead. Not sensing him following, she turned to ask, her demeanor as calm as when they first met. Aren't you coming? I will. The Slytherin dormitory lay beneath the Black Lake, the entrance more foreboding with the advent of winter. Quinlan escorted Zabini to the door, observing his slight frame, before finally taking the scarf from him. She wrapped it around his neck, deftly fastening the horn buttons of his open robe, and placed the lantern in his palm. Now, return safely. Chapter 27, A Beating. Zabini, who had wept like a rain-soaked flower before her, entered the dormitory and instantly donned a different facade. A beautifully crafted vase adorned the table in the common room, filled with a large bouquet of lilacs, Dracos. The sight irked him immensely. Upon returning to the dormitory, his agitation was impossible to suppress. He began throwing anything he could find, including the scarf he had worn that very day, leaving a chaotic mess strewn across the floor. Once everything was cleared away, he cast a spell to restore the room to its former state. He found himself staring blankly at the discarded scarf for an extended period. After a while, treating it as a treasured possession, he picked it up and folded it neatly, placing it beside his pillow. As Draco passed by his dormitory the next morning, he encountered not coming out of the washroom. The sounds emanating from within piqued their curiosity, and Draco raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Theodore, what's wrong with your roommate? Not shook his head. With that kind of energy, he might as well save it for today's dueling club. The boy raised his chin, his golden hair cascading back. I hope I'm paired with that saintly Potter so he can witness the might of a Malfoy. Not remain silent. Finding no one to engage him, Draco grew bored and swiftly departed to the common room, retrieving his lilacs. Once Draco had left, Not spoke the password to enter the dormitory, where Zabini was changing by his bed. Did you see Quinlan? What does it matter to you? Zabini replied, lacking the energy to maintain a gentle tone. It seemed everyone was preoccupied with Quinlan. And what of that boy who had flaunted those flowers, Malfoy? No Christmas gifts, no flowers, and a refusal to accept his scarf. Why only him, Zabini? Not's expression remained impassive, and Zabini fell silent. The envy he harbored was evident only in Quinlan's presence. Zabini's face contorted with frustration, and Not, accustomed to this, lowered the bed curtains to shut out the raucous laughter from outside, ignoring the neurotic performance of his roommate. Colin's petrification had cast a pall of anxiety over Hogwarts. Professor Lockhart, as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor this year, was determined to play a significant role. He organized a dueling club, willing to demonstrate spells and teach students offensive magic, showcasing his prowess as a celebrated adventure author. Ha ha ha, he awkwardly chuckled, retrieving his wand after being knocked aside by Snape. Ha ha ha, this concludes the demonstration by the professors, ha ha. He sprang up from the dueling platform, eager to hand the stage over to the students below. Ron stood at the forefront of the dueling platform, witnessing firsthand Lockhart's rather pitiful defeat. If he had been up there, he would have buried his head in a troll's belly. This professor had an extraordinary level of audacity. Hermione, I genuinely doubt he authored those adventure books. Wasn't he battling a Yeti in Tibet? How could he be so weak? Hermione silently completed Ron's unfinished thought. Though she was a devoted fan of Lockhart, the absurdity of her idol at that moment was equally embarrassing for her as it was for Ron. Their reactions were conspicuous, naturally catching Lockhart's embarrassed gaze as he scurried about. Ah, it's you, the red-haired Gryffindor boy. Ron's eyes widened in shock, his expression darkening as he pointed to his chest. Me? And Mr. Potter beside you, Lockhart continued, breathless. Let us showcase the extraordinary prowess of the great wizard who vanquished the mysterious one at just a year old. Ignoring Harry's futile protests, Professor Lockhart unceremoniously hoisted him like a chick and placed him on the dueling platform. Let me think, who shall your opponent be? How about the ever-popular Quinn? As he approached Quinlan, he was interrupted by Professor Snape. I believe I shall recommend Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Upon hearing his name, Draco confidently leaped onto the dueling platform, not forgetting to wink at Quinlan. Despite receiving no response from her, he was filled with exuberance. St. Potter, let us settle this today. Harry, unwilling to engage further with this provocateur, retorted, then let us proceed, Malfoy. After a few exchanges, Harry gained a slight advantage. Draco, infuriated by the unsatisfactory outcome, suddenly recalled a particularly formidable spell. Serpensortia. A bone-chilling cold crept up everyone's spines. A jet-black serpent raised its head, flicking its tongue, prowling the dueling platform with abandon. Harry retreated step by step, Draco momentarily dazed. Am I really that impressive? Snape, seeing the danger, attempted to neutralize the creature, but was hastily preempted by Lockhart. However, Lockhart's attack not only failed to eliminate the volatile presence, but instead provoked it further. The black serpent, with its serpentine body coiling menacingly, turned its gaze towards the observing students. Its muscles tensed, poised to strike, akin to an arrow ready to be released. The cold, piercing eyes of the serpent fixated on its quarry, a Hufflepuff student standing beside Ron. Stop, Parseltongue. The command momentarily confused it, the animalistic gaze flickering with uncertainty. Stop, Parseltongue. Snape seized the opportunity to vanquish the serpent. Yet, the atmosphere remained tense, as nearly everyone stared in terror at Harry. Harry was conversing with the snake. What was happening? Suddenly enveloped by the fearful gazes of his peers, Harry found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Justin, the intended target of the serpent, was in a state of panic. His expression vacant as he nearly shouted, "What are you saying to it? Harry, we're friends. Are you commanding it to kill me?" The Hufflepuff students encircled him, distancing themselves from the accused. Faced with their suspicion, Harry was at a loss for words. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the classroom's tension, and dismissed the dueling club for the day. After class, the news of Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue spread like wildfire throughout the school. The heir of Slytherin had become Harry. Hermione, Ron, wait for me. I truly didn't anticipate this, Harry called out, chasing after his friends. Eager to explain, but unsure of what to say. Harry, you never mentioned you could speak Parseltongue, Ron said, a hint of anger in his voice. Feeling slighted that Harry hadn't confided such an important matter to his best friend. Hermione, clutching her books, scrutinized his expression. Harry, now you've become the heir of Slytherin. You must tell us what you said to that snake. Have you always been able to speak it? I merely told it to stop and not harm Justin. Harry realized he had let his concern cloud his judgment. There were professors present, and it was not his place to intervene. Yet at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge that if he hadn't spoken, Justin would surely have faced dire consequences. I have always been able to. I thought it was nothing extraordinary. Everyone can do it. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. What an absurd statement. This is no different than Malfoy boasting about his family's wealth for generations. He felt wounded. Harry, we believe in you. You cannot possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, asserting their conviction. Their friend was kind-hearted and would never wish harm upon Muggles. We must quickly gather information from Malfoy. We cannot delay in acquiring the ingredients for the Polyjuice potion. Hermione deduced the urgency of the situation and assigned Harry the task of procuring the necessary ingredients from Professor Snape that very evening. Harry nodded. The impact of the last encounter with Vespera weighed heavily on him, and he was still uncertain about how to face Professor Snape. He could only hope that Vespera's deductions were incorrect. Meanwhile, in an empty classroom on the upper floor, Quinlan retrieved her diary and gave it a shake. Come forth, Riddle. This was the first time Quinlan had actively sought him out, and Riddle appeared swiftly, a smile gracing his lips. Vespera, you called for me. A resounding slap echoed in the quiet classroom, jarringly out of place. Riddle turned his face, his eyes glinting with malice. If you are to pretend, you must commit fully. Quinlan observed it all, then mercilessly kicked him into a corner, warning him in a calm tone, Ginny, Harry, Draco, and that Hufflepuff student, keep your tricks to yourself. Should there be a next time, I will ensure your demise. Chapter 28, Venom. Riddle, rather than angered, laughed, his bony fingers wiping away the blood trickling from his mouth. He sat against the wall, a shroud of gloom enveloping him. No, you won't, Vespera. You have never killed. Look, how clean these hands are. As he spoke, he vanished and reappeared behind Quinlan in an instant. His warm breath grazed her ear, and a chilling hand pressed down on her left shoulder. I have killed. I can teach you. Their identical black hair appeared, as if drawn from an unseen abyss. His gentle voice was a siren-esque call cloaked in darkness. You could become me, half-blood, genius, orphan from Wool's orphanage. We are inherently similar. Yet, no matter how soft his tone, the madness in his words grew increasingly palpable. You know to whom I belong. I can offer you everything you desire. Power, wealth, immortality. All of it is ours. Quinlan felt her patience wearing thin for the first time, her eyes brimming with disdain. Get lost. Riddle chuckled, encroaching further, lifting a strand of her hair. No, I will not. He squinted, his face reflecting a junkie's obsession, thirsting for her formidable soul. Even after Quinlan threw him over her shoulder and pinned him to the ground, a lingering satisfaction remained on his face. She pressed down hard on his collarbone until pain flickered across his features. Who told you I was a half-blood? What are you to me? I will never become you. With that, she dusted off non-existent dirt from her clothes and turned her back to leave. If at that moment Quinlan had turned to see Riddle's expression, she would have recognized the pleasure and demonic glint in his eyes. You can only be a half-blood like me. The diary served as his vessel, and once Quinlan departed a safe distance, he dissipated into the air. Only the chaos of dust in the room bore witness to the events that had transpired. That evening, Quinlan scoured the restricted section for methods to eliminate a soul, but found nothing. As she passed the second-floor restroom where Moaning Myrtle resided, she heard some noises within. Initially intending to investigate, she caught sight of Catherine, clad only in her nightgown, wandering dreamily around the corner. Catherine, the one being called, seemed oblivious, continuing her aimless walk. As Quinlan drew closer, she noticed Catherine's right hand gripping Riddle's diary. A closer examination revealed her state mirrored that of Ron's sister from that fateful day. Unable to stop Catherine, she could not wrest the diary from her grasp, nor did Riddle appear. A flock of birds took flight. The beechwood wand summoned a flock of white doves, while Quinlan swiftly inscribed something with a feather quill onto a torn scrap of paper, subsequently tying it to the leg of one of the doves. As she released the birds from the window ledge of the corridor, Quinlan pursued Catherine, who had fallen under the influence of a soul-stealing curse. The dim, flickering light seemed to resemble restless eyes in the night, peering into the impending events. Quinlan slowed her pace slightly and lost sight of the controlled Catherine, only to encounter another girl standing silently in the center of the hallway. Her hair shimmered with a faint reddish hue in the weak light. Beside her, a colossal serpentine tail glided languidly, its cold scales glinting ominously in the murky illumination. The snake's head, turned away from Quinlan, flicked its forked tongue with a menacing hiss, hovering ominously above the silent corridor. Overwhelmed by the vast disparity in strength, Quinlan dared not breathe as she concealed herself behind a pillar, cautiously observing the scene through the narrow gap between the girl and the serpent. Opposite them stood a petrified student, none other than the Hufflepuff, Justin Finch Fletchley, who had been frightened by the basilisk during the dueling club earlier that day. His frozen visage was contorted in fear, his wide eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Directly before him, a ghost in a dapper suit stood with his toes pointed, rigid as a statue. Nearly headless Nick had once again lost vitality. There were no thunderous roars, only a suffocating silence and a chilling sense of dread that gradually enveloped the air. Quinlan watched as Ginny smeared a bucket of sanguine substance onto the wall. "What do you think of her writing?" Riddle's voice interrupted abruptly, causing Quinlan's heart to race with tension. Turning around, she beheld Catherine, her eyes tightly shut as if lost in a dream. "You have cast the soul-stealing curse on them both." "Quite clever," Riddle commended with a self-satisfied smile. "Rest assured, she is unharmed. She is your roommate. After all, I would never do anything to her." Riddle casually elaborated, "If you do not bring me along, I shall naturally seek out others. Look, I even had her close her eyes to ensure she wouldn't be petrified." Quinlan's wand, hidden behind her, attempted to discreetly signal for help, but Riddle saw through her intentions. "Futile, you cannot outpace me." Just as he concluded that statement, Catherine raised her own wand, aiming it at Quinlan's forehead. "Sleep," she commanded, but Riddle mistakenly thought it was directed at him and stepped back, only to realize Quinlan was the one attempting to intimidate. The girl advanced, kicking Catherine's wand away into the corridor, where Catherine's legs became ensnared, rendering her motionless on the ground. With one less ally, Riddle clicked his tongue imperceptibly in annoyance, muttering about the uselessness of the situation. He commanded Ginny, "Attack." A barrage of spells followed, all aimed to petrify. Ginny, merely a first year, wielded her magic with terrifying potency. With deft movements and a mastery of spells, Quinlan seized the opportunity to knock Ginny's wand away. Yet, as if cursed, it flew directly to Riddle's feet. Quinlan frowned, beads of sweat trickling from her brow. "It appears the fates are still favoring me." Riddle picked up the wand, suppressing its reluctance, and unleashed an attack. Parseltongue. The serpent lunged towards Quinlan with alarming speed, almost leaping through the air. Quinlan closed her eyes, evading its gaze, but was struck by the serpent's lengthy tail, crashing against the wall with a resounding crack. Cough. A torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, and jagged stone grazed her eye, leaving a deep gash. Pain radiated through her temples, as veins throbbed visibly. Riddle kicked aside the debris at his feet, leisurely striding toward her with Ginny's wand in hand, his gaze laced with pity. How unfortunate. He detected faint footsteps above and scoffed. "TSK, those people arrived rather quickly. Forget everything. Bite." Parseltongue. The basilisk obeyed his command, baring its venomous fangs and sinking them into Quinlan's clavicle, piercing through her shoulder blades. She let out a muffled groan. Outside the corridor, the storm clouds parted, revealing a colossal full moon for the night. The venom coursed through her veins, and the moonlight illuminated Quinlan's pallid face, droplets of cold sweat glistening upon her skin. As Riddle dissipated into a flurry of light, he taunted her with a malicious tone. "Do not worry, you will not die. Just wait." The boy chuckled softly. "I will wait. This is no mere trick. You cannot kill me, after all." Ginny retrieved her wand, meticulously erasing the traces of their struggle, and departed with the diary in hand. When Dumbledore and a cadre of professors finally arrived, what they beheld was the petrified Justin, Nick, the immobilized Catherine, and Quinlan, poisoned and coughing blood, alongside the ominous blood writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. A warning for those opposed to the heir. Chapter 29, Echoes of the Past, Part 1. The basilisk's venom flowed through the wound, mingling with Quinlan's blood, infiltrating her mind. The girl lay in the infirmary, the serpent's poison chilling her to the bone, her complexion appearing even more ashen against the stark white of the hospital bed. The professors encircled her bedside, their expressions grave, filled with concern and urgency. Quinlan had already consumed the phoenix tears, but their effects were nearly negligible. As the poisoning progressed, her limbs grew increasingly stiff and cold, her nails darkening ominously. Madame Pomfrey continuously monitored her vital signs, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. She had never encountered such a state before. "How is she, Pomfrey?" Dumbledore inquired, receiving questioning glances from the other professors. "The good news is that Miss Quinlan is not dead yet. The bad news is that her bodily functions are declining rapidly, and it remains uncertain how much longer she has to live." From Madame Pomfrey's extensive experience, this good news could hardly be considered promising. Dumbledore fell silent, burdened by the weight of his failures as a headmaster. He had not arrived in time to prevent this tragedy, even after Quinlan sent out her desperate plea for help. If this child were to perish, what then? Wait, it seems there is something within her mind. During her 21st thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey detected a glimmer of hope. Professor Snape immediately pressed her. "What is it? Speak quickly." Quinlan was his most esteemed student, both academically and in courage. The venomous essence within her mind appeared to be unable to spread further, even showing signs of being consumed. Madame Pomfrey was utterly astounded, her latter words bursting forth in exclamation. "No, it cannot be, do not." The girl on the bed lay with her eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was as though she were trapped in an endless abyss, oblivious to the sounds and lights of the outside world. Quinlan's once feeble breaths became frantic. In the midst of the gathered silence, her lips moved slightly, as if engaged in a dialogue with some internal specter. "Water, water." Professor McGonagall rushed to fetch water to nourish her, but only dampened the pillow, failing to provide sustenance. In Quinlan's consciousness, she was ensnared in a brutal and senseless slaughter. Upon the fluttering of her eyelids, she found herself on a damp coastline. Fine rain fell from the sky like threads, and she could feel the droplets upon her brow. Information from the air was relayed to Quinlan's mind through the flicking of a serpent's tongue. Standing beside her was a man, cradling a girl of about 2 or 3 years of age in his arms. The southern wind whispers, and rain begins to fall. "Let us return," the man suggests, seemingly foreseeing the weather, as he unfurls a black umbrella. Quinlan looks up and is met by the visage of a handsome man with an eastern countenance, his arched brows and starry eyes exuding gentleness akin to orchids. The man strides ahead, cradling an infant in his arms. Quinlan meanders along, the scales on her abdomen brushing against the gravel and pebbles of the shoreline, producing delicate sounds. As she passes a pond nestled within a forest, her reflection reveals her true form, a magnificent python adorned in intertwining hues of white and gold. Emerging from the woods, a village comes into view. The vibrant heat signature of the golden python reveals numerous crimson figures, their muscles taut as they survey the crowd. Quinlan perceives the awe and fear flickering in their eyes with increasing clarity. The man resides at the northern edge of the village. Within a home brimming with the remnants of life, a photograph of him and a woman hangs on the wall. She is strikingly beautiful, her violet eyes reminiscent of Vespera. "Pella, be good. Daddy is going to prepare dinner now." The child is gently placed upon the carpet while the great python keeps a watchful eye, occasionally engaging in playful antics. Ding dong. The man, busy in the kitchen, hears the doorbell and opens it to find a villager standing there. Quinlan recognizes her face from when she first entered the village. "Lynn, is the priest at home?" The villager appears flustered, as if burdened by an urgent message, yet he occasionally casts fearful glances at the python within the house. The man named Lynn instructs the python to take the child upstairs and invites the villager inside. Quinlan cannot enter the room that shelters the python and the child. Unexpectedly, she discovers that she can move. She makes her way to the living room on the first floor, where the two converse on the sofa. Though she cannot discern their words, the villager stutters, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, chaos erupts. Seizing upon the man's momentary distraction, the villager reveals a hidden dagger. "Be careful." Quinlan's warning goes unheard, and blood blossoms like crimson flowers upon the man's chest. The dagger plunges into his neck, gushing forth a torrent of blood that splatters across the terrified villager's face. Some of it even pierces Quinlan's vision, landing on the sofa and carpet. Gradually, The fear and horror vanish from the villager's face, replaced by twisted ecstasy and insatiable greed. He then erupts into jubilant cheers at the doorway, his voice tinged with a peculiar excitement, as if proclaiming a victory or achievement. A throng of people, like ravenous wolves, surges into the house, their murky gazes filled with the lure of wealth. They frantically pillage every item within, wielding sticks, hoes, sickles, and pitchforks, wantonly wreaking havoc. Quinlan's thoughts race to the child upstairs, prompting her to rush up the stairs. At the door to the child's room, 1,000 venomous serpents lie in wait. Finally, Quinlan gains entry, witnessing the great python coiling protectively around the child, its head raised high, cold serpent eyes vigilantly fixated on the entrance. The madmen, daunted by the multitude of snakes, hesitate to ascend the stairs, wary of the golden python, and thus they retreat, cursing as they exit the house. At the window, Quinlan observes as they drag the man's warm corpse away like a sack of grain. As the moonlight descends, the python orchestrates the serpents, preparing some arcane formation. With a flash of brilliance, a woman draped in a wizard's robe materializes at the center. She appears frail, cradling the child, her eyes filled with sorrow. Kill them. Snake language. Outside, torches are raised high, illuminating the night, as they brandish weapons, chanting, eradicate the sorcery, slay the witch, we seek freedom. Ignite the witch's fire. Let wealth and purity return to the village. They set up a cauldron at the doorway, while the man's body lies beside it, severed into large chunks by a cleaver and tossed into the pot. O great deity, your devout followers present this offering. Grant us strength. Grant us strength. From the eldest, aged 70, to the youngest, merely 4 or 5, they kneel in submission. The flames engulf the house, the rising fire seemingly poised to consume the moon itself. The cauldron boils without respite, the fire beneath it raging fiercely. The deity of the foolish populace remains unresponsive, while the multitude of serpents silently and mercilessly execute their master's command. Kill them. The woman's pale lips utter an ancient incantation, enveloping the child in a radiant glow. Quinlan watches, aghast, as the child's violet eyes gradually darken to black, losing a semblance of human emotion. The witch coughs up a jet of black blood, gasping. South wind. Take Pella away, leave this place. Snake language. The sharp-eyed serpent displays a clear sense of reluctance and confusion. Master, where shall we go? Snake language. It understands that its master cannot remain with the young master. To the south, to London. Snake language. Chapter 30, Echoes of the Past, Part 2. The winding mountain path appears somewhat muddy after the rain, each step leaving behind a sticky residue on the rubber soles. In the dead of night, beyond the cornfields, a colossal full moon looms as if within arm's reach. A wooden house, tiled and aged, has a weathered window slightly ajar, allowing moonlight to cascade through the sparse clouds. The silvery glow boldly enters, draping a thin veil over the slumbering girl. She sleeps fitfully, a profound sorrow lingering upon her brow. Within her bizarre dreams, towering trees entwined with thick vines obscure the sky, clad in tattered garments. She cradles the lifeless body of a golden python, numbly and mechanically gnawing at its flesh. Knock, knock, knock. The absurd dream is abruptly shattered by a series of urgent and jarring knocks at the door. The youth in bed jolts upright, heart racing, lungs working overtime. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yueha, Yueha, it's me. Outside, the anxious and heavy voice of the village chief penetrates the door, pressing down upon Li Yueha's heart like a leaden weight. Tugging at the long string, he illuminates the warm yellow light, lifting the latch of the wooden lock. The door, aged for 15 years, emits a creak. The cold, stoic voice of the youth remains even. Directorly, what brings you here at this late hour? The village chief's expression is grave, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, his slightly hunched figure appearing heavy and bitter in the dim light. Yueha, a letter has arrived from the west side of the mountain. It states that the coal mine has collapsed, and your parents are trapped inside. The man in his 40s speaks with a quaver in his voice. Li Yueha stands silently at the door, as still as the mountain itself, unsure of how to respond. Should she cry? Yet, in her memories, it seems she has never wept. Her mother had told her to extend comfort to those who are grieving. The village chief appears somewhat saddened, as his gaze conveys. With a stiff smile, she replies, I understand. Thank you, Director. I'm fine. Yueha, please don't frighten your village chief like this. You certainly do not appear fine, the elderly directorly implores. When he first took office, Yueha had just been born. He even assisted in naming her. She can be said to have grown up under his watchful eye. With her parents frequently away for work, she was the sole child in the household, tending to the fields, eating, and gathering firewood. Until she was 6, the villagers believed the child to be somewhat simple-minded, mute. Then, one day, she began to speak, her intelligence blossoming. She declared her desire to attend school. The teachers at the school often praised her, bringing pride to the villagers, who spoke of her as a future top scholar. The parents of Yueha felt elated. Their aspirations aimed at providing their daughter with a better quality of life. Upon hearing that coal mining in Shangxi offered lucrative wages, they persevered until Yueha had mastered all household responsibilities, and then they resolutely departed. However, this year's New Year's Eve found the house, built during their wedding, empty but for her. Yueha felt an itch on her face and reached up to touch it, discovering large streaks of tears. It turned out she had already been weeping. She was uncertain when the village chief had left or what he had said. Those details eluded her. She lay silently in bed, the moon outside looming large and daunting. The morning mist enveloped the vegetable garden on the hillside, while the ticking of the second hand in the hall echoed in her mind. Around 5 o'clock, as was her custom, the girl rose to kindle a fire and prepare breakfast. Before dawn broke, she slung the army green backpack her mother had sewn for her and stepped outside. Today was the day of the school entrance examination. Answering questions, submitting papers, exiting the examination hall. Students mingled, tossing their fabric bags into the sky, leaping joyfully on the dust-laden playground. "Hey, Yueha, how did you do?" a boy called out, running up to walk alongside her. Yueha deftly navigated around the rowdy students, replying, "Not too bad. Then you must be going to the district key school, right, Minjong?" The boy's gaze was fixed intently on her, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. "I suppose so. Minjong offers the best conditions." A few days prior, Minjong had sent representatives to the town to seek her out, but she had been on the hillside tending to the fields and missed class that day. Consequently, a teacher from Minjong had come to her home and helped her manage the overwhelming farm tasks. Demonstrating genuine effort, after a bowl of rice, Yueha agreed to attend. The boy visibly relaxed upon hearing her response, calculating his own scores and recalling the admission cutoff from previous years. He could still attend the same school as Yueha. "Then I'll see you in the new semester." "All right, Qinshuhai, let us go. Today we're catching eels in the fields." A group of children of varying ages called out to him at the school gate. He shouted back, "Coming." And with a smile, he stepped ahead of Yueha, the dappled sunlight enveloping him. As if recalling something, he turned back while retreating, saying, "Yueha, I'll come find you at the end of August. We'll go to the new school together." She did not respond, perhaps silently acquiescing. The house on the mountain was draped in white cloth for mourning, and neighbors from the same production team before the reform came to assist. The village chief's family nearly lived at Yueha's home during those days. As the body was interred, the coal mine owner contacted Yueha, offering compensation. On a day in July, the postman delivered 2 urns of ashes and an admission notice to Yueha, who was weeding in the fields. She placed them before the spirit tablet mounted on the wall of the main hall. On a day in late August, carrying a basket filled with reddish-brown pine needles and dry branches, Yueha encountered Qinshuhai sleeping on a wooden bench at her doorstep. On an otherwise unremarkable September 1st, Yueha boarded a tricycle driven by Qinshuhai's father, moving into the girls' dormitory at Minjong with 2 bags made of snakeskin. Attending classes, eating, taking exams, and sleeping became her routine. In Minjong, Yueha was an anomaly. Amidst the tension-laden high school life, she steadfastly took 10 days off each month to return home and tend to the fields. Yet, remarkably, she consistently ranked first in exams. Teachers and the grade supervisor visited her home during her absences, discovering that after finishing her farming, she would review texts, memorize vocabulary, and solve practice papers to unwind. Her discipline was exceptional, thus her absences were tolerated. She spoke very little at school, resembling a desireless learning machine. Yet, this individual dominated the annual school sports meet, excelling in the 400 meters, 800 meters, 1,500 meters, and 3,000 meters, finishing just slightly slower than the dedicated athletes. Year after year, competitors were left trailing in her wake, as she shattered school running records with an almost lifeless determination. Over the 3 years, the days in Yueha's life flowed by like a slideshow. The National College Entrance Examination came, answering questions, submitting papers. A tractor adorned with bright red flowers and a loudspeaker rumbled up the mountainside where Yueha resided. She was this year's city champion. Yueha did not hear the sound of the tractor. She was not at home. She had gone to another village atop a different hill, intending to buy a piglet to feed, aiming to resolve the surplus of sweet potatoes, and pumpkins at home. 3 months later, she planned to slaughter the fattened pig and share some meat with neighbors and teachers as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance. The sun hung low over the mountain, poised to set. While guiding the little pig back home with a willow branch, she encountered Qinshuhai. The young man stood at a distance on the ridge, waving enthusiastically as if he had been waiting for her for ages. The setting sun elongated his shadow. "Yuhi." The girl on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. "You're awake. Would you like some water?" The person tending to her bore a strikingly different facial feature from those in her dreams. Quinlan propped herself up, leaning against the pillow, taking a sip of the warm water offered to her. Her gaze fell upon the hand holding the cup, which darkened imperceptibly. The previously empty distal phalanx of her right pinky now bore a tattoo of a serpent devouring its tail. Thank you, Not. Chapter 31. See you next time. Don't you have class today? Quinlan's head throbbed intensely, feeling as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her brain. The recent incident had been so grave that the school had suspended classes, and Principal Dumbledore had been placed on leave by the board. How could this happen? Hadn't Dumbledore followed her letter's instructions to apprehend Riddle? Not noticed her discomfort, and rose to summon Madame Pomfrey. As he pulled back the curtains around the hospital bed, Quinlan inadvertently caught sight of the person in the adjacent bed. Wait, Not. Who is that? Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. After you fell into a coma for 10 days. She was found petrified in the second-floor corridor. Not pulled the curtain aside, allowing Quinlan a clearer view. 10 days? I was unconscious for 10 days? Quinlan closed her eyes tightly, shaking her head in an effort to clear her foggy thoughts. No, today is already the 13th day. Not stood by, observing her state, when he unexpectedly locked eyes with her as she opened them. How could so much time have passed? What is wrong with your eyes? Her violet pupils resembled a slender fissure, stretching from the top to the bottom, nearly bisecting her eyeball. Limited light filtered through, as if passing through a slightly ajar vertical oval door. My eyes. Quinlan's distinctly articulated fingers brushed her upper eyelid, her eyeball responding with a faint tremor beneath the touch. It's nothing. It's too dark. I must have seen it wrong. Not shifted the subject. The moment she blinked, the serpent-like pupils he had clearly seen vanished. Numerous patients occupied the beds in the hospital room, and as Quinlan surveyed her surroundings, her thoughts became increasingly muddled, feeling an unsettling churn in her stomach. Ugh. After a bout of dry heaving, her mind conjured an image of a damp, cold forest beside a swamp overrun with toads. That desolate and primordial atmosphere, mingled with the scent of decaying leaves, wet mud, and the mildew of unknown wildflowers, assaulted Quinlan's senses, penetrating deep into her consciousness. The croaking of the toads in the sulphurous swamp was maddeningly cacophonous. A girl with raven black hair and obsidian eyes sat quietly at the edge of the marsh, her vacant, numbed gaze unfocused. Her knees were cradled by the head of a serpent, its golden and ebony circular eyes radiating tenderness and compassion. Yet, the creature's body was being mechanically torn apart by the girl, its tender flesh submitted to her rigid chewing. The tumult within Quinlan's stomach intensified, yet she remained fixated on the girl who bore her resemblance. The girl's indifferent actions and expressions seemed to suggest that this was not merely a struggle for survival, but rather an intricate ritual, an unspoken rebellion or acceptance of this desolate world. Her lips parted slightly, murmuring something, and suddenly, her hollow gaze sharpened, piercing through the confines of time and space to behold the unseen depths. The serpent's head tilted, and in that moment, her dark eyes and the serpent's gaze simultaneously met Quinlan's. A subtle tension filled the air, as if two worlds had converged, exploring and scrutinizing one another while maintaining an exquisite balance. The instant Quinlan became aware of the scrutiny, her mind sharpened, feeling more alive and real than ever. Roll. Snake language. PFF. Madame Pomfrey. The sudden eruption of blood from Quinlan shocked Nate, who, disregarding the urgency, dashed out of the infirmary in search of assistance. Though her body felt utterly languid after expelling blood, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped her spirit. The flock of white doves had likely fallen into Riddle's grasp, and the contents of the letter had been altered by him. When Nate failed to find Madame Pomfrey and returned with Professor Snape to the infirmary, Quinlan's bed was already vacant. Mr. Theodore Nate, what brings you to the infirmary, and how could you neglect a patient who has just bled? Immediately. Back to the Slytherin dormitory. The professor, who had just calmed the students agitated by the sight of blood, appeared as if drenched with water, extinguishing the flames of her earlier fervor. Her remains would forever lie in the Chamber of Secrets. Snape's eyes were inscrutable. Could there be another Quinlan besides Ginny? You again. The second year with the violet eyes. Today's lavatory is quite lively, The mischievous, moaning Myrtle floated out from the toilet, her black glasses thrust directly in front of Quinlan's face as she chattered on. Your eyes are truly beautiful, such a lovely shade of purple. Noticing Quinlan's silence, Myrtle giggled and departed from her favorite toilet. Quinlan meticulously examined every tile in the restroom, eventually discovering a serpent pattern beneath a faucet. Open. Snake language. The serpentine design began to writhe, and the entire sink rotated, revealing a dark, gaping maw at its center. A frigid, bone-chilling air surged forth, mingling with an unsettling stench. Without hesitation, Quinlan leaped into the abyss, sliding down the pipeline until she reached the bottom. A multitude of skeletal remains littered the ground, each step echoing in the cavernous sewer. Fluorescent lights flickered ominously. Amidst a pile of rubble, Quinlan found the unconscious Professor Lockhart, guarded by Ron. "Vespera, you're awake," Ron exclaimed, relief flooding his features as he had feared Vespera might perish. "Is Harry in there?" Ron's mind sparked with realization. Right. He went to rescue Ginny. It was all his fault for accidentally breaking his wand when he plopped down at the entrance to the chamber. Otherwise, he could have gone in to save Ginny too. Yet he felt fortunate the wand was broken. Had that cowardly, deceitful professor gotten hold of his intact wand, it would have been he and Harry in dire straits. Ginny would be left unattended. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, indeed. "Hey, where are you going?" Quinlan swiftly consumed the restorative potion from the infirmary, vaulting over the shattered remnants of the pipe. "It's dangerous in there. I'm going to help Harry. You stay here." Ron nodded, glancing at the stirring Lockhart, and gave him a playful smack on the back of the head. Quinlan moved quickly, recalling how easily the serpent had struck her last time. Fearing Harry may already be lifeless. "I am Voldemort. Voldemort is my past, present, and future." Riddle's arrogant voice guided Quinlan as she navigated the labyrinth, turning toward its source. After a while, she found the Slytherin chamber, a vast underground cavern, at its center a nearly desiccated pool, surrounded by stone pillars entwined with vines. Riddle stood beside the pool, observing the struggle between Harry and the serpent. Wisps of pale blue light surged from Ginny at his feet, merging into Riddle's form, which appeared almost human. Harry swung a sword, his movements aided by Dumbledore's phoenix. Witnessing the blood streaming from the serpent's eyes and Harry's fierce determination, Quinlan felt a measure of relief. Concealed behind a stone pillar, she breathed easier, knowing Harry was not yet doomed to perish at the serpent's gaze. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Riddle, who had been by the pool, suddenly appeared at Quinlan's right side. Grasping her wrist, he gently rubbed the serpent mark on her little finger. Quinlan effortlessly broke free. "Roar!" The serpent let out a chilling wail as Harry's sword pierced its skull, sending it crashing to the ground. While Harry triumphed over the beast, Riddle remained unfazed, continuing to express concern for Quinlan. Only when he noticed Harry raising the venomous fong, poised to strike the sprawling diary, did he roll his eyes, exasperated. Riddle understood that without the diary, he too would cease to exist. Yet, he made no effort to intervene, simply watching Quinlan with a smile lingering in his eyes. "Vespera Quinlan, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our next encounter." Chapter 32, The Green Gift. The essence of Riddle's soul bound within the diary had perished. Exhausted, Harry was healed by Fawkes' tears, which purified his snake venom-infused arm, while the Sorting Hat, harboring the Gryffindor sword, was carried away by the Phoenix. Quinlan approached the serpent's corpse and, with a swift motion, knocked the unsuspecting Harry unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, she slashed her palm, uttering a spell to prevent the wound from healing, allowing her blood to drip onto the serpent's head. The crimson droplets soaked its blinded eyes, flowing into the mouth with severed fangs. They fell, vibrant and red, merging with the dust, the stone powder rising as a magical web was woven. Bound by blood, the contract materialized, the oath of guardianship everlasting. At the tail end of the serpent, the most inconspicuous scales began to shimmer with a pale, goose-yellow hue, reminiscent of the softest light at dawn. As time progressed, this transformative power crept along the serpent's sinuous body. Each scale, kissed by the morning light, gradually shed its blackened exterior, donning a resplendent attire of interwoven yellow and white. The scales themselves became increasingly delicate and smooth, glimmering with a golden brilliance that exuded warmth, embodying an aura of nobility and mystery. When this metamorphic force reached the serpent's head, its eyes brimmed with vitality, glowing with the luminescence of violet stars, radiating an unprecedented aura of majesty and tranquility. "Master, it has been so long." Snake language. "Welcome back, South Wind." Snake language. The southern wind diminished to the size of a bracelet, coiling around Quinlan's right wrist. It had just been revived and was still quite feeble. Wingardium Leviosa. Quinlan lifted her diary, casting a spell to raise the unconscious Harry and Ginny, joining them with the waiting Ron. Merlin's red sweater. "You're alive, how wonderful," Ron exclaimed, tears and snot mingling as he embraced Quinlan in gratitude. Allowing him to weep for a moment, Quinlan expressionlessly pushed away the red head resting on her shoulder. "How do we get up there?" "Whoosh, Vespera," Ron said, sniffling with concern. "The levitation charm, your broomstick." A broomstick soared from the sky, descending swiftly. Quinlan replicated her outer robe, tearing it into strips to bind the two students and a professor together, finally securing them to the broom's tail. "Let us go? I'll carry you." Ron shyly mounted the broom, this being his first experience riding a girl-esque broom. "Hold on tight," Quinlan reminded him. The boy, who had just nodded bashfully, suddenly screamed in terror. "Ah, help, The howling wind distorted his features, and the speeding broom rendered his calves numb and thighs cramping. This was far swifter than the flying cars his brothers drove during the holidays. His grip on the broomstick turned white with tension, and he dared not relax, fearing that even the slightest looseness would send him plummeting to a disastrous fall. "I'm flying," gurgle gurgle. Professor Lockhart, awakening once more, opened his mouth to let in a gust of wind, mumbling a few words before astonishingly sticking out his tongue to savor the breeze. Quinlan stole a glance at him, then curiously redirected her gaze. In less than a minute, the five of them landed safely in the lavatory. Ron's legs trembled as if they might give way, and after taking 2 small steps, he collapsed against the sink, his lips quivering as he spoke. "Vespera, you're truly a Quidditch talent." Quinlan merely smiled in acknowledgement. The birds are flying. With Riddle's interference removed, she believed these letters would reach the professors intact. Soon, several professors arrived at the lavatory. "Merlin, children, are you all right?" Professor McGonagall, leading the group, immediately expressed her concern. Over half of the students here were from her Gryffindor house. "Oh, this lovely lady, may I ask where we are?" Lockhart, resembling a disheveled peacock, instantly took McGonagall's hand and placed a kiss upon her wrist. Just as his lips were about to touch her skin, McGonagall, looking horrified, swiftly retracted her hand. Lockhart, beginning to speak, elegantly collapsed to the ground. Quinlan withdrew her fist, stating coolly, "He has lost his mind. Don't mind him. First, let us take Ginny and Harry to the hospital wing. They're both quite injured." Upon hearing about his sister's condition, Ron immediately perked up, nodding at Professor McGonagall. "Yes, Professor. Let us check on my sister first." The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Quinlan walked at the rear. The cool scales of the southern wind pressed against her wrist. Suddenly, with a thud, the over-meter-tall Professor Flitwick extracted his wand, leaping to deliver a blow to the back of Quinlan's head. "I truly didn't want to reprimand you, but why would you rush forward in such danger?" Flitwick fumed, his mustache bristling. Having been at Ravenclaw for so many years, he had never seen a student as active as her. "Has your Ravenclaw brain gone dull? Don't you know to call a professor first? Last time someone almost died, and you just jumped right into the chamber." "I apologize. I was in such a rush I didn't have time to notify you," Quinlan said, rubbing the spot where he had struck. "It didn't hurt much. Far less than the fire tongs of Headmistress Isadora." "You reckless child." Flitwick ignored her, jumping up to strike her again. "Miss Quinlan, what is that powder on your sleeve?" Professor Snape, his tone ominous, slowed his pace, noticing the white substance on her sleeve. Quinlan had no intention of hiding it. Pulling out a nearly empty crystal vial and handing it to him with the label facing his palm. "A gift for you, Professor." Having used the shampoo she gifted him for Christmas, the professor's hair appeared much softer and slightly voluminous, looking far more presentable. Surprised to receive a bottle so casually, Snape stood momentarily, watching Quinlan being scolded and taken away by Flitwick. As he read the label, astonished, he nearly dropped it. Philosopher's Stone powder. How could Quinlan possess such a substance, and where had she utilized it? At breakfast in the Great Hall, Quinlan's roommate, Catherine, recounted the events during her unconsciousness. It turned out Hagrid had been suspected of being the culprit and had been taken to Azkaban. After Harry awoke and revealed the truth, Professor Dumbledore was reinstated, and Hagrid was released from Azkaban. Quinlan had handed the diary to Dumbledore, yet unease lingered in her heart. Riddle's words before his disappearance echoed in her mind. Why was he so adamant that they would meet again at the orphanage? What did it signify to begin anew? "Dobby is free." The sharp, jittery voice rang out from the corridor, and a golden-haired figure in a black cloak flew towards Quinlan. A laud shield. The beechwood wand emitted a glow, enveloping the incoming object, preventing it from striking her while preserving the dignity of the adult, preventing a humiliating fall. "Harry Potter. Damn little elf." He glared menacingly at the figure opposite him, elegantly turning with his wand. "Thank you, Miss Ravenclaw. Your self-crafted spell is remarkable," Quinlan observed as the submitted diary was in his grasp. "No need for thanks, sir." Lucius Malfoy, unwilling to linger, offered his gratitude and departed. Dobby, spotting Quinlan behind Malfoy, vanished like a mouse fleeing from a cat. "Vespera," Harry called out joyfully, recalling the harrowing sight of Vespera's poisoning that had terrified them. Quinlan nodded politely as Harry dashed to her side, his green eyes sparkling as he scanned her from head to toe, smiling with relief as he embraced her. "How wonderful. You're safe." This marked the third embrace of the day. Catherine in the dormitory, Hermione in the hospital wing, and now Harry in the corridor. Did everyone love hugging so much? Wow, a hug. We want to join. For more hands joined around Harry and Quinlan. Well, there were also George and Fred now. Meanwhile, behind the third pillar, a clenched fist struck the wall in frustration, the green-wrapped gift box in his hand nearly deforming. Chapter 33, Rose Manor. Dumbledore announced at dinner that final exams for the academic year were cancelled. After experiencing the terror brought by the Chamber of Secrets, The young wizards breezed through the end of the semester. The Hogwarts Express departed one morning, transporting the children back home. Quinlan walked at the back of the crowd, whispering to the southern wind, "Do you wish to remain in the Forbidden Forest? The concrete and steel of London may not be suitable for serpents." "No, Parseltongue." The serpent's head on her wrist bit lightly at her wrist bone, signifying its refusal. Quinlan extended her left hand to stroke its cold scales. "All right then, let it be." "Good morning, Quinlan." The girl with platinum locks approached her, greeting her with an ethereal and delicate voice. Her lively eyes seemed to have discovered something, fixated upon Quinlan's wrist. A first-year Ravenclaw student, Luna Lovegood. About 2 days prior, Quinlan had encountered her while taking Nanfone into the Forbidden Forest for a bit of exercise, where Luna was feeding the night mares. "Good morning, Luna." The girl's complexion was as pale as the sky at the moment before dawn. Quinlan rolled up her sleeves slightly, revealing Nanfone. The golden serpent lazily raised its head, flicking its tongue as a form of greeting. Luna's eyes sparkled with a curious novelty. The night mares had warned her of the new arrivals in the Forbidden Forest, the charming little snake. Clearly delighted to have met Nanfone, she skipped through the crowd and boarded the train. Catherine leaned in conspiratorially after Luna departed. "Pella, what did that peculiar girl say to you that has you so cheerful?" Luna was known around Hogwarts as the Ravenclaw's eccentric girl. She had a knack for losing things mysteriously only to find them again in equally baffling ways. Her conversations were quite strange, filled with odd terms like glumbumble and dungbomb. Merlin's pants. Who would even want those things swirling in their mind? "Nothing much. Perhaps she's just in a particularly good mood today." Quinlan replied as she accepted her luggage from a senior student in the carriage. "Thank you, and to all of you." Hearing Quinlan express her gratitude towards the empty space in front of the carriage, Catherine felt certain that her entire roommate's demeanor had been infected by that first-year student. She hurriedly took her luggage aboard. The compartment was full, and Quinlan, feeling indifferent, chose a window seat in the middle of the train. Just as she settled in, someone slid into the seat beside her, inquiring, "I hope you don't mind." Quinlan glanced at Zabine's slightly upturned smile and felt the residual warmth of another person's presence on her thigh. With her knees slightly apart, she motioned for him to retract his leg. "I don't mind, but you've already taken a seat." Zabine, sensing her movement, smiled even more. The seats were narrow, and he adjusted himself, sitting upright without encroaching on her space. "May I sit here?" Nate gestured to the seat opposite Quinlan. "Feel free." "No." A voice protested from behind Nate, as a girl with golden hair plopped down in the seat opposite Quinlan first. Nate's expression remained inscrutable as he nonchalantly took a seat opposite Zabine. A table separated the four of them, not particularly wide. If the two facing each other rested their forearms on the table, their fingers could intertwine. All seats in the middle of the carriage were arranged this way. From the moment Draco sat down, he turned his head stubbornly to gaze out the window, his arms crossed over his chest, as if someone owed him a fortune. Quinlan felt drowsy. She had no intention of coddling Draco, who was not an orphan after all. In her half-asleep state, she felt a deep brown head resting on her left shoulder, adding a slight weight to it. Quinlan's sleepiness dissipated as she reached out to adjust Zabine's posture. Just as her right hand brushed against his shoulder, she felt someone tugging at the hem of her garment. "Why are you deceiving me again?" She sighed quietly, adjusting him upright. "Zabine, I know you're not asleep. Sit properly." After massaging her tense temples and furrowing her brow to close her eyes, Zabine released the hem of her clothing. He reoriented himself, leaning back against the seat and gradually falling asleep. Clang. The wooden tabletop thudded heavily as Draco abruptly stood up. Quinlan reluctantly opened her eyes to see the boy's face flushed with frustration. He stood there in silence, his eyes blatantly urging her to ask. Observing the curious glances of surrounding students, Quinlan asked, "What's the matter, Draco?" Having received the cue, Draco settled down but shot an irritable glance at the slumbering Zabine. Just now, that Vespera was swaying her head like a peacock, about to bump into Zabine. Damn Blaze. With so many ex-girlfriends, why does she have to sit next to Quinlan? He lamented that he should have hurried faster. "Nothing. I just remembered I still owe you a gift." "Congratulations on your recovery," Draco said, summoning a green gift box with his wand. Inside was a jar of candies. Quinlan took Zabine's hand and opened the glass jar to taste a piece. "Too sweet, but delicious, thank you." The compartment fell silent again, though the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Though it was difficult to pinpoint why, this continued until the train arrived at the station. Upon awakening, Quinlan felt a slight numbness in her left arm. With Zabine's face resting on her shoulder, he had truly fallen asleep. "Zabine, we've arrived. Wake up." His eyes, reflecting the same color as his hair, revealed a hint of bewilderment. His fair face bore large pink imprints. "Sorry, I must have dozed off too deeply." "It's fine, you should go wash your face first." As Zabine passed by awaiting Draco, all three heard Draco's impatient huff. He turned to Draco, meeting his gaze for a few seconds before smiling. Leaning closer, he whispered something in Draco's ear, leaving with an air of cheerfulness. Quinlan did not catch the words, but observed Draco's scowl as he shot daggers at her before departing. It likely wasn't anything pleasant. My father wishes to invite you to the Nate Manor during the holidays. As the compartment emptied, Nate produced a letter sealed with red wax. The plain white back bore a blooming red rose. Your father? Quinlan was unaware of the pure-blood family head's intentions. Why would he invite someone rumored to be a muggle? Quinlan grasped the corner of the letter, but couldn't pull it from him. You can refuse. I can tell my father you declined. In truth, Nate didn't want Quinlan to visit the manor. His father was a cold and dangerous man. Visiting wouldn't be too bad. Is your home beautiful? Quinlan, noticing Nate's worried expression, exerted some effort to retrieve the letter. The die was cast, and Nate returned to his usual solitary demeanor, appearing indifferent. Yet, his eyes held a fondness for memories. It's quite beautiful. The manor is filled with everlasting explorer roses. Chapter 34, A Stray Dog. London's summer was not hot. The temperatures hovered in the 20s, requiring neither fans nor cool mats. As night quietly descended, a crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by twinkling stars. A gentle breeze swept by, casting the dim streetlights upon Quinlan's face. The necklace dangling from her right hand's index finger glimmered with metallic sheen, its dangling end adorned with 2 golden rings enclosing a tiny hourglass. The hourglass could rotate, its interior flowing with a silvery river. She held the necklace before her, swaying it gently, and a fresh, fragrant aroma of roses wafted from her memories. Welcome to Nate Manor, Miss Quinlan. The house elf, Beatrice, stood before the intricately carved iron gate, bowing to Quinlan. The master requests that you accompany Miss Quinlan to the study on the 5th floor. Nate stood silently beside Quinlan, nodding in acknowledgement. The manor was vast. The neatly trimmed lawn by the entrance gleamed a delightful green under the summer sun. Just a few meters inside, golden light intertwined with the vibrant roses. In vibrant clusters, the flowers unfurl in a manner that is both free-spirited and attention-grabbing. The main building of the estate is enveloped by a sea of roses, with stained glass windows arranged meticulously between porcelain white bricks, while a tall tower stands silently in a corner of the floral expanse. The carpet in the corridor is darker than the red roses outside, and Quinlan walks upon it, her footsteps inaudible. Not since entering has Nort uttered a single word, quietly maintaining a half step ahead of her. From the opulent hall, on the 1st floor to the corridor on the 4th lined with doors, Quinlan sees no one but herself and Nort. Knock, knock. Nort raises his hand and taps on a grand door adorned with intricate carvings, seamlessly blending with the exquisite murals. The door opens silently on its own. As Quinlan steps inside, Nort suddenly grips her wrist, only to release it in silence before she can look back. This is not the study the little sprite at the entrance spoke of. Rather, it resembles a floor of a library filled with densely packed bookshelves. The vaulted ceiling is painted with explorers' roses, where delicate women in white skirts dance gracefully among them. A large, simple redwood desk with a smooth surface sits by the window, its tall chair back, casting away all colorful reflections. Good day, Mr. Nort. Quinlan approaches the man seated opposite her. Clad in a tailored dark wizardess robe, he sits at the desk, his quill almost airborne as fluid English ink swiftly covers the parchment. His eyes, sharp and calm behind rimless glasses, scrutinize the documents like a tempered steel blade. His hair is meticulously arranged, with the hues at his temples already graying. Take the box from the corner of the table, and you may leave, he states without lifting his gaze. On the deep blue square box, a lifelike serpent appears to slither. As someone approaches, the serpent's head snaps open, baring its fangs at the lock. Its ominous eyes warn those who dare to come closer. Suppressing her doubts, Quinlan steps forward, just as her hand reaches for the box. The serpent springs to life. Blue shadows surge, and its sharp fangs pierce her pinky. The serpentine figure dissipates as if it had never existed, leaving a black snake-like tattoo on her joint, now adorned with a pair of blue eyes. Like the final stroke of a brush, the tattoo begins to twist around her joint, its head moving from the back of her hand to the palm. She retrieves the box, and Nort leads her down the floors, crossing fields of flowers and lawns, back to the black iron gate of the estate. There, BIA awaits, bowing respectfully. Miss Quinlan. The master wishes to hear the songs from the tower. Quinlan notices a shift in Nord's demeanor, as if his breath had momentarily caught. She senses an intensity in his presence. Out of the corner of her eye, the solitary tower of Explorer's Roses is reduced to just its pointed top, reminiscent of the white church steeple visible from the rooftop in her orphanage's neighborhood. The necklace in her hand sways less and less until it hangs straight and naturally in midair. The silver stream flowing through the little hourglass glimmers in Quinlan's deep purple eyes, resembling the cosmic nebulae that flicker across the universe. This structure bears a striking resemblance to the time-turner documented in alchemical texts. Yet, she recalls that the hourglass was empty. How could there be a silver substance? What is it? Perla. The director says if you don't come down to sleep, you'll be locked up tomorrow and forbidden from working. Perlin, perched on a tree branch and eyeing a mouse, coos in agreement. Quinlan cannot go out. It will be able to sleep in tomorrow morning. Alas, the owl's wishes are destined to go unfulfilled. Quinlan slips the necklace around her neck and tucks it into her collar before descending from the rooftop. The following morning, fog envelopes the dawn. Quinlan rises before the sun, tidies her bed, and heads to the cafeteria for her breakfast, stepping into the dew-laden grass as she leaves the orphanage. Perlin glides through the air, an early bird indeed, feeling rather sleepy. In her green postal bag are 97 letters. If she rides swiftly, she can deliver them all before 10 o'clock. This way, she can arrive punctually at 11 to clean an office building. This job is one of the part-time opportunities for children who have aged out of the orphanage, and this summer, Quinlan occasionally fills in for her. Rumor has it from the director that she is preparing for her entrance exam to the University of London. To avoid being expelled for missing work and consequently losing her income, she sought out the energetic Quinlan upon the director's recommendation. Now 14 years old, Quinlan stands at 164 centimeters, and with her composed demeanor, she can easily pass for a stunted adult. Cleaning the office building involves diligently scrubbing and mopping. And this month alone, that sister's name has appeared 5 times on the daily list of outstanding cleaners. 3 of those instances are thanks to Quinlan's efforts, while the other 2 stem from the sister striving to outperform herself after being critiqued by the supervisor. Those who receive accolades at the end of the month earn a bonus. Quinlan meticulously cleans the multi-story office building from top to bottom, aiming to maximize her earnings at month's end. As evening descends, a gentle drizzle begins to fall over damp London. The girl tucks her head into her coat's hood as she walks along the street, mechanically shoving a ham and egg sandwich into her mouth. Her gaze is vacant, lost in contemplation of her near future. She intends to move out of the orphanage at 16, though she has yet to decide whether to reside among muggles or wizards. If she chooses the mundane world, attending university is a must. If she opts for the wizarding realm, does graduation lead to the Ministry of Magic? Suddenly, a deranged dog, starved in the alley for who knows how long, catches the scent of food, its eyes bloodshot and teeth bared as it lunges towards her. In a moment of astonishment, Quinlan's body swiftly obeys her brain's command. She pivots and delivers a swift side kick, sending the creature's head flying. Its dull brown fur, soaked by the rain, clings in matted strands, and various wounds mar its limbs. The dog's head collides with the hard wall, scraping against nails, leaving a deep gash from its eyes to its mouth, fresh blood oozing forth. Quinlan adjusts her waistband with one hand, swallowing the last bite of her sandwich. Her indifferent gaze assesses the wolf-like creature, its abdomen still contracting, its nostrils flaring as it breathes in and out. She tucks the sandwich wrapper into her coat pocket and turns to leave. The air grows heavier with moisture, signaling an impending downpour. She had lent her bicycle to another employee rushing to the hospital, so she must quicken her pace. Otherwise, the people at the orphanage will worry. The dog, with its ears trembling, struggles to rise as it hears the girl's retreating footsteps. It limps after Quinlan's silhouette, but it is too slow as she breaks into a run. It cannot keep up. Hence, it presses its nose to the ground, desperate to catch up. If it rains heavily, the scent will vanish. Suddenly, thunder rumbles, and torrents of rain pour down. After dinner, Quinlan sits on the porch of the orphanage, peeling potatoes. Perla, this rain is pouring down. Come help me move the sandbags at the gate to block it. The matron rushes into the deluge, clad in a raincoat, and Quinlan promptly sets down the potatoes, quickly donning her own raincoat to follow her. The rain saturates both their faces, rendering their eyes nearly shut, and the cacophony of raindrops falling makes it difficult to hear one another speak. Perla, why are you standing still? Hurry and help. Director, there's a dog in the water. We need meat for breakfast. A dog. Quinlan lifted the upper half of the dog to her chest, presenting it to the director. A dog. Let us bring it inside. With the dog cradled in her left arm and a sandbag slung over her right shoulder, Quinlan tossed the creature into the room, instructing the children to watch over it while she continued her labor. The little ones arranged themselves on benches in neat rows, cheering for Quinlan and the director. Half an hour later, the rudimentary flood control measures in the yard were complete. The filthy dog was roughly washed clean by Quinlan in the communal bath, while a dozen children each wielded a hairdryer to dry it off. The director's wife ground some anti-inflammatory powder and wrapped it in cloth to bind to the dog's wounds. The dog was then placed in a 4-person room, which only Quinlan occupied. The following day, as the sun rose, thanks to the sandbags, rainwater did not inundate the orphanage. Quinlan prepared a bowl of porridge, donated by the children, mixed with milk, eggs, and meat for the dog. Upon opening the door, she found the dog missing and a bare-chested man occupying the empty bed. Chapter 35. I Am a Wolf. The dog bowl was carelessly placed on the ground as Quinlan approached the bed. Morning sunlight streamed in, casting a gentle glow on the blue and white checkered children's bed, where a tall man was enveloped in the blankets. His calves protruded from the covers. The bedding rolled to the side, his bare chest pressed against the edge of the blanket. His serene sleeping face was handsome, with distinct features. However, the scar stretching from the corner of his eye to the bridge of his nose was quite unsightly, and the exposed skin was mostly a deep shade of purple. Quinlan sat at the edge of her bed, refraining from hastily waking him. Her contemplative expression, shadowed by the sunlight, seemed to amplify her silence. He was sleeping soundly, emitting a dreamlike groan. Quinlan surmised that it would not be long before he awoke, as his cold calves dangled over the edge of the children's bed, which would soon lead to a numbness akin to the sudden grip of someone around his ankles. "Ah, you're awake." Quinlan's voice revealed no discernible emotion. The man, caught off guard by the gaze of a small girl, exhibited a brief moment of embarrassment, quickly pulling the blanket to conceal himself completely, not even a finger exposed. His light yellow hair draped limply over the sheets. His pale skin, blue eyes, and the blue and white checkered fabric seemed to blend into one another. "Are you a wizard?" The man remained silent, merely nodding. Quinlan furrowed her brow at this response. "Mute?" "No," came the deep voice, akin to a bottomless pool of still water. The girl leaned in closer, sensing that this individual was a considerable complication. "This is a muggle world. Yesterday, everyone saw me bring a dog inside." Quinlan stood, her shadow elongating in the sunlight, enveloping the man almost entirely. She approached the breakfast bowl she had prepared by the bed, quiet yet unyielding. "Now, transform into a dog and come eat your breakfast." "I am human now," he replied, his demeanor calm, striving for autonomy, or perhaps proclaiming his desire for greater freedom. Quinlan's eyebrows remained still, her steady tone akin to a tranquil lake. "You chose to follow me. If you cannot comply, then leave." The declaration fell flat. His long lashes brushed against his eyelids, and his azure eyes shimmered with clarity. After a moment of struggle, he cloaked himself entirely beneath the blanket. Little Bataclow, I am a wolf, for sturdy legs, powerful and well-proportioned, stood firmly on the ground, covered in gray fur with large, upright ears. He measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and stood about 75 centimeters at the shoulder. The wild and composed qualities coexisted within him. "Eat your food and come down with me. You are a dog now." The wolf ears of little Batik drooped in frustration as he sat beside the pristine stainless steel bowl, his tail covering his sensitive parts. Quinlan turned her back to him. The sound of licking filled the air, initially slow and tentative before he joyfully indulged. She let out a barely audible sigh, while the little wolf's ears twitched excitedly. Once he finished eating, Quinlan picked up the gleaming bowl, signaling him to follow. The gray wolf's tongue licked around his lips, revealing a lingering sense of satisfaction and regret. Perceptive to Quinlan's gaze, he gracefully fell and stepped behind her. "You sustained quite an injury yesterday. Avoid strenuous activity. You must have gone a long time without food, so eat lightly today." He nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. With a loud thud, the freshly licked bowl flattened his ears. "You are now an ordinary dog, just a bit larger. Do not behave so humanely." Quinlan squatted down to meet his gaze, restraining his inclination to nod. "A woo," he tentatively howled, his wolfish eyes scrutinizing Quinlan's reaction. He truly did not wish to imitate a dog's bark. That will suffice." Receiving affirmation, his drooping wolf tail swayed slightly from side to side. A new dog had arrived at the orphanage, remarkably intelligent. This fact quickly spread throughout the neighborhood. He bore no name and obeyed only Quinlan's commands. Every day, he lingered around Quinlan's bicycle. Wherever she went, he followed. When Quinlan left for work, unable to take him along, he quietly stayed in her room, sleeping. As soon as she descended the stairs, the children in the yard knew that Sister Pela must have returned. Before dawn, he accompanied Quinlan on her errands through every alley and street. He had witnessed the moon over London's western suburbs, the roses blooming at dusk in the east, the lush pastures of the north, and the tranquil rivers flowing to the south. The local stray dogs and house pets were no match for his size, and when boredom struck, he would engage in a scuffle, delighting in the fur that clung to him until Quinlan groomed him clean. That night, after shaking off some dampness in the bathroom, Quinlan handed him a bag for clothing. "Put it on." The half-man, half-wolf head tilted in confusion, as if he did not comprehend. Quinlan sighed, smiling softly, transform into a human and put it on. The wolf's face flushed in embarrassment. It seemed inappropriate. If he turned back into a human, he would be exposed. Quinlan maintained her gentle smile, placing a razor and foam in the bag and hanging it around his neck. "Over there, go close the curtain and change." He emerged from behind the curtain wearing a simple white t-shirt and black casual pants, his bare feet making contact with the floor. His lake blue eyes were clear and his demeanor unblemished. He seldom presented his human form before Quinlan, feeling somewhat awkward as he licked his lips. Why the sudden need to change back? Quinlan produced a pair of white socks and a pair of athletic shoes. Put these on. We are heading to the overturned alley shortly. Having grown accustomed to following Quinlan's instructions, little Batik naturally took the shoes and slipped them on, finding them a perfect fit. His eyes sparkled with surprise, bright and lively. How did you know what size shoes I wear? Except for the first day in bed. He had never revealed his human form. Wolves do not require shoes, so he naturally did not disclose his shoe size. Quinlan's gaze traveled from his hair to his ankles, sending shivers down little Batik's spine. I can estimate. His thoughts drifted, and the fair complexion he had nurtured over the days seemed to float away. Stop dawdling. Put on your shoes. Quinlan's clear youthful voice splashed over him like cold water, swiftly cooling his cheeks. Resuming his composed and graceful demeanor, he smiled, his lips curving into an enchanting arc, exuding warmth and charm. All right, do you need to prepare anything else? Quinlan shook her head and continued to extract 2 black robes from the dark garbage bag, donning them as well. She then retrieved 2 crystal vials, filled with a potion, and consumed their contents. Your face is quite captivating. At this, little Barty let out a light chuckle, his blue eyes brimming with delight. The potion took effect, transforming the two into mere strangers who had only crossed paths a few times. Shall we proceed now, master? Quinlan frowned, casting him a peculiar glance. Yet, little Barty appeared entirely at ease, prompting her to refrain from correcting him. What peculiarities this person possesses. Chapter 36, The Enhanced Potion. In Nocturne Alley, as night descended, it seemed to be engulfed by a deeper shadow. The stars and moonlight appeared to have lost their brilliance in this realm, leaving behind a shroud of chaos and obscurity. The shops lining the streets flickered with weak candlelight, their faded signs both enticing and warning every soul daring to tread here. Numerous individuals clad in black robes, much like Quinlan and her companion, mingled within the indistinct crowd, engaging in various transactions. Whether in search of urgent magical items or seeking some clandestine power, all found their stage in this forsaken corner. Little Barty seemed quite at home, trailing behind Quinlan with a casual gait. Master, you are quite young, yet dare venture into such places. Did not the old folks at Hogwarts warn that all things related to dark magic are perilous? Quinlan brushed aside his nonsensical remarks, and the individual behind her, disdainfully kicking a leg on the ground, seemed to require no response from her. At Borgin and Burke's, what is it that you wish to purchase? Master, do speak, he implored, his tone almost flirtatious as it escaped his lips. Caractacus listened intently, noting how the current youth indulged in such extravagance. Boss, let's make a sale. Quinlan leaned against the counter, placing the black garbage bag atop it. After years in the trade, Caractacus had never encountered someone so nonchalant. To deem her simple would be an understatement, yet she possessed a bag. Conversely, to declare her not simple would entail the use of a flimsy plastic sack. The magenta liquid within the 2 crystal vials swirled and flowed, resplendent and vibrant. He had never seen such a potion. Quinlan leaned in, urging him to listen closely. Little Barty stood 2 meters away, his hands brushing against the antiques on the shelves, his eyes and ears almost glued to Quinlan's face. Boss Bork's pale, lifeless eyes gleamed with increasing intensity, stirring a thrill within little Barty. This was simply exhilarating. Are you certain it truly possesses such effects? The balding elder inquired darkly, yet his eyes revealed his longing. Quinlan nodded. You may first sample a bit. Her calm demeanor further convinced him. No need for a trial. I shall offer a bottle for 10 galleons. 20. Old Bork's commercial acumen was sharp. Although this individual had consumed the polyjuice potion, his years of keen observation assured him that he was merely a fledgling. While the effects are commendable, the market may not be vast. 40. Look here, you possess only 2 vials. 80. The assertive tone nearly caused old Bork to falter under the weight of his wrinkles. Well, perhaps. 160. 100. 100. Let us round it off. Old Bork, acutely aware of the value of those 2 vials, found himself unable to endure such a method of bargaining. Shouldn't it be a matter of give and take, a negotiation? The merchant's astute gaze remained fixed on Quinlan, his heart a flutter of anxiety, silently pleading with Merlin not to raise the price further. 160. If not, then so be it. Quinlan reached for the garbage bag. After all, Professor Snape had stated that this potion would surely find its buyers. Deal. The frail elder grasped her wrist, realizing that 2 vials amounted to 320 galleons, a painful expenditure for him. He aimed to inflate the price to exorbitant heights, seeking to soothe his wounded purse. Clink, clink. The crisp sound of galleons resonated like a lively melody against the glass counter. A total of 320 galleons, all accounted for. Quinlan nodded. turning to call out to the idle little Barty not to touch anything. Within mere seconds, Quinlan grasped the brown pouch from the counter, the galleons clinking in harmony with her movements. She paused, sensing something amiss, and shook the pouch slightly. Old Bork, observing her actions with beads of sweat forming on his brow, forced a grin, revealing his dark brown teeth. Haha, one grows old and becomes forgetful, doesn't one? Look, I forgot to include 3 more. Chuckling, Old Bork fished out 3 galleons from a box beside the counter, feigning innocence as he placed them into Quinlan's pouch. All set, he declared, his hand sore from holding the bag aloft. And 2 more. Haha, just as I said, I am losing my wits. Here, indeed, 2 more. Old Bork said, retrieving 2 additional coins from his inky attire. Finally, Quinlan accepted the bag and departed the shop with little Barty. Take care, do come again. Not everyone in this world is a gullible fool like Lucius, and he pondered when the latter would next grace his establishment. Master, your acumen has uncovered that old man's trickery. Little Barty, having played the loyal dog for a month, had adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Quinlan remained silent, astonished by his adaptability and transformation. Reflecting on the past month, she realized she had imparted little of the master-servant ethos to him. Master, what was it you sold to that old man? Little Barty finally succumbed to curiosity and inquired. An enhanced polyjuice potion. What kind of polyjuice potion commands a price of 160 galleons? The ordinary potion costs no more than 14 galleons at most. This is more than a 10-fold increase. It is merely something that enhances romantic encounters. Rarity dictates value. This idea had come to Quinlan after hearing about Hermione's transformation into a catgirl, leading her to pen a recipe that Professor Snape kindly assisted in preparing 2 vials. Upon learning of its effects, Professor Snape had bombarded her with letters for a month, berating her for harboring such impure thoughts at a tender age. Recalling his elegantly crafted phrases, Quinlan's mouth twitched in rare amusement. Enhancement. Do you have any more? Let me try? Little Barty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quinlan glanced at the canine-like figure beside her, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Alas, they are all sold out. At her words, little Barty blinked and dashed off, leaving behind a shadowy silhouette. Quinlan anticipated his destination, her eyes devoid of focus, lips curled in silent amusement. Haha, thankfully I ventured early and secured a purchase. Minutes later, little Barty returned, clutching a vial 10 times smaller than what she had relinquished, brimming with exuberance. How much did you pay? Not too bad, not too bad. Just like you, 160 galleons. Quinlan smiled. Fool, cunning merchant. Upon returning to the orphanage by night bus, it was already the early hours of the morning. The director and children were sound asleep. The effects of their polyjuice potion had worn off, returning them to their original forms. As it was past midnight, Quinlan's biological clock urged her to rest. She walked directly to her bed upon entering her room. Little Barty followed closely behind. Just as he shut the door, he eagerly poured the potion into his mouth, the magenta liquid meeting his tongue. The clouds dispersed, and moonlight gracefully streamed through the window, enveloping little Barty in a silvery veil. The pale yellow strands of hair transformed into a lustrous silver, while triangular ears emerged from the crown of his head. The outer layer of grayish-brown gradually lightened and melded with the hair color, revealing a subtle blush of pink beneath. A white short-sleeved shirt concealed the back of his waist, and a long, fluffy tail swayed gently in accordance with his whims. Little Batty appeared quite pleased with his transformation, lazily spinning around to admire his new form. Soon, his lake blue eyes filled with desire, fixating intently on the sole figure within his gaze. The tip of his tail swayed softly, cat ears quivering involuntarily, and a blush crept across his neck. Everything was vividly illuminated under the moonlight. Master, a soft thud echoed as Quinlan, with her back to him, bent down to tidy the bed, covering her nose with her hand. Calmly, she turned to retrieve a tissue. The curry lamb from dinner had been too delicious, and despite her usual disciplined eating habits, she found herself with a nosebleed. Suddenly, her vision was invaded by a wild-eyed little Batty, adorned with ears and a tail. Step back, keep your distance, and don't come any closer. Chapter 37, The Soul Sucker. Little Batty's gaze was hazy, his sticky breaths sending shivers down Quinlan's spine. Master, please help me, I beg you. Quinlan, startled by his desperate tone, instinctively kicked him 2 meters away. Fortunately, her long pants allowed his tail to land lightly on the fabric. Master, little Batty collapsed limply to the ground. Quinlan took a deep breath, using a tissue to wipe the blood from her nose, her lips twitching as she opened the door to head downstairs. Oh heavens, this is absurd. For someone so grown, he should know better than to recklessly consume potions. Perhaps I should stitch his mouth shut. Her thoughts were chaotic. Soon after, a muffled groan erupted from the floor, penetrating to the very depths of his being. He exhaled hot, humid air, his delicate nose and brow glistening with beads of moisture. The pair of cat ears and the tail, a result of the potion, quivered with every breath. Quinlan returned to the room, carrying a large bucket filled with tap water. After examining the floor for any unusual marks, her expression softened slightly. "You'd best dunk your head in the water to clear your mind," she stated, placing the bucket on the floor. Little Battie's mood shifted oddly. Her indifferent tone struck him as a solid, impenetrable wall, leaving his heart feeling as if it were swelling within his chest. He longed desperately for the touch of the person beside him. Was it the potion's effect? Or his true desire? He could no longer discern. He had consumed all the purchased potion, and the exquisite crystal bottle reflected the pure white moonlight on the ground. The dazed individual began to babble incoherently, but Quinlan dismissed his ramblings, letting them flow in one ear and out the other. "I'll need to buy a new funnel tomorrow. Open your mouth," she instructed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She placed an oil funnel in his mouth, filled a ladle with water, and poured it directly in. He continued to swallow, the tap water mixed with the taste of rust and disinfectant from the pipes. When he could drink no more, a fifth of the bucket remained. Little Battie's stomach churned violently, and he retched, feeling the burning sensation of stomach acid in his throat. Gradually, his mind began to clear, and the ears and tail faded away. "Clean this mess up and get out," she ordered, as tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Quinlan remained unfazed, her breathing steady and unperturbed by his distress. Her biological clock was already signaling alarm. After he left with the bucket, the room fell silent. Exhausted, Quinlan returned to her bed and quickly fell asleep until dawn. As the rain pattered against the trees, bursting like colorless fireworks on the windowsill, Quinlan's biological clock remained punctual. However, after yesterday's commotion, she slept longer until Tasha knocked on the door. "Sister Pyra, come down for breakfast." The girl opened her eyes, still heavy with fatigue. Across 3 beds, in the innermost one, a pile of blankets formed a mound. A fluffy gray-brown tail hung over the edge of the bed, and upon sensing Quinlan's gaze, it swiftly retreated beneath the covers. "All right, Tasha, I'll be right there." Quinlan tidied her bed, using a black hair tie from under her pillow to secure her hair in a low ponytail. She cast a glance at the lump on the bed without uttering a word, simply writing a note at her desk. It detailed Little Battie's accumulated expenses for food and lodging in the courtyard. "Since you have money, you must pay to stay here. A vagrant without a home cannot expect to eat for free at the orphanage. Whatever the potion cost, you will reimburse me for last night's emotional distress and treatment. Do not consume potions recklessly. It will waste your money and could land you in jail." In response, a muffled voice emerged from beneath the covers. Quinlan paid no further attention to the creature on the bed, and after receiving the expected reply, she opened the door and descended the stairs with Tasha. He listened to the sound of the door closing, regretting the potion he had consumed all night long. An insatiable curiosity, driven by a desire for experience, had led him astray. Thankfully, Quinlan's timely intervention with the water spared him from further embarrassment. The verdant maple trees swayed gently, while the golden sun rose and set, marking the end of a fulfilling summer vacation that Quinlan managed to conclude with the Monster's Monster book. Little Battie, clad in the white t-shirt and black pants Quinlan had given him, accompanied her to King's Cross Station in London. As the departure time approached, he whispered to Quinlan, "Master, you can open that book by touching its spine." Quinlan, having endured the mockery of others for several days, displayed little change in expression, accustomed as she was to such behavior in the restricted section. "Understood, thank you." In those days, the children believed there were numerous mice in the room and formed a mouse-catching team led by Perlin, constantly on patrol. Receiving a cool response, Little Battie exuded an aura of pitiful grievance. Many around cast either astonished or incredulous glances his way. "Master, I truly regret my actions. I promise not to cause any more trouble." In an unprecedented moment, Quinlan found herself at a loss for words. "What nonsense is this? We settled everything once you paid." Not wishing to engage with this difficult individual, she pushed him aside as she moved past the luggage cart. No sooner had she taken a few steps than Little Battie grasped the hem of her flowing garment, stating earnestly, "Master, I will pay on time. Please refrain from picking up strays." Quinlan swiftly brushed his hand away and entered the brick column. He easily caught her whispered words. Crazy. What a peculiar term. Whether or not the orphanage could house a dog was not hers to decide. She was not his master. Yet Little Battie smiled, his lips curling up like the most vibrant flower of a long summer day, drawing the attention of passers-by. As they journeyed to school, the storm raged outside. The sky seemed to tear apart, and the express train's windows were incessantly battered by torrential rain. Quinlan gripped her pencil tightly, scribbling and erasing on the table. Suddenly, the train's motion became erratic. The grinding of wheels against the track turned sharp and jarring. An indescribable heaviness enveloped the carriage, and after an intense jolt, the train came to a halt. Quinlan paused her writing, noticing a dark shadow flitting outside the window. She wiped the glass clean for a clearer view. Ah! A scream erupted throughout the carriage, echoing in a cacophony of panic. Suddenly, a shadowy figure loomed close to her, devoid of features, with hollow eye sockets that held nothingness. A chilling aura enveloped the carriage, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly, inducing involuntary shivers. Quinlan turned her head, and the sight outside materialized behind her. A tattered black robe, its texture reminiscent of freshly flayed human skin. The figure was gaunt, its head grotesquely contorted, surrounded by a swirling mist of gray and black. It was a Dementor. A student screamed. The creature drew nearer to Quinlan, mimicking the act of inhalation. A fleeting daze washed over her mind. After a couple of breaths, the Dementor hesitated, then intensified its sucking force. Quinlan regained her composure, furrowing her brow in scrutiny. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but the entity before her appeared irate. Patronus. Someone at the far end of the carriage intoned loudly, casting a spell. The Dementor, repelled by the light emitted from the wand, fled the carriage in haste. It was cold, exceedingly cold. The southern wind twirled comfortably around Quinlan's wrist, while her mind was pierced by a multitude of icy needles. Every bone felt as though it were being shattered by the relentless cold wind. Yet, Quinlan seemed impervious to the pain, her gaze clear. The cries of countless souls echoed in her mind, and she vividly beheld white spirits boiling in green flames. Faces of strangers, each shattered by calamity, torn from loved ones. Yearning for unattainable affection. Are you all right, classmate? A mature voice shattered the mirrors of despair. Quinlan blinked, concealing her thoughts. I am Professor Remus Lupin, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. The girl before him remained placid, entirely unfazed by the Dementor's passage, devoid of the expected fear, trepidation, or sorrow. Lupin grew concerned that she might be grappling with some hidden issue. Hello, Professor. I feel quite well, rather refreshing actually. Chapter 38, Willow Twigs. In the third year, numerous elective courses were available, and with a mindset of making the most of it, Quinlan enrolled in all of them. Professor Flitwick expressed great satisfaction upon seeing her schedule, proud to have a Ravenclaw student so eager to learn. However, well, Quinlan, perhaps you should consider dropping a few classes? Flitwick pondered his words carefully, striving not to dampen her enthusiasm for learning. Quinlan sat in her chair, feigning indifference. Their house head, descending from his desk, approached her with earnest concern. Some of these classes conflict with each other. You may not have enough time, correct? I heard that Miss Hermione Granger has also signed up for all of them. She blinked innocently, casting her gaze downward at the adorably petite headmaster. With an unintentional sigh, she noted the hourglass-shaped necklace dangling from her neck. Perhaps it was a gift from the Gryffindor head? What? That won't do. If Gryffindor has it, Ravenclaw must not be left behind. Wait here, let me search. I believe I have one as well. The large trunk revealed only the sparse strands of the elderly man's hair as Flitwick hopped inside. Ah, found it. The little old man joyfully produced a small wooden box. This is what that Granger girl has, a time turner. Here, take it, attend your classes diligently, and keep it discreet. After handing over the box, Flitwick promptly ushered Quinlan out of his office. You will need to apply to the Ministry of Magic for permission to use the time turner. I regret not paying closer attention to your course selections. You may use it quietly for now. Given the circumstances, the application should be approved swiftly. Quinlan pondered asking him about the time turner's usage and precautions, but was met with a playful reprimand from the headmaster. Still pretending, are we? Did you think all the permissions for the restricted books were granted in vain? You still don't recognize this device. Come along, come along. Unmasked. Quinlan relinquished the innocent facade she had learned from young Barty. Headmaster, allow me to treat you to cake. I baked it myself. Thank you, Headmaster. The oil paper wrapped cake floated onto the headmaster's cluttered desk. Flitwick tasted a piece after she departed. Delicious. As Quinlan exited the office, she soon encountered Hermione. Hey, Vespera. I heard you signed up for all the electives this year. Fantastic. That way, you can meet familiar classmates in every class. I aim to achieve all OS this year. Following your lead. During the first year's final exams, Hermione had received an E in Professor Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class, but all other grades were OS. Quinlan smiled, listening to her ambitious plans for the year. The diligent and talented girl eagerly shared her aspirations, deserving of uninterrupted attention. Scabbers. Ron's voice echoed from the corridor. The plump rat scampered ahead on its tiny legs, while a beautiful long-haired orange cat pursued it, tail high. The cat and mouse chase nimbly darted between Quinlan and Hermione. In contrast to the agile animals, Ron, who was less athletic, lagged behind, panting heavily. Hermione, control your Crookshanks. That wretched creature has been chasing Scabbers all day. Unable to catch the cat or trap the rat, he halted before the two girls, bent over and gasping, his complaints spilling forth. Crookshanks is not a wicked creature. Scabbers must be the problem, Hermione retorted, defending her feline companion. The two engaged in a loud quarrel in the hallway, while Quinlan stood by, her ears growing weary from the noise. Calm down. No one heeded her, and the commotion escalated. Quinlan pressed her lips together, smiling politely as she drew her wand. Silencio. Silence enveloped them, their mouths zipped shut. Please remain composed, young ladies and gentlemen. You are in your third year now. Both emitted disdainful huffs, turning their faces away from each other. Quinlan, akin to a mediator among children at a welfare institute, sought to soothe and guide both parties. Animals act according to their nature. Human interference only complicates matters. If Scabbers were truly harmed by Crookshanks, I believe Hermione would not shy away from responsibility. Let us cease this quarrel, shall we? Although she spoke with a gentle and patient tone, Hermione and Ron trembled as if they feared an imminent parental reprimand. They nodded eagerly, their eyes betraying a silent promise not to misbehave again. Stupefied. Thus, the children's dispute came to an end. In the third year, to facilitate unified teaching and preparation, Hogwarts core classes were conducted with all four houses together. In divination, Professor Trelawney, adorned with thick, oval glasses, spoke in a manner that was often disjointed. Quinlan found the subject somewhat perplexing. Prophecy, divination. If the future could be foretold, would it not mean that no matter the direction she chose or the magnitude of her steps, she would inevitably tread toward a predetermined conclusion? Hagrid, having been promoted to the position of care of magical creatures instructor, maintained his traditionally unreliable teaching style, akin to that of the biting textbook. Consequently, Draco found himself at odds with Hagrid's past brashness, lamenting as his right hand sustained another glorious injury. The defense against the dark arts classroom was spacious. With 4 students per table, Professor Lupin stood at the front, beside a glass-fronted cabinet. Now, all students, please rise from your seats and form a circle around this cabinet. He snapped his fingers, causing the classroom to feel even more expansive. The mysterious cabinet stood at the center, swaying and emitting sounds from within. The young witches and wizards had never encountered such a teaching method and peered in curiosity. Interesting, isn't it? Lupin was quite pleased with their expressions. Can anyone venture a guess as to what lies within? It is a boggart, sir. Correct answer, Mr. Thomas. Lupin then inquired. Can anyone describe what a boggart looks like? I find this lesson rather amusing. Draco had his right arm bandaged, and a grass-green cloth pouch hung around his proud neck. Quinlan, having just arrived in class after fiddling with the time-turner, overheard Professor Lupin teaching spells, evidently having arrived a tad late. Draco, what part of the lesson have we reached? Among those she recognized, the golden-haired boy was closest to her. His voice was somewhat familiar, though not entirely. It naturally slipped into Draco's ears, causing him to frown in provocation. Who are you to address me as such? Vespera. The surprised exclamation drew the attention of the crowd. Facing Lupin's gaze, Quinlan donned a smile befitting a diligent student. Noticing nothing amiss, the class resumed their amusement. Must you be so loud, Mr. Malfoy? Quinlan recalled the poised adult with a similar hair color. Draco was undoubtedly a cherished presence at home. It has been a while since we last met, she mumbled, missing the latter part of her sentence. Zabini discreetly moved beside her, his eyes twinkling. The boggart is inside the cupboard, and Professor Lupin is teaching us how to deal with it. Did I ask you? Just say it. Draco retorted, feeling cornered, and upon recognizing it was that detestable peacock. He rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd, momentarily halting Draco's bravado. The eccentrically dressed Professor Snape emerged from the cupboard. Quinlan did not laugh. Her expression was unusually serious. All right, class. Everyone line up and give it a try. The students, who would typically vie for putting at the dining table, now behave like gentlemen and ladies. After you, I will step back. Quinlan positioned herself in front of Harry. The students ahead confidently shouted their spells, dispelling their fears. Soon, it was her turn. Vespera Quinlan, take it easy. Lupin held a notable impression of this child due to the Dementor incident on the train. He speculated about Quinlan's fears, curious about what kind of person would utter such words. Quinlan stood firm, and a silver light burst forth. A colossal full moon descended, its cold, white light divine and distant, nearly occupying half the classroom. Lupin's eyes instantaneously filled with crimson blood vessels, and he hurriedly turned, his lips twitching as the fangs beneath his skin threatened to emerge. The radiant moon vanished, leaving a fresh green willow branch resting quietly on the floor. Professor, are you all right? The students behind whispered among themselves. Such a beautiful and noble moon. They gazed at it in admiration. How could this be what Quinlan feared? I'm fine. Since Quinlan has finished, let the next student come forward. Professor Lupin's hair, hastily parted, clung to his forehead in a disheveled manner, as he feigned calmness and beckoned Harry to step forward. Quinlan did not miss the series of actions taken by the boggart just before its transformation, retreating to the back with a calm demeanor. When Lupin met her tranquil violet gaze, he felt an odd sense of being seen through, a pang of guilt. Harry Potter, let us witness what great savior you fear. Draco and his cronies at the rear of the line prepared to mock him. On the Hogwarts Express, the valiant savior had fainted at the sight of a Dementor. Harry's lips moved, silently cursing Malfoy. Faced with that cupboard, memories of the Dementor's visage flooded his mind, growing clearer by the moment. "Ah!" a timid child exclaimed as Harry's boggart screamed. A Dementor. Lupin watched him, hoping he could recite the spell like the previous students, conquering his inner dread. But Harry could not forget. All joy faded, leaving only a profound sense of fear and loneliness. The boggart, transformed into a Dementor, drew ever nearer. Trembling hands could not lift the wand, and pale lips could not utter the incantation. The heart of the youth lacked the courage to draw forth his sword. Ridiculous. Just as the Dementor was about to steal his soul with a gentle kiss, Lupin stepped in front of Harry, waving his wand. The terrifying Dementor was dispelled. In the gray night sky, the bright moon was obscured by dark clouds. Quinlan stood not far away, weighing her gaze between Professor Lupin and the boggart that had reshaped itself because of him. The savior feared the Dementor. This rumor, circulating since the beginning of the term, had now become a reality through this ordinary lesson. Her relationship with Professor Lupin had grown increasingly intimate. Quinlan and Southwind had encountered them several times in the Forbidden Forest. It appeared as though Harry was consulting him about something. Hermione had mentioned that Professor Lupin shared a compartment with them at the start of the term. When Harry was drained of joy by the Dementor, it was Lupin who had aided him. Thus, Harry's purpose for seeking her out was self-evident. Under the weight of expectations, the savior, facing mockery and doubt from his peers, was certainly eager to grow stronger. While playing nearby with Southwind, Quinlan heard someone call her name. "Vespera? What a coincidence. You are here too." Harry emerged from the verdant thicket, somewhat disheveled. "Good afternoon, Harry." Quinlan noticed no one else behind him. "Are you alone?" "I came from that hillside. Hedwig brought me over." He did not disclose what he had been doing, but Quinlan surmised he was likely in that secluded spot, attempting to soothe his restless youthful heart. "What are you doing over here?" In her memory, Quinlan spent much time in the library, rarely enjoying such leisurely moments. Quinlan waved to him. "Come and meet my new friend, Southwind." Harry looked back in confusion. A golden-white giant python, 10 meters long and as thick as a person, gently flicking its dark tongue. "Hello, friend of the master." Parseltongue. The 13-year-old boy, seeing a serpent similar in size to the one in the Chamber of Secrets, instinctively took a few steps back in trepidation. In his panic, he failed to notice the stone beneath him, tripping and landing on the brown-red ground covered in needles. His wand slipped from his clothing, dazed. Expelliarmus. The holly wand was effortlessly sent flying, landing lightly aside. Quinlan retrieved his wand and approached, offering it back to him. "Calm down, Harry. Your wand." Your reaction made Southwind a bit sad. The python, understanding Quinlan's words, nodded as if in agreement. Its sorrowful utterance could consume you whole. The nodding serpent paused, and Harry distinctly saw the astonishment in its eyes. The latter part of the statement, devoid of emotion, was likely a jest. Realizing this, Harry chuckled in relief. "Hello, Southwind. I am Harry Potter." Parseltongue. Quinlan helped him to his feet, and after they had exchanged friendly greetings, she added, "In fact, Southwind can understand you even if you do not speak Parseltongue." "Yes, the master speaks truly." Parseltongue. Harry was astonished by Southwind's intelligence. He had never encountered a serpent like this. "So, can you both communicate?" "Of course." Parseltongue. "You can speak Parseltongue too. This is simply marvelous." Vespera. "I always thought it was only me, no, and the Dark Lord." The previous fears had been dispelled by the joy of finding kindred spirits. The boy appeared markedly more cheerful, as if the burdens of recent days had evaporated. "Have you always been like this?" His question prompted Quinlan to recall the house engulfed by flames on that fateful moonlit night. Perhaps it was an inheritance. A faint solitude lingered in her features, and the gentle southern wind sensed her emotions, coiling around her wrist. The cool, scaly touch against her skin offered silent comfort. "Professor Lupin didn't accompany you?" She ventured to change the subject, having frequently seen them together lately. Harry's expression dimmed slightly at her words. The professor had taken a leave of absence these past few days. Perhaps it was Quinlan's nighttime escapades with him to view the Mirror of Ariste. Or perhaps it was her own ability to speak Parseltongue. Or perhaps it was the formidable magic displayed moments ago that led Harry to confide in her. "Vespera, do you think strength is important?" Upon hearing that Lupin had taken leave, an inexplicable thought flickered in Quinlan's eyes. If memory served her right, the moon had been particularly full in recent nights. If you desire strength, then it becomes significant. Harry paused at her words before continuing. "Professor Lupin is a friend of my father's. They share a close bond. He mentioned that my father was remarkable in his youth, as was my mother. They all say I defeated Voldemort, that the scar on my forehead is a mark of victory. I protected the Philosopher's Stone, vanquished the Basilisk, and saved Ginny." Only Harry, having lived through these experiences, understood that as a babbling infant, he had survived due to his parents' protection. Without Hermione and Ron, he could not have navigated those challenges. Without Fawkes, the basilisk could have effortlessly claimed his life. He could not even conquer the fear instilled by Dementors. Professor Lupin and James Potter were friends? Quinlan's hand stilled momentarily in her gentle caress of the southern wind, catching an unexpected piece of information amidst Harry's despondence. Enough. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore is better suited to address the turmoil within you. Observing Harry's head droop despondently, Quinlan pondered briefly before offering a few words of encouragement. Do you wish to be the savior they speak of? Confusion flickered across Harry's face. Did he wish for that? Could he choose not to be? If you desire it, then from this moment forth, you must strive to grow stronger. If you do not wish to, then disregard their words as mere nonsense. Her calm tone belied the roughness of her words. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the gray sky, and Quinlan had no desire to let her freshly washed hair be doused in snow. She donned her coat and hood, preparing to return to the castle. Is the wizarding world filled with nothing but children? I refuse to believe in any heroic narrative. Her composed voice echoed through the woods, leaving Harry staring blankly at her departing figure. Chapter 40, Hogsmeade Village. As the snow season arrived, wizards donned their warm winter garments. On a Saturday when the snow was not too heavy, third-year students, with parental consent, would venture for the first time to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade. Quinlan stood at the periphery of the crowd, watching the forlorn Harry bid farewell to Hermione and the others. His uncle had refused to sign the permission slip, perhaps relegating him to a year without visiting that mysterious locale. A cool, gentle breeze ruffled Harry's tousled hair, and the cold air rendered his complexion porcelain white, accentuating the vivid hue of his lips. His deep-set eyes and rosy lips were striking. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed that everyone seemed to have matured overnight, shedding their previous naivety. Huh, poor Potter, no father to sign for him, Draco exclaimed with a flourish, unleashing his mocking prowess. Quinlan felt a pang of pity. She retracted her earlier thoughts. Miss Ravenclaw from our tower, are you once again silently observing these boisterous youths? The Weasley twins suddenly appeared beside Quinlan, exchanging banter. Quinlan feigned indifference, retrieving a design from her black backpack. I've been waiting for you. Take a look at this design. What do you think? A vividly depicted green serpent sprang to life on the parchment, its elevated head adorned with a golden crown, while its coiled tail held aloft a gleaming, winged galleon. The front of the base bore an elegant inscription, Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. It commanded attention with an impressive presence. Presented by Albus Dumbledore. The names Quinlan, Catherine, George, and Fred encircled the base S underside. Beautiful, simply exquisite. The artistic Miss Star. The twins were enamored with the design, their imaginations racing with the thought of winning the award. Would the crowned figure be a Gryffindor lion? If you all find no issue with it, I shall head to Hogsmeade shortly to consult the alchemist. Ignoring their longing gazes, Quinlan pulled the design away from their eager fingers. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a twin-like understanding passing between them. Absolutely no problem, Boss Quinlan. She nodded, signaling an okay gesture to Catherine amidst the crowd. Children, prepare to set off. Professor McGonagall called out. Upon hearing the professor's prompt, Quinlan bid farewell to the Weasley twins, saying, All right then, I shall take my leave. See you tonight, Vespera. After taking a few steps, she casually glanced back to see the twins flanking the melancholy Harry, grinning as they walked into the castle. The snowflakes fell leisurely and silently, blanketing the winding stone path, transforming the enigmatic Hogsmeade into a silver-clad paradise. The Honeyduke's candy shop's vibrant windows and the peculiar glow emanating from the joke shop were tenderly embraced by the snow, adding a touch of haze and dreaminess. Icicles hanging from the eaves sparkled with crystalline brilliance, harmonizing with the warm glow spilling from the Pig's Head Inn in the distance. Hogwarts students donned a variety of attire, wearing fluffy gloves and hats, traversing the snowy landscape in small groups. By Merlin's beard, what a woolly hat! Catherine exclaimed, linking her arm with Quinlan's, her cheeks rosy like a charming rabbit. Those burly men are fierce. How could you bargain so ruthlessly? She animatedly recounted her near escape from their intimidating presence, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Moments earlier, the two had sought out the alchemist's shop using the address recommended by Professor Flitwick. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door, a wave of warmth mixed with metallic heat enveloped them, instantly dispelling the chill. Inside, the lighting was dim yet focused, illuminating the bustling and orderly workspace. A robust, muscular wizard clad in a heavy leather apron, his face obscured by a protective mask, wielded a hammer that struck against the anvil, sending sparks flying with a deafening clang. Catherine nestled close to Quinlan, refusing to budge. Hello, we need to create a trophy, Quinlan called out, raising her voice as she pointed to her chin. One burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, paused his work and approached them. The scar running across his cheek added an air of menace to his already formidable presence. The designs? His deep, gravelly voice, honed from years of exposure to smoke and fire, startled Catherine, prompting her to hide behind Quinlan. Quinlan presented the design to him. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he spoke. 100 galleons. 20, Quinlan countered, and the shop seemed to freeze in that instant. As Catherine gazed into the man's large, bell-like eyes, she had a foreboding sense that both she and Quinlan might meet their demise with a single punch from him. Deal. With her eyes tightly shut, Catherine braced herself, ready to dash out of the shop with Quinlan. A deal has been struck? Payment made, signatures affixed. Receipt in hand, and out the door they went. Mechanically, Catherine followed Quinlan outside, her thoughts swirling in the wind. What a loss. She should have shouted for 10 golden galleons just moments ago. Quinlan, emotionless, recounted their earlier exchange, uttering words that left Catherine's roommate utterly speechless. In her mind, Catherine could only see the blinding expanse of white snow. Had she misremembered? Wasn't he the funding for the trophy covered by the headmaster? Yet soon, she would discover the thrill of haggling. In the elegant wizarding attire shop, Catherine's eyes fell upon a delightful pair of red and green socks, perfect for Christmas. How much for these socks, good sir? The astute merchant, recognizing Catherine as a newcomer, replied, 50 silver sickles, my dear. Quinlan swiftly restrained Catherine's hand as she reached for her money. 40. Ah, but these are wool socks. 30. What is wrong with this student? 20. The shopkeeper, eager to conclude the transaction, realized he was dealing with a savvy customer. 25. 25. Catherine, displaying her keen perception, produced the coins, completed the transaction, and stepped outside. Merlin's wool socks. I've never purchased such inexpensive socks from their store before. The girl joyfully embraced her omnipotent roommate and playfully tossed the fresh snow at Quinlan. Wow. Quinlan smiled at her as the ecstatic Catherine twirled around with her woolen socks in hand. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, Catherine tumbled into a snowdrift. Quinlan heard her faint gasps and noticed a series of footprints leading through the deserted snow toward the Three Broomsticks pub. She yanked Catherine from the snow like pulling a parsnip from the earth. Merlin, which impolite fellow did this? Exclaimed the snow-covered girl in indignation. Quinlan wiped the snow from her face with a handkerchief, offering comfort as she led her toward the direction where the footprints had vanished. Just as they pushed open the wooden door, a straw-tied skull on a nail grinned eerily at them. No underage wizards allowed. Before they could react, they were forcefully thrust back outside. A tense Hermione brushed past them, followed closely by Ron. Moments later, they too were unceremoniously ejected. Behind them, Quinlan's voice, laced with curiosity, echoed, I just heard Para. I'm leaving now. I found the culprit who collided with me. It must be that wooden boy. Catherine dashed toward a boy not far away, leaving Quinlan unable to catch her. Ron and Hermione, awkwardly retreating against the door, exchanged furtive glances. You called out Harry's name, didn't you? No, we didn't. Ron, covering his mouth like a thief, betrayed his guilt. It was as if they were saying, There's no silver here. Hermione rolled her eyes in disdain, nudging him away, her voice tinged with guilt. Vespera. Haha, you must have misheard. Harry isn't even here. Quinlan allowed them to escape, leaning against the pub's entrance with crossed arms. It wasn't long before the farmer caught the rabbit that had wandered into his grasp. With my keen hearing, how could I have misheard? Right, Harry? Chapter 41, Scabbers and Peter. Clad in the invisibility cloak, Harry emerged from the pub, and Quinlan's voice should have instilled a sense of fear in him. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with tears that streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Quinlan heard the faint, stifled sobs and awkwardly grasped his arm, guiding him into the secluded woods. Is this how quickly you cry? I don't believe she said anything particularly distressing. In the tranquil, snowy forest, Harry sat on a tree stump, weeping inconsolably, while Quinlan could only comfort him like a parent, gently patting his shoulder. As Harry's unexpected sobs disrupted her thoughts, Quinlan surmised he must have overheard something troubling in the pub. Harry, once you've finished crying, try to calm down. That damp cloak must be turning into an ice block in this frigid weather. With a chuckle, Harry found a moment of levity amidst his tears. Yet, the sorrow in his eyes had diminished somewhat. Hermione and Ron, observing Quinlan's rather peculiar embrace, realized they had indeed been discovered and hastened toward them. Seeing reinforcements approaching, Quinlan made room for Hermione and Ron to join them. Oh, Harry, don't cry. Tell us what happened. Hermione remained relatively composed, though her voice quivered. Ron, upon embracing Harry, joined him in tears. Brother, if you cry, I can't hold back either. Quinlan watched the trio, feeling a sense of embarrassment at their emotional display. It was no wonder they shared such a close bond. Their capacity for empathy was remarkably strong. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Quinlan reluctantly pulled out her wand, shield charm, blooming orchid. A serene, deep blue spherical shield enveloped the three of them, with countless lavender blooms nearly filling every gap in the barrier. Under the comfort of magic, they finally found the calm to speak. In unison, the three shyly murmured, "Thank you." Ron was particularly mortified by his previous display of emotion, wishing he could hide in a nearby hole. Harry recounted what he had overheard in the Three Broomsticks pub. The Daily Prophet reported that the escaped prisoner from Azkaban is a friend of my parents. He spoke earnestly. The weight of worry and confusion etched upon his brow. He betrayed my parents' friendship, leading to their murder at the hands of Voldemort. But he, the boy, could no longer bear the weight of this revelation, collapsing into Hermione's shoulder once more, sobbing. He is my godfather. Faced with such a grim truth, Quinlan, like Hermione and Ron, could only remain silent. Hermione strove to maintain a gentle and comforting demeanor. We understand this is a tremendous blow for you, but you are not alone in facing this. Ron nodded, pulling his best friend even closer. With the remnants of Quinlan's spell still lingering, Harry soon regained his composure, glancing at everyone with sincerity in his eyes. Thank you, everyone. Quinlan, sensing a discrepancy in Harry's tale, inquired, Harry, how did you evade Filch's watch to reach the village? Surrounded by those he trusted. Harry felt no need to conceal the truth. He carefully retrieved an ancient parchment from his pocket. As he unfolded it, it appeared blank, and Harry recited the incantation the Weasley brothers had taught him. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. This seemingly rebellious incantation caused Quinlan to momentarily furrow her brow. Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, Sharp Fork, Marauder. A wondrous scene unfolded as a detailed map of Hogwarts emerged, revealing both visible corridors and hidden passageways. Filch's name traversed the third-floor corridor with steady movement, while Dumbledore's south name circled in place within the headmaster's office. This is simply marvelous, Hermione exclaimed, while Ron's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Merlin's lace underwear. Where on earth did you acquire this treasure? Harry hesitated, struggling to articulate its origins. Quinlan recalled the sight of George and the others with Harry, arms slung over each other's shoulders as they departed, and a spark of understanding ignited within her. Suddenly, a swiftly moving name on the map captured everyone's attention. Peter Pettigrew? Who is that? Ron inquired, to which the others shook their heads in confusion. It seemed he had an epiphany. This fellow was darting away as if something were nipping at his heels, eliciting a hearty laugh. Quinlan observed the trajectory of his movement, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet she could not quite place it. As she looked up, she noticed someone approaching. Harry, someone is coming. The stealthy Harry swiftly concealed himself beneath the invisibility cloak, having completed his prank. The Marauder's map was tucked away in his possession. Para, there you are. Professor McGonagall has summoned us back, Catherine exclaimed, bouncing with delight. She wasn't particularly acquainted with Hermione and the others, merely offering them a brief smile. The group returned to the castle together, with Harry trailing silently behind them. A few days later, during the evening feast, Headmaster Dumbledore announced that a prisoner from Azkaban had escaped and was at large in the village near the school. To ensure the safety of the students, the Ministry of Magic had dispatched Dementors to patrol the vicinity. The young witches and wizards grumbled in discontent, but they were powerless to alter the grim reality of the Dementor's presence. That night, a piercing scream shattered the air. Percy led the Gryffindor students back to their dormitory, only to find that the fat lady had vanished, and the portrait of the dormitory door was marred by 3 terrifying claw marks. Quinlan was returning to the dormitory from the library when she passed them. Spotting Hermione cradling her pet, Crookshanks, she had a sudden revelation. The route traversed by that individual named Peter was precisely the path she often saw the cat taking while chasing mice through the corridors. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in a state of panic, she approached Harry. Harry, may I borrow your map? Harry, intrigued, softly inquired. What do you intend to do? Catching Percy's gaze, Quinlan winked to signal that she would leave shortly. It's not the right time to discuss it now. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, at Hagrid's hut. Be sure to bring Hermione and the others. Hagrid's hut lay behind the stone circle, amidst the desolate winter moorlands, where only the enormous pumpkins piled by his gate remained. Inside, a magical creature with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle was tethered, poor Buckbeak, condemned to death by the Ministry of Magic. When Quinlan knocked, she could hear the giant weeping inside. My Buckbeak, oh, hello, is Hagrid home? Upon opening the door, Hagrid's sobs intensified at the sight of Quinlan. It's all my fault, he lamented, for he had already been suspended for 6 months for the unauthorized breeding of the dragon Norbert, and had been imprisoned in Azkaban for the suspicion of having secretly brought Aragog, the giant spider, to Hogwarts, believed to be responsible for the Chamber of Secrets. Now, his teaching mishaps had led to the tragic fate of a poor magical creature. Come in, Quinlan. It's all my fault for not taking your warnings and their consequences seriously. Hagrid was filled with regret. Had he grasped the gravity of the situation sooner or learned from his past mistakes, perhaps none of this would have come to pass. His face was streaked with tears, tangled hair and beard giving him an air of desolation, as if he had been in this state for an eternity. Quinlan sat in a chair and took a sip of the water he offered. Honestly, you are not cut out to be a professor. The sorrowful Hagrid knew he had erred gravely and could not rebut her claim. First and foremost, your affection for animals far surpasses that for the students. The giant, awakened to the truth by Quinlan's words, was struck as if by lightning. He had stubbornly dreamed of becoming a professor, yet had erred in his fundamental beliefs. His inadequate teaching abilities had betrayed Dumbledore's trust. Knock, knock. Is Hagrid home? Hermione's voice called from the door. Estimating the time, Quinlan felt a sense of gratitude that everyone had arrived early. The four children gathered in a circle, while Hagrid stepped outside, entwined with Buckbeak, savoring their final moments together. It was quite terrifying. Yesterday the map nearly fell into Professor Snape's hands, Harry recounted, relieved. The others looked at him in confusion, urging him to elaborate. I saw Peter's name moving near me and went to find him, but I ended up running into Professor Snape, who caught me out after curfew. Ron's expressive face reflected the feeling of being the one caught. However, Professor Lupin called me over and confiscated the map in front of Professor Snape, only to return it to me in the classroom. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. It's wonderful that the map is still in your possession. Harry's eyes sparkled like a glass bottle washed ashore, glimmering in the sunlight. This map was devised by my father and his friends. Quinlan pointed at the names atop the map, indicating, so these four code names belong to your father and his companions? Indeed, Harry nodded. Professor Lupin is the Moony, and my father is Prongs. Goodness, your father and his friends must have been remarkable, Ron exclaimed enviously. The joy on their faces suggested they felt as if they had invented the map themselves. Quinlan gently tapped the table, signaling for silence. All right, you may celebrate later. I now have a potentially significant discovery to share. The three of them perked up their ears, fully attentive. I suspect that Ron's pet Scabbers is, in fact, the rapidly moving Peter Pettigrew on the map. Ron instantly leaped to his feet, exclaiming, That's impossible. Hermione, deep in thought, countered, upon reflection. A mouse could not live in your home for 12 years. He could very well be an animagus. Her hypothesis was met with Ron's furious glare. Yet doubt began to take root in the boy's mind. Quinlan, undeterred by his anger, calmly added, Thus, we must collaborate and devise a plan to verify the authenticity of our suspicions. Harry urged him to sit down, and Quinlan gestured for everyone to lean in closer. Tomorrow is the Quidditch match, so here's what we shall do. Chapter 42, The Awards. At noon, after lunch, the new Quidditch season was set to commence that afternoon, and the young witches and wizards were bubbling with excitement. Building on the fervor from the previous academic year, the four of them were busily occupied, having barely slept the night before. They had worked tirelessly to produce a sufficient quantity of support merchandise. Next year, we must outsource production to a factory, Catherine declared, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground, unable to move a single hair. The others also rested in various positions, silently agreeing. First, they would distribute last year's pre-orders, organize the points tally, and sell the remaining products at Clock Tower Square. By Merlin, this is incredible. This year, we've made 6,000, Catherine exclaimed, hugging her roommate enthusiastically, while Quinlan raised her hand to politely decline. With approximately 1,000 students at Hogwarts, it meant each had spent an average of 6 galleons with them. The points among the four houses were fiercely contested, ultimately leading to Hufflepuff, known for their dedication to their meals, clinching first place by a slim margin. Catherine mused, indeed, the true experts often remain hidden among the masses. Hey, there's a package for you, Para. An impressively robust owl soared through the window, dropping off a package and perching on the table like a statue. Its sharp talons pushed a receipt forward. The recipient's signature was required. The square package, measuring 25 inches on each side, was adorned with the alchemist's gold-embossed seal. Ida Smith. The owl grasped the signed receipt and took flight, leaving Catherine's curiosity visibly piqued. Para, aren't you going to open it? Quinlan shook her head and winked at her mysteriously. Of course not. The trophy must make its appearance at the award ceremony. She then made her way to the headmaster's office. The girl, clutching her package, departed, leaving Catherine to envision the realization of that blueprint. Where have the major shareholders and the boss gone? The Weasley twins inquired, tilting their heads toward her. She's headed to the headmaster's office. You two must ensure you eat well. There's much to be done this afternoon. Understood, major shareholder. We promise to fulfill our mission, they replied, their enthusiasm for profit evident. Quinlan engaged in conversation with Dumbledore in his office. Her planning meeting with the headmaster met with his utmost satisfaction. The Quidditch match commenced as scheduled. Despite the overcast skies and light rain, the spirits of the spectators remained undeterred. Flags of 4 distinct colors waved vigorously across the stands. Shimmering support sticks lit up the arena, accompanied by the resonant chants of various houses. The audience's seating transformed into the bold yellow and black of Hufflepuff, with young wizards from the previous year too intimidated to take their seats after witnessing its might. As all faculty and students gathered, Quinlan patted George and Fred on the shoulder. "Outstanding beaters, it's your time to shine." With a resounding cheer, the two soared into the air on their brooms, skillfully weaving along the edge of the pitch. They clutched a massive light green curtain, which unfurled gradually with their movements, resembling a delicate cloud that silently enveloped the arena. It cleverly shielded the arena from the persistent drizzle, leaving the young wizards bewildered by the sudden dimness that enveloped the pitch. "Hey, Ron, what are your brothers up to?" Ron, equally perplexed, shook his head, eager to uncover the mystery. Suddenly, with a loud clunk, the newly installed incandescent lights blazed to life, illuminating the entire space as dazzling beams converged from all directions. Like rivers of silver, they intertwined and collided in midair, coalescing at the center of the pitch. With a deep, resonant chime, brilliant fireworks erupted above. The name of Slytherin slowly emerged in the radiant glow, the green letters shimmering like deep-sea gems, exuding a cold yet noble brilliance before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Countless stars shaped like galleons cascaded from above, twinkling and leaping in the air, as if real coins were dancing. Let us applaud and congratulate the inaugural recipient of the Hogwarts Quidditch Support Star, Draco Malfoy. Catherine, adorned in a splendid gown, floated gracefully above. Enveloped in the galleon atmosphere, the wizards were entranced by the moment, and Ron's palms turned red from clapping. "Go on. They're calling your name outside." Quinlan checked his attire and broom, encouraging him to take flight. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Last year's House Cup seemed trivial now. His golden hair shone even brighter under the lights as he resolutely approached his trophy. "Now, let us welcome the greatest wizard of this century, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, to present the award." The headmaster appeared from the audience. The exquisite trophy was placed into Draco's hands. His steady voice resonated throughout the pitch. "All eyes are on you, a magnificent sight." Draco, clutching the small serpent trophy, beamed with joy. "What do you think, Colin? Did you capture it all?" Quinlan moved to a prime viewing spot. Colin, holding a camera, was as thrilled as anyone in the crowd, while Luna, donning a lion hat, assisted beside him. "Rest assured, Senior, everything has been recorded. It was truly a grand celebration. We had a lively crowd." After changing into lighter attire, Catherine joined in the cleanup. "That was fantastic, Pella. I felt utterly stunning just now. This grand opening ceremony planning deserves to be prominently featured in the Daily Prophet." Colin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior, you could actually make that happen." "Of course, my mother is the deputy editor of the Daily Prophet, and my father is one of their shareholders." Colin was jubilant. "So that means the footage he captured will be featured in the Daily Prophet." As the award ceremony concluded, the Weasley twins ignited the green curtain, and Madame Hooch emerged dramatically to announce the commencement of the first match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The tense match unfolded amid the rainfall, with fervent support echoing from the stands as both seekers vanished into the dark cloud cover. Suddenly, calamity struck as Harry plummeted from the clouds. Arresto momentum. Dumbledore cast a cushioning charm to avert tragedy. Ultimately, the Hufflepuff team, through superior teamwork and strategy, emerged victorious. With Dumbledore's assistance, Harry's injuries were relatively minor. "Merlin, this brother has fallen twice now," Ron remarked, gazing at his unfortunate sibling in the infirmary. "He encountered a Dementor in the clouds and lost consciousness." "I'm sorry. I couldn't catch the golden snitch." "No worries. We were simply unlucky," Ron consoled him. Quinlan and Hermione brought Pella and Crookshanks to the hospital wing. "Harry, can you still participate in the upcoming operation?" Hermione stroked the cat, her eyes filled with concern. Ron averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. The previous night, after ensuring Scabbers was in his cage, Ron had joined Harry in the restroom with the map. They found their dormitory-esque location, mixed with the names of Wormtail and the Riddle family. The thought made him nauseous, and he had skipped breakfast. "I can participate." To prove he was fine, Harry got out of bed and performed a series of chaotic movements. Quinlan nodded in agreement for him to continue. "To ensure the success of this operation, I have invited Professor Snape to assist. I hope you all speak the truth, ladies and gentlemen." A deep, slightly raspy voice suddenly interrupted them. Chapter 43, The Rat-Catching Squad. "Is this the tool you were sneaking around with last night?" Snape glared down at the map in Ron's hand. "Mr. Potter." Quinlan stepped forward, gently maneuvering the professor behind her with a pleasant smile. "Everyone, don't mind the professor's harsh words. Just disregard them for now. Miss Quinlan, due to your disrespect towards authority, I shall impose a month of detention upon you." Snape seized every opportunity to make her brew potions. "Very well, Professor," Quinlan replied. accustomed to the reprimand without hesitation. Now, can we communicate amicably? Snape huffed dismissively. He was there to assist. Is the rat still in the dormitory, Ron? Quinlan inquired. Ron shook his head. He had found the cage gnawed to pieces upon returning for his afternoon rest. Cast the spell and opened the map. As Snape observed the codes on the map, his expression darkened. It turned out that their ability to locate the creature was due to this item. Here, Hagrid's hut. Hermione pointed to a location on the map. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Harry suddenly exclaimed, Sirius Black. Not far from the hospital wing, moving quickly. Just down the stairs. Quinlan quickly assessed the disparity in strengths among the three parties, declaring, We shall split into two groups. Professor Snape and I will pursue the fugitive. You three will catch the rat. No, I want to go after the fugitive, Harry insisted, his expression fervent. Quinlan shot him a glance, and the boy calmed slightly. Yet his eyes betrayed his unwillingness. Your proposal is rejected. Why not? You are too weak, Mr. Potter. Your abilities are utterly insufficient to confront an escapee from Azkaban. Professor Snape coldly articulated the harsh truth. If you disagree, then do not venture anywhere, Quinlan added. At this juncture, if Harry still refused to comply with the arrangements, drastic measures would have to be employed to prevent him from jeopardizing the mission. As Quinlan's wand flickered, Harry suppressed his fury at the sight of the betrayer of his parents. Very well, Quinlan extinguished his wand. Time was of the essence, and they must set out immediately. The foremost priority was to ensure safety. In the oppressive atmosphere, Hermione, Ron, and Jung nodded silently, dragging Harry along. Quinlan, I can manage alone. Snape expressed confidence in his own prowess, suggesting that she assist those three foolish and reckless Gryffindors. Quinlan unfolded the map and walked ahead. Not lifting her gaze. You are correct, but this contravenes Headmaster Dumbledore's intentions. Snape's breaths grew heavy and slow, his eyes scrutinizing. What intentions? Perhaps to train the chosen one. Quinlan remarked nonchalantly. Wisdom can be perilous, Miss Quinlan. No one responded to his words. It seemed Quinlan recalled something and leaned against the wall to write. Who was that addressed to? Of course, the headmaster. An owl grasping her folded note took flight down the corridor. Within the castle of Hogwarts, countless dark and winding passages lay concealed. A black dog, engulfed in shadow, sprinted with astonishing speed, its eyes ablaze with human-like fury and fervor, revealing deep-seated hatred. Its nostrils flared, each breath a precise detector, continuously unraveling the familiar and loathsome scent from the air. As it meticulously tracked the trail left by the cunning creature, a sudden collapse ensued. A blue spell thundered behind, accompanied by a rush of wind, hurtling towards it. The dog twisted its form, agile as a water snake, sidestepping at an improbable angle as the perilous spell grazed its fur and vanished into the void. Realizing it had been exposed, its chest heaved with rapid breaths as it desperately dashed forward. Sirius Black, do you think that after escaping from Azkaban, you can roam free? The chill in Snape's voice intensified, laced with contempt. For your foolish loyalty, revenge? Hogwarts is no place for you. For canine legs trampled through the corridor, crushing the corpses of insects and murky puddles. Inhuman, it bared its sharp fangs, its dark red eyes reflecting defiance and rage. The ominous presence of a pursuing shadow loomed behind, urging it onward. Hurry, the exit of the passage is near. After shedding this bothersome foe, capture that filthy rat, Peter, and end him. Withered vines hung down as the moon, shrouded by clouds, cast its dim glow through the gaps. Sirius pressed against the wall, evading Snape's latest assault. Feeling disdain for his continuously missing spells. Accelerate, sprint. The black dog soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc. All-encompassing. A silver-blue net flew in from the side, expanding in all directions, swiftly ensnaring the airborne dog. Woof. The tightly bound dog let out a bark, unable to escape. Quinlan emerged from the underbrush, greeting the professor at the cave entrance. Quite the performance, Professor. She had anticipated that Professor Snape would deal with him directly in the passage. Nice spell. Snape cast a glance at the grounded Sirius, dryly commending her. Quinlan accepted the compliment with a smile. Surveying her surroundings, Quinlan realized they were near the Whomping Willow. By the moonlight, she spotted an opening beneath the tree. Professor, look there. Following her indication, Snape's brow furrowed as he gazed in that direction. Fresh traces of several individuals still lingered near the opening. Quinlan crouched down to measure the length. 3 were estimated to be between 61 and 67 inches tall, with another at 74 inches. The trio still running about at this hour could only be Hermione and her friends. Stay here, I will go in. Snape raised his wand and ventured deeper. Quinlan nodded and dragged the captured fugitive aside. Woof woof. The ferocious dog barked, and Quinlan found it unbearable. Silent as a shadow, Sirius's voice was stifled. The moonlight scattered, and the area around the lonely Whomping Willow was unusually lively tonight. Quinlan illuminated her wand. leaning closer to examine the effects of her new spell. The wind rustled through the mountains. The forbidden forest whispered with the sound of leaves. A noise emanated from the cave entrance, prompting Quinlan to extinguish her wand and crouch cautiously, concealing herself with the underbrush. Spare me, pleaded a grotesque, corpulent man as Snape pointed his wand at him. Harry and the others followed closely behind, barely containing their fury. He was desperate to understand why the man, whom Professor Lupin had referred to as Wormtail, was still alive when Snape had declared him dead in the Shrieking Shack. If Lupin called him that, then he too was a friend of his father's. Why had he hidden for so many years? What did the professor mean when he said Sirius had not betrayed his father? Seeing that all the necessary captures had been made, Quinlan exhaled, feeling slightly more at ease. Preparing to step out, the clouds before the moon were whisked away by the wind, and the surrounding flora shimmered in the radiant moonlight. Tonight's moon was exceptionally full. The frenzied beast tore apart the skin of its victim, responding to the moon's call with a wolfish howl. Harry, Hermione, hoping that Lupin still retained his sanity, screamed, shattering the tranquility of the night. Professor Snape grasped Peter by the collar with his left hand, while his right hand wielded his wand to attack Lupin. A gust of wind swept past Quinlan's ears as Sirius broke free from her spell, the black dog lunging at the werewolf, pinning Harry to the ground. In the fierce struggle between the werewolf and the dog, the fatigued dog, worn from running, was flung over the cliff. Godfather! Harry leaped forward. The werewolf, losing its target, turned to face Hermione and the others. No. Tears streamed down Hermione's face as she cried out, Professor Lupin, do not let the beast consume your humanity. The werewolf, eyes ablaze, swiped at Ron, who stood protectively in front of Hermione. Awoo! The werewolf pursued the howling sounds from the forbidden forest, causing Hermione and Ron's taut nerves and muscles to relax. In a sudden burst of silence, Peter wrenched himself free from Snape's grasp, snatching Hermione's wand. A triumphant smirk spreading across his face. The robes fell away, scattered on the ground. The cowardly rats scurried away, and Snape quickly regained his composure, dodging the agile creature. All-encompassing, a massive net covered the entire grassy expanse, shrinking gradually toward the target. The shrill squeals of the rat pierced the air, squeak. Having learned from Sirius's earlier escape, Quinlan swiftly countered, stupefy, all petrified. Emerging from the blind spot of the group, she disdainfully lifted the tail of the rat. Now ensnared and petrified. Professor, it seems you were indeed in character. Teasing the professor, another month in detention. Chapter 44, The Marauders. In the headmaster's office, heavy curtains were drawn tight, with only a cold beam of white light illuminating the center. Peter Pettigrew, returned to human form, was restrained in an interrogation chair. Professors and officials from the Ministry of Magic surrounded him. This, but wasn't Peter Pettigrew supposed to be dead? Minister Fudge, draped in a dark coat, wore a deep blue suit underneath. Quinlan met the minister for the first time. The letter she had delivered to his desk had initially elicited a response, but thereafter, it disappeared without a trace. His corpulent figure, along with his balding head and oversized ears, was topped with a black, flat-topped hat. Aside from his attire, he bore a striking resemblance to the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who had languished in Ron's family's care for years. A knock echoed at the door, and Professor Snape entered, holding a glass vial shaped like a carrot. The interrogation was about to commence. Dumbledore had instructed Harry to remain, while Hermione and Quinlan were escorted from the office by Professor McGonagall. The diminutive Pettigrew trembled in fear. His eyes filled with a desperate longing as they fixated on the truth serum in Snape's hand, glowing with an eerie blue light. His overdue reckoning. Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore's voice resonated deeply, penetrating the ears of all present. Why do you still live? Why have you concealed yourself in your animagus form for over a decade? Snape grasped his chin, pouring the truth serum into his mouth. The azure liquid coursed down his throat, a chill swiftly spreading throughout his body. He felt stripped of all his secrets and the protection of his lies. Peter's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. His face was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Reluctantly, he uttered, I betrayed the Potters. I betrayed Voldemort. Naturally, I had to hide. The crowd reacted with varying degrees of furrowed brows and disbelief. Harry, with urgency, inquired, what did you betray my parents for? I was their secret keeper. It was I who revealed their address as a mark of allegiance to Voldemort. The expression of the man in the chair was one of madness. Snape stepped forward, his face impassive as he rolled back Pettigrew's sleeve. A black-green skull, its mouth agape, expelled a serpent upon the inner side of his forearm. No words were necessary. This former mark spoke volumes. Snape's voice dripped with cold derision as he returned to his position, his gaze rife with contempt for Pettigrew. You framed all of this upon my godfather, Sirius Black? Harry speculated, recalling Professor Lupin's expression in the Shrieking Shack. Pettigrew erupted in laughter at this. Yes, Indeed. I framed him. And yet you all hailed the dead me as a great hero. Ha ha ha. A Death Eater is a hero in the wizarding world. Fudge's rotund visage paled, for he had invested considerable effort in rehabilitating this sewer rat into a national hero. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Pettigrew's anguished gasps. The professors' faces were a tapestry of colors, predominantly disbelief. Why did you do it? Dumbledore asked, his voice betraying an unmistakable disappointment and sorrow. Pettigrew leaned back against the chair, his gaze unfocused on the ceiling. I was afraid. Your cowardice and greed not only robbed the Potters of their lives, but also burdened your friend Sirius Black with years of injustice. Fudge interjected abruptly, declaring with righteous indignation, "You shall spend your future in Azkaban." Pettigrew snorted derisively, unsure whether to mock Fudge's hypocrisy or his own past. Two aurors from the ministry stepped forward to escort him away. "Now that the truth is laid bare, I shall return to the ministry," Fudge said, bowing slightly to the professors before exiting the headmaster's office. Harry stood motionless, unable to regain his composure until Dumbledore called to him. "You should return as well, Harry. Get some rest." Outside the castle, the moon hung like a vast mirror, reflecting the depths of the human heart. The free hippogriff soared through the clouds with unrestrained grace. Quinlan leaned over the clock tower's railing, watching as Fudge and his associates escorted Pettigrew from Hogwarts. In the crevices of her palm lay an ethereal blue glow. 3 days later, during lunch, the chatter among the young wizards in the Great Hall was incessant. The Daily Prophet had unveiled the true visage of Peter Pettigrew. Simultaneously, reports emerged of his escape during transport to Azkaban. "What? The ministry is utterly inept, allowing Pettigrew to escape," Hermione exclaimed, visibly discontent at the dining table. Ron felt his stomach churn at the mere mention of the name. He had slept with that wretched creature for years. "By the way, have you seen Wibber?" Hermione suddenly recalled, realizing she hadn't shared the good news that Buckbeak had not been executed. The two boys shook their heads. An owl arrived, delivering a tightly wrapped package addressed to Harry. The trio, puzzled, eagerly unwrapped it, revealing a brand new firebolt. The sender was none other than Harry's godfather. In the shrieking shack of Hogsmeade, far removed from the joviality of Hogwarts, Lupin remained until he regained his human form. After days of frenzied transformation, he appeared exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, devoid of strength. It was at this moment that Quinlan made her entrance. "Quickly, restrain him." She stepped over the wreckage of the shack with a calm demeanor, standing before Professor Lupin. "Good afternoon, Professor." "Quinlan, what are you doing?" The astute and quiet Ravenclaw student. How did she know he was here, and what was her intention in binding him? Lupin's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. "Fear not, Professor. I do not intend to disclose your identity as a werewolf to anyone else." Quinlan produced a crystal vial from her pocket, the blue liquid swirling within. "I merely wish to learn some details about the Marauders. Originally, I intended to give it to that rat, but alas, the ministry has taken him away. Preferably regarding Professor Snape," she added with a smile, prompting Lupin to recall past events, his face momentarily shadowed by regret and guilt. Quinlan raised an eyebrow, finding the reactions of those involved rather amusing. "To save us the trouble of discerning the truth, this truth serum will be of great service to you, Professor." The seemingly frail girl possessed an unexpected strength. After consuming the potion, Lupin felt the pressure of her grip on his chin, leaving a bruise. "Now, please elaborate, Professor." Upon returning to Hogwarts, Quinlan extracted her memories, placing them into a test tube, her violet eyes glimmering with a hint of curiosity. How would Harry react if he discovered what his two fathers had been like in their youth? And how would his relationship with Professor Snape evolve? The Marauders, indeed, seemed fitting for such a title. Some students from Slytherin were equally matched in their mischief. It was perplexing what the professors had been concocting in the past. Their antics could have easily led to the school's closure. She found herself eagerly anticipating the next semester. After the tense final exams, Lupin departed from Hogwarts. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming sense of guilt, or perhaps it was the instability of his werewolf form. Quinlan returned to the orphanage, where the Grey Wolf awaited her at the door. As soon as she entered, the children rushed to embrace her, each eager to share their grievances. "Pella, the dog is misbehaving." Yes, Pella. "Since you started school, it hasn't shown its face." Quinlan assured them that she would properly discipline the disobedient dog. Little Barty trailed behind her upstairs, and as soon as she closed the door, he transformed into human form, donning his clothes with eagerness. His pleading eyes were fixed upon Quinlan. "Master, please punish me. I missed you so much." Chapter 45, The Invitation from the Weasleys. If glances could transform into tangible objects, Quinlan would undoubtedly emotionlessly detach them from her being. If one wishes to be imprisoned, one should simply express it. "I shall report to the authorities without a second thought." Oblivious to one's own age. Should you fail to rein in that gaze, it might as well be donated to the medical field. Compared to the over-a-century-old wizards like Dumbledore, young Batty considers himself quite youthful. At 32, he remains relatively young in the world of wizards. Quinlan cast a silent glance his way. Young Batty stuttered, hesitant to speak, aware of the 18-year age gap between them. 14 is indeed a permissible age for marriage in the wizarding realm. Quinlan's lips twitched. She could hardly comprehend such notions. The idea that middle school students could wed among wizards felt like a relic of feudal traditions. "Leave," she commanded. "I will not leave, my mistress. I have erred. I have erred." The man knelt without will, not wishing to lose Quinlan. She was his master, and he could neither abandon nor be abandoned by her. Noticing her silence, Batty transformed into a gray wolf, adeptly using his paws to open and close the door, then quietly lay in the corridor. Having been forsaken by his father, he could not bear to accept Quinlan's dismissal. His mistress remained distant, yet her slightest gestures stirred ripples within his heart. He cherished Quinlan's flowing tenderness, relishing the gentle caresses she once bestowed upon his wolfish head. Each beckoning of hers tugged at his very soul. In the summer, he traversed all of London by her side, listening to her read every love letter, absorbing the verdancy of the estate, the gentle breezes of the woods, and the clamor of the city. Each day, he awoke to the aroma of breakfast before dawn and returned home beneath the moonlit treetops, alongside the twinkling stars. Over 200 tranquil days of vacation had spoiled him. He could no longer coexist with solitude, unable to endure his father's cold indifference and harsh criticisms. Nor did he wish to dream of his mother's increasingly haggard visage and concerned gaze. Only within Quinlan's serene and unwavering gaze could he merely be himself. An ordinary dog serendipitously discovered by a girl from the orphanage. Watching the distant bicycle, his heart ached as it had on that fateful night when he had consumed the potion, been forced to expel its contents, and was cast out. Feeling even more bitter now, he could wait for Quinlan to mature, for time to stretch long enough that the age difference would no longer be conspicuous. As long as he remained forever by her side, the bicycle wheels left a straight line upon the ground, and the children, hearing the bell, rushed out as Quinlan distributed the candies she had purchased. Turning to the dazed Batty, she waved, "What are you doing standing there? Didn't you hear the others honking?" The gray wolf's ears twitched, suppressed emotions engulfing every inch of his being, his eyes no longer perceiving anyone else as he raced towards her. Tasha devoured a candy, pocketing the remainder, lifting her face. "Sister Perla, a new owl has arrived at the orphanage. Indeed, it is quite clumsy, tumbling against your window before falling." A boy with freckles added, "We gave it some water and used a ladder to place it in the tree where Perlin rests." Quinlan pinched their chubby cheeks one by one. "You all did wonderfully, such brave little adults. I shall cook lunch today as a reward for you." "Wow, that sounds fantastic. Sister Perla's cooking is the best." Sister Perla was quite busy. She could only be home during the summer break after a year at school, and it had been ages since they had savored her meals. "You little rascals, is my cooking not good?" The matron emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a fire poker, sending the children scattering. "Sister, this letter is from the fainted owl." Tasha presented a neatly preserved envelope from her bosom, clearly cherishing it. Quinlan retrieved a palm-sized rainbow lollipop from her pocket, handing it to her. "Shoo, don't tell the others, it's just for you." The little girl's eyes sparkled, as if a pool of autumn water danced within. "Oh woo." The nearby dog whimpered, feeling slighted, as no candy was bestowed upon him. Tasha joyfully dashed away, and Quinlan ascended the stairs to open the envelope. The letter was from the Weasley twins. "Dear Mistress Quinlan, George and Fred sincerely invite you to stay with us at the Weasley residence for a while. Our parents are immensely grateful for your assistance in our endeavors, thus inviting you to join us for the Quidditch World Cup. Hermione and the others will also be at our home during that time. Oh, and your presence is sure to have a significant impact on Percy. Ha. Remember to reply, astute Miss Quinlan. Should you decide to come, we will drive to fetch you. Your classmates seem to have a splendid relationship. Unlike me, who is only you." Batty interjected unexpectedly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Quinlan disregarded his sardonic remark, retrieving another lollipop from her other pocket. "Cease your chatter. Do not linger in this room. Go outside. I am human. Of course I speak human words." Having received what he desired, Batty transformed into a gray wolf, clutching the lollipop, merrily trotting downstairs to show off to the children. Ever since he had consumed that potion last year, he no longer resided in this room. The children had built him a doghouse beneath the trees in the backyard. After sending him off, Quinlan sighed, furrowing her brows. It was of little consequence. He had contributed a substantial sum for his lodging, sent anonymously to the matron. Those funds were divided into two parts, one for establishing a public school for the matron and the other for covering the orphanage's expenses. The impoverished would not turn their noses up at money. She took up her quill to respond to the Weasleys. On August 1st, a blue Ford car stopped outside the orphanage. To her surprise, it was Percy behind the wheel. The boy, now graduated, appeared more mature and composed. His white shirt was neatly tucked into his black trousers, every button fastened, including the one nearest his throat. His sleeves were rolled up, secured at the elbows. Polished and ascetic. Good morning, Percy. He was no longer the head boy of Gryffindor from school, and Quinlan naturally omitted the latter two words. The boy in the driver's seat looked weary, resting against the seat. The rhythmic tapping on the car window roused him from his shallow slumber. And Quinlan seemed to flow through like a stream amidst reeds, clear and unpretentious. Percy's recently troubled heart seemed to dissolve in her presence. Good morning, Vespera. As Percy stepped out, the girl before him had grown slightly taller than his shoulder. Wow, Mistress Quinlan. George and Fred, laden with bags and munching on bread, rushed over from the street, shattering the serene atmosphere between the two. Quinlan ushered them inside. The children regarded the three handsome red-haired brothers with curiosity, peering frequently. They had eaten breakfast in the yard, and the Weasley brothers assisted her in loading the luggage into the car. Sister, you're leaving so early this year. The little ones bid a reluctant farewell to Quinlan, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, bravely embracing her. Sister Perla said they are brave little adults. Glancing around, she noted the absence of Batty, who had not been seen since morning. Quinlan instructed the Weasley brothers to board the car first, and found him beneath the great tree where Perlin roost in the backyard. His head buried in his tail, ears twitching, he recognized who had come to find him. As she began to speak, the gray wolf rose and concealed itself behind a tree. Very well. He refrained from conversation, and Quinlan had little more to say. I reiterate. If you choose to remain here, do not cause any unnecessary trouble. The girl turned to leave. Little Batty, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration behind the tree, caught sight of that unmistakable look in Wesley's eyes. The gaze was laden with the essence of girlhood, and he understood its implications all too well. Watching Quinlan's retreating figure, a predatory glint betrayed the wolf's otherwise well-concealed nature. Master, I wish you were solely mine. Chapter 46, The Quidditch World Cup. After the Ford Anglia glided smoothly out of the city, Percy deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and handbrake. Under the enchantment of the invisibility spell, the car soared carefree amidst the clouds. His calm demeanor and skilled handling revealed the taut muscles along his forearm. Wow, Percy, you look dashing, cheered the Weasley twins as they sipped their freshly acquired Coca-Cola, applauding their brother. Percy's fingers twitched slightly as he shot them a glare in the rearview mirror, casting a sidelong glance at Quinlan in the passenger seat. Indeed, he is quite handsome. Suddenly, the car lurched downward, spraying George with soda. Quinlan, perhaps you should refrain from complimenting him, Fred mocked, relishing his twin brother's misfortune. With a teasing glance directed at their driving brother, he added, Percy simply can't handle it. Unfazed, Percy apologetically explained that a sparrow had flown by. His brothers, however, were unconvinced, preferring to believe that the rigid demeanor of their brother mirrored the car's erratic descent. The burrow, as the Weasley residence was affectionately known, was nestled within a marshy reed bed. Quinlan easily recalled the poem The Cottage and surmised that a muggle-repelling charm had been cast, hence the absence of muggles. Upon entering, Mrs. Molly Weasley was busily preparing lunch. With a mere flick of her wand, a pile of potatoes began peeling themselves, lining up to jump into a pot, while a broom swept away the discarded skins with effortless grace. Such was the perfection of life enhanced by magic. A peculiar clock adorned the wall, devoid of numbers, instead marked simply with labels such as home, school, and missing. The golden hands bore the names of family members, pointing to their respective locations. The radio played a melodious tune by a witch singer, brewing a cauldron of boiling potion for our ardent hearts. Oh, children, you have finally returned, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, lifting her arms to embrace each of her sons, then turning to Quinlan with a warm, welcoming smile. Good afternoon, Miss Vespera Quinlan. Good afternoon, Mrs. Weasley. I am Vespera Quinlan, and I am sincerely grateful for your invitation. Quinlan smiled demurely, and from her formerly empty right hand, conjured a bouquet of budding white jasmine flowers. The petite blossoms, delicate and exquisite, nestled among the green foliage, evoked the gentle caress of a summer morning. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, for she seldom received flowers. My home is filled with rather uninspired souls. The fresh, subtle fragrance enveloped the air, providing a soothing balm to the spirit. In unison, George and Fred chimed, Boss, you see, we didn't give her flowers. One of them received a light-hearted punch from their mother. You lot should hurry and take Vespera's luggage to her room. Vespera, 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 Vespera. For voices called from upstairs as heads popped out from the spiral staircase. Ginny was the first to descend, halting her urge to embrace and bashfully standing before Quinlan. Welcome to the burrow, Senior Quinlan. She appeared even more beautiful than when Quinlan had seen her in her second year. with fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders and her striking features radiating a youthful charm, her brown eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the sun. "Thank you, Ginny." Quinlan summoned a beautifully packaged treat using the summoning charm, recalling the lessons on etiquette she had learned from the village headman. Never visit empty-handed. "Vespera, it's such a pleasure to see you." Hermione rushed down the stairs and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Harry and Ron followed closely behind, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Under Mrs. Weasley's careful arrangements, Quinlan and Hermione shared a room. Life at the Burrow was warm and inviting, filled with laughter that echoed beneath the starlit sky above the marsh. Due to Mrs. Weasley's fondness, after the jasmine bouquet had wilted, Quinlan took the initiative to purchase an assortment of flower seeds to adorn the dilapidated garden overtaken by gnomes. The gnomes, having received a well-deserved thrashing from the children, were now learning to savor the joy of planting and nurturing blossoms. "Children, have you all tidied up?" Mr. Weasley appeared at the door, dressed in hiking gear with a backpack slung over one shoulder. The young wizards nodded eagerly. The group set off. In the dense woods, they encountered Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff prefect from the previous year. Emerging from the thicket, the morning sun filtered through the capricious clouds, casting a gentle, golden veil over the undulating hills. The wind rustled through the trees and meadows, playing a harmonious symphony of nature. At the summit, an unusual object lay quietly among the grass. "Why are we gathered around that tattered high-top shoe?" Harry inquired, puzzled. The Weasley twins pulled Quinlan forward and explained as they passed Harry, "That is no ordinary shoe. It serves as a portkey." Harry recalled that during the summer, Dumbledore and Vespera had similarly used a portkey to travel to some far-off destination. "All right, children, ready? 3, 2, 1, ah." They all grasped each other's hands and shoulders tightly, as the clouds and valleys swiftly receded behind them. "Children, let go. Ah." They tumbled to the ground in a heap. Quinlan, having had previous experience, managed to land gracefully, avoiding the chaotic descent of her companions. The two parents and Cedric descended elegantly from the sky. "Thank you, Prefect Diggory." Cedric kindly assisted the slightly dizzy Quinlan. "No need to thank me." Once she was steady, he reached down to help Harry up. On the other side of the hill, an array of tents sprawled across the landscape, bustling with voices. Colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, and in the distance, the Quidditch Stadium, magnitudes larger than Hogwarts, stood majestically. The small tents, thanks to magic, contained vast realms within. "Ah, Pella." Catherine trotted over. "I thought you wouldn't come. Had I known, I would have invited you to join me." "That would not be possible, Major Shareholder." George and Fred appeared behind Catherine. "Quinlan is with us." Quinlan smiled, indicating her willingness to accompany her next time. Noticing someone in the distance, Catherine exchanged words with Quinlan before dashing off. Quinlan recognized a boy, reminiscent of the figure she had seen in Hogsmeade when Catherine had rushed to confront the shadowy figure. "Who is that?" George and Fred turned to see whom she was gazing at, then shared a knowing smile. "Oliver Wood, a graduate of Gryffindor. Our major shareholder seems to have taken a liking to the Quidditch captain. Trouble is brewing." As they reached their viewing seats, they encountered Draco, clad in a sleek black suit. They flaunted their privileged positions in the minister's box to Harry and the Weasleys. Draco caught sight of Quinlan and slightly restrained his haughty demeanor, departing with a dismissive snort. The dazzling opening of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup commenced. As the two teams made their grand entrances, with the Weasley brothers waving flags and cheering for the Irish team, Quinlan, too, found herself swept away in the euphoric fervor of this sporting spectacle from the magical realm. It was simply magnificent. The Irish team was extraordinary. George and Fred were in the tent, raising a celebratory toast to the champion Irish team. Ron stood nearby, clutching a Bulgarian flag, entranced by Crumb's skills. Quinlan took a sip of water to calm her racing heart. Hermione and Ginny were nearly crushing her arm, their expressions still charged with the tension from the earlier thrilling match. Suddenly, a piercing scream from outside the tent jolted their dulled minds, leaving them bewildered. Harry, seated, pressed his forehead, appearing somewhat unwell. "The Death Eaters are here, children. This place is not safe. Quickly, find somewhere to hide." Mr. Weasley hurriedly entered from outside, counting heads and urging them toward the exit. Quinlan strained to see against the tide of panicked bodies, spotting figures clad in black cloaks wielding their wands, flames trailing in their wake. The dark throng grew, incinerating tents as they aimed their wands at the surrounding crowd. People fell, trampled mercilessly by the fleeing masses. Cries of anguish echoed as parents frantically searched for their lost children. Some were unable to utter a plea for help before their lives were extinguished. In an instant, the world was upended. Chaos and terror obliterated the joy of mere moments ago. Quinlan became separated from her friends, tripping over the legs of strangers and landing face first in the dirt. She heard a person nearby groaning in agony, their voice barely a whisper. "Help me. Please, save me." What's wrong? What curse have you been hit with? Quinlan immediately crawled to her side, her voice trembling, a quaver she was unaware of. As she brushed aside the disheveled hair, she beheld a woman with gentle features. Her consciousness was fading, her face contorted in agony, tears and sweat mingling with fear. The frail body trembled uncontrollably, convulsing, limbs straining helplessly. She could not hear Quinlan's voice. The duration of the curse had surpassed her limit of endurance. Moments later, silence enveloped her. Quinlan knelt in the black ashes and debris, her breath becoming slow and faint, the exuberance brought by the match dissipating from her violet eyes. She gently closed the woman's pained eyes. The bones returned. A colossal green skull materialized in the sky. A familiar voice emerged a dozen feet to her left. Quinlan turned her head stiffly, her gaze locking with the spellcaster brandishing a wand. She heard the frantic voice of the man, who, after a moment of revelry, finally recognized her face. Master, person, leave. Chapter 47, The Unforgivable Curse. The silent words fell like a bombshell in little Barty's mind. A black mushroom cloud consuming all his thoughts. What should he do? Harry, Vespera. The calls of the Weasleys and Hermione grew nearer. He could not be captured, and so, in Quinlan's calm gaze, he fled in a panic. Harry was surrounded by ministry officials just behind her. Following unwarranted suspicion, he argued that he was not the one who conjured the mark in the sky, having witnessed the entire event. Yet the distance was too great, and the night too dark. He could not see clearly. With Mr. Weasley's assurances to vouch for him, the leading ministry official ultimately relented. Quinlan remained quietly in place, waiting for the others to depart before rejoining her friends who had been searching for her. Vespera, are you all right? Although the girl was merely dirty, Hermione sensed a deep sadness within her. I'm fine, let us go. Quinlan wiped her face clean, patting Hermione's shoulder reassuringly, urging her not to worry, and followed the adults ahead. Through the portkey, the group returned home in silence. Upon entering, Harry collapsed in the living room, clutching his infamous forehead, his expression one of pain. The boys lifted him into a room, and they all lay in bed under the tranquil night sky, unable to sleep for a long while. Life continued its relentless march forward, marked by Mrs. Molly's delicious breakfast. On the Hogwarts Express, first-year students chattered cheerfully, engaging in playful banter. The conductor wheeled a cart filled with snacks past every student. George and Fred sat opposite their investors, animatedly explaining their money-making scheme. They illustrated their points with visuals and even showcased their latest products. Catherine observed the two handsome faces morph into toad-like visages, her complexion shifting to a sickly hue, almost ready to vomit. This venture was slightly off-putting. She was not particularly keen on investing. The rustling of pages echoed on the table as Quinlan perused their simplified business plan, formulating a general idea in her mind. Why are you pursuing this project? Facing the investor's inquiry, George and Fred momentarily shelved their usual joviality. For joy, to share happiness with everyone. Quinlan nodded slightly, her countenance betraying no emotion. The Weasley twins' palms were slightly sweaty. This answer was disappointingly simplistic. For their first sale, they each earned 1,000. The remaining 1,000 was spent on the second stall, yielding a net profit of 6,000, to be equally divided among all. Catherine, what are your thoughts? Quinlan inquired of her major investor. Catherine clasped Quinlan's arm, declaring, whatever you invest, I will too. My dear roommate has made so much money, she would never lead me astray. Acknowledging her willingness, Quinlan replied, we can invest. George and Fred's tense expressions gradually transformed into smiles. Wonderful, bosses. Just the two of us would take ages to fulfill our dream of opening a shop in Diagon Alley. However, we need to see results first, Quinlan continued unhurriedly. Catherine and I will each invest 100 galleons. We can only use this money by this time next year. We should at least see a 30% return. After a moment of contemplation, the two boys puffed out their chests, promising to fulfill the task. Quinlan was not swayed by mere words. She had everyone sign a magical contract, then informed them to return in a week to sign a muggle paper contract. She penned a letter, asking Paring to jump out the window to deliver it to the headmistress, requesting that she have a lawyer draft a complete contract. This year, Hogwarts was bustling with excitement as the three major magical schools of Europe gathered at Hogwarts. At the banquet, Headmaster Dumbledore announced the revival of the Triwizard Tournament, which had been dormant for over 2 centuries. The goblet of fire flickered with blue and white flames, from which the champions of the schools would be chosen. The students from Beaux Batons were all youthful and radiant, charmingly elegant. Leading the way was Fleur Delacour, whose every move was captivating. From the north came Durmstrang, featuring the much-lauded Victor Krum, who had made waves at the Quidditch World Cup. Yet, none of this pertained to the fourth-year wizards, as the director of the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Division had decreed that wizards under 17 could not participate for safety reasons. Quinlan attended her classes diligently, The yearly rotation of defense against the dark arts teachers proved to be quite competent. It is said that he is an Auror dedicated to capturing Death Eaters. Today, we shall delve into the 3 unforgivable curses. Professor Moody inscribed the lesson's content on a small blackboard. He retrieved a spider from a glass jar on his desk. As he recited the incantation for the Imperius curse, the spider moved like a puppet, entirely at his whim. The young wizards, perplexed, erupted into laughter as the spider comically leapt onto the faces of others. Die. The casual utterance of those 2 words sent the spider careening headfirst into the glass window without hesitation. Laughter ceased abruptly in the classroom. When he prompted further, Neville raised his hand to name the Cruciatus curse. Very well, Mr. Longbottom, Moody praised him, inviting him to observe closely the Cruciatus curse. He whispered, while the spider writhed in agony, emitting a shrill scream. Longbottom, witnessing the scene, could hardly bear it. Stop. Hermione, noticing his distress, interrupted the professor's demonstration. Moody's magical eye turned towards her, meeting the gaze of Quinlan, seated beside Hermione. He then approached Hermione's desk, placing the spider upon it. Miss Granger, there remains but 1 curse. Please tell me its name. The girl, her expression sorrowful and tear-filled, shook her head in refusal, ultimately succumbing to Moody's oppressive gaze as she uttered its name, the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The moment she spoke, Moody's wand tip emitted a blinding green light, and the spider became instantly rigid, its life extinguished. The classroom's mirth seemed to perish alongside the spider, enveloped in silence. Quinlan sat upright, her demeanor seemingly unperturbed. Feeling the weight of Moody's gaze upon her, she glanced at him with a hint of confusion. Moody awkwardly licked his lips and turned to resume his lesson. The impact of the lesson lingered, as wizards traversing the spiral staircase continued to discuss it animatedly. Quinlan twisted the time-turner bestowed upon her by her head of house and journeyed back to the divination class over 40 minutes prior. Having achieved a perfect score of O last year and having developed a number of new spells, Professor Flitwick had graciously allowed her this opportunity. All right, children. Please record your observations from the crystal ball. Quinlan stared intently at the orb, finally catching a glimpse of a faint ring before it vanished in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, her eyes felt as if pierced by a needle, causing immense discomfort. After a brief respite, she opened her textbook for comparison. At last, she discovered a brief sentence in an inconspicuous corner of the final page explaining that shape. Reincarnation is destined. Time and space know no bounds. Chapter 48, The Goblet of Fire. In the evening, a throng of students gathered around the Goblet of Fire registration desk. Emerging from the restroom, Quinlan was nearly knocked over by the Weasley twins, hurrying towards the registration area. Sorry, mate. The 2 boys bore the eager and carefree smiles of youth, seemingly on the brink of an adventure. Miss Ravenclaw, do you possess a means to evade Professor Dumbledore's age line? They inquired in unison. Producing 2 vials and waving them enticingly before Quinlan, they mysteriously led her toward the registration desk. Aging potion? Wow, you guessed it at a glance. George and Fred donned charmingly cheeky grins, lavishly praising their concoction. I reckon your aging potion may not be entirely effective, Quinlan tactfully cautioned the confident pair. Hermione, seated not far from the goblet, overheard their conversation and chimed in. This is the age line drawn by the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore. I doubt you will deceive him so easily. Quinlan nodded in agreement, exchanging a smile with Hermione. The Weasley twins, undeterred, boldly strode past the 2 girls into the heart of the crowd, raising their vials in a toast before drinking down the potions. The surrounding wizards applauded, eager for the mischievous duo of Hogwarts to deliver an unexpected surprise. Roar. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonished cheers. The 2, now aged, leapt past the age line without being expelled. The Weasley twins beamed with humble victory, offering a graceful bow to all present before depositing a note bearing their names into the Goblet of Fire. As the note ignited within, the 2 exchanged triumphant high fives, only to be expelled by a burst of blue light. The goblet, displeased with their irregularities, regurgitated the non-compliant visitors. In the center of the floor, where the young and handsome Weasley twins once stood, now loomed 2 identical elderly gentlemen, sporting white beards and hair like a pair of Christmas wizards. The onlookers erupted into laughter. Hey, Grandpa George. Hey, Grandpa Fred. Anyone want a Christmas gift? Their playful banter rekindled the merriment. After this brief interlude, Victor Crumb, the burly Durmstrang student, entered and placed his name into the goblet. The assembled Durmstrang students rallied, chanting his name in support. Ron gazed at him through a Quidditch filter. Utterly smitten, Merlin's beard, he is so handsome. He looked at me, Harry. He resembled a bashful debutante. Harry, feeling awkward, pulled his hand away and stepped slightly to the left. The boy beside him was unfamiliar. Quinlan's discerning gaze flitted back and forth between Hermione and Crumb. The boy maintained an unwavering stare, while the girl offered a polite, tentative smile. Upperclassman Diggory and the beautiful Beauxbatons girl also cast their names into the goblet. Everyone held high hopes for their commendable upperclassmen. As the registration deadline passed, Professor Dumbledore announced the champions of the Triwizard Tournament in the Great Hall. Durmstrang, Victor Krum, Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. As each name was called, the trio made their way to the front of the hall, traversing past the staff table into the adjacent room. Warmly applauded by their fellow students, who sincerely wished them well in bringing honor to their respective houses, Dumbledore held the final name, turning his back to the goblet, preparing to enter the room to announce the contest details to the champions. The professors, seated or standing nearby, began to wear peculiar expressions. Following their gazes, Dumbledore turned around, and the blue flames within the silver trophy flared violently before regurgitating a parchment. It drifted before Dumbledore, who reached out to grasp it, holding one in each hand. Harry Potter, Harry Potter. His steady voice bore a hint of irritation. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably awkward. Ron stared, astonished, at his brother. How did he manage that? George and Fred had failed to succeed, yet Harry had. Why hadn't he shared it with him? Discontent brewed. His brother had hoarded something so valuable. This year, when Harry stayed at his house, he was forbidden from covering his half of the blanket. Vespera Quinlan, Vespera Quinlan. Amidst the collective gaze, Catherine rose, saying, Professor, Vespera just went to the restroom. She hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick, his sight dimmed with age, inquired incredulously, how is it that my Ravenclaw student is still unaccounted for? The young wizards chattered incessantly, all feeling that they had employed disreputable means to breach the age regulations. Harry wished to explain, but Dumbledore's gaze was too penetrating. He dared not speak. Hagrid and Professor Moody were subtly signaling or urging him towards the door from the staff table. Why were they always pressing him? Why didn't they inquire whether it was he who had done it? Why didn't they ask if he was willing? Headmaster, Miss Quinlan has been caught. Filch, clutching Quinlan's wizarding hat, dragged the girl holding Mrs. Loris in from the entrance of the great hall, snatching the cat from her arms and cradling it in his own. A glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. Recently suffering from a bout of diarrhea, Quinlan had just emerged from the restroom, feeling perplexed by her sudden capture. When Catherine saw her dear roommate appear, she dashed over, whispering a few words in her ear, and Quinlan's brow furrowed deeper with each word. She was so diligent in following the rules. What could possibly compel anyone to oppose her and the legal statutes of the Ministry of Magic? She still intended to send a letter of complaint. What if the ministry refused to accept it due to dissatisfaction over this incident? Quinlan's arrival granted Harry a modicum of relief, as the collective gaze of the crowd no longer fixated solely on him. He stood at the end of the staff table, a mere step away from the door to the Triwizard Tournament. Vespera Quinlan. Dumbledore called her name once more, and Catherine grasped her wrist, her expression laced with concern. I can't participate. I'll withdraw. Quinlan comfortingly reassured Catherine as they returned to their seats. Her tone as nonchalant as if she were casually asking a familiar passerby if he had dined. George and Fred exhaled simultaneously, their chests rising and falling in response to the unexpected turn of events. Truly, she was their formidable boss. At the Slytherin table, Draco was utterly captivated by her. Walnut's lips curled into a fleeting smile, and Zabini sipped his orange juice. I can't participate either. I'm withdrawing. Harry dropped another bombshell. The Triwizard Tournament cannot be treated so frivolously. The fierce-eyed Mad-Eye Moody stepped forward, barking at the two younger students. At the Ravenclaw table, Quinlan requested a cup of warm water from the house elf, sipping it slowly to soothe her tumultuous stomach. It's not as if I entered my own name. Why should I participate? Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed, I didn't submit my name either. Why should I take part? Quinlan's calm gaze seemed to pierce through him. I've been under everyone's watchful eyes these past few days. Even in the restroom, there was a Myrtle regaling stories beside me. The young wizards immediately rallied to her support. Yes, I saw Senior Quinlan studying in the library. I escorted her back to the dorm after Professor Snape's detention yesterday, added the Slytherin prefect. Consequently, more and more students recounted when and where they had encountered Quinlan, from various houses and years alike, at the Ollery, in every restroom, and in her frequent haunts of the library and dormitory. The headmaster hasn't said anything. Why the rush? Quinlan glanced at Moody, whose fake eye seemed on the verge of exploding. What, did you set this up? Quinlan's voice grew increasingly calm, which only exacerbated his agitation. As he anxiously licked his lips. All right, everyone be quiet. Professor Dumbledore commanded the fervent students to cease their clamoring. Since it was not you who initiated this, I trust these notes did not find their way into the goblet of fire unaided. His gaze swept across every student and professor, the lenses of his glasses concealing his contemplations. Who among them could it be? I wouldn't know. You all have oversight issues, yet you come to question me? Quinlan maintained an air of nonchalance. Harry, like a fortune cat, nodded vigorously. In any case, I'm not of age. I want to participate. Whoever submitted their name should take part. Harry raised his hand earnestly. I feel the same way. Not participating. Chapter 49, Variables. After a prolonged silence among the professors, their names were removed from the list of Triwizard Tournament contestants. The young wizards, led by the prefects, returned to their dormitories for the night. Quinlan, pen in hand, fervently scribbled at the desk by the window. Beneath the desk lay 2 black plastic bags, filled with her daily letters of complaint, ranging from issues of inadequate school security, bullying among students, to the new professor's inebriation during class, an assortment of grievances, all duplicated. Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic would receive some, and so would Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. The owl, Perilyn, was quite satisfied with its current workload, opting for the more demanding 2 trips a day rather than merely 2 a month. It was strong and robust, flapping its wings 2 meters wide. Devouring 3 large bowls of beef, 2 bags of letters were mere trifles. Easy, easy. A red feather floated in through the window, landing delicately on Quinlan's parchment. At 11 o'clock that night, in the headmaster's office, rest assured, your house points won't be deducted, Dumbledore assured. Quinlan stared in confusion as the string of words vanished. Could she not discuss matters tomorrow? A crescent moon quietly hung above the Ravenclaw tower as Quinlan exited through the main door, encountering the patrolling Filch. The headmaster is looking for me, she declared. Humph. The thin, stooped old man made a disdainful grunt from his sparse, unruly beard, casting her not even a glance with his beady eyes. Meow? Mrs. Loris's upright tail brushed against her calf, prompting Filch to bend down and scoop up his precious cat. His tone was unmistakably dismissive. Shoo, shoo, off you go. Don't bother my cat. Quinlan smiled. Even his little cat understood manners better than he did. She proceeded unobstructed to the headmaster's office, where she discovered Harry already present. What are you doing washing your face in the headmaster's office? Dumbledore stumbled, attempting to explain. This is the pensieve, used to preserve thoughts and memories from one's mind. I'm getting old. It's not as effective for me anymore. Quinlan inquired, may I use it? Of course. Today, Dumbledore appeared unusually accommodating. After receiving his affirmation, the girl, without her wand, returned to her dormitory to fetch a sealed vial. This vial, let him see it. Quinlan pointed at Harry, gazing at the headmaster, apprehensive he might object. Harry, puzzled, asked, why should I look? Inside is Professor Lupin's description of your father after he consumed the truth serum. Are you not intrigued? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Quinlan's violet eyes. It was an irresistible temptation. Harry could not refuse the allure of exploring anything related to his parents' youth. I want to see. Upon his agreement, Quinlan turned to Dumbledore. I have no objections. The elderly man, with his long hair cascading down beside the pillar, appeared relaxed. Thus, Quinlan prepared to pour the memory into the pensieve, but Dumbledore intervened just in time. Wait, Miss Quinlan, you should first view the memories in the pensieve. She, too, was to see them. Although Quinlan hesitated, there was no one present who wished her harm, so she immersed herself into the basin Harry had just washed his face in. The sensation of suffocation, akin to water, transported her to a courtroom. The judge was none other than the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And within the iron cage in the center sat a woefully haggard individual. Upon hearing the director's inquiries, Quinlan discerned the face hidden beneath the greasy hair. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, has been summoned here at your request to provide evidence following his transfer from Azkaban to this assembly. The director elaborated on the reasons for this meeting and the potential outcomes that could arise. Should the testimony prove accurate and the evidence irrefutable, we shall contemplate your immediate release. However, as it stands, you remain a convicted Death Eater. Do you accept these terms? The man, towering at nearly 6 feet, shrank within the confines of the narrow cage, its interior lined with sharp blades. I accept, sir. The director inquired about the evidence he could present, to which Karkaroff fervently insisted he possessed a list, yet the names he uttered elicited laughter. The individuals you mention are deceased. He named another, but it was evidently deemed insignificant by the director. Very well, we shall consider it. Yet you must return to Azkaban for the time being. Karkaroff's demeanor shifted to one of palpable fear, his sunken eyes anxiously pressing against the cage's jagged edges. Wait, Severus Snape. Severus Snape. Quirrell raised an eyebrow as someone rose from the audience. It was none other than Professor Dumbledore. He stated that the evidence he submitted indicated that Professor Snape had joined Voldemort's ranks prior to his downfall. The presiding judge appeared to place greater faith in Dumbledore's words, even as Karkaroff shouted accusations of deceit. Silence, unless you can provide more valuable names. This court is adjourned. The impatience etched on the director's face left Karkaroff in a state of confusion, muttering that he had another name. The director pressed him relentlessly. Who is it? Do I know him? He was involved in the abduction and tortured Frank Longbottom and his wife using dark magic. The name. Reveal this despicable name. Barty Crouch. The courtroom fell into stunned silence, all eyes fixated on the judge. Junior. Quirrell observed as a well-dressed man rose from the opposite bench, only to be struck by Moody's wand and toppled from the high platform, crashing into a heap of trial documents beneath the judge's table. The seeker moved forward, his face a mask of madness, persistently taunting the frozen judge. Yes, I am a Death Eater. Hello, father. You are not my son. The indifferent official declared their relationship null. The mentally unstable Barty Crouch Jr. twisted in agony, his tongue flicking out to rub against his lips. No, I wasn't involved. You cannot send me to Azkaban. Amidst his furious screams, Quirrell inhaled deeply from the pensieve, extracting himself from Dumbledore's memories. His mind raced to process the overwhelming information. First step, pour the contents of the vial into the pensieve. Harry, it's your turn. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he plunged his head back into the pensieve. Have you discovered anything? Dumbledore inquired, offering a glass of water to Quirrell. After a hearty gulp, she felt her overloaded mind begin to cool. Why must I know all of this? Your withdrawal has led me to anticipate your emergence as a variable. A variable? Quirrell's expression darkened, her stomach growling once more, urging her to the restroom again. Dumbledore spoke in riddles, his gaze fixed on a clock on the wall. If you remember now, then participate. What was he implying? Beads of sweat formed on the girl's forehead as she thought of the restroom. Inside the clock, the hour, minute, and second hands converged at 12. The second hand continued its relentless march toward the previous node. Thud, thud, thud. Clear now. Hey. Fourth year with the purple eyes. Are you even listening to me? Myrtle's head popped up from beneath the stall partitions. Which of you new troublemakers tossed polyjuice potion down the drain and clogged the pipes? She detested litter bugs. Quirrell, squatting on the toilet, maintained her composure at the sudden invasion of privacy. Don't worry, I'll inform the headmaster soon, and he'll send someone to clear the blockage. After attending to her emergency, she flushed, washed her hands, and exited the restroom. Come with me. The sudden appearance of Filch yanked her wizarding hat as he forcibly pulled her away. The lady cat, Mrs. Norris, leaped into her arms, demanding to be held. Wait. Why am I subconsciously using again? Hiss. Ah. A sharp burning sensation flared in her right pinky joint, causing her to drop the clingy feline. It felt as though her finger might snap. Quirrell cradled her right pinky, adorned with a black tattoo of a snake, as it gradually devoured her flesh. Halting at the base of the finger, the deep blue snake's eye, the size of a dot, glimmered faintly. If you remember now, then participate. The erased memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Vespera Quirrell, Vespera Quirrell. Headmaster, she is here. Filch dragged her into the great hall, where all eyes converged upon her. She remained silent. Enduring the scrutiny of the crowd, she yanked the paper bearing her name from Dumbledore's hand. In a voice audible only to him, she seethed, 10 o'clock tonight, I will seek you in your office. No points deducted. She met up with Harry at the end of the staff table, and they entered the Champions Lounge together. After thorough discussion among the professors, Dumbledore announced that this year there would be 5 champions competing in the Triwizard Tournament. That night, Quirrell uttered the password to Dumbledore's office, bursting in. Harry was not yet there. The old man sat leisurely in his chair. Good evening, Miss Quirrell. I believe this marks our second meeting, or perhaps our third or fourth, but certainly not our first. Dumbledore approached her as the pensieve materialized in the corner of the office with a snap of his fingers. I presume you have already viewed the memories concerning Igor Karkaroff's interrogation within this pensieve. Quirrell furrowed her brow deeply. Do you remember, or do you not? I do not recall, but there exists a vague intuition. The elderly man appeared somewhat weary and weathered. He did not seem like one who would agree to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. You have a good rapport with Harry, and he also appears reluctant to partake in this contest. The Sorting Hat and Fox were dozing off. Dumbledore poured the contents of a silver crystal vial into the pensieve. If you do not participate, Harry will refuse to join, and time will uncontrollably revert to the moment before I announce the list. Quirrell endeavored to organize her thoughts, striving to comprehend his words. The burning sensation from the snake tattoo on her pinky persisted. Was the procedure in error, sending them back to the previous node? Your understanding is quite accurate. Knock, knock. A boy entered the room. It was Harry. The instant Quirrell laid eyes on him, a torrent of images flashed through her mind. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets. Sirius Black. The erroneous event was that Harry had not participated in the Goblet of Fire. This world operated according to a predetermined protocol, and Harry was the key code that activated the mechanism. If Harry encountered an error, the world would reset everyone to the previous moment until his operation was correct and aligned with the program. Absurd. Dumbledore guided the boy to examine the memories within the pensieve. As Quinlan immersed herself in the pensieve, she inquired of Professor Dumbledore. Is my name among those you cast in? The elder shook his head, a furrow of perplexity knitting his brow. I too am unaware of who cast your names into the cup. I am still in pursuit of the truth. Yet it seems to elude me with deliberate intent. When the goblet of fire spat forth Quinlan's name, she became acutely aware of the emergence of a variable capable of circumventing fate. Should she enter the competition, it would mean that her previous assessment had been correct. Absurd. Yet, you are aware of the veracity of my assertion. After a few moments of shared gaze with Dumbledore, her attention shifted to Harry, who had just witnessed the memory. Quinlan remained silent. Yes, she knew. The instinctive thoughts swirling in her mind, the slithering serpent's head, and the burning sensation in her knuckles were all reminders to her very soul. They awakened her to this meticulously programmed world. Who, then, had drawn her into this pivotal loop? Harry, you have also seen this memory. Quinlan handed him the vial containing Professor Lupin's account of your father's past after consuming the truth serum. Thankfully, the reset would also restore used items. Otherwise, she would have surely plucked every hair from Dumbledore's beard. Harry gratefully accepted it, pouring its contents into the pensive under Dumbledore's subtly encouraging gaze, burying himself in the vision. What were your feelings after witnessing that memory? Dumbledore inquired. Quinlan shook her head, revealing that she had discerned little from it. A tranquil thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to ask the headmaster, when did this memory take place? Quite some time ago, likely on a day in 1981. And what became of that young Barty Crouch? Quinlan continued, her intuition sensing answers lingering just beyond reach. Dumbledore reflected for a moment, his heart heavy for the 19-year-old. He was sentenced to a life of imprisonment in Azkaban, and perished there, perhaps a year or two later, during the winter. Young Barty Crouch had been an exceptionally gifted student at Hogwarts. He was entirely unaware of when this Ravenclaw student had come into contact with Riddle, ultimately becoming a Death Eater. How could this be? Harry, having just witnessed the memory, incredulously raised his gaze from the pensive, desperately resisting the echoes of the past. He anxiously sought Dumbledore's validation. Is it true? Did my father and his friends truly do such things to Professor Snape? Dumbledore comprehended his meaning and, seeing the flicker of hope in Harry's eyes, severed it with a solemn affirmation. Yes, Harry. The image of his father crumbled in his heart, and the boy left, desolate. After he departed, Quinlan hurled a metaphorical stone into the depths of Dumbledore's heart. No, Barty Crouch did not die. I encountered him in London during the summer of his second year. He stayed in our orphanage for a time. Dumbledore's astonished voice roused Fawkes from his slumber. What? Who perished in his stead in Azkaban? Awakened, Fawkes fluttered to Dumbledore's head, playfully ruffling his white hair, leaving traces of his visit. As the clock on the wall struck 12, all returned to normalcy. Quinlan bid farewell to the eccentric headmaster, intent on returning to her dormitory for rest. Shortly after leaving his office, she heard the sound of weeping coming from the bathroom. Surely it was Harry. Indeed, it is you, Quinlan. Entering the boys' restroom for the first time, surveyed its mundane layout with a hint of curiosity. Nothing remarkable, just an ordinary boys' lavatory. What am I to do? My father is such a person. How is he different from those bullies and my cousin? Vespera, what should I do? How can I face Professor Snape? Wow. His wretched cries sent the surrounding ghosts fleeing, drawing the attention of moaning Myrtle. Let me see who is to inherit my legacy. Ah, Harry Potter. Ah, you. With those violet eyes in fourth year, how can you enter the boys' restroom? Come, quickly follow me out. You will get a pimple. After quacking twice, Myrtle flitted around Quinlan, attempting to usher her out. All right, Harry, please cease your weeping for now. Quinlan instructed Myrtle to find a stall to perch upon, offering comfort to Harry. There are far too many dreadful fathers in this world. Consider it from another angle. They have but one, while you possess two. Wow. Harry's sobs intensified. Myrtle cast a skeptical glance at Quinlan, questioning the sincerity of her consolation. With an exasperated expression, Quinlan kicked the stall door where Harry was hiding. Stop crying. It's deafening. The effect was immediate, as the occupant within clamped their mouth shut in fear. You are a teenager. Enough with the tears. The girl pressed her palm to her forehead, already vexed by her lack of sleep. After 2 sleepless nights, her irritation mounted. Are you foolish? Do you not understand how to change yourself? Rather than weeping for your father here, why not learn from your remarkable mother and amplify her virtues within yourself? Look at you. What a sight you present. With your demeanor. You even had the audacity to ponder the importance of strength last time. Having chastised him, Quinlan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The weeping ceased from within, and she turned to leave. Wow, that was kind of cool, the way the fourth year with violet eyes scolded him. Myrtle's ghostly eyes sparkled with admiration. Back in her dormitory, Quinlan removed the time turner she had been carrying and placed it in her desk drawer. Perhaps it was wise to take a few classes off for the time being. Professor Flitwick was correct. Overuse of this device could lead to impulsive actions. Noticing a slight displacement of a book in the upper right corner of the drawer, Quinlan's eyes shifted momentarily. Someone had tampered with her belongings. The following day, as Quinlan held a roll of toilet paper while entering the restroom, Myrtle suddenly emerged from the toilet. Drenched in toilet water, she calmly wiped her face dry with the paper. Then, expressionless, she closed the door of the stall she had initially chosen and opened the adjacent one. Myrtle hung upside down before her. Harry spent the entire night in the restroom yesterday. Oh, he cried, and then had an upset stomach, didn't he? The ghostly girl choked on her words. Chapter 51. The Urgency of Matters. Upon exiting the restroom, Quinlan made her way directly to the library. In the absence of the competition, Hogwarts' academic schedule continued unabated. Along the way, many individuals cast sidelong glances at her, only to quickly avert their gaze. Professor Dumbledore had somehow persuaded the headmasters of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to accept the participation of the 3 Hogwarts students with relatively less resistance. However, the headmasters and the Ministry of Magic remained silent regarding the identity of the individual responsible for the Goblet of Fire's enrollment incident. The students harbored considerable resentment. They dared not confront Quinlan, redirecting their frustrations toward Harry. The presence of 3 Hogwarts participants felt unjust to Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. For Harry and Quinlan, who were underage, their participation seemed unfair to Cedric from Hufflepuff. Remarkably, you arrived even earlier than Hermione. Quinlan settled into her usual spot. Beside her was Harry, who had spent the entire night in the restroom, as Myrtle had mentioned. He appeared to be in decent spirits, though dark circles under his eyes betrayed his fatigue. Before him lay a pile of books, diverse in subject matter. Quinlan cast a glance, pondering whether this was a result of the stern reprimand he received yesterday, prompting a change of heart. Good morning, Vespera, Harry greeted her, lifting his gaze from his notes before returning to his diligent scribbling. Noticing his evident enthusiasm, Quinlan worried that the sleepless Harry might suffer a sudden collapse. After all, learning required a gradual approach, and one could not expect to achieve greatness all at once. Harry nodded, offering a barely audible hum of acknowledgement. They sat side by side, engrossed in their respective tasks, the atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Hey, it's surprising to see Harry next to you today instead of that tall, lanky Slytherin boy, Hermione remarked softly as she settled into a chair opposite Quinlan, casting a meaningful glance at Harry. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the trio, they dutifully resumed their studies, mindful of Madame Pance's watchful gaze. The tranquil hours of the library slipped away swiftly as they immersed themselves in their work. Quinlan finished reading the Compendium of Toxic Fungi and raised her eyes to massage them, seeking relaxation. She caught sight of a brown figure 3 shelves behind Hermione. Raising an eyebrow as the girl scribbled something down and passed it to Hermione. What is up with that Durmstrang boy, Crumb? His gaze seems to be glued to you. Quinlan teased, prompting Hermione to glance back, speechless as she responded on her notepad. Merlin's beard. He has been staring at me from that spot for days. I genuinely wonder if he is plotting my demise. Quinlan was taken aback by the unexpected response, her smile fading as she chose to ignore the naive girl before her. Harry, having been awake all night, clumsily wielded his quill, doodling aimlessly on his notes. His drowsy mind was succumbing to fatigue, swaying like a chick pecking at grains. Quinlan contemplated snatching the quill from his hand, raising an eyebrow in surprise, but ultimately refrained. When did I fall asleep? Harry mumbled groggily, slapping his cheeks with his left hand in an attempt to rouse himself. Quinlan and Hermione shook their heads at his state of study. Let us go, Harry. A clear mind is essential for learning. You need some rest, Quinlan advised. Hermione closed her book, having reached her limit with Crumb's intense gaze. Though eager to continue studying, Harry recognized that his current condition was far from optimal, thus he followed the 2 proficient learners out of the library. As they walked down the corridor, Quinlan noticed the badges adorning the chests of fellow students. Hermione's expression darkened, while Harry remained oblivious. What is with those badges? Quinlan inquired, having rushed to the restroom first thing that morning. Strangely, it seemed they weren't wearing them when she visited the library. Those badges. Hermione glanced at the silent Harry, uncertain how to broach the subject. It's nothing significant, Harry replied calmly. Hermione exhaled in relief. Harry's mood hadn't been adversely affected, which put her at ease. Excuse me, where did you purchase that badge? Quinlan politely approached a Hufflepuff girl. The girl stammered, unsure how to respond. A boy beside her mustered the courage to answer. You obtained your spot in the competition through unscrupulous means and shared Cedric's honor. After speaking, he puffed out his chest, standing protectively in front of the girl. Feigning bravado, he closed his eyes in fear as Quinlan raised her hand. Surely, he didn't wish to be slapped by her. Why isn't my name on this? Quinlan leaned closer, scrutinizing the badge on his scarf. Cedric Diggory, the true champion of Hogwarts, she read aloud, continuing, yet everyone else is green. The boy, hearing her confusion, immediately bowed his head and pressed down hard on the badge. If you push it, it changes colors, senior. The girl behind him, witnessing his sycophantic demeanor, pushed him aside and took Quinlan's hand. Senior, let me demonstrate. The badge flickered between yellow and green, and Quinlan nodded, appreciating the design. Thank you. The girl shyly responded, no need to thank me, Quinlan Senior. I'm not sure why your name is absent. You might want to ask the Slytherins. Gradually, she tightened her grip on Quinlan's hand, her face flushed with nervousness. Senior, I've admired you since first year. I earned 4 OS and 3 ES in my 7 classes last semester. Wow, that is impressive. You must be a diligent and talented student. Keep up the excellent work this year, and thank you for your admiration, Quinlan praised, causing the second-year girl to feel elated. Senior, I believe in you. How do you find time to participate in that competition with your busy schedule? Quinlan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, her smile reminiscent of Tasha from the orphanage. But Harry isn't the kind of person who resorts to dishonor, she continued. We don't know who put our names in the goblet of fire. This is a failure of oversight on the part of the organizers, a flaw of the goblet itself. Her amplified voice ensured that all present students heard her. Harry, like everyone else, focused on her, yet only he understood the rapid beating of his heart within his chest. Even if time were to reset, Quinlan reiterated to the students that their participation in the competition was not voluntary for those under 17. She intended to unveil the negligence that the organizers were reluctant to acknowledge and urged her peers to refrain from employing such tactics to harm their classmates. With a smile gracing her lips, Quinlan added, I trust the headmaster and deans will not turn a blind eye to this. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Dumbledore? Upon hearing the headmaster's name, the young witches and wizards anxiously covered their badges, casting furtive glances around. Dumbledore, having lifted his invisibility charm, appeared behind Harry, meeting Quinlan's gaze with a warm smile. Indeed, effective immediately, the school would establish a regulatory office to scrutinize all acts of violence against students within Hogwarts. A detailed announcement would follow after the Triwizard Tournament. His solemn and authoritative gaze swept across every student present, sounding a clarion call deep within their hearts. Just as Quinlan's owl had delivered 30 letters that morning, outlining the need for change. Albus Dumbledore. It was time for him to fulfill the responsibilities that came with his title as headmaster of Hogwarts. Perhaps in this world, matters could be categorized by weight and urgency. Yet, lightness should never equate to neglect, nor should delays be indefinitely postponed. Chapter 52, Rita Skeeter. Para, how wonderful to see you here, Catherine exclaimed, rushing from the opposite end of the corridor, shattering the serene atmosphere. Oh, Potter and Hermione are here too. You all came together. Quinlan was pulled away by her roommate. While Hermione and Harry exchanged puzzled glances as they followed behind, they paused at the top of the central tower, and Catherine gestured for them to look into the courtyard below. In the center stood a woman clad in a satin green bodycon dress, her bright red lips creating a striking contrast. It was hard to ignore her presence. Her platinum blonde hair was meticulously styled into rigid curls, exuding confidence and arrogance as she halted each passerby. A green feather quill floated near her shoulder, incessantly scribbling on a small notebook. Good heavens! How could the Daily Prophet send Rita Skeeter here? Catherine's petite face expressed silent disdain, clearly unimpressed by the presence of this individual. It's only natural, isn't it? She is one of the chief editors of the Daily Prophet, after all, Quinlan remarked with calmness. Harry appeared somewhat perplexed, as he could hardly recall this person. Hermione, however, reacted with great fervor, exclaiming, What? Rita Skeeter. She leaned forward eagerly to catch a glimpse of the journalist in the courtyard. Noticing someone finally acknowledging the situation, Catherine nodded affirmatively at Hermione. Is there something wrong with her? Harry inquired. At the mention of Skeeter, Hermione's demeanor soured. Do you even know what she writes in the newspaper? It's all sensationalized reporting, completely disregarding the truth. Catherine nodded in agreement, noting that this journalist was her mother's greatest headache. Skeeter's articles generated significant buzz and were laced with sharp language, yet she remained unrepentant regarding the veracity of her news, often fabricating stories. Her presence here undoubtedly signaled an intention to interview the contestants of the Triwizard Tournament. Catherine cast a worried glance at Quinlan and Harry. You too. Being under 17 will surely be targeted by her for sensational stories. Public opinion is like a ravenous beast, relentless in its pursuit. Quinlan surveyed the bustling reporter and took Catherine's warning to heart. The students in the courtyard appeared visibly annoyed by her incessant questioning. Harry, however, paid little mind, as he was not participating in the tournament willingly. With his abilities, he would merely be a mere footnote. Fortunately, he had classmate Vespera competing alongside him. In the afternoon, all contestants were summoned to the contestants' lounge for a group photo and a brief interview. Quinlan was unable to attend, as she was experiencing gastrointestinal distress yet again. Poor violet-eyed girl, You've been running to the restroom 4 or 5 times a day lately. Myrtle performed a handstand in front of her. Quinlan found it peculiar. Her diet hadn't changed much, and she had kept herself warm at night. Could it be a case of the local environment not agreeing with her? Yet, for years in, it seemed too late for such an adjustment. I heard a reporter is here to interview you contestants, Myrtle said, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses with a hint of schadenfreude. You can't attend the interview, and just wait to be skewered by her quill. Hee. Quinlan closed her eyes tightly and patted the crown of her head. Gritting her teeth, she replied, what can I do? Nature calls, after all. Am I supposed to answer the microphone while she hands it to me in the restroom? Merlin's tattered underpants. What are you doing here? Isn't the interview supposed to have started? Suddenly, Catherine's voice echoed from the adjacent restroom. Myrtle, noticing Quinlan's discomfort, poked her head out to respond. Violet Eyes says she is constipated. Is there no privacy left? Catherine exclaimed, covering her eyes with her hand, then hurriedly shooing Myrtle away while pulling up her trousers. Merlin's moldy shoehorn. Is Para telling stories with this ghost? Wait, how did she know they had been sharing stories? Momentarily distracted, Catherine dismissed the thought. Oh dear. The priority right now is Rita Skeeter's interview. Regaining her focus, Catherine tapped her temples, bringing herself back to the matter at hand. Para, how are you? If we hurry, we can still make it. She probably won't finish in time. Myrtle glanced at Quinlan's state on the toilet and continued on her behalf. Just then, Quinlan's exhausted voice emerged. It's fine, Catherine. Let her write whatever she wants. A few words won't cost me a pound of flesh. Catherine hurriedly departed, the stalled door creaking ominously. She needed to quickly write a letter to her mother, the deputy editor, to see if there was any way to intercept Skeeter's article. TSK, poor violet-eyed girl. Did you really eat something wrong? Myrtle couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Being a ghost had its advantages, no need for a restroom break. This morning, she had a glass of warm water and then headed straight to the bathroom. She assumed that was a normal state upon waking, so she hadn't paid it much mind. Later, she had breakfast in the Great Hall. She hadn't eaten much in between and had lunch there as well. The meals were meticulously prepared by the kitchen's house elf, Dobby, so there shouldn't have been any issue. Could it genuinely be that glass of warm water? Weak and unsteady, Quinlan returned to her dormitory to inspect the cup she had used that morning, finding remnants of water inside. She sat at her desk, rummaging through various bottles and vials to drop into her water cup. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a beetle resting on the windowsill and casually swatted it away. Her roommate Catherine was terrified of bugs. The remaining water in the cup turned a muddy yellow after a drop of pale green liquid was added. Quinlan pursed her lips and gently fanned the cup's opening to inhale the scent. Snake egg juice, thistle sap, constipation fruit powder, diarrhea grass essence. Unicorn powder, a potion that could cause an endless cycle between diarrhea and constipation. Someone had entered their dormitory. Who could it be? Why would someone dose her? It seemed she would need to be more vigilant about what she consumed. She couldn't afford to fall victim again. First, she needed to seek out Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary for an antidote, or else, she feared, she might become the first student to perish in Hogwarts toilet. Dragging her weary body, Quinlan encountered Professor Snape in the infirmary. So simple a potion slipped into your cup, and you are only now realizing it, Miss Quinlan? Has your mind been influenced by the trolls of Gryffindor? Professor Snape stirred the antidote in her cup, wearing an expression that implied she had wasted her education. Quinlan smiled politely, accepting the cup he offered and downing its contents in one go. The intestinal deter potion was colorless and tasteless. How could she have detected it? Not everyone possesses the potion-making genius of Professor Snape. She felt exhausted but chose to remain silent. If she spoke up, she would surely end up in detention. Given your shameful academic performance, I'm assigning you a month of detention, Professor Snape declared, sweeping away in his long black cloak. Quinlan offered a strained smile. Silence equated to punishment as well. Had she known, she would have spoken out sooner. Roughly calculating in her mind, she realized her detention would be long enough to keep her in the professor's office until the start of her 6th year. Rita Skeeter was an exceptional writer. In just one day, her coverage of the Triwizard Tournament was completed and, with the approval of the Daily Prophet's editor, was promptly published. Infuriating. It was nothing but drivel. Hermione's furious voice erupted from the Gryffindor table as she slammed the newspaper, dated for that day, onto the table. The clattering of cutlery echoed. Catherine, sitting beside Quinlan, mimicked the action, forcefully stomping on the paper on the ground. Harry Potter, that boy always at the center of trouble, has now become the focal point of the Triwizard Tournament, emerging from the Goblet of Fire as Hogwarts representative. Today, let me expose the truth behind his peculiar identity in contrast to the intricate fabrication surrounding Harry's lineage. The critique directed at Quinlan is more overt and direct. Now, let us speak of that aloof goddess of Ravenclaw. The esteem in which she is held within the school is quite remarkable. though one cannot help but wonder what machinations she employed to attain it. Yet, it appears she often resorts to acts of violence, which starkly contrasts with her cultivated persona. This rude individual, having evaded the age scrutiny of the Goblet of Fire, brazenly dismissed my request for an interview while busily tinkering with various vials in her dormitory. Surely, it must be her coveted secrets regarding potions contained within. Quinlan's gaze narrowed upon reading this passage. At that moment, she was alone in her dormitory. How could this journalist possibly know? Wait a moment, that insect on the windowsill? An animagus? Chapter 53. She truly is greedy. Hella, are you listening to me? Quinlan spooned some pudding into her mouth. Are you asking how I can endure this? Catherine fixed her gaze on her, hoping to discern a flicker of distinct emotion on her face. Indeed, how can you endure this? The prose is sharp enough. Did you write it, or did your quill write it? Merlin's tattered sock. Is this a normal person's reaction? Catherine was astonished at her roommate's calmness. Just look at Harry next door, sharing in the plight. His fists clenched beneath the dining table, were it not for the presence of others. She was certain he would have erupted and torn that newspaper to shreds. It was likely her own hand that pinned it. The quill was merely under her control. Is your mother still in need of reporters for the Daily Prophet? Is the topic shift that drastic? Catherine struggled to keep pace with Quinlan's train of thought. I don't know. I shall inquire with my mother. Having finished the last spoonful of pudding, Quinlan patted Luna, who was still preening with pudding on her left. Are you in need of a part-time job? I believe the Prophet will soon have an internship position available. Luna looked up from her pudding battle, her imagination soaring. A newspaper sounds delightful. I am sure it attracts quite a number of nargles. Quinlan nodded knowingly, while Catherine found herself bewildered by their seemingly nonsensical dialogue. What were they discussing? She had not heard of any recent internship openings. In the afternoon, Professor Snape's potions class commenced. In pursuit of enhanced pedagogical efficacy, he opted to segregate the four houses based on differing foundational knowledge. This was yet another alteration made by Headmaster Dumbledore following the announcement of the establishment of the regulatory office. Professors were permitted to choose their teaching methods and assign relevant coursework based on the students' progression and talents. The first year had introduced some language courses, presently taught by seventh-year students, aimed at providing basic education to young wizards who were illiterate. Quinlan was quite pleased with the current transformations within the school. Headmaster Dumbledore was a man open to suggestions and possessed the courage to instigate change, unlike that minister who had vanished into obscurity within the Ministry of Magic. Miss Palmer, if you do not wish for those potions to leap forth and mar your visage, cease your foolishness of pouring snake bile into the cauldron. Professor Snape suddenly materialized ominously behind Catherine, halting her hand's motion. Ravenclaw loses 3 points due to your negligence. Catherine snapped back to reality, her heart racing at the thought of what would have transpired had she actually poured snake bile into the cauldron as if it were a bitter herb. The resultant eruption of potion would undoubtedly have left her and her classmates' faces and garments utterly ruined. I apologize, Professor. Miss Quinlan, if your attentiveness to your peers could match even half of that which you afford to that dark, shadowy bookshelf, I might be able to perform fewer sudden displacements. Having completed her potion early and wandering about the classroom, Quinlan was reprimanded by Snape, still clutching a notebook. Very well, Professor, I shall assist. Thus, the class passed uneventfully, thanks to Snape's points deductions and Quinlan's assistance. The young eagles departed the classroom with faces marked by despair, as the targeted assignments following the educational reform left little room for copying. Quinlan stayed behind to assist the professor in tidying up the potion ingredients. I should reconsider your remuneration, Miss Quinlan. Immersed in her notes, Quinlan was caught once more by Snape while slacking off. Merlin above, I wager, Professor, you will surely appreciate the author of this notebook. As she beckoned the professor over to view it, she exclaimed, it is simply genius. Exceptional potion-making skills. Unique and highly feasible improvements. And here, these original spells, such profound contemplation on magical theory. It is a pearl of great worth. How could anyone leave it in that shadowy cupboard? Such waste. Professor, in your years at this school, has anyone ever gone by the moniker of Half-Blood Prince? With a swift motion, Snape snatched the notebook away. Quinlan felt certain that the professor was equally astonished by the brilliance contained within. Otherwise, why would he be so eager? I shall temporarily confiscate this. No, Professor. Quinlan began to tally the remaining teaching supplies, attempting to provoke him. Such splendid material, I discovered it first. Do you wish to hoard it all for yourself? Snape cradled the notebook as if it were a treasure. With a glance that pierced through her intentions, he replied, Miss Quinlan, I believe my compensation to you is sufficiently generous. Seeing her aim to share the notebook thwarted, Quinlan sighed. She truly desired the contents within. As her hands continued to move, suddenly, her previously playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. Professor, the quantity of ingredients is incorrect. We are short of enough materials to brew a potion of polyjuice. They conducted a thorough inventory of remaining teaching supplies weekly, and this marked the third instance of theft since the beginning of the term. Snape furrowed his brows in response, moving closer to reconfirm Quinlan's assertion. A recent remark from her friend Myrtle flashed through Quinlan's mind. "Professor, I heard Myrtle mention that some of the drains on campus have been blocked due to Polyjuice Potion." The astute Professor Snape immediately recognized the potential dangers and promptly exited the classroom to inform Headmaster Dumbledore in his office. Approaching the door, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, calmly advising Quinlan, "When you are confined, if you complete your tasks, you may take out the notebook from my desk drawer to study for a while." "Oh yes, I shall acquire new knowledge." "Very well, Professor. I shall ensure to accomplish 4 hours worth of work in 1 hour. It will undoubtedly provide you with value exceeding 10 galleons. The bat-like professor scoffed as he departed. Quinlan gathered all the potion ingredients, casting 3 layers of protective charms on the cabinet to safeguard them as best as possible. These are all money. After a final inspection, she joyfully made her way to Professor Snape's office, voluntarily confining herself early. As curfew approached, under Snape's urging, Quinlan reluctantly set down the notebook, still marveling. Genius. Genius. If this person has published under any other pseudonym, I would be sure to read it fervently. Walk faster. Do not fill my office with your effusive praise. It is deafening. Quinlan nimbly dodged the quill hurled by the professor and exited the office. In the corridor, she continued to savor the essence of the brilliance she had encountered. The disarming charm. The incantation proved to be exponentially more effective than the self-invented spells she had previously considered, all of which bore undesirable side effects. Vespera, splendid, she mused. Hermione was indeed correct. You were indeed confined here under Professor Snape's supervision. Harry arrived, breathless and drenched in sweat, his face marred by numerous bruises and fresh blood caking at the corner of his mouth. A dragon, it's a dragon. Quinlan, still ensnared in the world of her notes, failed to comprehend. What dragon? Has Hagrid found another egg? No, cough. It's the competition. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament involves dragons. Oh, she nearly forgot that she was a participant in the competition. All right, understood. Thank you. Her oxygen-deprived skin turned a warm shade of red, accentuating the ghastliness of the bruises and scabs. Where did you hear this news, and what on earth happened to your face? Harry, indifferent, nonchalantly brushed off the question as he touched the scar at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing. I had a scuffle with Ron. He informed me that Hagrid was looking for me and took me to see it. A scuffle? You and Ron? Quinlan's left eye was an embodiment of inquiry. Why? Cough. Let us not dwell on it. It's all in the past. Suddenly, Harry's eyes sparkled with vitality. Your method truly works. After our fight, we made up. Quinlan's expression was a mask of confusion, her eyes filled with unspoken questions that Harry could not perceive. When did she ever teach anything? What peculiar notions had this child absorbed? She would have to inquire with Hermione and the others tomorrow. Today, however, she had yet to draft the complaint letter regarding Rita Skeeter's violations. She had already investigated. That journalist Animagus was not registered. Chapter 54, The Hair on the Clothes. In the Ravenclaw dormitory, Catherine was already lost in slumber. After Quinlan penned the final word, she meticulously sealed the letter and placed it into a black plastic bag beneath her desk. This month, correspondence from Professor Dumbledore had already been dispatched, but the Ministry of Magic had yet to respond. Tomorrow, upon Perry's return, she would ensure to supplement it. The girl capped her pen, rose, and opened her wardrobe to fetch her pajamas, preparing for a bath. Acutely aware of the arrangement of her belongings, she immediately noted that the hangers were not in their customary positions. Her gaze sharpened, fixating on a loose black long-sleeve garment. That piece, often donned as an underlayer, hung quietly inside, its neckline near the shoulder seam appearing to be affixed with something. Quinlan leaned in slightly, drawn closer by the familiar scent of the body wash from the orphanage. She extended her right hand, her slender fingers revealing scars from past potion-making mishaps. The tips of her fingers lightly brushed against the inconspicuous yet easily overlooked object. Coordinating her thumb and forefinger, she pinched one end of the hair, turning it towards the moonlight streaming through the window. Approximately 15 centimeters in length, it was a shade lighter than her own black hair, leaning more towards a grayish-brown. Quinlan placed the extracted hair into a transparent bag, her calm demeanor betraying no particular thoughts. Morning arrived, and the tranquil campus was once again filled with commotion. The matter of the insulting badges had been expressly prohibited by the heads of houses. Yet, the Weasley twins, with their keen sense for business, had discovered a new opportunity. They commenced selling their new badges in the central courtyard. After breakfast, Quinlan observed that everyone she encountered wore the new badges. 5 distinct styles were crafted in accordance with the characteristics of the competitors. A significant number of students adorned badges featuring Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur, while few had faith in the 2 fourth-year students, her and Harry. Everyone was aware that there had been an issue with their registration, deeming them unwilling participants. Consequently, the animosity directed towards the two fourth years dissipated upon the news reaching everyone's ears. Boss, boss, George and Fred excitedly waved her over from a distance. Upon her entrance, they loosened the drawstring of their money pouch, revealing it to be brimming with shiny silver sickles. Guess whose badge is selling the best? Quinlan reflected on the scenes she had witnessed on her way there and cautiously ventured, "Is it Senior Diggory?" The twins exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shrouded in mystery. No, it's you. Me? She couldn't recall seeing anyone wearing her badge on the way. George, Fred, give me a badge of Pella. Catherine, who was rushing over, had missed her chance to purchase one. The Weasley vendor informed her that they were sold out. Quinlan noticed the item clutched in Catherine's hand and curiously inquired, "Don't you already have one? Why do you need to buy another?" "This is from some Hufflepuff Jr. It's not mine." The girl sheepishly opened her palm, scratching her head in explanation. Then she turned to the Weasley twins and said, "Next time, could you reserve one for me, the major shareholder?" "Of course, no problem. 1 silver sickle for our esteemed shareholder, Miss Palmer." One twin nodded in agreement, while the other extended his hand for payment. Quinlan observed the badge in Catherine's hand, pondering who had captured that photograph. On the astronomy tower, Ravenclaw students were absorbed in observing the celestial bodies, and Quinlan was among them, standing beside the telescope. She diligently recorded her observations with a quill in hand. The girl seemed to hear someone calling her name and turned around. The stars were like pearls scattered carelessly across the vast expanse of her deep blue-violet canvas. Amidst the bustling crowd, she alone turned back in quietude. "Well captured. We spent a pretty penny on that." Quinlan nodded, acknowledging the excellent quality of the photograph, yet she remained skeptical of their words. "What did you give Colin?" "Harry signed Quidditch jersey." "How did you know it was Colin who took the photo?" The two, reveling in their good fortune, responded in unison. Quinlan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had suspected as much. A commotion erupted beneath the large tree. Professor Moody suddenly stormed out from the courtyard corridor with an unfriendly demeanor, transforming Slytherin's Malfoy into a white weasel. The vase he was holding, filled with lilacs, shattered upon hitting the ground. The panicked white weasel scurried amidst the shards, water, and scattered blossoms. Professor McGonagall swiftly noted the chaotic scene. "Alastair, we forbid the use of transfiguration curses on students as punishment. Are you not aware?" Her wand flickered as she angrily reversed the transfiguration spell. Draco reverted to his human form, his gaze unexpectedly colliding with Quinlan's before he hastily averted his eyes, quickly gathering the fallen lilacs to escape this mortifying situation. The air was thick with his threatening words. "How dare you? I will have my father expel you." His furious voice carried an undercurrent of barely concealed tears. The events unfolded rapidly. When Quinlan was pulled to the forefront by Catherine to witness the spectacle, Draco had already fled far away. "Professor Moody, I will report today's incident to Headmaster Dumbledore. Your teaching ethics are in serious question." "I was merely assisting Mr. Potter in retaliating," Moody replied nonchalantly, dismissively snorting at Professor McGonagall before limping away. Harry, what just happened?" Catherine inquired of the other party involved. Harry, tousled by the wind, appeared even more bewildered. "What was Professor Moody saying? What does it mean to help me retaliate? He appeared inexplicably, and yet he sought to cast a shadow upon me? Ever since that fateful night spent weeping in the restroom, followed by a reconciliation with Ron after yet another brawl, Harry found himself in a state of perplexity. According to Hermione, he had since become more diligent in his studies, increasingly unwilling to bear the brunt of blame, and his tongue had grown sharper. He was increasingly resembling a spirited young Gryffindor. As Catherine listened to him, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do continue, clarify your tale." Surrounding students leaned in with rapt attention. Malfoy, basking in the sun with his gaudy vase, cast a disdainful glance in my direction, chattering like a sea urchin, deriding my chances of advancing past the first round. I retorted that his recent potions assignment scores were still lower than mine, as he dutifully polished cauldrons for Vesper daily. To my surprise, he began to flush inexplicably, boasting that the flowers he held were a gift from Vespera. He claimed to adore them, to relish in the attention. Harry recalled the expression of bashful pride on Malfoy's face, which filled him with a sense of revulsion. Before they could exchange further words, Professor Moody burst forth, casting a transfiguration spell upon him. Catherine was utterly bewildered. What sort of fruit was this, so unpleasantly sour? Yet, through her keen instincts, she managed to grasp a sliver of the essence of Harry's narrative. "Vespera, did you send flowers to Malfoy? Why was I not informed?" The surrounding students perked up, their ears straining to catch every word. "Quinlan sent flowers to Malfoy. I had previously given them to him. Do you wish for some? If you invite me to dance at the ball, I shall gift you some." "What?" An invitation to dance with Quinlan Grants won the privilege of receiving her personally gifted flowers. Chapter 55, Before the Tournament. The ball was of utmost significance, and Quinlan had yet to secure a partner. The number of suitors was overwhelming, spanning all years and genders. Catherine and she found themselves at an impasse. Should either of them invite Quinlan to dance, they would have to decide who would take on the male role and who the female during the event. Ultimately, they resolved to practice both roles and let chance decide through a game of rock, paper, scissors. It was a most equitable solution. Thus, amid the bustling dance lessons at Hogwarts and the excitement among the students regarding the ball, the first contest of the Triwizard Tournament commenced. The arena was set within a vast, medieval-style open coliseum, encircled by towering stone walls draped in moss and vines, imparting an air of antiquity and solemnity. A delicate mist veiled the sky, and the sparse sunlight struggled against the cloud cover, casting a grayish hue over the arena. The stands were filled with students and professors from the three schools, clad in their casual attire, their faces reflecting a spectrum of excitement, anticipation, anxiety, and concern. Bets are being placed, bets are being placed. The Weasley twins wove through the throngs of cheering spectators. Would anyone care to wager on the victor of today's grand competition? Catherine, Luna, and Hermione sat together, while Ron placed 2 silver sickles on Harry at his brother's betting table. Poor little Ronnie, is that all you possess? Crumb has a higher chance of winning. You know, Ron rolled his eyes at his brothers, insisting that Harry's odds were favorable, and he might indeed earn a substantial profit. Harry, give it your all. If you win, I'll share my winnings with you. The girls watched the enormous dragon, shackled by iron chains, with nerves tightening their jaws. By Merlin's black stockings, may Vespera remain unharmed. I would gladly trade 5 pounds of my weight for her safety. Hermione echoed Catherine's sentiments in prayer. Harry, I would trade a day of Ron's misfortune for your safety today. Achoo! Just after placing his bet, Ron sneezed from the cold wind, causing his ear flap knit-cap to knot at his chin. He settled beside Hermione. Trust in them. Harry has been studying hard, and Vespera is quite formidable. Recently, he had been dragged to the library daily by Harry, feeling his mind becoming sharper. In stark contrast to the ambience outside, the waiting area within the tent was steeped in tension. Harry felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The roar of the dragon outside made his calves tremble as he paced aimlessly, attempting to muster courage. The composed Quinlan maintained an aura of tranquility in the lounge, displaying a maturity beyond her years as she fiddled with a paper doll. The competition adopted a point system, featuring 3 tasks, each fraught with peril. Please remain seated to ensure everyone's safety, Dumbledore announced outside. Vespera, I feel unwell, my stomach aches, and I desperately need to use the restroom. Quinlan glanced up to see Harry's face flushed with anxiety, his fingers engaged in a restless duel with themselves. You're overly anxious. Fret not, we shan't perish. Headmaster Dumbledore is out there. A broken leg or a missing arm is of little consequence. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape are highly skilled healers. Harry felt his heart leap into his throat at her words. He should not have asked her. What is that you have? A puppet. It grants me additional lives. I'm trying it out for the first time today. By Merlin's ancient dentures. Harry thought of tossing this individual out. Such a perilous contest. And she was using a crucial tool for the very first time. His heart sank, but the urgency to use the restroom seemed to fade. Suddenly, familiar voices drifted from beyond the curtain, prompting Harry to move closer. Harry, is that you? Yes, Hermione. How do you feel? Are you all right? Hermione inquired with concern, followed by another girl's voice. Harry, where's Vespera? Is she all right? Harry glanced at Quinlan, who was busy painting eyes on the paper doll, and whispered, Vespera is fine. She's unnervingly calm. Catherine let out a sigh of relief, and Hermione pressed on. And you? You must focus, and then battle a dragon. Harry completed her unspoken thought. Hermione lifted the curtain, anxiously embracing him, slipping a note discreetly into his palm. This is from Professor Moody. He asked me to give it to you. Catherine observed the tightly entwined embrace of the two, her curiosity igniting, only to be interrupted by a flash from a camera. What a lovely couple. Rita Skeeter, accompanied by her photographer, appeared in the waiting room, capturing the moment of their embrace. Miss Skeeter, I request that you delete that photograph immediately. I will inform my mother not to allow your article. Catherine stepped forward, addressing Harry and Hermione with righteous indignation. This unscrupulous journalist would undoubtedly distort the narrative surrounding her friends, and tomorrow's paper would surely carry something ghastly about Hermione and Harry. Oh, Miss Palmer, how unfortunate. Your mother is merely the associate editor and lacks the authority to control me. Dressed in a brown leather jacket and skirt, she sashayed into the room, her quill busily scrawling on her notepad. Her fiery red lips moved animatedly as she addressed Harry and Hermione. If you happen to meet with an unfortunate fate today, tomorrow's headlines will feature both of you. Crumb approached. This is not your place. Kindly leave. This tent is designated for competitors and their friends. Rita Skeeter did not even glance back, her eyes rolling heavenward behind her oversized brown frames, the quill inscribing the name Durmstrang in an impolite manner. Oh, look at that. The Ravenclaw who rejected me, Miss Vespera Quinlan, who knows not what means she utilized to enter this competition. Under the gaze of the photographer, Quinlan was captured while still engaged in the delicate task of crafting her paper figure. Good morning, Rita Skeeter, she greeted, her voice laced with a playful challenge. Rita Skeeter, taken aback by the unexpected salutation, felt a surge of pride. Her vibrant crimson lips seemed poised to stretch toward her nose. Those disobedient children would soon come crawling to her after she pinned a few lines in the newspaper. If time were not on her side, in a mere 21 seconds, she would no longer hold the title of journalist. Quinlan's words puzzled Skeeter, yet she dismissed the bravado of the student. Oh, what's this? Planning to plead with Miss Palmer to have me expelled? Rita Skeeter, you are under arrest for the illegal use of an animagus and invading another's privacy. Come with me to the Ministry of Magic for your trial. Awaiting you will be a stay in Azkaban. Burly men in suits burst in, apprehending the haughty reporter and confiscating her wand. Her fierce resistance only rendered her more disheveled. Her meticulously styled platinum hair became a tangled mess, and her glasses teetered precariously on the tip of her nose. Although the photographer was unsure of the unfolding situation, her professional instincts kicked in, allowing her to swiftly capture the moment of Skeeter's arrest. Percy? He nodded subtly in the direction of Hermione and the others, his gaze momentarily drifting with concern toward Quinlan, who sat on the ground. Good luck to everyone in the competition. May success be yours. After this brief encouragement, Percy, burdened with his duties, led Skeeter away. While Professor Dumbledore and others entered, students not involved in the competition were asked to leave. Director Crouch held a bag, instructing the competitors to form a semicircle before him. Miss Delacour, you shall go first. She produced a palm-sized Welsh green dragon by its tail. Dumbledore stood just behind Quinlan. As the drawing of lots commenced, she stepped back and, in a voice audible only to them, asked, Who do you wish to win? The Chinese fireball, the Swedish short snout. First and foremost, your safety is paramount. Only 3 students over the age of 17 are truly competing, Dumbledore replied, gently nudging her back to her spot. Quinlan pondered, realizing the competition was indeed randomized. A diminutive dragon nestled in the palm of Quinlan's hand, its wings fluttering gently. Its scales shimmered like pearls, devoid of pupils in its eyes. Remaining was the tree peak, with only Harry on the right yet to draw. This dragon was evidently meant for him. Quinlan distinctly heard him utter, What the fuck? I beg your pardon, child. What did you say? Director Crouch inquired, not catching his words. Harry smiled, nothing. Once the lots were drawn, the sound of cannon fire signaled the official commencement of the competition, and the older students gradually exited the waiting tent. Their task was straightforward, to obtain the golden egg guarded by a dragon. Having completed her paper figure, Quinlan noticed Harry sneaking a glance at something. What are you looking at? Startled, Harry lifted his gaze to find 2 identical Quinlans, their movements synchronized as if copied and pasted. Together they chimed, the paper figure. What are you looking at? Harry opened his palm to reveal a note instructing him to summon his rocket with his wand and take flight. Who gave this to you? The Quinlans inquired again. Harry, equally perplexed, replied. Hermione said it was Professor Moody who told her to give it to me. The Quinlans fell silent for a brief moment before their voices overlapped. He wants you to win. Next contestant, Quinlan. The call interrupted their conversation. Under Harry's anxious gaze, the 2 girls stepped out of the tent. On the dark, frigid rocks, a massive silver dragon circled above the arena. It appeared docile, yet the air was thick with its restless breath. Chapter 56, Dragon Slayer. The students in the audience were mesmerized by the resplendent Australian opali. Its body, adorned with shimmering silver scales, quivered gently with each movement, reflecting the only vibrant hues in the overcast sky. Its pure white irises bore no pupils, devoid of warmth, as if they could penetrate the deepest fears within one's soul. Compared to its 12-meter length, the chain binding it seemed almost delicate. Beneath the dragon's belly lay a golden egg, glimmering enticingly. Quinlan's objective. I'll distract it with an attack. You go for the egg, Quinlan instructed her puppet. The puppet echoed her. I'll distract it, you go for the egg. Seems I've created a dullard, she mused. Now, I am Quinlan 1, and you are Quinlan 2. Now I am, she interrupted, pushing Quinlan 2 forward with determination toward the golden egg. Receiving the command, Quinlan 2 locked onto the egg's location and strode confidently into the arena. The audience, witnessing her calm demeanor, fell silent, the tumultuous crowd quieting in her presence. Before the colossal fire dragon and the towering rocks, she appeared so diminutive. As Quinlan approached the golden egg, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Approaching the egg, the air seemed to freeze. The once gentle Australian opali suddenly struck, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, instantly tearing the girl to shreds. The audience gasped at the shocking turn of events. a stunned silence enveloping them before everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Hella! Vespera! The girl's screams went unnoticed by the dragon, which unleashed a torrent of searing flames, incinerating the paper remnants in the air. A few remnants, ensnared by faint magic, drifted toward Quinlan at the entrance. She reached out and captured one, stowing it in her pocket. There was something amiss with this dragon. According to the books, Australian opalis were known for their docility, unless they had been starved for too long. A gust of wind surged into the arena, and Quinlan swiftly glanced toward the audience, spotting Professor Moody hastily pursuing something. His false eye secured to the back of his head. With no time to ponder, the wind struck the chain binding the opali's ankle. The fire dragon thrashed violently, easily snapping the chain, the sound of its shattering echoing through the arena. Now free, it flared its nostrils. Its pure gaze instantly locked onto Quinlan at the entrance, unleashing a deafening roar and soaring toward her. Quinlan rolled to evade, taking cover behind the rocks while observing the dragon's abdomen, which appeared sunken. This was not a good sign. A hungry Australian opali was a harbinger of destruction. The massive boulder she was sheltered by shattered under the dragon's weight, forcing her to leap over the debris once more. Her wand flickered, and with a flick of her wrist, one of the stones transformed into a lasso. The rope, seemingly animated, deftly snaked toward the golden egg, securing it within its grasp. In mere moments, Quinlan had obtained the golden egg. However, the Australian opali, having failed to catch its prey and lost its treasure, descended into madness. Its once pure white gaze darkened with malice, heralding the onset of a rampage. It would only know to kill her and everyone present. The arena was teeming with spectators, making it impossible for the professors to safeguard every panicked student fleeing in distress. In a moment of fervent decision-making, Quinlan cast aside the golden egg into a secluded crevice, concealing it beneath a layer of rubble. The enraged protein dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the entire arena in a fiery inferno, obscuring the view for the audience. The net of all-encompassing magic soared towards the colossal dragon, akin to a mountain pressing it down upon the jagged rocks. The dragon's scales shimmered, but within mere seconds, it devoured the magical restraints binding its body. Quinlan furrowed her brow. This dragon possessed a racial advantage, a natural magic nullifier. Swiftly formulating a strategy in her mind, she retrieved a scrap of paper from her pocket, which transformed into an ancient, broad broadsword, her wand flickering as it levitated in the air. Quinlan leapt upward, stabilizing her flight while conjuring shattered stones as a shield to evade the dragon's fearsome jaws. The astonishing force of its bite reduced the surrounding rocks to mere fragments. Realizing it had been outsmarted, the dragon roared defiantly, intent on annihilating the erratic little ant daring to challenge it. Its tail swept through the arena, flattening everything in its path. Meanwhile, Quinlan, soaring on her enchanted sword, was not idle. She summoned binding chains. The searing heat from the dragon's flames caused beads of sweat to form on her brow, her garments thoroughly drenched. Chains glimmering with blue sparks coiled around the protein dragon's limbs, with the other ends tethered to the surrounding pillars of the arena. Shifting her wand to her left hand, she invoked the spell of suspended time, momentarily freezing reality. Utilizing the shared essence of several spells that manipulate time, combined with her influence over neural pathways, Quinlan estimated she could immobilize the rampaging dragon for a maximum of 3 seconds with her abilities. She had to act swiftly. With her sword in hand, she dashed forward. The flames spiraling around the dragon lost their master's control and dissipated. In a flash, Quinlan adjusted her stance, encased in a shimmering silver-blue shield. Gripping the hilt of her sword with a gaze as icy as steel, she fixed her eyes on the dragon, unwavering and intense. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The dragon's expression shifted subtly. It was regaining consciousness. Calculating the inertia of her dive, she raised her sword, channeling all her magical energy into the blade's edge. Beneath the sword, the chains were shattered as the dragon broke free. Its magnificent yet fearsome head severed from its body. The dragon's gaping maw unleashed a final, futile roar. Crimson blood gushed forth in a violent spray, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Quinlan stood, wand in her left hand and sword in her right. The blade remained pristine, untouched by blood, yet her face bore the splatters of the dragon's life force. Cold violet vertical pupils glimmered, mingling with the warm, streaming dragon's blood. A sense of dread, akin to that of a vengeful deity, resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. Professor Moody, now back in his seat, fixated on the arena with unblinking intensity, his breath slightly quickened. Quinlan felt a few scales creeping up the skin behind her earlobe. After steadying her breath, the scales and vertical pupils reverted to their original state. The broadsword transformed back into a mere scrap of paper, which she casually tucked into her pocket. Clearing away the rubble in the corner, she found the golden egg still intact. Quinlan! Quinlan! The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Headmaster Dumbledore announced Quinlan's success in the match. Upon returning to the competitors' lounge, she was embraced by Delacour, who exclaimed, "Merlin's silk stockings. You were absolutely magnificent." Crumb and Diggory stood nearby, smiling and applauding. Despite her youth, she was undeniably a formidable opponent. Hermione and Catherine hurried over, their hearts still racing. Merlin knew that when they saw Quinlan nearly torn to shreds, they would have broken Luna's arm in panic. "I'm perfectly fine. Everyone, continue watching the match. I hope Harry is safe." Chapter 57. The siren song. The Hungarian horntail unfolded its massive wings within the arena, nearly blotting out the sun. It was the largest and fiercest fire dragon of the competition. Ron sat in the stands, too terrified to open his eyes, shielding his ears with a hat that crossed over them. His brother was truly a hapless soul. After the match, Quinlan was pulled to the audience seats by Hermione and Catherine, passing by Professor Moody in the process. Quinlan stumbled slightly, inadvertently bumping into his prosthetic limb. "My apologies, Professor." He remained silent, merely gazing at her. Their eyes locked for a few seconds before she averted her gaze naturally. Hermione and Catherine were eager to see Harry's entrance, oblivious to their exchange. "Ron, has Harry come out yet?" Hermione inquired as she settled into her seat. The boy, still shielding his eyes, shook his head. The girls exchanged glances, each bearing varying degrees of exasperation at his foolishness. Harry emerged. Luna peered into the arena. Her platinum hair, tousled by the wind generated by the dragon's wings. Quinlan and Luna sat at the center, with Hermione and Catherine flanking them. "Remember to lower your pain receptors, Senior Quinlan," Luna suddenly advised, causing Quinlan to raise an eyebrow in confusion, assuming it was another of the girl's whimsical comments. However, moments later, as the Hungarian horntail broke free from its chains and lunged towards Harry, she understood. Catherine's arm nearly crushed hers in fright. Harry, utilizing the summoning charm, had commandeered his firebolt, soaring into the air as Professor Moody had instructed him beforehand. However, he flew too far, hurtling out of the arena. "Harry!" The dragon brushed perilously close to their faces. Ron, just opening his eyes, caught sight of the dragon's claw overhead, nearly fainting. Fortunately, his caring twin brothers quickly slapped him awake. "Harry, where is he?" "The dragon has flown away. Now is the time to seize the egg." Hermione's eyes brimmed with worry, glistening with tears as the horntail pursued him. Ron gazed skyward, contemplating the strange luck of his brother. Out of 5 dragons, he was the only one being chased while riding a broomstick. "Oh, Merlin, misfortune shouldn't cling to just one person," Quinlan mused, considering Harry's strategy to be quite commendable. The firebolt's speed was remarkable. However, the arena was too small to fully leverage that advantage. If Harry could return to the arena before the horntail, he would undoubtedly secure the golden egg. Contemplating this, she inadvertently cast her gaze towards Professor Moody's seat, colliding with his intense stare as he licked his lips. A fleeting memory flickered in her mind, and Quinlan grasped a sliver of inspiration. In Dumbledore's office, during the pensive session, Moody had sat just behind Dumbledore's right side. It was he who had swiftly subdued Barty after Igor's confession. At that moment, he had shown a fluctuation of emotions, yet had not displayed the habitual gesture of licking his lips. Among all present, only the imprisoned Barty, condemned by his father to a lifetime in Azkaban, had licked his lips after provocatively challenging Crouch Sr. upon his capture. If Dumbledore's timeline was accurate, he would have been around 20 years of age then. Could a person alter their subconscious behavior in a decade? Quinlan remained uncertain. During her time at the Woo's Welfare Institute, Little Batty often manifested in her animagus form, yet she remained oblivious to certain habitual gestures of his. However, the wolf fur nestled within her dormitory wardrobe had, at this moment, found its rightful owner. What did he seek from her amidst the traces of drawers that had been disturbed and then restored to their original state? Just moments ago, the Hungarian horntail had suddenly broken free from its chains, its gaunt, ravenous belly, and her name inexplicably leaping forth from the Triwizard Cup. Was it his intention for her to triumph, or to falter? Or perhaps, he merely wished to bind her with Harry, compelling her to partake in the contest. "Harry!" A voice from the crowd announced the arrival of Harry, mounted on a firebolt, approaching the arena. After a sudden halt, the boy tumbled violently against the rocks. His robes singed, and several cuts marred his face. He dared not waste a moment and dashed towards the location of the golden egg, cradling it in his arms just a heartbeat before the arrival of the acromantula. Harry Potter has successfully overcome the first challenge. With the recent turmoil of the Horntail's rampage fresh in their minds, the dragon handlers promptly advanced to subdue the Hungarian horntail. Raising a dragon requires immense dedication and effort. They could not afford any further losses for the sake of this trivial competition. "Hey, that's my brother," Ron exclaimed with fervent cheers for Harry's victory. only to realize that among those restraining the horntail was someone he recognized. Quinlan, stepping away from the exuberant Catherine, approached him. Which brother are you referring to? To the right of the Hungarian horntail, the red-haired one, Charlie Weasley. Ron appeared to hold great admiration for his dragon-tamer brother. In his left ear, Miss Ravenclaw had just slain the dragon's head. In his right ear, you seem to have an interest in him. The two voices converged. Perhaps we can be of service. Eager individuals rushed forth, and Quinlan, not one to decline, entrusted George and Fred with a message for their brother to meet them by the Forbidden Forest that evening. The reward, she would prepare their supper. As night descended, Hogwarts dinner hour had passed, and Quinlan, along with the twins, returned from their meeting with Charlie. After satiating their hunger in the kitchen, Quinlan observed the little eagles in the Ravenclaw common room as they pondered over the golden egg. The statue of Lady Rowena Ravenclaw stood prominently at the entrance. The royal blue and bronze quietly adorned the serene hues of the room, while a splendid starry sky painted the dome radiated above, and the deep blue carpet mirrored a myriad of stars, echoing the heavens above. The base of the statue bore the inscription of their house motto, "The exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure." Charlie Weasley remarked on the peculiar nature of the horntail. Despite their daily efforts to feed it adequately, the deceased dragon had remained in a state of extreme hunger. Consequently, they felt remiss and would not hold Quinlan accountable for slaying the dragon. To her surprise, the team captain expressed gratitude towards Quinlan, gifting her some remnants of the horntail, including a complete dragon tendon. Dressed in blue and white striped pajamas after her bath, Quinlan settled into an armchair, meticulously sorting through these clues in her mind, hoping to uncover their commonalities over time. The excited little eagles relished in deciphering, pooling their insights, and swiftly deducing the most plausible answer. Perla, come over here and listen, see if we're correct. The little eagles took turns analyzing. Some traced Quinlan's route while carrying the golden egg, while others speculated that the Hogwarts terrain pointed to the likely location of the second challenge. Ultimately, they all converged on the concept of water. Is that right? Is that right? Quinlan refrained from answering immediately, instead teasing their curiosity by transforming a chair into a water bucket 70 centimeters deep. Fresh water gushed forth, filling the bucket. The moment of verification had arrived. As she reached to touch the button atop the golden egg, everyone quickly covered their ears to shield themselves from the impending sound. The shrill, piercing noise vanished as the golden egg submerged into the water, and upon plunging her head into the bucket, one could hear the enchanting song of mermaids. Correct answer. The little eagles erupted into applause, their faces alight with joy from the youngest to the oldest. The head girl's alteration of the common room chandelier illuminated the space, and a melodious piano piece emanated from the gramophone, allowing everyone to dance with abandon. Before the commencement of the second task, Hogwarts was poised to rejuvenate itself through a Christmas ball. Quinlan found herself without a partner. One by one, everyone approached her. I would like to invite you to dance at the Christmas ball, may I? With so many seeking to dance with her, she declined, realizing that her partner would feel lonesome amidst the throng. Yet, when she arrived at the ball clad in the exquisite gown prepared by Catherine, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly informed her at the entrance, the champions of the Triwizard Tournament are to lead the first dance. A partner is essential. I'm sorry, Professor. I have no partner, Quinlan replied nonchalantly, having learned of this rule a bit too late. With a gray weasel cradled in his arms, Professor Moody appeared in good spirits. Oh, let it be, McGonagall. Miss Quinlan has stated she has no partner. Rules are rigid, but people are not. If there is none, then she shan't dance. Professor McGonagall's furrowed brow revealed her distress, with few students present. Her peripheral gaze was drawn to Draco, who had been intently watching her since she entered. His resentful eyes were impossible for McGonagall to overlook. Mr. Malfoy, do you have a partner? Upon hearing his name called, Draco hastily approached, his soft, fluffy golden hair wafting the scent of apples. No, Professor. The person I had in mind declined my invitation. The detestable Quinlan. He had even sent her a letter via the cat that his mother had given him, painstakingly composed after much deliberation, only to be rejected. As a proud Malfoy, he would not settle for less. It was all her fault, the infuriatingly beautiful and popular Weasley, who had left him to attend the ball alone. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. The ball is about to commence. For the time being, you may act as Miss Quinlan's partner. With the professor's arrangement, Quinlan nodded in agreement. Anyone would suffice. She was indifferent. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had become the partner of Weasley. Indeed, his mother had been right. Arriving early at the ball might yield unexpected surprises. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray weasel in Moody's grasp wriggled to escape. My apologies, everyone. My pet seems a bit irritable. I must take my leave. Chapter 58, Our Bouquet. Having resolved the partner issue, Quinlan meandered through the ballroom, sampling refreshments. Draco shadowed her closely, like a devoted tail. Do you detest me? He pondered, bewildered by Quinlan's refusal of his invitation. She had gifted him flowers, greeted him when they crossed paths, brewed potions together in the office, and even designed a trophy for him. He had believed himself to be special in her eyes. If she despised him, why would she have done all those things? If she did not, then why did her expression remain so neutral, devoid of any delight at the prospect of being his partner? As Quinlan turned, she caught sight of his dejected expression, his white, intricately designed court shirt beautifully accentuating his refined features. The look in his eyes brimmed with unspoken grievances. No. She picked up a pudding and placed it delicately on a palm-sized dish before handing it to him, merely stating that she was preoccupied with the ball and unable to attend to her dance partner. Draco accepted the confection, savoring a taste after her explanation. How bitter it was. A remarkably ordinary yet convincing rationale, one that he could comprehend. Yet, why must it be such an indifferent reason, seemingly detached from anyone else? Why did she appear so nonchalant? Wasn't a dance partner of significance? Thus, it was that nearly every student at Hogwarts endeavored to invite their desired companion to the event. The ballroom, resplendent and crystalline, bore chandeliers reminiscent of icicles dangling from eaves in winter, exuding a tranquil chill. This included the gaze of the individual before him. If he were to voice his feelings, would she not remain so aloof? Would he not receive a look that set him apart from others? A meticulously chosen Christmas gift, not merely a pin of a different hue. His sentiments, Draco's sentiments. Vespera, I like you. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the Christmas ball to commence. Let us welcome the champions and their partners. Dumbledore's voice interrupted his anxious heart. This was hardly an opportune moment for a confession. Let us proceed. The ball has begun. The champions lined up in order of age, each accompanied by their partner. Hey, Vespera, your partner is Malfoy? It seems George was mistaken. Hermione, linked arm in arm with Krum, greeted her with a cheerful laugh. She looked stunning this evening. Her once fluffy, cascading hair was elegantly tied back, revealing her fair shoulders and neck. With her exquisite makeup and graceful attire, she radiated the charm of a youthful blossom. The robust Krum remained silent, smiling naturally at her, his eyes filled with an inscrutable admiration. Hermione appeared blissfully unaware of it all. Well, he is my partner. Quinlan led the taciturn Draco to stand at the back. Her birthday fell in March, a few months older than Harry, thus she stood ahead of him. He seemed equally disinterested. Good evening, Vespera, and Malfoy. Draco offered a polite smile and nod, eager to avoid leaving a poor impression in front of Quinlan. Quinlan had heard from Catherine that Harry wished to invite the fifth-year student Cho Chang to be his partner, but it was evident that had not succeeded. The senior was already paired with Diggory. The lovely Ginny had also long been invited, relishing the music in a corner of the dance floor. His partner, Miss Patil, was dressed in splendid elegance, both graceful and beautiful, a fellow Ravenclaw like Quinlan. Good evening. You look absolutely stunning tonight, Parvati. You too, brave star champion, Vespera. As the music swelled, the skirts of the girls danced lightly like clouds, swaying gently with their steps, as if each footfall tread upon starlight. Their hair adorned with brilliant gems or delicate warm jade, their faces alight with a blend of excitement and shyness. The ghostly band performed live. The melody both melodious and fervent, embodying classical elegance fused with modern vitality. With the first note's leap, the hall was illuminated by magic. Draco and Quinlan found themselves at the center of the dance floor, moving to the rhythm of the music. He held Quinlan's hand gently, as if grasping a feather. He feared that a gust of wind might carry her away like the fragrance of lilac. Quinlan sensed the pressure of his grip. In the half-step distance, she could discern the boy's unveiled emotions, just as she clearly heard the unspoken words he had left unfinished. Draco, I know what you wish to say, but I'm sorry, please bury it within your heart. Time will soften all, and we are still quite young. Draco was astute, and the pride of a Malfoy would not allow him to persist in his pursuit. Very well, time will take everything away. Yet in this moment, let them quietly relish their solitary dance, beneath the gaze of the crowd. The music flowed, the beats light. Under the conductor's baton, their dance, mere inches apart, came to an end. If someone were to dance with me, I would gift them a bouquet. As Draco exited the dance floor, a bouquet of lilacs suddenly appeared before him. You too, Draco. He was no different from anyone else. Draco silently accepted the bouquet. I loathe it. I loathe Vespera. Catherine, having enjoyed her first dance, gleefully ran to Quinlan. That was splendid. Now it's our turn. Rock, paper, scissors. Hooray. Catherine led Quinlan back into the dance floor, taking on the lead. The soft lights cascaded upon them, their long skirts flowing like the stars twinkling in the night. I detest it. I detest the beautiful Vespera. Each turn was a perfect blend of strength and grace, the harmonious coordination of their bodies painting a joyful and liberating canvas upon the dance floor. Once the dance concluded, Catherine received her long-desired bouquet, a sunflower. Quinlan had just taken a sip of water when another younger Ravenclaw approached her. "Quinlan, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you?" She shyly replied, "I only know how to lead." Thus, Quinlan adapted her steps, guiding her in an exuberant display of joy on the dance floor. Unlike the feminine lead, Quinlan's masculine lead was more assertive, yet still gentle, like a vast blue ocean, steadfastly embracing all. The girl now held a bouquet of tranquil orchids. Everyone yearned to dance with Quinlan, one by one, leaving with bouquets in hand, thoroughly satisfied. "I detest it. I detest the popular Vespera." Draco leaned against a pillar in the hall, the fragrance of lilacs entwining around his straight black trousers, climbing the contours of his waist, wrapping around his neck, ensnaring him entirely. She was indeed well-liked, was she not? Zabini approached him, shaking a goblet and glancing at the flowers in his hand. "Quinlan is so kind to everyone. What do you suppose lies behind her calm demeanor? Perhaps a weariness akin to your own?" The mocking serpent had identified a fitting companion, desiring to strip away the moon's luminous glow for his own selfish motives. Draco shifted his gaze from Quinlan dancing with Theodore to Zabini, as if recognizing him for the first time in that moment. "Stay away from me. What are you pretending for? Don't you want her?" Zabini ceased speaking, placing his goblet down and gracefully stepping onto the dance floor. Indeed, he too desired her. If she extended her generosity to all, then why should he not possess the flowers that everyone else had? Yet, he wished to see her in a different light. Ultimately, he aspired to be the special one. What sort of flowers would she choose for herself? Chapter 59. Good morning. Merlin's wool trousers. Vespera, it's simply unbelievable. Hermione emerged from Quinlan's half-embrace, marveling at the moment they had just shared on the dance floor. The girl's arms, seemingly delicate, had effortlessly lifted and twirled her, making her feel like the most cherished person in the world. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but embrace her. No wonder so many wished to dance with her. Zabini politely and gallantly inquired, "I apologize for the interruption. May I invite Miss Quinlan to dance?" His charming, captivating eyes sparkled with laughter, complimenting his elegant black tailcoat, exuding a gentle nobility. Hermione was aware that many were waiting, shyly departing with her beloved cornflower, knowing that her time with Vespera had far surpassed theirs. "I apologize, Zabini. I need to rest for a moment, if you don't mind." Quinlan gently declined him, having danced incessantly from the very start of the ball. Her head was spinning, having twirled in circles for far too long. Zabini's gaze flickered, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of gentleness. His hands, clasped behind his back, tightened into fists, nails digging into his palms. "All right, let us sit over there for a while." The two settled in a secluded corner of the dance floor, with Quinlan now holding a glass of sweet and tangy juice. After sipping a few times, her dizziness lessened considerably. Beside her, Zabini remained silent, merely waiting, his eyes fixed on Theodore and Draco, who were conversing across the way. The fragrant roses and tranquil lilacs filled the air. "Do you wish for flowers as well?" Quinlan noticed his gaze, teasingly suggesting that he desired blooms instead of dancing. Zabini looked at her, recognizing from her eyes that her jest was lighthearted. "I would, if it were the last bouquet of the night." The girl offered no further response, and a tumult of emotions stirred within Zabini. If she acquiesced, he would be the final recipient of flowers. If she did not, he could still obtain the blooms after their dance together. In either case, he was not at a loss. Yes, he was not at a loss. Yet why did Quinlan's prolonged silence feel so interminable? Why did she not straightforwardly answer his question? Why could she not satisfy even his simplest desire? She was not averse to Draco, nor could she deny Theodore. Only with him had she continuously rebuffed from the very beginning. "Merry Christmas, Zabini." The madness and frustration in his eyes grew, suddenly enveloped by a wave of unexpected tenderness, leaving him momentarily stunned. A pristine white oleander, adorned with droplets of water, arrived like the first rays of light at dawn, quietly entering his world. The bouquet was bound simply yet elegantly, every flower blooming perfectly, petals light as snow with a subtle blush at the edges. Quinlan's hands, distinct yet not overly conspicuous, delicately grasped the flower stems. A refreshing and fragrant aroma wafted gently, unlike the fervor of roses or the subtlety of jasmine. It mingled with the purity of morning dew and the serenity of distant mountains, compelling one to take a deep breath. "Do you not want it?" A tumult of unarticulated emotions surged within the boy, akin to parched earth meeting rain, or a dark night encountering stars. "I do." He took the bouquet, his fingertips brushing against Quinlan's hand, only to retreat moments later. "Well then, I shall take my leave." "All right, until tomorrow." Zabini suddenly comprehended why Draco cherished the flowers in their dormitory, fearing they might wilt from thirst or sunlight, or suddenly wither away. He too began to feel that fear. The joyous Christmas ball saw nearly half of Hogwarts adorned with flowers of their own. He had not danced, but the bouquet was the only final promise from the girl. Quinlan changed into more comfortable attire, and encountered Hermione on the staircase at the entrance of the ball. The girl, clutching cornflowers, wept sorrowfully. Her previous exuberance vanished without a trace. The surrounding students kept their distance, neither overly concerned nor whispering, patiently awaiting her emotional recovery. Quinlan draped her cloak over Hermione's shoulders and sat beside her. Winter had gripped Hogwarts, although magic could shield the castle from the chill. A heart in sorrow required the warmth of a coat. Vespera, Ron has ruined everything. This was supposed to be a splendid ball. Hermione leaned against her shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, tears quickly soaking Quinlan's gray hoodie. A tipsy Catherine and her friends passed by, their dazed eyes surprisingly recognizing Quinlan's face. Hella? My dear roommate, moi. With her gown clutched in one arm and Hermione in the other, Quinlan found herself unable to refuse Catherine's exuberance, resulting in a damp kiss on her cheek. Her friends, seeing the typically composed Quinlan, chuckled lightly before moving on to the next gathering. Colin, who had diligently captured photographs throughout the night, rushed over to snap a shot. Within the frame were 3 girls entwined together. Some reeked of alcohol, others were unyielding, and some were breaking into laughter. Around them, students wore smiles, mingling in pairs and groups. Colin was immensely satisfied with the results. He thought he should receive a Best Photographer award from Professor Dumbledore this year, or perhaps one from Gryffindor. The mischievous revelers dispersed Hermione's sorrow. She had not just Ron and Harry as friends. She had many, so many. I apologize, Vespera. Your dress has gotten wet. Hermione's eyes reflected a shy apology, as if her every moment of sadness was met with Quinlan's presence. At last free, Quinlan managed to push Catherine's head away from her face. It's all right, I brought my wand. Quinlan controlled Catherine and her gown in the crook of her left arm while waving her wand with her right. Rejuvenate. The gray hoodie was once again clean and tidy. Hermione's sorrow seemed to dissipate along with the water stain. Do you need help? She pointed at Catherine, now a muddy mess. I am certain Merlin will impart secret knowledge and dreams tonight, as a reward for your kindness. Quinlan's sudden humor delighted the girl, causing her to laugh. The 2 girls supported Catherine toward Ravenclaw's common room, laughing and whispering intermittently. The night deepened, the ball's lights dimming in the gentle white snow, while the diligent house elves in the kitchen began preparing for the next morning's meals. The exchanges between the 3 schools brought fresh energy to the kitchen's recipes. An increasing number of young wizards sought late-night snacks in the kitchen, and each time they praised the new dishes. Dolly and the other elves would bang their heads against the wall after the students left. Miss Quinlan mentioned that if they could not control themselves, they would have to sneakily bang their heads against the wall and tend to their wounds, or else they would hear no praise. A meticulously prepared breakfast was laid out on the tables in the Great Hall, but fewer young wizards arose early that morning, still lost in the revelry of the previous night. Good morning, Senior Quinlan. The bluebell toads you sent are quite to their liking. The Daily Prophet has offered me an internship this summer. I hope they won't hide my shoes too often. The girl took small sips of pumpkin porridge, with a golden pancake resting on her plate. Quinlan sat beside her, and the house elves served her breakfast. Once Luna finished speaking, Quinlan replied, Good morning, Luna. Is that so? I hope they won't disrupt your summer internship, or perhaps you should purchase a couple more pairs of shoes. She bit into a sausage, crispy on the outside and tender inside, with juices flowing. The house elves had truly excelled. This Triwizard tournament had accelerated their progress. The days of attempted sabotage were long gone. Hey, good morning, Vespera. The girl appeared invigorated, her wavy hair radiating joy. Good morning, Hermione. Good morning, Senior Quinlan. Good morning. As people came and went, another joyful day dawned at Hogwarts. The Triwizard tournament is merely an interlude in the life of the students, and the young wizards will have to wait until February of the following year to behold the next round of competition. Chapter 60, Muggle Studies. The compact and mundane routine of academic life unfolds repetitively, day by day. Quinlan is exceedingly busy. The time turner bestowed upon her by Professor Flitwick is nearly spinning itself into oblivion. After deciphering the riddle of the golden egg for the second task, Quinlan busies herself with honing her nonverbal summoning charm. Lately, she has had an unsettling feeling that a thief has been pilfering her belongings from the dormitory. So far, only minor items, but her treasures are numerous and quite valuable. Potions, necklaces, fragments of dolls, and powdered stones. For the sake of their safety, she must keep them close at hand. Quite splendid indeed. The headmaster, with a beard that nearly grazes his toes, is busily stowing away all the books from his office into a palm-sized drawstring bag, only to retrieve them once more. Quinlan is his most esteemed student, and her grasp and innovation regarding spells occasionally astonish him. For instance, he is particularly intrigued by her doll, Quinlan too. However, you still have a long way to go. If the old man's mind buzzes with calculations, appearing somewhat reluctant. Today, Quinlan too may remain with me for an additional 2 hours. It would not be impossible for you to peruse the books atop the dome. Quinlan readily agrees. Retrieving a scrap of paper the size of her thumb from beneath Southwind's chin, with a delicate pinch of her fingers, she snaps. And a doll resembling her appears in the office. Why are you here in the headmaster's office again? Am I to assist him in research? Her eyes sparkle with mischief, and her cheeks puff out in a manner entirely distinct from Quinlan. After speaking, she glares at Quinlan. You, number one, are insufferable. She hasn't yet had enough of Southwind's chin. Upon her arrival, Professor Flitwick's eyes gleam with wonder. Fascinating, fascinating. The distinction between her and you grows ever stronger. She exhibits remarkable autonomy. How have you accomplished this? The headmaster has attempted to create a doll resembling himself using Quinlan's method, but they remain mechanical, merely replicating his actions. Since the first match of the Triwizard Tournament, Professor Flitwick has been studying Quinlan too with advanced spells. Nearly a month has passed, and he has witnessed the doll's gradual development, much like nurturing a newborn child. This is a matter only for you to investigate, dear headmaster. She has yet to explore the bookshelf to the south of his office and hopes he will not notice for a while longer. Ideally, she wishes to complete her reading before he thoroughly studies her doll. Quinlan fastens the bag she has crafted around her waist, preparing to attend the Muggle Studies class that commenced 2 hours prior. I shall take my leave. She has packed all the dome's books into her enchanted bag and casually instructs Quinlan too. Do not wander off. I shall return for you this evening. Quinlan too comprehends her meaning and signals an okay with her hand, assuring her that she will remember all the books Quinlan has yet to read. Professor Flitwick circles around Quinlan too, his head bent in concentration. Off you go, off you go. Activating the time turner, Quinlan vanishes from the headmaster's office. Hey, Vespera. Why are you so elusive, much like Hermione last semester? Ron remarks, having encountered her at the classroom door with a peculiar expression. This year, he too has opted for this course, as prior to the semester, George and the others had fetched Quinlan, bringing back an abundance of delectable treats from the Muggle realm. He wishes to partake, but his brothers adamantly refuse. Thus, he has resolved to purchase his own, and his dear brothers suggested he select a Muggle Studies course to gain insight into the Muggle world's daily life. After contemplation, he found their reasoning sound. Yet, the course is utterly unlike what he had imagined. George and Fred have deceived him once more. Oh, good morning, Ron. This indicates our shared love for learning. Quinlan takes her seat beside him just as Professor Babbage announces the commencement of the lesson. Today, we shall explore how Muggles utilize electricity. First, let us clarify how the Muggle world defines electricity. Ron's mind is muddled. Isn't it true that houses illuminate through magic? Why then must one turn on electric lights? Isn't electricity generated solely by thunderbolts from the sky? How can wind and water also produce electricity? After an entire class, Ron is left bewildered. He understands each letter the professor articulates, yet the formation of coherent sentences eludes him. This perplexing class has persisted for 4 months. Professor Babbage has also introduced a novel instructional method, claimed to have been learned from Muggles. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Has everyone formed their groups? Class monitor. Where are you? Upon hearing the professor call her name, Quinlan raises her hand in response. Ah, splendid. By tonight at the latest, Quinlan, please submit the group roster. For this year's final exam, groups will present a specific topic from the professor's teachings. Ron buries his head in his arms, having yet to join a group. Hermione chose not to enroll in this course this year, considering her academic pressures, and Harry did not enroll either. He regretted his decision. Vespera, do you need more members for your group? Ron's voice, barely audible, nearly escapes Quinlan's notice as she tidies her books. I do not have a group yet. She has been so consumed with her duties in Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape's offices that she has completely forgotten about forming a group. She will have to drop a few courses next semester. Taking them all is simply unmanageable. What? You don't have a group either? He had assumed himself to be the only one left out. Then let us form a group. Quinlan nods. We still require one more individual to meet the minimum group size. Is there anyone willing to join us? Her last statement is loud enough for everyone present to hear. After a brief moment of silence, for eager students suddenly crowd around their table. Me. Let me in first. I can do it, I can. Ron's crimson hair is tousled into a disheveled mess, his expression vacant. Quinlan suggests they draw straws to select one person, thereby allowing the remaining 3 to form their own group. Ultimately, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff joins them. Is anyone interested in being the group leader? The members all shake their heads, and Quinlan, with no other choice, declares, very well, I shall take on the role of leader. This year's final exam necessitates that groups delve into a topic from the professor's lectures and present it. Does anyone have an idea for our presentation theme? A boy and a girl glance at her, then shake their heads once more. All right, I will decide then. Any objections? Both shake their heads again. This weekend, I shall take you to London in the Muggle world for an authentic experience. Are you all available? Quinlan believes that the best way to learn from the professor's explanations is to engage in practical experience. The integration of theory and practice provides a clearer understanding, especially regarding the intersection of two worlds. Both nod in agreement, indicating they are entirely free. Susan Bones' eyes shimmer with excitement, utterly impossible to overlook. Bones, do you have anything else to add? Quinlan, my sister and I are both great admirers of yours. May I bring her along? She pleads, clasping her hands together in a childlike manner. Quinlan studies her face, growing increasingly familiar. Your sister? Allie Bones. Yes. Susan beams, her surprise evident as Quinlan mentions her sister's name. Realizing that the Hufflepuff girl who showcased her badge in the corridor last time is indeed her sister, Quinlan agrees, certainly. But make sure to take good care of her. Susan joyfully promises that her sister will be exceptionally obedient. The young wizards surrounding them overheard their plans, with some dismissing the endeavor as futile, questioning what could possibly be captivating in the Muggle world. However, others were quite taken with Quinlan's approach, and after some deliberation, they resolved to venture forth and see for themselves. After all, it was all for the sake of achieving high marks in their final assessments. With merely 5 minutes remaining before class concluded, Quinlan announced loudly to her classmates, requesting that they come forward to register their group names, members, and leaders. The Hogwarts castle, blanketed in winter snowfall at the end of January, usually saw the young sorcerers head to Hogsmeade Village for the weekend. Yet this week, a portion of the students from Muggle studies would be visiting the Muggle world. Quinlan, the diligent class prefect, had secured permission slips from Professor Burbage and Headmaster Dumbledore for their departure from the school. The stipulations were straightforward. The prefect merely had to guarantee that the number of students departing matched those returning. Ron, are you really up this early? Harry asked, donning his glasses as he rose from bed. Pulling a rust-colored, chunky knit sweater over his head, Ron replied while adjusting his trousers, Vespera is taking me to London today. It's part of that tedious Muggle Studies final project. Muggle Studies? Oh right. Do you want to join us? Vespera mentioned yesterday that if you could manage on your own, you could come along. Of course I can manage on my own. I'm going, Harry declared, throwing off his covers and beginning to dress. Has Hermione gotten up? Is she coming with us? Mentioning the girl's name made Ron slightly uneasy. I haven't asked her yet. You could check in the girls' dormitory. Harry hurriedly gathered his belongings and slipped out of the dormitory, careful not to disturb their still sleeping roommates. A few minutes later, in the Gryffindor common room, the trio set off in an orderly fashion. The little wizards divided into 2 groups at the entrance courtyard, one led by Professor McGonagall heading to Hogsmeade Village, and the other accompanied by Professor Burbage en route to London. Quinlan stood at the front of the line, calling the roll. Ron Weasley. Is Ron Weasley present? Here. I'm here. Cough, cough. I should have woken up earlier, he replied, relieved to have made it just in time. Excellent. Now, those who are not students of Muggle Studies, please come forward to sign your names. Harry, Hermione, and Susan's sister, who had just caught her breath, approached the front to inscribe their names with a quill. There were a total of 31 names on the list, divided into 7 groups. For this outing, please read and adhere to the study guidelines distributed to everyone. The use of magic is strictly prohibited. Should any issues arise, consult your group leader, the prefect, or the professors. Understood? Quinlan duplicated Ron's guidelines with her wand and handed copies to Harry and Hermione. We understand, they replied in unison. All right, then let us embark. First, we shall visit Gringotts and Diagon Alley to exchange our currency. With that, Quinlan led her classmates away from the entrance courtyard. They intended to use the fireplace in Professor Burbage's office, utilizing flue powder to reach their destination. Professor Burbage nodded in approval and followed them. The class prefect system in the Muggle world proved to be quite significant. Ever since Quinlan assumed the role of prefect this year, her responsibilities had become much more manageable. Chapter 61, Eyes Wide Open. Today, the use of flue powder in Professor Burbage's office exceeded the usual limits, as successive waves of green flames transported the young wizards to Diagon Alley. Quinlan, having arrived first, awaited their arrival at the destination, counting heads to ensure that each student pronounced the name of Diagon Alley correctly. Once the last of the group, Professor Burbage, arrived, the goblins at Gringotts commenced exchanging a substantial amount of pounds for them that morning. The local currency in London consisted of pounds and pence. If anyone was interested in other countries' currencies, they could also exchange a small amount. Professor Burbage quietly explained to the students, producing various denominations of notes and coins. Eager to engage, the students were thrilled, as it was their first time visiting Gringotts without parental supervision, dealing with the notoriously frugal goblins. But Butters, you've exchanged too much foreign currency. This won't be useful in London, Quinlan remarked, standing behind the boy from her year and house who evidently had a penchant for collecting. The portraits in the castle are quite intrigued by these notes. I find them rather artistic myself. Rest assured, I have brought ample funds, he replied. Terry Butters had nearly exchanged for every available denomination, including some silver coins. Wow, 1 galleon is worth £5. That's 5 times more, exclaimed a girl who had just finished exchanging her money, visibly astonished. Ron, feeling somewhat financially constrained, had no intention of exchanging currency and lingered outside the throng of transactions. Although Terry had an assortment of currency types, he had mostly opted for singular pieces, allowing the goblins to swiftly process Quinlan's exchange. At the leaky cauldron behind Diagon Alley, the young faces were a rare sight on a Saturday in the pub. Their presence drew the attention of the tall, burly adults within. To save time, Quinlan raised her wand to hail a cab. The night bus, quick in its movements and spacious within, came to a halt before the young wizards. After enduring numerous squeezes into tight spaces and striving to remain inconspicuous during the day, they disembarked in the rear courtyard of the Wolseley Orphanage in London. Professor Burbage covered the fare, generously providing a small subsidy for their exploration, which she was more than happy to do. Sister Perla has returned. A child, perched atop a tree in the courtyard, exclaimed joyfully. With a swift descent from the tree, the child leapt into Quinlan's embrace. As Quinlan had sent a letter to Perla a few days prior, everyone welcomed her and her classmates with delight. Breakfast had just concluded, and the children were tidying up every corner of the courtyard. The arrival of the young wizards injected new life into the atmosphere. Under Quinlan's leadership, the bewildered young wizards joined in the cleaning efforts, albeit somewhat clumsily, given the prohibition against using magic, to ensure that everyone could explore without losing their way. Each group would select one guide among the volunteers, specifically those over 10 years of age. With the assistance of the older children, the little wizards departed the orphanage in an orderly fashion. They needed to leave before the lights in the courtyard were inadvertently damaged by their play. Let us set off as well. We will take the subway first, and then a taxi to the museum. After bidding farewell to the headmaster, Quinlan led her small team on their way. Among the 6 in their group, Quinlan, Harry, and Hermione, all of whom had lived in the Muggle world, navigating the subway was second nature. However, Ron and his companions felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of the cold. Impersonal machines. Oh no, Hermione, why does this machine keep beeping, preventing me from passing? He exclaimed, flustered and embarrassed, instinctively seeking assistance from the girl behind him. Hermione grasped his wrist, guiding his transit card towards the sensor. Beep. You can go now. The turnstile is open. The boy's face turned crimson, nearly matching the color of his hair. Merlin knew how desperately he wished to disappear into obscurity at that moment. Dressed in suits and exuding confidence, the adults brushed past him one after another, while he felt like a headless fly trapped at the turnstile, repeatedly thwarted by the waist-high gate and producing loud, clanging sounds. It felt as though the world had come to a standstill. My first experience on the subway was similar. This entrance is indeed rather unfriendly, Hermione observed casually, with Harry nodding in agreement beside her. The Bones sisters held their breath, summoning their courage. Onward. Swipe the card and step through. 2 girls sighed with relief beside Ron, narrowly escaping the peril of having their legs caught by the machine, which was rather terrifying. Let us go, everyone. The subway should arrive in 2 minutes, Ron announced. Wow. Senior Quinlan, you're amazing. How did you know the subway was coming? Is it written somewhere? Exclaimed Ellie Bournes, her eyes filled with admiration as she glanced around. The throngs of people provided no visible signs. You'll learn it after a few rides. I took this train during my summer job, coming this way, replied Quinlan. The group hurried forward, racing against the clock to catch the subway. Bang! Merlin's polka-dotted briefs. That door felt as if it could crush my head in an instant. Ron, still shaken, ran his fingers through his chestnut hair, murmuring, Merlin bless, Merlin bless. After disembarking, they had a good 10-minute walk to the museum. Along the way, Ron eagerly accepted a snack from a vendor. Sometimes it was Hermione, sometimes Harry, or even Quinlan, or the Bourne sisters who treated him. The museum was vast, with corridors adorned with oil paintings, exhibition halls filled with exquisite porcelain and Buddhist statues, towering stone sculptures, enigmatic Egyptian sarcophagi, and textile machinery from the Industrial Revolution. It encapsulated the essence of a nation, the microcosm of a region, all within this compact space. Why does a museum in England display artifacts from other countries? Ron inquired, biting into a hot dog slathered with ketchup, his brow furrowed in confusion. Because historically, England colonized various regions and seized items through warfare, Hermione explained. Though powerful at that time, England's actions were far from honorable. What does colonization mean? Why take from other countries instead of creating something ourselves? Ellie Bourne struggled to comprehend their actions, lacking an understanding of colonialism and war. The wars here were vastly different from those in the wizarding world. The cold machines displayed in the museum were akin to their wands, yet were they mightier than magic? Would being attacked by them inflict more suffering than the unforgivable curse? You need to delve deeper into history, about the rise and fall of this nation, the origins and divisions of the world, and the conflicts among social classes. This planet is called Earth, and we are humanity, which must be seen more broadly. Quinlan's gaze was heavy, yet as she turned to Ellie, her expression softened, gently patting her on the head. Wizards are but a minority on Earth. They need to perceive the entire world, or perhaps a broader universe. I look forward to the next generation, one that will see and be seen. That will mark the first step into a new century. Chapter 62, Finding Answers. The chimes of Big Ben resonated melodiously in the distance, its steady and powerful tones setting the tone for this tranquil afternoon. As if narrating tales of the past and future, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers and the distant clamor of the city. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of rich coffee and freshly baked bread. Delicious, delicious. This is simply too good, Ron exclaimed, cradling a paper bag of snacks and bread while stuffing a sandwich into his mouth. You all are like my second parents. I promise to be at your beck and call. His comical flattery was almost unbearable to witness. He appeared less like a 15-year-old and more like a 5-year-old glutton. Not far away, the Thames sparkled under the sun, with leisurely boats gliding across the water, leaving behind slender trails. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently in the breeze, whispering ancient secrets. After leaving the museum, they packed all the delicious treats they encountered. Except for Quinlan, the others had their bellies round and full, thankfully concealed by loose clothing. Following Hermione's suggestion, they also attended a film titled Goodfellas. Ron and the Bourne sisters found themselves utterly captivated by the gangsters portrayed in the movie. Upon returning to the orphanage to regroup, they fervently discussed their experiences. The little wizards were brimming with excitement. Some visited an amusement park to gaze at the city from the Ferris wheel. Others explored the Tower of London to learn about British royal culture, while some felt the unique religious atmosphere at St. Paul's Cathedral. The little guides at the orphanage recommended that each group take photos to commemorate their adventures, their backpacks bursting with joyful memories. As night descended, they boarded the night bus, passing the leaky cauldron and using flue powder in Diagon Alley to return to Hogwarts. By curfew, Professor Burbage dutifully escorted the little wizards back to their respective common rooms for rest. After a delightful Saturday, Harry finally recalled the golden egg on his bedside that remained unsolved. Ron shared the snacks he had brought back with his dorm mates. Oh my goodness. Is this what Muggle food tastes like? It's so delicious, so different from what we have in Hogsmeade. Neville's chubby cheeks resembled a hamster as he munched away. Seamus, your food needs to be heated for it to taste better. Suddenly, bang. The explosive Gryffindor boy found himself with a face covered in charred remnants, having splattered Thomas nearby. Harry lay on his bed, cradling the golden egg, his mind drifting into blankness, pondering whether failing to solve it would exempt him from the second task. Harry, Cedric from Hufflepuff came looking for you today. He said to take the egg to the bathroom for a soak, Neville recalled mid-bite. A soak? Though puzzled, Harry felt confident that Cedric wouldn't mention it without reason. All right, I'll go now. Aren't you going to eat, Harry? Ron asked, feeding himself and their dorm mates, most of which had been purchased by Harry. Harry waved his hand dismissively, clutching the golden egg as he left the dormitory. This is all bought by Harry. Everyone should take a little. His roommates nodded in agreement. My good friend is quite busy. Let us leave the task of protecting his stomach to Ron. The following morning, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry sat mysteriously at the Ravenclaw table. Vespera, have you solved the riddle of the golden egg? He whispered, scanning the surroundings. Quinlan nodded, affirming, indeed, that is correct. Yet, Harry felt no joy in deciphering the riddle, fearing that if the task took place in the Black Lake, he might drown. Do you think I could still buy a diving suit in London? Diving. Ron recalled the heavy oxygen tanks he had seen at the museum, pondering whether his brother might weigh less than those. In fact, you might want to practice the bubblehead charm or consume more gillyweed, he added. Diving requires extensive training, and there are mermaids in the Black Lake that can attack. If you get caught without an oxygen tank, it would spell disaster. Gillyweed. Neville, who overheard the familiar herb's name, paused. I read about it in Professor Moody's book, Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Properties. It allows a person to breathe underwater. Luna stood behind him. Excuse me, Longbottom. You're blocking my seat. Could you please move? The boy blushed awkwardly, turning to apologize. There are many pesky flies buzzing around you. They seem to like you, she remarked as she settled into the seat beside Quinlan. As more Ravenclaw students arrived, Harry and Ron had to guide the dazed Neville back to the Gryffindor table. Good morning, Luna. Quinlan sipped her oatmeal, yet her mind was occupied with Neville's words. The book on gillyweed that Professor Moody had given him was surely not without purpose. A note, a book. He ardently wished for Harry to triumph in the Triwizard Tournament. What could be the rationale behind this? Might it be intertwined with his master, Voldemort? In the afternoon, Quinlan dispatched a letter from the Ollery. The correspondence pertained to the denunciation of Minister Crouch's abuse of power, concealing his son's escape from Azkaban. She surmised that the letter might vanish into oblivion, for it lacked concrete evidence. Furthermore, the officials of the ministry may not be as virtuous as one might hope, unless by some stroke of fortune the letter were to fall into the hands of Crouch's adversaries. After much contemplation, she ultimately refrained from sending the letter with pairing. She could not gamble on such a slim chance. Perhaps delivering it to Professor Dumbledore in person this evening would prove a more prudent course of action. Hoping that the headmaster would take the matter of Professor Snape's missing potion ingredients with greater seriousness this time. Only with unequivocal evidence could one safely report a high-ranking official. Sour candies. After Quinlan recited a dozen varieties of confectionery, the door to the headmaster's office finally creaked open. Why couldn't this century-old man exercise a modicum of restraint? The most she had concocted in Professor Snape's office was dental potions for him. Such an elderly man would require daily insulin in the Muggle world, eventually losing all his teeth and resorting to dentures. "Good evening, Miss Quinlan," Dumbledore greeted, standing beside the pensive. Quinlan handed him the denunciation letter. The headmaster, donning his peculiar glasses, reached for it. "This letter is evidently of great significance to you, or else you would not have come in person." The more he read, the more tightly his brow furrowed. "Miss Quinlan, are you certain that Minister Crouch is shielding his son's escape from Azkaban? In truth, this is merely conjecture." Quinlan recounted her encounter with young Barty in Knockturn Alley, where he had spent over 100 galleons on the potion she had just sold him. However, when Barty had appeared before her, he was in his animagus form and seemed to be in a state of mental distress. When he reverted to human form at the orphanage, he was devoid of clothing, making it implausible for him to possess any money. Moreover, he had remained by her side during that time, eliminating the possibility of him retrieving funds. The sudden influx of money could only indicate that someone had been monitoring him, and the father of a son he knew to be a deceased convict from Azkaban would indeed have cause to keep watch over his offspring. Reasonable. Chapter 63, Saving the Princess. "Well, we require more substantial evidence." Dumbledore placed the letter upon his desk, speaking with gravitas. Quinlan sipped the rich tea the headmaster had offered, savoring its depth. "Indeed, so has anyone discovered who pilfered the ingredients for the polyjuice potion? Have the professors found anything?" Professor Tonks mentioned that the residue of potions in the sewers had increased lately, but the locations were too scattered to identify the culprit. Dumbledore's expression betrayed no emotion. A silence enveloped the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore continued, "Rest assured, Professor Snape has deduced the timeline of his potion. It will be ready shortly." It seemed he wished to spare her from becoming embroiled in this affair, and Quinlan felt a flicker of gratitude. At last, this headmaster regarded the young wizards as true students. Receiving the reassurances she sought, Quinlan drained her cup of tea. The bitterness of the leaves swiftly permeated her mouth. "Well, may success be with you all. It would be best to eliminate the threats within the school sooner rather than later." She rose to depart, and Dumbledore casually inquired, "Miss Quinlan, do you hold anyone dear?" Quinlan paused in contemplation, various faces flickering through her mind. If it were a matter of cherishing someone, no. After the girl had left, the portraits of the former headmasters, concealed behind the curtains, could no longer restrain their chatter. "Oh, Merlin's rusty tin undergarments. Albus, whom do you intend to designate as this child's second trial's treasure? Poor little Albus, are you frightened again? She bears an uncanny resemblance to that Riddle boy. The fact that she loves no one, does that heighten your anxiety?" Though the elderly man had reached the venerable age of 114, in the eyes of those portraits, he remained the fledgling wizard who had first arrived at Hogwarts. Dumbledore retrieved the denunciation letter from his desk and placed it into a drawer. The letters Quinlan had sent since the beginning of the term were neatly arranged in a corner, with a copy of the London Morning featuring a photograph of the girl with the residence of the Woosley orphanage nestled in the center, alongside the love letters she had penned for others. Wise individuals recognize what constitutes kindness and comprehend the essence of love. Quinlan is such a person. Even though she does not love anyone, her morals and values will guide her along a divergent path from Riddle. Dumbledore's words quelled the discussions among the portraits. They were eager to glean insight into the limitations Quinlan imposed upon herself. Amidst prolonged poverty and pressure, how had she reconciled with her own identity? Her frame was so diminutive. Within the uncertain society, how had she unwaveringly traversed her path, steadfastly arriving before them? The night deepened. Perhaps only the ever-turning sun and moon, along with the ceaseless breeze of the changing seasons, were privy to her journey. As Quinlan strolled down the corridor toward her dormitory, she overheard a familiar argument. "No, you mustn't," Harry Potter exclaimed. "Dobby merely wishes to assist you. I overheard your conversations in the dormitory. This could secure your victory in the second task. Harry Potter, the great hero who defeated Voldemort. I don't need it. I refuse to win this competition through theft. I will not use this victory to gild a false past." Harry's furious voice echoed, making it difficult for Quinlan to ignore. At this juncture, feigning ignorance and retreating would be the most prudent course of action. "Who?" Quinlan raised an eyebrow, halting her steps. This boy had become much more perceptive than before. "Good evening, Harry." How she wished he could remember to speak more quietly in the corridors at night. Dobby, seeing Quinlan once more, was engulfed by shadows of his past with Dory. "Ah, it's Miss Quinlan from Dory. The thieving Dobby will be caught and confined to the cupboard." Harry frowned. "Will you not just confine him?" The frantic little elf soon found himself battered and bruised against the wall. Silently, Quinlan stifled Dobby's cries of self-punishment, mending his minor injuries. Once she had resolved the uncontrollable little elf, her gaze fell upon Harry's tightly clenched fists. A cheeky Mediterranean aquatic plant peeked out, revealing a bit of bladderwort. "What are you planning to do, Harry? With what attitude will you approach the competition?" The boy resolutely grasped Dobby and declared he would return both him and the herbs to Professor Snape, stating, "I cannot accept anything that Dobby stole." The thieving little elf, too, would face the consequences from the owner of the bladderwort. Dobby could not voice his thoughts, but the large eyes brimmed with an emotion that conveyed his apology effectively. He had shamed the very Harry Potter who had freed him and had committed a wrongdoing. He was a very bad, very wretched little elf. He deserved to be punished. "I am practicing the bubblehead charm. Professor McGonagall said I could excel at it. She appreciates diligent students." Harry departed with unwavering determination. Quinlan watched them retreat. It seemed another detention awaited the Slytherin office. Professor Snape would wear a stoic expression, perhaps pleased to have another free high-level assistant. By the end of February, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament was set to unfold as scheduled. On the central platform of the Black Lake, the Weasley twins began to entice the students to place their bets at their betting station. The odds for the competitors varied significantly, with the fourth-year Dragon Slayer facing off against the more adept upperclassmen skilled in spellcasting. The second round of the competition involved retrieving treasured items from the depths of the Black Lake. The contestant who accomplished this feat in the shortest time would be declared the winner. Professor Flitwick, with his long beard tied in a bow, anxiously paced beside Quinlan, exclaiming, "Quinlan, must we truly let little Vespera participate? She is but a child, a mere paper figure." The diminutive old man, standing just over a meter tall, was hardly concerned about the sight of the little paper figure once it was submerged. Calmly, Quinlan cast defensive spells on Quinlan number 2, armor charm, waterproof, and a shielding charm. Many of the incantations were unfamiliar to Harry, who stood beside her, momentarily lost in thought. It dawned on him that the gap between them had widened significantly. Quinlan and Hermione had forged far ahead. But where was Ron? Hermione hadn't seen him either. "Vespera, have you spotted Ron and Hermione?" she inquired. "They were called away by Professor Moody last night while we were practicing the bubblehead charm, and I haven't seen them since." "They are likely in the lake," Quinlan replied, glancing back at her. She then said to Quinlan number 2, "I believe you require a suitable weapon." The girl, dressed differently yet possessing the same calm demeanor, responded, "Indeed, I concur. Please restrain the little old man beside you to avoid him inadvertently dislocating his own loose joints. Fetch me a sword. You impressed me last time." Quinlan nodded. "George, Fred, could you come over here for a moment?" The twins, thinking she was about to place a bet, rushed to her side. "Wow, double the stakes. Identical little eagles. Just like us. Could you lend me a galleon? I'll return it after the competition. I forgot my money this morning." Just one galleon was trivial for the Weasley twins, who generously obliged. Quinlan transformed the coin into a magnificent double-edged sword, casting spells to imbue it with magic, allowing spells to be instantaneously released through the blade. Professor Flitwick nodded in approval, affirming that it was an excellent idea, and he would try it himself in a few days. "What about our stakeholders?" the two tall boys inquired, not finding Catherine among the crowd, who often accompanied Quinlan. "She is likely in the lake as well." "What? Now, let the competition commence." With Dumbledore's authoritative command, the three main competitors plunged into the Black Lake with fervor. The composed Quinlan and hesitant Harry appeared somewhat out of place. After all, neither had volunteered for the contest. George, is it too late for me to change my bet?" The Weasleys smiled and replied in unison, "Nope, a bet is a bet. Harry Potter, you can do it. Harry Potter, you can do it." Encouraging himself, Harry flawlessly recited the bubblehead charm. Pinching his nose, he plunged into the lake with a splash. "Vespera, the diving prodigy. Off you go," Quinlan shouted, adopting the new moniker she had given herself, gracefully leaping into the dark waters. "Bravo," cheered the Weasley twins from the sidelines. Water splash dispersal. 10 points. Professor Flitwick, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Little Vespera." Quinlan glanced at him and then averted her gaze. What had they been reading in the office every day? She perched at the edge of the wooden platform, effortlessly and peacefully entering the Black Lake and sinking to the bottom. This child, did she lack the competitive spirit? Director Crouch questioned Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. Dumbledore, barely perceptible, curled the corner of his mouth beneath his white beard. Quinlan recited the bubblehead charm for herself, locating the determined Quinlan number 2 at the lake's bottom. How do you feel? You shouldn't be too wet, right? Quite well. As if walking on solid ground. She replied, even demonstrating some fanciful swordplay. Quinlan smiled. That is good to hear. Number 2 was exuberant and full of energy, swinging her sword to slice through the water plants. This is the thorny jungle that confines the princess. Charge. Save Princess Catherine. Chapter 64. The competition in progress. Surrounding them were rocks and corals of various shapes. Some resembling sharp blades, others twisted like vines, swaying in the water as if they might attack any intruder at any moment. Quinlan and the sword-wielding little Vespera navigated through this intricate terrain, seeking the treasure sung about by the mermaids within the golden eggs. The selection of Catherine as a contestant was indeed an unexpected choice, yet upon reflection, it seemed most fitting. The bubblehead charm could only allow her to breathe underwater. It did nothing to prevent the cold, biting lake water from contacting her skin. As they descended deeper, the aquatic vegetation thickened, completely obstructing the limited light. The world before Quinlan appeared dark and desolate. Light it up, number 1, I can't see. Sunlight sparkle. This spell was quite effective. Far more pleasant than that minuscule flickering glow. Little Vespera waved her sword, slicing through the obstructing water plants ahead. Quinlan disregarded her trivial complaints and continued to explore her surroundings. Suddenly, a swiftly moving mermaid caught their attention. Unlike the beautiful mermaids from Quinlan's general perception, the Selkie mermaids inhabiting the Black Lake were not conventionally attractive. A piercing, shrill explosion threatened to rupture her eardrums. Its temper was decidedly foul, especially now. Just 3 seconds prior, the exuberant number 2 had mistaken its hair for seaweed and had severed it. Noticing its anger, Quinlan number 2 showed no sign of retreat. Rather, she seemed eager to engage in battle. Come on, you ugly beast. While they were embroiled in combat, Quinlan swam towards the direction the mermaid had intended to go, parting the kelp to reveal 5 unconscious students. They were bound to a pillar at the lake's bottom, surrounded by a group of mermaids on guard. Catherine was on the far left, followed by Hermione, Ron, Cho Chang, and a girl from Beaux Batons. Quinlan felt a measure of confidence in number 2's abilities. After all, Professor Flitwick had imparted more knowledge to her than he had to Quinlan. Observing that Catherine was beginning to show signs of consciousness, Quinlan no longer hesitated and swam to her side, silently casting a spell to sever the ropes binding her. Ron and Hermione appeared to be in poor condition as well, so she swam closer to assess the situation. Only one at a time. The mermaid bared its teeth, approaching Quinlan, who was still holding Catherine. The girl furrowed her brows, facing off against the mermaid. The other contestants would likely arrive soon, and whether out of respect for the rules or fairness in the competition, she could not liberate the other treasures at this moment. However, she could at least ensure that no one drowned before the event concluded, allowing them the strength to swim to the surface on their own, just as she intended to protect Quinlan number 2. Water shield. For transparent, spherical barriers encapsulated everyone. Rising into the water, several broad strands of aquatic vegetation supported them from below. The mermaid did not interfere with her actions, evidently open to negotiation outside the bounds of the rules. The 2 spells Quinlan had studied were quite ingenious, capable of adjusting their timing and selectivity according to her will. In the current scenario, the water shield only isolated the water within a defined area. Should the competition time expire without anyone breaking free from their bindings within 30 seconds, the vegetation would elevate them back to the surface. Harry swam over from behind her, hurriedly pushing past Hermione and Ron, occasionally glancing at Quinlan, who was surrounded by mermaids. Senior Diggory quickly reached Autumn's side. After rescuing her, he lightly tapped his wrist with his wand, signaling the 2 fourth-year students to be mindful of the time. A shark swiftly darted past him, heading straight for Hermione's position. Its powerful jaws severed the ropes, and a robust boy gently scooped the girl up under his arm. Quinlan nodded at the boys, and they exchanged brief greetings. Number one, I won, ha 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 ha. Let us run. Little Pella activated the speed-enhancing spell Quinlan had placed on the sword, racing swiftly towards the surface of the lake. Behind her joyful laughter, the furious roar of the mermaid she was battling echoed. A dozen mermaids, hearing the call of their kin, instantly shifted into attack mode, pursuing the fleeing Quinlan number 2. Quinlan's smile faltered as she noticed that the mermaid fighting with number 2 had lost several scales. Ascend. Ha. Merlin. Pella. Cough, 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 Quinlan urged, pulling Catherine towards the spectators' platform at the shore. Meanwhile, Quinlan number 2 dashed across the lake's surface with incredible speed, trapped by the furious mermaid's enchantment. Unable to leave the water. Headmaster! Headmaster! Save me! She cried out, but the headmaster was nowhere to be seen among the towering students. His powers were limited, and he couldn't push through the throng of towering students. Ultimately, it fell to Quinlan to clean up the mess. She whispered an obscure incantation. The lively girl. shouting loudly on the lake's surface, vanished from everyone's sight. The exquisite sword transformed back into a gold galleon, accompanied by several translucent, shimmering scales that floated into Quinlan's hands. The galleon also returned the beautiful scales to the merfolk of the Black Lake. Willing, betting, submitting, losing. A hoarse voice echoed from beneath the water, leaving behind the spoils rightfully belonging to Quinlan No. 2, a single fish scale. Quinlan felt the scrap of paper hidden in her palm radiate warmth. With a smile on her face, she felt a tinge of embarrassment inside. This child had overindulged by a factor of 10, no wonder she was being hunted. Wrapped in towels, Hermione and Catherine dried off each other. While Quinlan noticed that 4 competitors had already emerged from the lake, yet the number of rescued treasures did not match. The girls from Beauxbatons looked anxiously at the Black Lake, and the girl draped in a blue towel at the center appeared on the verge of breaking down. Director Crouch, what happens if a contestant fails to rescue someone from the lake? Quinlan inquired, her gaze fixed on the ministry officials who had just descended from the stands. They perish in the lake. Death is quite commonplace in the Triwizard Tournament, he declared emphatically, stating that a contestant who could not save their beloved was not a true champion. Silence spread through the crowd upon hearing the announcement. Fleur Delacour was instantly brought to tears, enveloped by her fellow Beauxbatons girls. To be the cause of her sister's death was an unbearable burden for her. Is death truly necessary in the Triwizard Tournament? Quinlan asked, her eyes locked on Headmaster Dumbledore. Director Crouch considered her question to be rather naive. Wasn't the previous Goblet of Fire just as brutal, if not more so? This is the Triwizard Tournament, not child's play, Miss Quinlan. Losing a student is hardly more significant than the battles fought by Aurors against Death Eaters. He scoffed, a mocking smirk creeping onto his lips, but quickly masked his disdain considering the current environment. Every participant in the Triwizard Tournament must prove their worth, Miss Quinlan. He looked down at her with a cold, indifferent implication. Quinlan ignored him, and after receiving a reassuring glance from Dumbledore, stepped several meters away from the director. Fortunately, she had left a way out for everyone at the bottom of the lake. Thankfully, Dumbledore was not of the same ilk as him. They're coming out. Sister. In the final moments before the time limit, Ron and Fleur's sister surfaced. Harry did not appear with them. After several tense minutes, the students' hearts raced as the lake remained still. Catherine clung to Hermione, both too anxious to look. Suddenly, splashes erupted from the lake, a mass of flesh crashing onto the stands. Ron wrapped himself tightly in a towel, standing beside Quinlan, shivering uncontrollably as he gasped. Just by watching, he felt pain all over. His unfortunate brother, Harry, good news was he was alive. The bad news was excruciating pain. Chapter 65, Mind Your Own Business. And you helped too. Thank you. Ron, bewildered, pouted, yes, just a little help. He received a grateful kiss from the stunning Beauxbatons senior Fleur. His eyes glazed over. And he didn't forget to express his gratitude. Thank you. Merlin above. Ron wore a facade of seriousness while internally reveling in joy. Good buddy. Let us share a blanket this summer. As the primary contender who saved her sister, Harry, with his mind, nose, and stomach filled with Black Lake water, received Fleur's immediate gratitude. Harry, you must be freezing. I think you did wonderfully. Hermione squeezed in front of Harry, draping her towel over his damp shoulders. His hair, heavy and disheveled from the water, clung to his ears, forehead, and cheeks. Quinlan, wrapped from head to waist, leaving only her facial features visible, kindly tossed a towel over Harry's head. I came in last, Hermione. Oh, thank you, Vespera. No, you came in second to last. Fleur didn't even complete this round. Hermione embraced him excitedly, kissing his forehead. Quinlan nodded slightly at the two before silently departing from the tumultuous scene. Boarding a boat with Catherine to prepare for the first departure from the Black Lake. It would undoubtedly be crowded when they all left together. They might have to wait a long time to board. As the two girls stood at the shore waiting for the boatman, they heard Headmaster Dumbledore's amplified voice announcing the results of the competition. Harry, for rescuing 2 students, was recognized for his bravery and kindness. Unanimously declared the second place in this round. Both first and second places were claimed by Hogwarts, with Senior Diggory rightfully taking first place for his speed and spellcasting prowess. The atmosphere among Durmstrang shifted abruptly. They had been cheering for Krum, but fell silent in confusion upon Dumbledore's announcement. Their headmaster, Igor, offered no further explanation or defense. Krum placed third, with Quinlan following shortly thereafter. This was not ideal. It was surprising that Durmstrang remained quiet. They were truly a group of ninjas. Catherine's eyes widened, unsure of what to say. It was a difficult situation to evaluate. Why was there no tie? The fact was that Harry exceeded the time limit. But he also saved 2 students. Krum was faster and completed the competition first. That was also a fact. If they participate in the next Triwizard Tournament, they will definitely be formidable. Catherine's eyes reflected admiration and teasing emotion, before she turned back to ask Quinlan, "But speaking of which, why did you take so long underwater? Just waiting for number 2 to finish the battle and loot." Quinlan held out the mermaid scales before Catherine, who gasped, "Wow, so beautiful." The little bird is enamored with such sparkling objects. Para, my clever, adorable, gentle, and beautiful roommate sister. Please place it in my hands so I may gaze upon it and touch it. With wide, mischievous eyes blinking playfully, she pouts and puffs her cheeks like a goldfish. Can Quinlan refuse? Of course not. Wow, how exquisite, it's so smooth. What is this? A gift from Quinlan? A boy's voice emerged from behind them, laced with curiosity and seduction. None of your business. Catherine turned to see Zabini's attractive yet irksome face. She had no intention of granting that boy a pleasant expression. She despised the likes of him, especially given his cunning nature. Innocence and purity were the finest virtues a young man could possess. Zabini appeared utterly unfazed by Catherine's words, maintaining his characteristic cheerful demeanor. Shall we head back together? It would be just right to fill a boat. He seemed to inquire about the opinions of both girls. Yet his gaze was fixed solely on Quinlan. Frustration boiled within her. How infuriating that wretched Cedric managed to secure second place. He, who couldn't even ride a broom properly, somehow advanced in both competitions. It was maddening, especially since Vespera had even handed that insufferable Cedric a towel. Let us go teach him a lesson. Goyle and Crabbe chimed in from a step behind, eager to remind him of their prowess. Draco frowned, his lips pursed. No need. He isn't worth the effort of a distinguished Malfoy. Vespera disapproved of such antics. He could not lower himself to the level of those crude, dim-witted individuals she loathed. Very well. Though Crabbe and Goyle sensed something different about Draco, they could not articulate it. Never mind. Their families had only advised them to stick close to Draco. They weren't expected to guess what thoughts swirled within that golden head of his. Recently, he had been somewhat idle and seemed to have gained a few pounds. His stomach appearing rounder. Draco, join us on the boat back, Zabini warmly invited, showcasing a smile that revealed all 8 of his teeth. Catherine covertly rolled her eyes. How fortuitous it was that so many Slytherins were leaving early. The lazy boatman was taking his sweet time bringing a vessel over. Someone ought to have a word with Dad regarding Hogwarts infrastructure. It's utterly inconvenient. Count me in. I'm eager to return, said the boy approaching leisurely, who hardly seemed in a hurry. Zabini grinned at the girls, with Theo added, "We'll have 5 in total. Let us go?" Quinlan had no objections as long as she and Catherine could board. Catherine merely scoffed, prompting Quinlan's lack of resistance. "I have no objections either." She lamented that the boat wasn't from her family, the Palmers. Otherwise, none of these boys, especially that grinning Zabini, would be allowed on. What a nuisance. She preferred Wood, whose stoic demeanor aligned more with her tastes. "Students, come aboard. You 5, step up first. Those 2 little chubsters can wait for the next boat." Any combination of either of them with the other 4 will surely weigh this boat down. The house elf's culinary department had been serving splendid meals lately. While the boatman navigated the vessel, his mind adrift with thoughts. Why were these children so silent? Hadn't they just finished a competition? There was no sign of youthful exuberance. He couldn't even catch a whiff of gossip. I heard you went to the Muggle world a couple of days ago." At last, someone spoke up, and the boatman slightly turned, straining to catch the golden-haired boy's words. Yes, Draco, who had been cautiously engaging, found himself abruptly colliding with a cold wall and resorted to silence. His index finger, resting on his knee, briefly twitched. He longed to clench his fist. But he couldn't. The boatman's interest waned, having unwittingly transported a conversation ender. The wooden boat soon reached the shore, and without hesitation, he returned to fetch the next batch of potentially amusing students. After Draco spoke, Catherine grasped the situation almost instantly, her eyes darting between the 3 boys across from her. Naturally, she did not miss Zabini's triumphant raised eyebrow. Upon disembarking, she immediately linked arms with Quinlan and hurried away. "Malfoy likes you?" "Yes, by Merlin's beard. That Malfoy, whose intellect rivals that of his family's peacock, has finally come to his senses." "Did you turn him down?" Catherine inquired with a tone of certainty. That forlorn yet cautious expression was evident to anyone. "Yes, that Zabini fellow also fancies you. You're aware of that?" "I know. I suspect he is unaware of it himself," Quinlan replied almost indifferently, sensing Zabini's subtle emotions. She had known since the very beginning. His attempts to deceive and elicit sympathy from Quinlan were nothing short of his awkward truth. He would do best to continue believing he harbored no feelings for her. Quinlan had no intention of acting as a love coach to instruct him on the proper ways of courtship. There was no need, nor did it matter. His unspoken affections were apparent to her. She had seen through them. But what did that have to do with her? Chapter 66. I want to see her. The sunset resembled blood-stained remnants, slowly sinking behind the contours of Hogwarts' back mountains, taking with it the last vestiges of twilight. Evening mist quietly rose from the ground, enveloping every tree in a gray haze that blurred vision and muddled the boundaries within the heart. On the edge of the forbidden forest, shrouded in mist and twilight, a frantic figure fled, as if being pursued by invisible demons. His wand swung wildly behind him, yet it proved futile. All his spells struck emptiness. He could not perceive the target of his attacks. His meticulously chosen robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement were now disheveled, and he had no idea where his bow tie had fallen amidst the forest's fallen leaves. Barty Crouch's expression was obscured by the charcoal darkness of night. His frantic breaths and the repeated incantations that fell flat betrayed the terror within him. Avada Kedavra! Dark green flames ignited the leaves on the ground barely 30 centimeters from his toes, forcing him to a halt. The dim green light mirrored the panic etched across his face. In the moment he was stunned by fear, a second spell bound him in place, rendering him immobile. My dear father, long time no see. Tell me, why did you choose this moment to recognize me? I had no intentions of killing you. The timing is most unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Moody's broad figure emerged from behind a tree, his pale blue magical eye rotating whimsically, while his wooden prosthetic leg, battered and scarred, planted firmly on the ground. Each step sunk deeply into the earth, crushing the decaying leaves that clung to the bottom of his artificial limb. A stark contrast to his usual limping demeanor. Barty Crouch's face was ashen, his eyes flickering with an amalgamation of shock and anguish. Trembling, he faced his deranged son, asking, "How can you do this, impersonating Moody? What is your plan? Do you honor your mother as sacrifices? Don't speak of her. You have no right to mention her." Young Barty's right eye bulged to its limit, as if it might burst from its socket. His wand aimed furiously at his father's forehead as he shouted. With an unsettling, neurotic grin, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. For it was only in this manner, only thus, that the tone shifted, and young Barty became indifferent and composed once more. "You ought to die, father. Rest assured. Death will merely arrive sooner than you anticipate." As he raised his wand, aiming it at old Barty and uttering the fateful curse, a shadow suddenly darted across the scene. "Disarm your weapon." Caught unawares, the wand was sent flying from his grasp by a deep, resonant voice. "Quickly, restrain him." Dumbledore, accompanied by a cadre of professors and the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, emerged in the Forbidden Forest, where 6 Aurors swiftly surrounded the wandless young Barty. Director Crouch was helped to his feet by Percy. The first to arrive and rescue Director Crouch, Snape retrieved young Barty's wand and positioned himself beside Professor Dumbledore. Following a moment of nearly imperceptible astonishment, the calm facade of young Barty, masquerading as Professor Moody, was shattered. Madness, akin to a famished beast trapped in a skin-bound prison, became increasingly evident upon his countenance. He could scarcely believe that his meticulously crafted plans could be so effortlessly dismantled. "You deceived me. You toyed with me just like them. You old fool. I should have killed you the very day I returned from prison. I should have ended you the moment you declared my eternal imprisonment in Azkaban. You hypocritical coward." The Auror shattered his knees, forcing him to kneel and stifling his voice. Yet the murderous intent in his single eye mercilessly ensnared the father of that director. In this dim and murky woodland, one stood while the other knelt. The blurred silhouettes of father and son stretched long, resembling shadows of fate's cruel derision. At that moment, Minister Fudge stepped forward, adopting an official tone. "Now that we have apprehended the individual, let us take him back to the ministry for interrogation." Minister Fudge, given the gravity of this matter occurring within Hogwarts during the Triwizard Tournament, as headmaster, I possess the right to be the first to be informed of the interrogation's contents. Fudge chuckled lightly and proclaimed grandiosely, "Of course, once the ministry compiles the interrogation guidelines, you shall receive a copy without delay." Dumbledore's tone remained unchanged. However, the eyes behind his glasses held little room for negotiation. "What I mean is, this situation presents a significant security risk. The interrogation ought to take place here in Hogwarts, and Director Crouch should also be subjected to questioning." "Ah, indeed, young Barty's case is naturally a priority," Fudge replied. "But Director Crouch's situation is an internal matter for the ministry. As a cooperating party and victim in this operation, any failings on his part will be managed by the ministry." The implication was clear. You are not in charge of the ministry. The affairs of its officials are none of your concern. Fudge only yielded a fraction, confident that Dumbledore would not meddle in politics, or rather, that he would not overtly declare his involvement in political matters. In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, young Barty Crouch had been compelled to relinquish Professor Moody's disguise and was now confined to an interrogation chair. Professor Snape approached, administering a small vial of Veritaserum. "Young Barty Crouch, what was your motive for impersonating Alastor Moody?" "It was for my master, my great master, to disrupt this ridiculous Triwizard Tournament." Young Barty averted his gaze and closed his eyes in response. The dark mark on his forearm seemed to writhe under the stark light above. Where's the real Moody? My great master, my great master. Dumbledore was the first to sense something amiss, stepping closer to examine his abnormal state. Snape, are you certain he ingested the Veritaserum? Yes. Headmaster. After inspection, the headmaster delivered a shocking conclusion. His eardrums are damaged. He is now deaf. His piercing gaze swept over everyone present. Who gave him something he should not have consumed? We all returned together. We can vouch for one another, Minister Fudge protested, his head spinning at the implication that one among them was a traitor. In my administration, the Ministry of Magic enforces justice. How could such unsavory elements exist? What of the Aurors who escorted him back? Fudge cursed inwardly, maintaining a congenial facade. Well, they are all right here. A total of 5. Yet there were 6 surrounding him in the Forbidden Forest, Minister Fudge. Snape, standing near the door, ominously laid out the facts. I only brought 5 trusted Aurors. The 5 standing before you. The others have nothing to do with my ministry. Professor McGonagall gently rubbed her forehead, sighing almost inaudibly. What has become of the current Minister of Magic, that he is of such caliber? Regardless, I came here due to the tip-off you provided. It has nothing to do with me. The mention of the tip-off reminded Fudge of the owl that delivered a bag full of letters each month, scattering them like confetti from the skies above the ministry building. If he can't be interrogated due to deafness, he shall be imprisoned in Azkaban. I have no time to waste playing detective games with you. Old Barty is not dead, and the culprit, young Barty, has been captured in public. Is that not sufficient? What more do you want? Oh, and let me tell you about that fourth-year girl. What's her name? V. I can't quite recall. Percy interjected, reminding him. Vespa McQuinn. He had been picking up her letters daily outside the ministry, though Fudge did not glance. He could not afford to leave them lying about for others to see. Upon hearing the familiar name of a student unrelated to the current incident, the professors focused intently on the words of the rotund boy. Yes, that girl, Vespa McQuinn. The nonsensical letters she sent, and her discovery of young Barty impersonating Moody cancel each other out. Percy recalled the constructive suggestions contained in those letters and silently rolled his eyes at Fudge from the shadows. Nonsensical? You, Minister, are the one who is nonsensical. If there is a next time, I shall surely shoot that owl down and pluck it bare. I want to see her. I want to see her. I want to see her. At some unknown moment, young Barty's eyes flew open, reading his lips word for word, and he became increasingly frenzied. As if the interrogation chair could barely contain him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he repeatedly howled the words, I want to see her. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Snape, closest to the door, recognized the familiar rhythm of the knocking and furrowed his brows in concern. He knew who it was. Chapter 67, The One True Master. Young Barty continued to scream like a madman. Dumbledore cast a silencing charm upon him to facilitate conversation with the person outside, while Professor Snape stepped aside to allow him to open the door. Good evening, Headmaster. I came to return my belongings to Professor Moody. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Quinn realized that young Barty had likely been captured. For her own safety, she refrained from altering her address, should anyone overhear and inform young Barty. That rabid dog would undoubtedly seek revenge. Quinn held no faith in those who had disrupted the order at the Quidditch World Cup. Releasing the dark mark, wolves masquerading as harmless sheep within the confines of the welfare institution. Dumbledore stepped out of his office, closing the door behind him, and was not particularly surprised by her presence. However, what troubled him now was the fact that Fudge had just exposed the lead provided by Quinlan in front of young Barty. This would place the girl in even greater peril. Miss Quinlan, good evening. I bear tidings of both good and ill. The girl received this well. Her lips curling slightly as she replied, They've caught the person, but I've been compromised. Dumbledore silently affirmed her conjecture. Quinlan smiled. She was determined to uncover the incompetent allies among these adults. Who was responsible? Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic. The bumbling, pot-bellied official. Currently, there is a situation. Young Barty Crouch is insisting on seeing you. We have yet to extract any useful information from him. Quinlan expressed some confusion regarding their interrogation results. Isn't there a truth serum? The serum proved ineffective. He has damaged his own hearing and is resolutely refusing to answer any questions with his eyes tightly shut. Dumbledore could sense her concerns. Do you consent to meet him? As the headmaster, I am deeply worried about your safety. You are aware of his current emotional state and identity. Dumbledore elucidated the existing circumstances and the dangers she faced. Yet, the final decision rested solely in the hands of this child. Quinlan nodded, acknowledging the pros and cons. I will see him. He has stolen from me. The elder did not obstruct her decision, stepping aside to allow her into the office. To ensure the privacy of their conversation, Dumbledore cast a confundus charm over both parties. Although Fudge was displeased with Dumbledore's presumptuousness, he refrained from voicing his discontent, mindful of his prior negligence. Go ahead. No one shall overhear your discourse. and the professors will ensure your safety. The professors tacitly refrained from mentioning Quinlan's name in Fudge's presence. Fudge cast a condescending glance at the girl, pursing his lips as he asked Percy, "Who is she?" "Just a little girl. What could she possibly discuss with young Barty Crouch? Surely she cannot be his accomplice." "Mind your words, Minister Fudge," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Professor Snape darkly added, "Minister, are you attempting to unjustly implicate an innocent student?" Dean Flitwick protectively interjected, "I know my Ravenclaw student well." Professor Sprout also regarded him with discontent. Their reactions momentarily altered Fudge's demeanor. It was evident that this student held a commendable reputation in the eyes of the four heads. "Percy, tell me, who is she?" he inquired, aware of the connection to the escaped Death Eater, young Barty Crouch. As minister, he had to be cautious of such individuals, or rather, vigilant and prepared. Noah Bison, a muggle born from Ravenclaw. Average grades, yet adept in social dealings, Percy stated without lifting his eyelids. The professors remained silent, tacitly accepting his account. Dean Flitwick cast a disapproving glance at him, surprised to realize he was associated with such a person. Fudge did not doubt the veracity of his words. He noticed the expression on Dean Flitwick's face. Furthermore, he instinctively believed that this ambitious young man, who sought power, would not harbor any deceptive intentions towards him. After all, he was the Minister of Magic. With his rotund belly, he no longer regarded Quinlan as a concern, erasing her from his list of apprehensions. A muggle-born, merely knowledgeable about social niceties. What kind of storm could she possibly stir? Silencio. Dumbledore lifted the silencing charm, granting them the space for their conversation. Quinlan sat before young Barty, ignoring his bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and muddied face. "Control your emotions. I expect you to be calm, not a raving lunatic." Quinlan's cold and composed words doused Barty in a chilling dread. All right. I can calm down, master." The wolf hair and the potion in the cup clearly indicated the thief and his intentions. "You stole my belongings. Where are they? Return them." Since the competition required him to enter the water, his attire would be somewhat scant. Quinlan had left her enchanted bag in her dormitory, having placed protective and concealment charms upon it, along with tracking powder that could leave traces. However, upon her return after the competition, all spells had been undone. The necklace and the box bestowed upon her by Mr. Knott had vanished, and the perpetrator's intent was unmistakably clear. They sought that item. Quinlan found herself puzzled. If Barty intended to steal, why did he not do so at the Wolves' Orphanage? He had ample time to commit the crime, and the difficulty would have been several times less than at present. Why choose this particular moment? Why not conceal his actions at all? Why leave such blatant evidence? The bag at Quinlan's waist now pressed against her hip bone. She could not believe that Dumbledore's past Ravenclaw genius had not detected the tracking powder she had left on the bag. Master, trust me, I will not harm you." Master. Barty appeared somewhat frantic, his nerves becoming increasingly tangled. He fixated on Quinlan's lips, responding with irrelevant words to her inquiries. Clearly, the efficacy of the truth serum from the previous interrogation had worn off. "Who instructed you to do this? Voldemort? Your other master?" Quinlan scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the dark mark on his left forearm. "I have never claimed to be your master. If you have that penchant for servitude, no one will restrain you." Quinlan's calm dismissal of such painful truths pierced Barty's heart. "How many masters you have is of no concern to me. To whom you serve is irrelevant. But now, return my belongings." Young Barty Crouch was so distressed that he halted his own breathing, his already unstable thoughts collapsing entirely. Each word from Quinlan left him emotionally wounded, his once fervent love condensing into thorns that mercilessly overran his being. She genuinely did not care. He was acutely aware of this, which only deepened his confusion and suffering. It was his fault. He was tainted. It was he who had, prior to this, eagerly recognized others as masters, and it was his other masters that surely angered him. It was all his fault. What could he do? Voldemort. He blamed himself for having once believed in that Slytherin riddle. It was his own foolishness that had led him to recognize him as master. What should he do to mend this? The master was gentle. If he could rectify this, he would surely win back Quinlan. Yes, he must correct this. "Release me from this chair, and I will tell you." "Master, release me, and I will return your possessions," Barty calmly pleaded. Quinlan furrowed her brow. Logically, he should not have reacted this way to her words. He should have at least roared in protest. "No, you tell me where it is. I will retrieve it myself." Barty chuckled lightly. "Master, you will not find it. As long as you do not release me, you will never locate it." Noting her glance towards Professor Snape, Barty's expression darkened. "Truth serum? Useless. They can't extract anything. Neither can you, master. Look, I have lost my wand and feel utterly feeble. What can I possibly do? Fear not, my master. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. This is a matter beyond Quinlan's decisions. It is in the hands of Professor Dumbledore and his companions." Quinlan pondered, leaving her position near young Barty and approached the professor, Dumbledore. Approximately 10 minutes later, Dumbledore, as the representative, began conversing with young Barty. Is Alastair Moody still alive? Barty responded impatiently, not dead. This was a bargaining chip that could increase the likelihood of his release, and he would naturally comply with a condition or two. You may be released, but I insist on adding a clause to your release. Reveal to us Moody's whereabouts. TSK. Those old scoundrels. Very well. Dumbledore nodded to the others. And the Aurors from the Ministry advanced, encircling him with their wands drawn, poised to react should he make any sudden movements after his release. Young Barty took a deep breath. In that box lay the old man with the false leg and fake eye. Where are my belongings? Quinlan stood beside Professor Flitwick, approximately 6 meters away, separated from him by the Aurors and Dumbledore. Barty did not look at her, speaking for himself, ensuring that his address would not draw criticism from the professors and the Ministry. At present, he was ill-suited to intertwine his fate with hers. Do not worry, my master. I will rectify my mistakes. I shall make you my sole master as long as the first person I encounter is you. As Quinlan listened to his nonsensical ramblings, an inexplicable emotion stirred within her, a premonition of an impending storm. His movements were swift, pulling something from his pocket, fidgeting with a ring embedded with an hourglass. The alarm bells rang in Quinlan's mind. She herself was uncertain of the consequences that would arise from manipulating that device reminiscent of a time-turner. Stop him. The Aurors immediately cast spells to halt his actions. But just as the wand at the tip of his fingers flickered to life, Barty closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground before the incantation could take effect. They rushed forward to investigate. The man's palm was empty, devoid of any object. As Dumbledore turned, he saw Quinlan vanish from her spot, and he hurried to seize her, but grasped only a gust of wind. Knock, knock, knock. At the periphery of the crowd, closest to the door, Professor Snape heard the familiar rhythm of knocking once more. Chapter 68, Chaos in Time, Part 1. After young Barty turned the necklace, Quinlan felt as if the world around her had come to a standstill. Time ceased to flow linearly and transformed into a mist that could be touched and felt. The space surrounding her body began to distort, as if she were ensconced within a kaleidoscope that endlessly spun, stretched, and compressed. Colors and shadows blurred into a vibrant haze, and her breathing deepened and slowed. Each inhalation felt like drawing in air from different eras, while every exhalation seemed to gently anchor her current self in place. She was overwhelmed by a potent sensation of weightlessness, as though an invisible force were pulling her through an infinite void. The boundaries of time and space became indistinct, intertwining past, present, and future, creating a series of surreal images. The world appeared as a mirror made of glass. As Quinlan's thoughts crystallized, the mirror shattered. Quinlan cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Before her stood a row of cold stone sinks, ancient and worn at the edges, yet still firmly erect. The light here was particularly soft and dim, filtering through narrow, towering windows. The rays were fragmented by the window frames, mingling with the surrounding flickering candlelight to create an atmosphere of inscrutable mystery. On the walls hung several ancient mirrors, their frames adorned with intricate carvings. Within them, one could occasionally catch a glimpse of ghostly reflections that sent a chill down the spine. Wah, nobody likes me. The familiar sound of a girl's sobs momentarily dispelled Quinlan's guard. She was still at Hogwarts. In the second-floor girls' lavatory, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, where the basilisk had once lurked. All right, moaning Myrtle, stop crying. Hermione still quite likes you. Quinlan knocked on the stall door where Myrtle resided to comfort her. In her imagination, Myrtle would swoop out of the toilet as usual. However, Quinlan distinctly heard the sound of the bolt being drawn from within, and her gaze darkened. The door opened, revealing a real, living girl who stepped outside. She was clad in Ravenclaw robes. Her shoulder-length hair was braided into twin plaits. Her features were delicate yet tinged with melancholy, and her large, deep-set eyes behind thick black frames were slightly swollen from weeping. Her gaze flickered nervously as she cautiously inquired, "Really? Who is Hermione? Does she truly like me? I have never heard of that name. Which house is she from? And who are you? Your violet eyes are so beautiful." Suddenly, the chimes of the Tower of London echoed in Quinlan's mind. Vespera Quinlan. Moaning Myrtle, why are you crying here? She softened her tone, steering Myrtle's thoughts away. Olive Hornby. Wah, it's all him. They all bully me, mock me, calling me a filthy muggle-born. So, bullying had existed within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts all those years ago. Quinlan embraced the weeping Myrtle, comforting her. It's all right, it's all right. We need not shed tears for those bullies. You are blameless. It is they who are foolish, crude, and unworthy. Let us report this to the headmaster. The professors will put a stop to their behavior. Really? Hope flickered in Myrtle's eyes, only to quickly extinguish. It's useless, it's useless. If the professors could solve it, why haven't they punished those students? They are always on campus, teaching the students every day, patrolling the hallways all night. Why? Why have they never appeared? In the lavatory, her sobs echoed, the only company she had ever known, apart from that dazzling Slytherin boy who had once consoled her. Was Quinlan today? She once again fell into a sea of sorrow. That boy was so gentle. He was the only one to comfort her before Quinlan arrived. Always gently tapping her shoulder late at night, soothing her as he left the lavatory. Yet, in the corridors, he would still ignore her. Why? Why treat her so? Quinlan found herself struggling to cope with her new wave of tears. Was Myrtle made of water? Her eyes had swollen to the size of walnuts. Yet she continued to cry so profusely. Hiss! She sharply heard the sound of a snake flicking its tongue in the quiet lavatory. The central sink began to rotate. The entrance to the chamber was slowly revealing itself, and she heard the basilisk's whispers. So hungry, so hungry. Parseltongue. Quinlan pushed Myrtle into her favorite stall and closed the door. You stay in there and cry a little longer. I will come back to take you away. She retrieved her wand from her enchanted pouch and cast a confundus charm and a silencing charm on the door. Go back. Parseltongue. The basilisk's voice abruptly ceased. Yet its simple mind could not comprehend why its master had let it out only to command it back again. Eat, eat. Now why must we return? Snake tongue. Quinlan's gaze deepened as she cautiously and calmly confronted the already opened entrance to the hidden chamber. It is unwise to ask questions that should remain unasked. We must return. Snake tongue. Indeed. Though the serpent was perplexed, it felt an inexplicable mental connection with Quinlan, compelling it to retreat back into the chamber after a moment of struggle. Closure. Snake tongue. A fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Quinlan's forehead, and she exhaled deeply after sealing the entrance. At the entrance of the girls' restroom, a handsome young man quietly departed after witnessing the entire scene. Come, Myrtle. I shall escort you back to the Ravenclaw dormitory. She guided the sobbing Myrtle toward the tower, fortuitously encountering no patrolling figures along the way. The password. What is the path to the newcomers? Death. Quinlan answered instantaneously following the eagle's inquiry. Correct. The brass eagle's eyes fixated on her as she entered the common room. Myrtle, do you know where Professor Dumbledore's office is located? Quinlan noted the date on the calendar in the common room. June 13th, 1943. According to the annals of Hogwarts, the current headmaster is Armando Dipet, while Albus Dumbledore is merely a professor of transfiguration at this time, perhaps on the second floor. She was quite fatigued, and, before Quinlan could inquire further, she fell asleep on the sofa in the common area. Quinlan draped a blanket over her and exited the lounge. Just outside, she encountered the patrolling long-haired white cat, which surprised her slightly. Is it a tradition for Hogwarts caretaker to keep a cat? Skillfully extracting her stash of dried fish from her bag, she bribed the official feline. Stroking its soft fur, greetings, splendid white feline. Meow. The dried fish is delectable. Could you lead me to Professor Dumbledore's office? I have plenty of dried fish. Meow. The white cat elegantly devoured the fish, flicking its fluffy tail to signal her to follow. Together, they roamed the castle, avoiding patrolling prefects and Mr. Apollyon Pringle. Under the cat's guidance, Quinlan arrived at the door marked with Albus Dumbledore's name. She fashioned the dried fish into a necklace and hung it around the cat's neck, watching as it sauntered away with grace. Lemon Snowball. Quinlan was having a rather fortuitous day. Fishing for needles in the sea, she had struck gold with today's password, which was just beginning its exhaustive permutations. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. You do not seem surprised by my arrival. Chapter 69, Chaotic Time and Space, Part 2. Good evening, child. The Centaur clan in the Forbidden Forest is skilled in divination. They have written to inform me that a shooting star will descend tonight. Dumbledore appeared more vigorous than he did in the late 20th century, resembling a quirky, lively old man. He still had a penchant for sweet confections. A tray on his desk was laden with an array of pastries, with steaming black tea beside it. Quinlan adapted well, shifting a chair opposite his desk to sit down. Observing that the elderly man always bore an air of complete control, Professor Dumbledore pushed a cup of tea toward her, followed by a selection of pastries. Do try. Miss Quinlan. It is not overly sweet, and I hope it suits your taste. Quinlan hesitated momentarily. Since her arrival, she had not introduced herself, nor would she divulge her aversion to sweets. No need to be anxious. You will discover a way to return, through the medium that brought you here. Professor Dumbledore produced a ring adorned with a black gemstone from his drawer and handed it to her. I look forward to the future you speak of. Raindrops began to patter against the window, intensifying until the faces of those within became indistinct. The clouds above Hogwarts were pitch black, with occasional flashes of crimson lightning illuminating the sky, while thunder rumbled, shaking London from light years away. Fucking everyone. It's simply dreadful, damn London weather. The sudden downpour sent pedestrians scurrying, their soaked garments clinging to them, as dirty water swiftly infiltrated their shoes. The newsstand on the street suffered greatly today. with the fierce winds and torrential rain scattering dozens of newspapers. As the rain fell, the papers became sodden and plastered against nearby telephone poles, cobblestones, and the walls of adjacent buildings. The printed ink was blurred by the rain, and the headlines became indistinct, though some words remained legible. London Morning News, August 31st, 1975. In the outskirts, relatively distant from the city center, the area was open and devoid of any signs of construction. Damn, what is this? Are you out of your mind? Standing here, motionless in such torrential rain, causing me to be drenched in filth? The disgruntled passerby rose, his face and clothes smeared with an unidentifiable dark substance. I'm talking to you. The man, who sought an explanation and hoped for some form of compensation, was abruptly silenced by the sudden flash of blinding lightning that illuminated the figure who had tripped him. A boy of around 14 or 15, with a pallid complexion, dressed in fabric far superior to his own. Even drenched, the quality of the material and the craftsmanship were evident. Most striking were his eyes, a clear lake blue. Yet within them swirled a dark, sinister madness, reminiscent of a specter that had just clawed its way out of hell. Truly a ghost. A ghost. In the desolate outskirts, and I Haven-T even had the chance to enjoy the hot soup my wife made for tonight. I've wronged no one. Please do not come for me. After the muggle hastily fled the scene, a diminutive house elf appeared beside the boy. Her ears were pointed, slightly leaning forward. Her skin a pale gray, and she wore a tattered brown robe. Master, why have we suddenly come to the muggle world? Has Shiny not performed well at home? Shiny did not understand why her young master, who was so eagerly anticipating the start of third year, had suddenly dashed outside in a frenzy. He had even suddenly mastered advanced spells like apparition. She thought her young master wished to visit the muggle world for amusement. But now they stood before nothing but an empty space, with only a few scattered elm trees. She snapped her fingers to shield young Barty from the rain. Drying his clothes and hair, warming his body, the young master knelt weakly on the ground, his eyes unfocused, like a lifeless puppet. No. Why is there nothing? His palm tightly clutched something, and Shiny could only see a long chain, guessing it might be an important necklace to her young master. Young master, what are you searching for? Shiny can assist you. She had cared for young Barty since his birth until now, at 15 years of age. Shiny had never seen her young master in such a state. Young Barty was a brilliant, vibrant young genius. During family gatherings, she often heard guests praise him with exquisite words, calling him the shining star of Ravenclaw this year. Useless, his master is gone. The only master he desired has vanished. Little Batty caught a glimpse of the history of the Wu orphanage in the corridor, recalling that in 1975, ISA had already served as the director for 2 years. Had it not been for the Wu orphanage and the esteemed director ISA, how could he ever have encountered his master? How could he ever find his master? Batty's left arm was pristine, its fair skin devoid of any trace of the dark mark. He possessed the qualities that would not displease his master, yet this world would be devoid of Quinlan. I must return. He could not accept, could not fathom a timeline that lacked Quinlan. Flash heard his words and visibly brightened. Really? Splendid. Then let us go home, young master. Mrs. Crouch is waiting for us. Yes, home. I want to go home. Flash, please tell my mother that I love her dearly. Truly, immensely. The one he felt most remorseful towards was his mother, who had perished in Azkaban during winter in his stead. Flash was perplexed, wondering why the young master did not speak for himself. She noticed his affectionate gaze lingering on the necklace in his palm, a beautiful piece that seemed to encase the galaxy of time within its hourglass. Batty turned the central ring, attempting to seize control over time, yearning to return to the world he desired. In Flash's sight, the young master bore a sweet smile, a fleeting glimpse of the happiness she had only seen once during his childhood. Young master. The little sprite gasped, witnessing him collapse to the ground. The necklace from his palm now vanished. Flash, disregarding everything else, rushed to check on her master's inexplicable condition. Fortunately, it was but a brief moment. Within 10 seconds, he awoke. Flash, how did we end up here? His head felt heavy, his body like a still pond devoid of vigor, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. He was engulfed by a sense of sorrowful remnants. Was that emotion truly his own? Oh right, Miss Quinlan, would you be inclined to leave behind a photograph? Dumbledore fiddled with a camera he had unearthed from an obscure corner. It bore no resemblance to Muggle contrivances. Quinlan had consumed his snacks, savored his tea, and accepted the ring he offered her. At that moment, she felt no inclination to refuse. Very well, but are you certain my image can remain here? Let us give my new invention a try. Life requires some documentation. Whether it can endure, only time will tell. All right, look at the camera. Splendid. Smile. Click. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the camera's shutter button, prompting Quinlan to sigh. This old rascal truly is a camera killer. Professor Dumbledore, confronted with his own failure, pondered in bewilderment. How could it have broken? Turning to a nearby workbench, he adjusted a diamond lens, inspecting the camera with his back to Quinlan. Quinlan felt the disorienting sensation of time and space wash over her once more. Professor Dumbledore, I still hope you will be a wonderful headmaster, safeguarding every student. I already am, have no worries. He meticulously salvaged 10 film negatives from the camera. And remember to consume less sugar. Be cautious of potential cavities in your old age. Dumbledore shrugged, nonchalantly stating that he would simply find a potion master to remedy his teeth later. Hey, Quinlan, there are 2 photos taken. He turned back, eager to share his success, only to find the seat before his desk empty. Where's everyone? The elder waved to open the office door. Mr. Riddle, please come in. I believe we need to have a discussion. The boy clad in Slytherin robes entered, noticing the remnants of 2 individuals in the office. The teacups still bore warmth, and the chairs held lingering heat. Your friend, the basilisk, has posed a threat to the safety of other students, and I am considering relocating it. Riddle appeared momentarily taken aback, believing that Professor Dumbledore would eliminate it. How about the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore handed him a developed photograph. This image is yours. Do not let her down. The boy gazed intently at the person he longed for, seated in the very place he now occupied. The girl held a cup of warm tea, her serene face adorned with a gentle smile. I will inform it and help it move. Professor, will I see her again? Dumbledore met his hopeful gaze and reassured him. Do not fixate on the frequency of encounters. Some individuals are a blessing to meet even once. Dumbledore framed the remaining photograph of Quinlan, placing it on his desk before returning to grading the assignments of the young wizards. Go rest now. Remember to study diligently. Your defense against the dark arts class is quite commendable. Perhaps you might consider remaining here as a faculty member after graduation. Riddle nodded, indicating he would contemplate it. He was now in his 6th year, with a whole year left to ponder his future. He remained quite interested in being the teacher for defense against the dark arts. Chapter 70, Chaotic Time, Part 3. Wow, beautiful sister, are you a fairy? A weak yet delighted voice exclaimed from behind Quinlan. The little girl, frail yet ecstatic, gestured animatedly to depict Quinlan's sudden appearance. Quinlan felt a pang of sorrow, struggling to articulate her thoughts on the fragile child before her. Was she simply thin, malnourished? Or perhaps, a life on the brink of its final breath? The only bright feature on the girl's diminutive frame were her eyes. She wore no shoes, the wide pant legs dragging on the ground. Her top was sheer, akin to a delicate layer of rice paper. Quinlan could see the protruding bones beneath her skin, the myriad of scars on her neck and fingers. A biting winter wind surged through the doorway, tousling Quinlan's hair. She knelt down to meet the girl at eye level. Yes, sister is a magical fairy. What is your name? Where do you live? Shall I take you home? The girl gasped for breath, the earlier excitement overwhelming her. After a long pause, she finally revealed her name. I am Isa Riddle, residing at the Wu Orphanage. Fairy sister, please take me away. Just like the little match girl igniting the last of her matches to summon her beloved grandmother to escape the winter, she wished for the same. Unbeknownst to her, the one she cherished most had no matches to light. If a suddenly appearing fairy sister were to whisk her away, she would willingly comply. Then let us return to the orphanage. Upon hearing her name, Quinlan examined her features closely, recognizing familiar shadows. Gently holding her hand, she gazed into Isa's eyes. Her voice resolute as she made her decision. Now standing at over 5 feet tall, she effortlessly lifted the child and began to walk in the direction of the Wu Orphanage. Fairy sister, you are going the wrong way. The orphanage is the other way. Isa chuckled, leaning against her neck. So even fairies do not know the way. Quinlan paused, realizing she was still in another timeline. Guided by Isa's directions, they arrived at the entrance of a neatly structured building. It stood in a corner of London, overshadowed by towering edifices, appearing particularly lonely and diminutive. A square edifice, encircled by towering walls and wrought iron railings, stands forlornly as the relentless rain erodes its structure over the years, casting it in a shadowy, mottled gloom. Above the high walls, a scant few windows remain tightly shut, as if resolutely rejecting any probing gaze or sympathy from the outside world. Quinlan settles Isha in, guided by the caretaker as they embark on a tour of the interior. The narrow wooden staircase creaks beneath their weight. The corridors on each floor are dimly lit and elongated, flanked by doors that imprison their occupants. Each door bears the names of its inhabitants, and within the confines of a mere 2 or 3 square meters lies their entire silent universe. The air is thick with a dampness, a mingling of mildew and solitude that evokes an involuntary sense of oppression. Quinlan stands before one of the doors, listening intently as the children within converse. I'm so hungry, so hungry. I've nearly eaten all the mice around here. Snake language. Then you could venture to a farther restaurant. There should still be plenty of mice there. Snake language. There are many cats. I can't compete with them. You should come with me. They fear you 2-legged folk. Snake language. The The orphanage forbids children from going outside. Snake language. Liar. You sent that little girl who brought you black bread out today. Snake language. She's nearly dead. Outside, there's a chance she might be taken in. And besides, snake language. The voice abruptly halts. Noticing Quinlan's lingering presence at the door, the caretaker assumes she wishes to meet the children inside and introduces. His name is Tom Riddle, a boy. Tom has lived here for nearly 10 years. And not a single relative has come to visit him. Perhaps fearing that the subsequent words might be overheard by the children, she leans closer to Quinlan and whispers. He has had conflicts with the other children, and the nature of these disputes is quite severe. If you wish to adopt mistakenly believing Quinlan to be a woman of some means due to her stature and demeanor, the caretaker continues, I apologize, madam. May I speak with him privately? The caretaker would be more than pleased to shed this troublesome responsibility. Her voice even takes on a slightly higher pitch with excitement. Of course, madam. Quinlan does not correct her form of address. Instead, she subtly raises her hand to halt the caretaker's hasty movement toward the door. No need, madam. I can handle this myself. Could you step aside? The caretaker, somewhat disgruntled, retracts her hand and nods, retreating from the corridor. Quinlan stands at the threshold, refraining from pushing the door open or even knocking. Hello. Snake language. After uttering a mere greeting, Quinlan lapses into silence, fully aware that her voice would resonate clearly through the thin door. Moments later, the door swings open, and the occupant steps aside, allowing Quinlan to enter. The confined space is sparsely furnished, a narrow bed, a modest wardrobe, and a weathered desk beneath the windowsill. Beyond that, there is naught. A small snake coils atop the pillow, eagerly extending its head to greet her. Hello. Snake language. Quinlan smiles and nods at it, pulling out the chair beneath the desk to sit. I think I should see a doctor. You should too. Quinlan finds amusement in his words. The boy's tongue rivals that of Professor Snape. Perhaps this is normal, much like my ability to conjure flowers from thin air. With a flick of her wrist towards Riddle, who sits at the edge of the bed, a pristine white daffodil materializes before him, delightfully bright and elegant. The flower stands in stark contrast to the somber surroundings. Riddle senses the resonance of the daffodil, mirroring his own, and for the first time, the dullness in his eyes flickers with intrigue. Can I do that too? If all goes well, you certainly can. In about a year's time, an owl should deliver your acceptance letter for school. Will you teach me? There will be other teachers to instruct you then. Quinlan picks up a stone Riddle has placed on the windowsill, idly toying with it. Eagerly, Riddle presses, when will that be? Can't you teach me now? He can manipulate certain objects and communicate with snakes, yet the person before him possesses even greater abilities, including the power to conjure items out of thin air. Quinlan, contemplating, poses a reflective question. Can you discern right from wrong, good from evil? How many philosophical, historical, and socio-cultural texts have you read? What is your perspective on this world? After a moment of silence, Riddle replies, this world is kind and beautiful. I can distinguish right from wrong. He has read too little, thus he bypasses the question. Quinlan, however, rises, preparing to leave. Regrettably, I cannot teach you. You're deceiving me. Wait. I can. His desperation to grasp this rare olive branch, his only connection to someone like him in the past decade, is palpable, and he knows this opportunity is singular. I can learn. I can learn to discern right from wrong, to control myself. I can spend sleepless nights poring over every book, learning to understand this world. Just take me with you. Quinlan turns back, sensing the fragility in Riddle's assertive tone, and in that moment, he glimpses the depth of her violet eyes. Remember what you've said today. Quinlan closes the door behind her as she departs. This time tomorrow, I shall return for you. Be prepared to pack your belongings. Snake language. She has an inkling that before she completes the necklace for their return, she will remain here for an extended period. She hopes it will be enough to leave both the young matron of the orphanage and Riddle with transformed futures. If her current path aligns with the prophecies contained within A Crystal Ball Chapter 71, Chaotic Time and Space, Part 4. After departing from the Wu orphanage, Quinlan makes her way to Diagon Alley. The British currency in her pocket dates back to around 1970, rendering it unsuitable for use in the present time. Fortunately, the wizarding world continues to transact in galleons. Thus, she first visits Gringotts to exchange her galleons for current currency. Following a volunteer's recommendation, Quinlan rents a small upstairs apartment near Whitechapel in the outskirts of London. The owner of the apartment is a blind, elderly woman living alone. Quinlan provides her with a sum of money to register the 2 children under her name. She is profoundly lonely. Her 2 sons have not returned since going to the front lines, and her husband of over 30 years passed away 2 years ago due to illness, leaving her blind from the tears shed at that time. Mrs. Smith is reluctant to abandon her small home for a nursing home, stubbornly and strenuously clinging to her old life. Quinlan's proposal brings a faint glimmer of hope into her existence, and she too wishes to restore the vitality of the small house. Thus, she agrees. The weather the following day is rather pleasant. The dreary clouds over London dissipate, allowing the long-missed sun to shine through. Gentle and shy, it quietly weaves its way between the leaden clouds, occasionally revealing its soft, delicate light. Along the streets, bare branches cast long shadows in the muted sunlight, intertwining with the footsteps of passers-by to create a series of tranquil yet slightly melancholic scenes. The owner of the house is Mrs. Smith, and we shall reside there temporarily. How long is temporarily? Riddle asks, clutching his small bag. His head bowed as he gazes at the shadow cast by the three of them in a line. Isha, holding her hand, looks up at her. Quinlan affectionately ruffles the tops of their heads. I've paid 5 years' rent, so there's no need to worry. The boy, now silent, notices her choice of words. Quinlan had merely paid the rent for 5 years for herself and Isla, without mentioning her own circumstances. All right, we have arrived. The quaint building was enveloped by a meticulously manicured garden, where evergreen shrubs intertwined with a vibrant tapestry of blossoms, infusing the edifice with a touch of vitality and exuberance. The second floor boasted a spacious balcony, its railings entwined with climbing roses, which swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets. Mrs. Smith sat in a reclining chair on the balcony, the fragrance of flowers wafting around her. Stars, has spring arrived? Quinlan tilted her head slightly to inform her, not yet, but it is on the horizon. Did you fetch the 2 children from the orphanage? Rest assured, they have been brought here. That is splendid, she replied before sinking back into a deep slumber, enveloped in the scent of blossoms. Passers-by hurried along, paying no heed to the vivid and fragrant flora that surrounded them. How beautiful! Isla's slender face blossomed with an expression of surprise. It was a blend of disbelief and pure joy, akin to the moment when a dreamt-of fairy tale suddenly materializes. Fairy sister, is it magic? Quinlan smiled silently, encouraging her to venture forth and touch the enchanting scene. The little girl instinctively slowed her steps, each one taken with utmost caution, as though she were verifying whether this land truly welcomed her. It is magic, Riddle remarked, having noticed the reactions of the pedestrians. Just like when Quinlan conjured a bouquet of daffodils. Come, let us go inside. Your room is at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. Behind that window, Quinlan pointed to the glass pane on the right side of the upper floor. Later that night, Riddle, clad in the pajamas Quinlan had purchased for him, tidied his bed and sat at the desk by the window to pen a diary entry. December 31st, 1936. In the chilling winter of London, Isla and I left the Wu's orphanage to reside in a house adorned with roses. I am yet to learn the name of the person who brought me away. Isla refers to her as Fairy Sister. The landlady calls her Star. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring a vegetable salad, crispy bacon, fried potato wedges, fried eggs, and an apple pie with a candle inserted in it. She mentioned that she unexpectedly discovered my birthday recorded in the orphanage's files was today, wishing me a joyful 10th birthday. Isla clapped enthusiastically beside me, her singing of the birthday song rather cacophonous. The elderly lady insisted that I eat heartily. She promised to take Isla and me to the library daily, encouraging us to ask her any questions we might have. Tomorrow marks the beginning of 1937. I know she will eventually depart, but I hope she can delay her leaving a little longer. Just a little longer. That is my only birthday wish. As spring blossomed into vibrant hues, summer nights were adorned with clusters of stars, autumn leaves danced in the breeze, and winter donned its silver cloak. Stars, stars, your owl has returned, Isla exclaimed as she bounded into the room, clutching a small square package wrapped in brown paper. Mrs. Smith, seated on the sofa, heard her hurried footsteps and quickly cautioned. Sasha, slow down. All right, Grandma, Isla replied, though her pace remained unchanged. Quinlan playfully punched her arm. It feels delightful to teach the little headmistress a lesson. You never listen to what Mrs. Smith says. Just look at that bruise on your knee. You truly have a short memory. I'll be careful next time, I promise. She mischievously stuck out her tongue, handed the letter to Quinlan, and dashed back to the backyard to play in the mud. It's time for dinner. Wash your face and hands clean, do you hear me? Once the little headmistress regained her health, she was often seen flitting about, restless even in the early morning hours. I heard. Mrs. Smith chuckled from her seat on the sofa. This house is truly brimming with life. Quinlan wiped her hands on her apron and opened the letter. Dear esteemed guest, I have completed the items you wish to create according to the design. Please sign upon inspection. The alchemist's gilded insignia was stamped at the bottom, Ida Smith. Do you need assistance? Riddle inquired as he descended the staircase, observing the kitchen utensils moving independently, seemingly not requiring his intervention. Quinlan folded the letter and watched the package soar into her bedroom. Of course, our little birthday star. Go fetch Mrs. Smith. It is time for dinner. Riddle nodded, shifting his gaze from the floating package back to the living room. Come along, Mrs. Smith. Breakfast is ready. Tom, you are 11 today. How swiftly time flies, the elderly lady said gently, caressing his arm. Yes, Grandma, the boy replied succinctly. Breakfast was simple: an egg, a slice of bacon, 2 pieces of bread, and 2 boiled potatoes. He and Isla were polar opposites. One was vibrant and full of energy, while the other was quiet and reserved. However, under Quinlan's vigilant guidance, both had undergone substantial transformations compared to their former selves. Tom had kept his promise, and by the end of the summer of 1938, he had read 2/3 of the books in the library. He could no longer easily articulate his views of the world, as if he were unable to answer the questions Quinlan had posed to him for a long time. The judgments of right and wrong were too complicated. At times they resembled a blank sheet of paper, incapable of distinguishing between positive and negative. The world itself was a complex construct composed of countless intricate individuals, ever-changing. He could not provide a definitive understanding. Such a chaotic answer led him to believe that he still had a long way to go before learning magic, yet Quinlan disagreed. She even took him to Diagon Alley in the magical world to purchase a wand and several books on wizards and magic. Teacher, is blood status truly significant? Is there a vast difference between muggle-born, half-blood, and pure-blood? Riddle inquired one night as he climbed onto the roof to ask Quinlan, who was gazing at the moon. The teacher, undisturbed, calmly placed her necklace into her pocket. 2 eyes and a mouth. Anyone could perish from a mere poke. What difference does it make? Quinlan replied nonchalantly. The proposal of various theories essentially serves to solidify the interests one possesses or wishes to attain. Riddle pondered this as he shared the same view of the night sky with her, listening as she continued, "We are not beasts. Why differentiate by bloodlines?" This statement resonated within him like a peal of thunder, yet Quinlan paid little mind, as she noticed an owl in the sky that appeared unable to halt its flight. "Riddle, your acceptance letter has arrived." Hearing Quinlan call his name, Riddle turned his head to look at her. The moonlight danced upon her cheek, outlining her soft and delicate features. Her violet eyes reflected the mysterious lunar glow, akin to 2 brilliant amethysts in the vast universe, shimmering with a light both distant and intimate. In the next moment, he was unexpectedly struck by the clumsy flyer. "Ah," Quinlan laughed, using her magic to levitate both him and the owl as they tumbled from the rooftop. "Wow, this must be the most emotional moment for you this year." "Ha ha ha." The boy tidied his tousled hair and pretended to be nonchalant as he opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Riddle, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted. Chapter 72. Chaotic Time and Space, Part 5. When Albus Dumbledore arrived, sheltered beneath a black umbrella, the first person he spotted was Quinlan, who was tending to the flowers at the entrance. "Greetings, Professor Dumbledore. I never expected it would be you," she exclaimed. "Please, come in and take a seat." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the seemingly youthful girl had orchestrated everything with remarkable ease. "Hello, might we be acquainted?" Quinlan asked, her face lighting up with delight as she retrieved some of Isa's favorite sweets from the kitchen. "This should be our first meeting. Yet I have a feeling there will be a second in the future. Riddle is a good boy. I kindly ask you to take extra care of him at school." Quinlan had been conversing with him in a relaxed manner when suddenly, she was struck by a familiar sensation of temporal dislocation. "Professor, I have detailed everything in my letter. I implore you to read it with utmost care." With a flick of her wand, she summoned the letter she had prepared for dispatch and solemnly placed it into Professor Dumbledore's hands. "Please believe me, Riddle will become an exceptional student." With those final words, Dumbledore observed the figure before him dissipate as if she had never existed. Just then, a little girl burst into the backyard. Riddle descended the staircase, his demeanor calm yet tinged with loneliness. "Brother, who is that old man?" Isa asked, instinctively searching for someone behind him, only to feel an odd impulse to grasp Riddle's hand. After all, it was just her brother and grandmother. Who else could she be looking for? "Please return to your room, Isa." The little girl obediently nodded, casting a lingering glance at the old gentleman before retreating to her chamber. Could he be a suitor for grandmother? "Hello, Professor. Quinlan has mentioned everything in her letter. Do take a look." Riddle settled into a chair where Quinlan had just vacated. Dumbledore opened the envelope, the parchment lengthy, and he lingered over its contents for an extended period. So long, in fact, that the rain outside ceased. "Barty Crouch, why don't you join us for some fun?" The laughter echoed, reveling in the anguished expressions of the two, utterly captivating. Young Barty, having traversed time and regained consciousness, opened his eyes to hear the deranged Bellatrix Lestrange calling his name. The bodies of the Lombardons writhed in agony on the ground, their lips tightly pressed together, reluctant to betray even a hint of their suffering. Leaning against the window, the thunder outside mirrored his own tumultuous weather upon departing the orphanage, a dismal reflection of his own state of mind. Just as before, but with a heightened sense of urgency. "I have no idea why I followed you here. What is there to behold?" He turned to leave the Lombard residence. "Wait. We are in this together. You cannot abandon us now." Igor blocked his path at the door. Bellatrix, noticing his unusual urgency, raised her wand toward him. Crouch. Do you dare betray our master? She had long suspected that there was a traitor among the Death Eaters. Otherwise, how could her great master, Voldemort, whose plans were so meticulously crafted, be thwarted by that old fool Dumbledore? Could it be Crouch, the dog who constantly vied for her master's attention? Indeed, in this world, only she remained the most loyal to her master, the most devout of his followers. I shall have but one master. Who does he think he is? Young Barty drew his wand and sent Igor crashing aside, deftly evading Bellatrix's attack before dashing into the rain. Igor, gasping and bleeding profusely, appeared to have little time left. Bellatrix, her gaze fixed on the direction Barty had fled, resolved to torment the Lombard couple further before dealing with the traitor Crouch. Turning back, she cast another Cruciatus curse upon the nearly lifeless couple. Master, the members of the Order of the Phoenix have arrived. We must leave. Upon hearing this, Bellatrix became increasingly convinced that it was indeed young Barty who had alerted them, abandoning the already tortured Lombard couple as she departed. Barty sprinted through the rain, desperate to use apparition to reach his intended destination without delay. No. Why? Why is there still no sign of the Wooten orphanage? He frantically searched the rain-soaked streets, hoping against hope that he had simply erred in his journey, repeatedly using apparition to retrace the memories of his past. Yet, he found himself standing amidst desolate ruins. Familiar street corners devoid of any trace of the orphanage. Each failure served as a stark reminder that some fragments of the past may indeed be irrevocably lost, and certain regrets are destined to remain unhealed. The dark mark on his arm still pulsed with a searing heat. He had returned to his rightful time. So why was Quinlan still absent? Excuse me, do you require assistance? The familiar voice cut through the despair engulfing young Barty. It was the matron, ISA. He pushed back the rain-soaked strands of hair from his forehead, a flicker of hope igniting within him once more. With yearning eyes, he looked upon the notably younger woman from his memories. The orphanage. Are you not establishing one here, ISA? ISA felt that her kindness towards this young man was in vain. He appeared to be a delusional individual who had learned her name from some unfathomable source. Why abandon the work of a factory worker to open an orphanage? I can barely support my own family. How could I possibly have the means to run an orphanage? She disdainfully pulled away from his grasp on her skirts, not sparing him a glance as she hurried off, umbrella in hand. For there were those at home waiting for her to prepare their meals. Upon hearing her words, Barty's spirit shattered completely. His fingers frantically twisted the necklace in his hand. The silvery substance within the hourglass nearly depleted. The fissures in his already fragile soul deepened, and he collapsed to the ground. The person who lay there, clutching a branch, was mistaken for a vagrant and taken to the police station after the rain ceased. In the station's records, he claimed to have been intoxicated, unable to recall any details. Strange. Why do I feel as though I've been ejected from my own mind? Young master. In his dazed state, Barty faintly heard a shimmering voice. When he awoke again, he found himself back in his home, staring at a ceiling both familiar and foreign. At last, young master, you have awakened. The joyful voice of Shiny leaped around his bedside, yet his heart felt as though it were lifeless. Was he still trapped in that previous world? The necklace in his grasp seemed to dig into his flesh. He raised his right hand, twisting the hourglass within. He had to return. He must return. Young master. Shiny screamed. As he watched the object in his hand explode, his body began to convulse uncontrollably on the bed. Blood streamed from his ears, nose, and eyes. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long it had been. Shiny, fearing to summon anyone, recalled Mr. Crouch's warning about keeping the young master's existence a secret. She could only administer medicine herself, silently watching over him as he lay in bed. Barty opened his eyes once more to find the same ceiling above him. His spirit and body were utterly extinguished. He would never see Quinlan again. Mother? Just let me have one last glimpse of my mother. Young master, what are you saying? Mrs. Crouch has been deceased for quite some time. Shiny gazed sadly at his vacant expression. She was truly a wonderful woman. Afflicted by a grave illness and acutely aware of her impending demise, she imbibed a complex potion to assume the guise of her young master, thereby extricating him from the confines of Azkaban. Ultimately, she succumbed to solitude, perishing amidst a winter rife with dementors, without so much as a gravestone to mark her passing. Nearly a decade has elapsed since then. After a moment of heart-wrenching disbelief, young Barty caressed his tear-streaked face, his hands cradling the remnants of his sorrow. In a frenzied embrace of despair, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, he transformed into a wolf and dashed away. Little Master. Chapter 73, Chaotic Timelines, Part 6. The sky stretched out like an endless canvas of blue, devoid of a single cloud daring to linger in the oppressive heat. Consequently, the sunlight bore down unrelentingly, glaringly illuminating every cobblestone and weathered wall, rendering them unbearably hot and exuding waves of parching heat. Quinlan raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding glare. Seeking respite, how had she returned to the heart of London? A short distance away, a young boy clad in a simple short-sleeved shirt and oversized trousers. His waist adorned with a cloth satchel brimming with that day's newspapers, raised one aloft, shouting at the top of his lungs. Extra! Extra! The renowned rock band's global rescue concert will be held simultaneously in London and Philadelphia to raise funds for the Ethiopian famine. Extra! Extra! Quinlan registered the headline blaring from the boy's lips, allowing her to estimate her temporal bearings. It must be 1985. The air was thick with an ineffable heat. Even the slightest breeze seemingly retreating to a cooler refuge, reluctant to challenge the blazing sun. In dire need of relief, Quinlan sought refuge in a narrow, shadowy alleyway to shed her winter attire for summer garments. Water, water. Parseltongue. A faint whisper, almost lost to the wind. She assumed it was a serpent succumbing to the city's unforgiving concrete, and followed the sound, discovering a girl collapsed beside a heap of refuse at the alley's end. Clutched tightly in her hand was a sandwich, partially gnawed and teeming with maggots. The sun struggled to penetrate the entangled eaves and towering walls surrounding them, leaving patches of dim, damp space. In this liminal realm between light and shadow, the scantily clad child lay forgotten by the world. Several feral cats circled her cautiously, occasionally casting curious glances or lowering their heads to sniff, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, in the distance, rats scurried about unabashedly. Quinlan stepped closer, shooing away the scavenging cats and rats, and knelt beside the girl to check her pulse. 1 beat, 2 beats, and then silence. She had perished quietly in this forsaken corner of the city, amidst the repugnant stench of refuse, where even the light struggled to penetrate. Tenderly, Quinlan stroked the child's dry, greasy hair, retrieving her autumn white shirt from her bag to cover the frail body. Water. Mandarin. In a miraculous turn of events, Quinlan, astounded, checked the girl's pulse once more. She lived. Producing a glass from her bag, she filled it with fresh water, carefully turning the girl's body to offer the clean liquid to her parched lips. The child's complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut, and her cracked lips fluttered gently. Her breaths were weak and sporadic, as if every inhalation was a monumental burden. Quinlan brushed the strands of hair from the girl's face, and upon glimpsing her features, her heart raced with an overwhelming sense of destiny, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. It was as if she had been inexorably drawn into the relentless tide of fate, each detail and decision intertwining into an inescapable chain. The origins of this journey, it seemed, lay in a distant future. Gently, Quinlan laid the girl on the ground, and in passing, she acquired a strand of hair from a passerby outside the alley. Infusing it into the potion she retrieved from her pocket, the girl transformed into a tall woman, perhaps in her 40s. Finding a wide-brimmed hat, she donned it and re-entered the shadowy alley. The girl had opened her eyes. "Hello, where am I?" she asked, lying supine, her gaze vacant. Her frail, raspy voice sounded as if it were being sliced by blades with each utterance. Quinlan produced a clean long-sleeve shirt to help her sit up, changing her clothes, while wiping her cheeks with a damp cloth. "This is London, England, in 1985. What is your name, little sister? Do you speak English? London, England? I can speak a little. My name is Liu." Quinlan observed her pained expression with tranquility, patiently awaiting her recovery. She understood that her mind was likely a tumult of sharp, painful memories. "Vespera Quinlan, that is my name," she revealed after the girl's headache subsided. "Do you know where your parents are?" The girl shook her head. "Then I shall take you to an orphanage," Quinlan declared. The girl nodded, taking her hand. Quinlan refrained from carrying her, allowing the child to walk barefoot upon the scorching pavement as she recounted the words she had once heard. "If your English is not proficient, you must strive to learn diligently at the orphanage." The girl nodded in understanding. "There is a priest named Sai at the nearby church. He is a kind man, and the head of the orphanage is also very benevolent. You must persevere." The girl continued to nod, a gesture not born of mere formality, but a genuine expression of gratitude. It was a heartfelt acknowledgement of her unexpected journey to a foreign land, encountering a kindred spirit who spoke her language. Hand in hand, they walked for a considerable distance until the oppressive sun began to dip below the horizon, and the moon's gentle silhouette graced the sky. Stars twinkled, the moon shone brightly. "Matron, matron, matron Isha," Quinlan called out loudly as she stood before the entrance, where Isha, clad in an apron and wielding a large ladle, hurriedly emerged. "I found this child by a garbage heap. Could you take her in?" Upon hearing this, Isha's eyes softened with compassion as they fell upon the girl. It was evident that her ill-fitting clothes were tattered, her feet blistered and oozing, and her disheveled hair swarmed with flies. The unmistakable stench of decay and sweat wafted around her. "Yes, yes, you poor child. Isha said without a hint of disdain as she took the little girl from Quinlan's grasp. My dear girl, would you like to come to our wood orphanage? The girl nodded eagerly. Yes, I would, matron. My name is Vespera Quinlan. Very well, good child. Isha tucked the ladle into her apron and affectionately caressed the girl's cheek. And you, kind lady, what is your name? Just call me the Good Samaritan, Quinlan replied casually. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Quinlan, dear, study diligently. I believe in you, Isha called out as Quinlan departed. The little girl solemnly nodded, watching the figure of the Good Samaritan fade into the street as she entered the wood orphanage with matron Isha. Once outside, Quinlan's demeanor turned grave as she retrieved from her waist pouch an item crafted by the alchemist during her previous journey, a necklace, encased in a box entwined with a copper serpent. The pendant of the necklace held an hourglass, within which two slender silver threads flowed, formed from the magical stone and the powdered black gem from Professor Dumbledore's ring. Later, she discovered in her research that the black gemstone was, in fact, the fabled resurrection stone of the Grim Reaper. Now, only her memory remained as the anchor point for traversing time and space. Venturing to a deserted locale, she cast the muggle-repelling charm and the shield charm. Aiming her wand at her own temple, Quinlan conjured a silvery thread that encapsulated 4 segments of her memory. Infused with the essence of her soul, she directed them into an hourglass. 3 strands intertwined, coalescing into a celestial river of time flowing within the hourglass. She submerged the necklace entirely in a golden elixir crafted from the nerves of a protein dragon and the shed skin of a southwind serpent. As the last drop of liquid was absorbed, the necklace transformed into an artifact of timeless depth, while the galaxy within the hourglass expanded further. She placed the necklace into a square box, intricately inscribed with alchemical symbols and entwined with a serpent. Quinlan pricked her fingertip and let her blood drip onto the serpent's head on the box, which appeared to awaken with newfound consciousness, slithering gracefully across its surface. Once the items were prepared, Quinlan dispelled the surrounding enchantments. Now, only the final step remained, apparition. Beyond the intricately patterned iron door, Quinlan inhaled the fragrance of explorer roses wafting in from within. The house elf, B, stood at the entrance, warily eyeing this unexpected visitor. What brings you to the Knot Manor? Strange lady? Quinlan disregarded his unfriendly demeanor and spoke earnestly. I am here to fulfill my promise to Mr. Knot, to restore the tower's song. B, taken aback, immediately understood the significance, for he knew that a crystal coffin lay within the tower, belonging to the mistress of Knot Manor. Tell him I possess the resurrection stone. Very well, esteemed lady, please wait. B vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared before Quinlan, his demeanor markedly more respectful. Esteemed lady, might you step closer to ignorant B? This is of great import. The master requests you proceed directly to the tower. B shall use apparition to escort you. Quinlan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the vast expanse of Knot Manor would indeed slow her progress. Thank you, esteemed lady. B is grateful. B's astonishment altered his tone. How could such a humble, ignorant house elf accept gratitude from a noble guest? Just as he was about to crash into the iron door, Quinlan swiftly interrupted. Very well, take me to the tower. The moonlight was ethereal, casting a gentle silver glow over the boundless sea of roses, draping this vibrant realm in a mystique of tranquility. A soft breeze stirred, causing countless roses to sway gracefully, as if whispering, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that wove together with the night's serenity into a wordless nocturne. The stone walls of the tower, weathered by time, bore the marks of history, while the windows emitted a warm, golden light, resembling a beacon in the night. Under BEA's guidance, Quinlan swiftly ascended to the tower's pinnacle, where a resplendent, translucent crystal coffin awaited her gaze. Several candelabras and the moonlight illuminated the entire space. Mr. Knot gazed longingly and obsessively at the woman clad in white within. Her long hair flowed like silk, cascading gently over the edge of the crystal coffin, harmonizing with the faint scent of roses that enveloped her. Atop her head rested a crown woven from fresh roses, droplets of dew clinging to the petals, sparkling softly, bestowing upon her an ethereal purity untouched by the mundane world. The surrounding walls were adorned with murals depicting ancient legends and romantic tales. You had best not be deceiving me. The man did not glance at Quinlan, his tone calm, yet laced with an unmistakable threat. Of course, Mr. Knot. Quinlan retrieved a smooth, rounded object from her pocket, slightly larger than a sheep droppings, now devoid of sharp edges. However, I must caution you that the resurrection stone does not truly revive the deceased. She continued, unwavering under Mr. Knot's piercing gaze, which hinted at anger and betrayal. Those who are revived exist merely in a semblance of a soul-like state, not genuinely belonging to this world. Quinlan recalled the tales nearly every young wizard had heard from the tales of Beetle the Bard, particularly the final chapter, the tale of the three brothers. Recounting the fate of the second brother and his beloved, the souls summoned by the resurrection stone often bore sorrow, indifference, and loneliness, possibly inflicting great mental anguish upon you. Even so, do you wish to resurrect your lady? Mr. Knott remained silent, fixated on the visage within the crystal coffin. I have faith in her. She would not become that way. Should she choose death in the future, I will join her. Quinlan refrained from further commentary, instead stating her requirements. I will hand you the resurrection stone, but when the stone vanishes, the soul that has been summoned will also cease to exist. I would also appreciate Mr. Knott's assistance with a small favor. Nothing comes without a price, and Mr. Knott understood this well. Speak. Please safeguard this box. When you hear the name Quinlan Vespera at Hogwarts, please deliver the contents to her. Mr. Knott nodded, signaling B to take the box. Quinlan stepped forward, placing the resurrection stone in his palm. Please close your eyes, sir. Imagine the visage and name of your beloved, and call out to her from your heart. Ancient incantations resonated amidst the sea of explorer roses, while the radiant moonlight danced in unison. In the flower field, a woman clad in a magnificent white gown appeared, twirling gracefully in the breeze, her skirt brushing against the petals. A soft, ethereal blue light emanated from the resurrection stone, casting its glow upon the crystal coffin, creating a wondrous resonance with the woman's form. As the blue light deepened, the air within the crystal coffin began to warp, as if stirred by an invisible force. Quinlan sensed the impending alteration of time and space, her being gradually transforming into the fabric of moonlight. May your wishes be fulfilled, sir. Jared? Upon hearing the name echoing through his memories, Mr. Knott's tears flowed freely as his long-yearned beloved reappeared before him. He bore witness to this miraculous scene. Clutching the box tightly with gratitude for the lady's arrival, Quinlan opened her eyes once more, finding herself back at Hogwarts, standing at the threshold of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Inside, the professor and ministry officials were in disarray over the unconscious young Barty and her sudden disappearance. She raised her hand to knock on the door, maintaining a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Snape opened the door, his brow furrowed and expression stern. Good evening, Professor Snape. I hope my absence was not prolonged. Happy National Day, dear readers. Finally, she had returned to the main storyline. Chapter 74, You Shall Be Imprisoned. Inside the office, Fudge's furious reprimands echoed, having already opened the box containing the real Mad-Eye Moody. I opposed that girl's idea earlier, and look where we are now. The culprit is unconscious, and the mastermind has vanished. His authoritative hat seemed ready to touch the ceiling. What concern does this have for an ordinary student? Why must she be involved? The disdainful glances directed at Dumbledore from the other professors conveyed their incredulity. Headmaster? Quinlan's tranquil voice was akin to a large spoonful of ice being plunged into boiling water. Quinn, where have you been? Professor Dumbledore stood before her, shielding her from Fudge's scrutinizing gaze behind her. It's a long story, Headmaster. I would like to first check on the unconscious Mr. Crouch. I possess a method to awaken him. Huh, what could you possibly do? Fudge sneered dismissively from the sidelines. Minister Fudge, do you have any brilliant solutions? Dumbledore insisted on allowing her to meet with young Barty alone. The peculiar nature of young Barty's coma had raised his suspicions. The missing necklace bore a striking resemblance to a time-turner. The sudden reappearance of Quinlan had left him with a vague sense of foreboding. Quinlan approached young Barty, retrieving the remaining few milliliters of liquid gold from her pocket. Sensing the almost shattered state of his soul, she sighed softly and began to drip the liquid onto his forehead. The pale golden liquid was gradually absorbed, vanishing as it seeped into his skin, mending the rifts that had torn his soul apart. Over the past 2 years, he had wandered through an endless fog, his soul's wounds receiving no solace. Instead, with the passage of time, those fractures seemed to widen, devouring the memories within his mind. Young Barty felt as though his soul was being gently lifted by a tender force, fragments of memory starting to reassemble. Despair and helplessness amidst a storm. The muddy remnants of regret, the crystalline morning dew of summer, the fragrant roses of the eastern suburbs. Are you awake? Let us converse. A voice he longed to hear resonated in his ears. Young Barty struggled against his consciousness, slowly prying his eyes open to meet a familiar, calm visage. In an instant, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He felt grateful, thankful that 2 years ago, in a state of delirium, he had followed his instincts and found her. And now, without any memories to ground him, he was hopelessly enamored with this compassionate figure before him. Master, he murmured, grateful for the confusion spell Dumbledore had cast on them. Otherwise, the Ministry would have imprisoned her in Azkaban under the pretext of her association with the Death Eaters. I have failed. I still could not make you my only master. The dark mark on his forearm was a glaring reminder of his failure. He smashed the tray of teacups on the table, seizing a shard of porcelain to ruthlessly carve away the skin and flesh marked by another sigil. Drops of blood, akin to sorrowful rubies, trickled down, falling with a heavy, resolute rhythm upon the cold floor. Each drop resonated like a hammer against his heart, the sound sharp and jarring, creating a bizarre symphony with his heartbeat, each pulse narrating a tale of unending agony and struggle. He seemed to feel no pain in his arm, as if peeling a potato was his only concern. Young Barty's face was a mask of numbness intertwined with relief. Now, I shall be cleansed. Quinlan's pupils dilated. But she could not intervene in his self-mutilation. Watching him in such a state left her with nothing but a sigh. Calm down. Come here first so I can bandage you. Upon hearing her words, young Barty mechanically approached her, his eyelids drooping. Quinlan retrieved bandages from her waist pouch. Originally meant for the sprightly Professor Azza. She first applied white powder to staunch the bleeding, wrapping it neatly around young Barty's left forearm. You know, I do not harbor such feelings for you. Young Barty remained silent, his breath slowing, each inch of his recently healed soul crying out in anguish. Who instructed you to steal the necklace and concoct a potion for me? Tom Riddle, he replied. He said with the necklace I could alter everything. Quinlan pondered Riddle's incitement of young Barty. Is your desire for Harry to triumph also because of him? What is your reasoning? Harry must obtain the trophy. Master, I am under a binding curse. I cannot divulge more. The apologetic look in young Barty's eyes revealed his helplessness. Quinlan finished wrapping the last bandage and held young Barty's gaze for a prolonged moment until silence became unbearable. You shall go to Azkaban. I will visit you. Young Barty's nose tinged with bitterness, his eyes reddening. As long as you will come to see me. Seeing him stabilize emotionally, Quinlan relayed the information to Dumbledore and Fudge. He had impersonated Professor Moody to ensure Harry obtained the Triwizard Tournament trophy. Beyond that, he was bound by a curse of silence. Fudge erupted in indignation. All this just to secure a trophy for Harry Potter? Absurd. This is a blatant disregard for the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, however, contemplated the broader implications without rushing to judgment. Mr. Crouch had willingly approached Azkaban. Quinlan's words prompted the officials present to deliberate on how to adjudicate young Barty's fate. Percy conveyed to his minister, Minister Fudge, how should we handle young Barty Crouch? Let him be confined to Azkaban for now. As for the duration, let it be as it was before. A voice of dissent emerged from behind Quinlan. I have never tortured the Longbottoms. I protest this unjust verdict. If only his father had not heeded Igor's one-sided narrative and prioritized his career above all else, how could he possibly be sentenced to life imprisonment? And how could his mother have perished for him in Azkaban? He loathed himself for becoming a Death Eater, and he despised his father. Do you think your words hold weight? You escaped prison. That only adds to your crimes. Fudge, embarrassed by a convict's rebuttal, was visibly displeased. Young Barty attempted to voice further arguments, but was silenced by Quinlan's penetrating gaze. Do you trust me? I trust the evidence. Hearing Quinlan's words, he smiled in relief. The evidence would prove his innocence. The Aurors escorted him away from Hogwarts, while Fudge and Percy returned to the Ministry. Thus concluded the farce of a son patricide. Echoes emanated from the large box on the office floor. Is anyone going to attend to me? Someone help me get out of here. It was the unfortunate Professor Moody. Imprisoned for the better part of half a year. Chapter 75, The Midnight Malevolent Spirit. Quinlan, we need to talk. Dumbledore called to the girl who had reached the doorway. I know, Headmaster. Let us converse tomorrow night. She was utterly exhausted. Why was the dormitory so far away? Very well, sweet dreams to you. Dumbledore observed her weary demeanor and chose not to press further. Quinlan nodded. May all the professors have the same. The dormitory was quite distant, with many staircases to traverse. Meow greeted a beautiful long-haired calico cat perched on the stair railing, addressing Quinlan. Good evening, Mrs. Loris. Would you like some fish treats? Huh, caught you red-handed. Out at night and bribing a staff member, Ravenclaw loses points. Quinlan felt a throbbing at her temples as she observed Filch, grinning with the fish treats in hand. This is a snack, not a bribe, Mr. Filch. Moreover, I was not out at night. I had just exited the office. Professor Dumbledore can attest to that. Filch, who had already endured a 5-year salary deduction from Dumbledore, now flinched at the mere mention of his name. The rationale for the deduction of funds lies in the egregious punishment of suspending students by a single ankle, along with other forms of confinement, which constitutes a grave violation of the ethical standards upheld by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Additionally, he faced repercussions for publicly denigrating the lineage of the student before him. However, it was later determined that he had been under the influence of the Cruciatus Curse at the time, thus preserving half a year's salary. Nevertheless, he still received a warning from the school administration. Should he fail to amend his ways, he could very well face termination. Concurrently, he learned that the students who had previously mocked his silent demeanor received their due punishments. Presently, his office is adorned with their letters of apology, each framed and displayed upon the walls. Each night before slumber, he reminisces about the scene of those students reading aloud before him, and the thought brings him joy. He Hee hee. Mr. Filch, what are you laughing at? Oh right. He is currently patrolling the corridors, not ensconced in his office. Ahem. Well then, you may proceed. And I shall consider whether to deduct points from your behavior after I confer with Professor Dumbledore. Quinlan found it unnecessary to delve further into his peculiar laughter and uncharacteristic demeanor. She merely nodded and continued her ascent. She was utterly exhausted. Her upper and lower lashes seemingly engaged in a battle. Why must the dormitory be so far away? Could they not install elevators like those in the office buildings of London? Filch continued his patrol with Madame Loris. Meow, little fish treats. Loris, are you particularly fond of me today? Filch felt the persistent nudging of the cat's head against his calf. Meow, little fish treats. Filch's heart fluttered as he bashfully stroked his thinning hair. Yes, I like you too. A sudden, enticing aroma wafted to his nose. What was this? It smelled delightful. With the enticing morsel so close, his mouth could not resist the temptation. The old man widened his eyes. Delicious. Crispy and flavorful. Meow. The irate cat, deprived of its food, launched itself at its target, scratching his face before scampering away with the remaining morsel in its mouth. The patrolling prefects heard a painful yelp escape the old man's lips. Thus, the following day, a new terrifying legend circulated within the school, the Midnight Ghost Scream. The tale, embellished with each retelling, reached Quinlan in the dining hall, recounted by Catherine in its 42nd iteration. So how does it feel? Are you frightened? Catherine had screamed upon first hearing the story in class, only to be called up by Professor Binns to illustrate the timeline of the Elfin Rebellion. Ultimately, her disjointed notes resulted in a point deduction for Ravenclaw. What a roller coaster of a tale, Quinlan remarked, sipping her warm water with calm composure. Catherine, drooping her non-existent rabbit ears, retorted, boring. You lack any sense of the eerie atmosphere of a horror story. Miss Palmer, I trust a fourth-year student does not require my guidance on how to eat in an engaging manner, came a chilling voice from behind her, causing goosebumps to rise on her neck. Yes, Professor. Understood, Professor. Catherine immediately sat up straight, her expression blank as she began to slice her steak with robotic precision. Humph. The dark bat swished away in his inky cloak. Catherine finally exhaled a held breath. Professor Snape was far more terrifying than that midnight ghost. Ghosts are mere fabrications, but humans are all too real. Palmer, you have a number of pesky flies hovering around you. Luna chimed in earnestly from across the table. Catherine shivered involuntarily, only to maintain her smile upon realizing she was unscathed. Luna, you can be quite frightening yourself. Quinlan smiled gently from her seat, unfolding the note Professor Snape had placed before her. 8 o'clock, Headmaster's office. Dumbledore. Vespera, have you received a letter as well? Hermione, preparing to leave after lunch, noticed Quinlan's action and felt a kinship in their shared experience. Quinlan was perplexed as Catherine hastily finished her meal and shifted to create space. She overheard Catherine whisper conspiratorially, that crumb from Durmstrang wrote her a love letter. Then, watching Catherine wipe her mouth clean, she gestured excitedly. Hermione, come. Sit and chat. The movement was fluid and graceful. With a glance at Catherine, Quinlan wondered why she was not privy to this news. Catherine's eyes nearly bulged from her sockets. You returned yesterday and slept like a pig. How would you know anything? She then turned to Hermione with a warm smile. Hermione, you should never keep things to yourself. We can all help you. Encouraged by Catherine's expectant gaze, the girl with cascading curls finally summoned the courage to speak. Well, after the competition concluded yesterday, I received a letter from Crumb. The dining hall was bustling and boisterous. Quinlan, with a considerate flick of her wand, cast a muffliato charm to shield their conversation from prying ears, allowing only her, Catherine, and Luna to hear. And then, what are your thoughts? Catherine's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hermione pursed her lips, shrugging in a way that suggested uncertainty. Well, I don't really know what to think. Perhaps I could inquire with Crumb's entourage of pesky flies. Luna suggested, gazing at the floating candles above the hall. Catherine nodded in agreement. Inquiring with the boy's entourage could indeed yield useful insights. Wait, how did I also become a target of her pesky flies? She immediately shook her head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the thoughts that had just invaded her mind. Maybe we don't need to rush things. If you don't dislike him, consider reaching out. Hermione shook her head, indicating that aside from an initial impression of Crumb as someone who might ambush her in the library, she had no particular aversion to him. There's no need to worry. We're only 14 or 15, with ample time to understand and choose our romantic partners. The girls all nodded in agreement. Catherine could not help but exclaim, truly, our Ravenclaw heartthrob, who has penned so many love letters. Realizing the sudden silence, Catherine scratched her head. Why is everyone staring at me? Quinlan inquired. How did you know I wrote love letters? What? You really have written many love letters? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. Luna nodded thoughtfully. So, It turned out that the anonymous collection of love letters was authored by Senior Quinlan. Indeed, I was helping to write love letters in London for some extra pocket money. But how did you find out? Quinlan calmly explained to everyone, casting a sidelong glance at the sheepish Catherine. Actually, it was discovered by other students who returned from their studies in London and mentioned it in the newspaper. Catherine's gaze darted around. I only wrote a letter to my father, sending some people to inquire about new content, and then I had it bound. I swear, I intended to keep it to myself. Catherine raised her palm to her ear, wearing an expression of utmost sincerity. But then everyone insisted, and I simply couldn't refuse. Ha ha ha. Luna suddenly interjected. Indeed, I can attest for Senior Catherine. That book bears no author's name. Hermione nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed intently on Quinlan, her eyes shimmering with surprise and exhilaration. She too vowed that it was unequivocally the most enchanting collection of love letters she had ever encountered. Far from mere imitations or citations of renowned authors, the letters conveyed the distinct essence of love shared between various lovers, each one offering a glimpse of affection that was both aspirational and enviable. Well then, just remember to obscure the true names in the collection. As long as you refrain from attributing the authorship to me, all will be well. Quinlan did not impose restrictions on the circulation of the collection. In fact, she believed the love letters did not belong to her. She merely served as a competent scribe and courier. The individuals whose letters were collected must have consented to their inclusion. Rest assured, I, Palmer, will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Catherine chuckled, relieved that nothing had been confiscated. Quinlan, glancing at her watch, withdrew the surrounding disillusionment charm. Well, it's time for class. I must take my leave. She still needed to discuss and revise aspects of her final presentation for Muggle studies with her group members. It was quite astonishing that those letters, some fervent, others pleading, and yet others tender, were authored by Vespera. Hermione gazed thoughtfully at Quinlan's departing figure. She appeared so composed and unflappable. Yet she possessed an extraordinary ability to dissect the human heart. The prose, so objective and frigid, conveyed the intricacies of love, its tenderness, its bittersweetness, and its fragility, in the gentlest of manners. What kind of world did Quinlan inhabit? One that seemed to embrace every individual with meticulous care. Moreover, she had read so many philosophical texts. Hermione resolved not to fall behind. This summer, she would immerse herself daily in the library. There are many more surprises in store for you. Here is a ticket for you to join us at the Muggle Studies final presentation. Catherine placed the ticket in Hermione's palm, thoroughly pleased that another friend appreciated her beloved roommate. Is it admission by ticket? We can also visit. Yes. It might be Professor Burbage's innovative recruitment strategy. I've heard that Pella and the others will showcase a segment of England's Industrial Revolution in Muggle Studies. During group discussion time, Ron nodded in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. Vespera, I believe we are destined for full marks this final. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Achieving an outstanding requires that we attend to every detail. Susan Bones concurred with Quinlan's sentiment. Now was not the time for premature festivities. All right, let us assign tasks. Quinlan meticulously outlined the responsibilities for each member on paper, inscribing important notes with her fountain pen. She still preferred using notebooks and fountain pens over parchment and quills. This week, we will split up. I shall venture to Hogsmeade to prepare the items that require the alchemist's forging. You two will accompany the vice prefect to London to take photographs. Any objections? The two team members shook their heads. Both were fourth-year students and had already been to London once. They assuredly would complete their task. Well then, may we all achieve full marks in our finals. As the classroom bell rang, Quinlan exited the Muggle Studies classroom and promptly made her way to Professor Snape's office. She still had work to attend to. Good afternoon, Dobby. Let us give it our all today. Quinlan shed her outer robe and casually tossed it onto a chair before picking up a small knife to begin skinning, beheading, and extracting the teeth of the African snake. Her movements were so swift that her eyelids barely fluttered. Very well, Miss Quinlan, Dobby replied, standing by the cauldron, stirring the potion with a mix of excitement and restraint. Initially startled by Quinlan's greeting, he had knocked over the cauldron, resulting in several additional months of work assigned by Professor Snape. He had since acclimated to these friendly gestures and could now respond with composure. Together, they labored until darkness enveloped them. Quinlan stretched her limbs, her neck cracking as she tilted her head. I shall take my leave for the day. I have finished grading the assignments, and the dental potion is prepared. Keep up the good work, Dobby. With a mere copper canute for salary each month, Dobby understood that Professor Snape likely would not permit him to leave anytime soon. Goodbye. Miss Quinlan, Dobby will do very well. As Quinlan heard his hearty assurance, she gained a deeper understanding of the plight of their house elf, an existence that, from a third-party perspective, seemed quite miserable, yet they regarded it as an honor. Exiting Professor Snape's office, within the castle, warm light streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows on the outer walls. The heavy oak door was intricately carved with a soaring phoenix and intertwined vines. Incorrect password, incorrect password, incorrect password. Quinlan maintained her smile at the entrance to the headmaster's office, resolving that if she were not informed of the password next time, she would not return. The girl continued to guess the password with a stoic expression, fizzing Wisby. Incorrect password. However, the door opened from within as Professor Snape emerged, instructing her to enter. Today's password is cockroach cluster. Very well, Professor. I have prepared the potion ingredients and potions in your office. Snape nodded, understood, and wrapped his cloak around himself before departing the headmaster's office. Inside, on Professor Dumbledore's desk, rested a trophy, a unique and dynamic piece, resembling a grand golden cup poised to take flight. The trophy's surface was adorned with intricate, exquisite patterns, embodying various mysterious elements of the magical realm, such as soaring dragons, majestic phoenixes, and twinkling stars, while cleverly intertwining the history and legendary tales of the Triwizard Tournament. At the climactic moment of the competition, the name of the victor would be magically inscribed upon the trophy, eternally immortalized in the annals of the magical world. Dumbledore stood nearby, admiring the trophy. This is the Triwizard Cup. Quinlan approached, close enough for her reflection to be clearly visible upon the trophy's surface, feeling the spatial vibrations emanating from it. Since her journey through alternate realms, her grasp of time and space had evidently ascended to a new echelon. It now resembled a key to a door. Is it not so, Headmaster? Chapter 77, A Step Forward. Dumbledore nodded slowly, acknowledging her keen and meticulous observation with approval. To discern that the trophy served as a key with the naked eye indicated her understanding of spatial concepts far exceeded that of her peers. Where does this key lead? Have you ventured there? Quinlan inquired, lifting her gaze from her study of the Triwizard Cup. Dumbledore chose not to respond directly to her question. Instead, he asked where she had gone after her sudden disappearance from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. It's hard to say. You might interpret it as a parallel dimension or the past. Because of that necklace in young Barty Crouch's possession? Dumbledore mused, realizing why she could perceive the essence of the key so intuitively. Quinlan nodded gently. So, have you visited the destination of this key? Perhaps we can explore it together now. Dumbledore gestured for her to grasp one side of the trophy, while he took hold of the other. Quinlan activated the key once more, experiencing a heightened sensitivity. A subtle vibration from the trophy began to resonate harmoniously with her own magical essence. As the vibrations intensified, her palms began to tingle slightly, as though an electric current were penetrating her fingertips and coursing through her body. The surrounding world grew increasingly indistinct, colors and sounds seemingly fading into oblivion. Her vision became hazy, shrouded as if by a thin veil of mist. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming pull, drawing her toward the location of the key. The trophy erupted in radiant light, and that familiar spatial vortex ensnared her within its grasp. Her senses were entirely deprived, and aside from the intense sensation of spinning and her heart racing in response, she could scarcely perceive any external information. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in a graveyard. The night was heavy, the moonlight sparse, filtering through the scattered clouds and casting dappled reflections upon the uneven tombstones and weathered stone paths, draping this forsaken land in a silvery glow. Towering trees encircled the cemetery, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of whispered laments from the departed, recounting tales of bygone sorrow. The air was thick with dampness and mildew, occasionally tinged with the scent of decaying leaves drifting from the depths of the distant forest. Unexpectedly, Quinlan detected a hint of freshness amidst these aromas. Headmaster, do you smell flowers? Quinlan, I am already over a century old. My sense of smell is not as keen as yours youthful once. Very well. Quinlan chose not to pursue the matter further. The stone figure before her held greater significance than the floral scent carried on the wind. It was a grim reaper-like statue, cloaked in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable, with hands firmly gripping a massive stone scythe. The blade of the scythe was exceedingly sharp, glinting ominously even in the dim light. In the lower left corner of this statue lay a gravestone, hewn from coarse, dark stone, its surface adorned with a thin layer of moss and the marks of weathering. The upper portion of the gravestone bore indistinct carvings, perhaps representing withered vines symbolizing death and eternity, or perhaps the blurred insignia of a family crest, rendered unrecognizable by the passage of time. Beneath these designs, centrally located, were several clearly etched English letters, arranged in tidy formation yet dulled by prolonged exposure to the elements. Tom Riddle, 1905-1943. Tom Riddle? Quinlan pondered the inscription, wondering if this was indeed the burial ground of the Riddle family. At the end of the scythe's handle, Quinlan chanced to glance upward and noticed a parchment wedged within. The bones of a father, inadvertently donated, may bring your son back to life. The flesh of a servant, willingly given, may restore your master. The blood of an enemy, forcibly offered, may resurrect your foe. Headmaster Dumbledore, have you ever seen this parchment? Quinlan beckoned the elderly man who had been hunting in the background. The headmaster, clad in a purple robe, approached and examined the parchment in her hand with a grave demeanor shimmering behind the lenses of his polygonal spectacles. Who do you suppose would benefit from this formula? Quinlan swept away the dust from the gravestones surrounding them. All belonged to members of the Riddle family, men and women alike. Some having passed before reaching the age of 10. Dumbledore took the parchment from her and gently pulled her aside. I believe you already have the answer in your heart. We must return. Quinlan grasped the sleeve of Headmaster Dumbledore, who silently cast a spell, and the two of them vanished from the graveyard, reappearing in the headmaster's office. Before departing, she noticed a glimmer of white in the pitch-black night, a gentle breeze stirring. The remains of Mr. Riddle, a servant. Or perhaps the escaped Peter Pettigrew from the Ministry of Magic, if young Barty was determined to have Harry obtain the trophy. Then the blood of an enemy would indeed be present. Headmaster, what do you think? Dumbledore leaned against his desk, casually placing the Triwizard Tournament trophy aside. He is preparing for resurrection. Will you prevent him? Quinlan poured herself a cup of red tea, sipping delicately. Dumbledore appeared to age several years in that moment. I may have already attempted to do so. Destroy the key. Without the blood of an enemy, the resurrection should fail. Are you referring to one that has already been destroyed? Quinlan expressed her disbelief, and under the headmaster's approving gaze, her wand instantly cast a spell. Shattered to pieces. The trophy, a symbol of honor, was reduced to a table of shards. The clock in the headmaster's office continued to tick away until the second hand crossed the midnight mark. Quinlan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a familiar sense of powerlessness akin to her prior refusal to participate in the Triwizard Cup. Enter. Today as password is cockroach. Professor Snape regarded her with an odd expression. Is your walnut-sized head aching? Then perhaps you should refrain from unnecessary exertion. I could grant you a day off to rest. Though, of course, absence means no pay. Quinlan pressed her left hand against her temple while her right hand gestured to indicate she was fine. Rest assured, Professor. I will still come to work tomorrow. I am in good health. Since her venture into another dimension and the care of 2 children, her purse had been emptied. Very well, let us hope so. Snape wrapped his cloak around himself and departed. Quinlan felt the tail of the serpent tattoo on her right pinky joint shift once more, a searing pain radiating from her fingers. The serpent's head devoured its own body inch by inch until it reached her palm. Enduring the pain, she entered the headmaster's office, where the Triwizard Tournament trophy stood intact upon the desk. She interrupted the expression on Dumbledore's face as he was about to speak. You have already taken me to the key. Riddle intends to resurrect through this competition, a fact we cannot alter. Quinlan and Dumbledore exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the understanding in the other's eyes. We have both tried. Now we must consider how to best protect each contestant. First, let us summon Harry. He is the provider of the enemy's blood.